What kind of experience is it to see the great Buddha of Tadaiji? I possess both the Sharingan and wood style, yet my classmates mock me as having trash abilities, simply because this is a world where everyone awakens special abilities, powerful ability users. With a lift of their hand, they can unleash apocalyptic power. One person alone can withstand thousands of monsters. I, who have just crossed over, stand on the awakening platform, the teacher in charge of awakening. Looking at the two pillars of light representing talent, my face is full of excitement. Dual talents, the Sharingan and wood style abilities. As the talents are announced, the classmates below also have different expressions. I thought I had awakened something, but it turns out this S-level talent is wasted. Who doesn't know that the Sharingan is the worst useless ability, and wood style is the second worst garbage? Immediately, some malicious classmates speak up. What can you do with double S rank abilities? The nature of the abilities is no good, still a waste. Jiang Chen is really embarrassing their Jiang family. I listen to the whispers below the platform and silently walk down. The awakening teacher shakes their head repeatedly as they watch my back, and the awakening continues as usual. Suddenly, two pillars of light shoot up into the sky again. On the awakening platform, there stands a beautiful girl in a light yellow dress, as graceful as a daisy. Beauty is beyond description. Yen Yu is an S-level dual ability, specializing in the special elemental power, and the water element. The people present instantly cast envious glances. This is the true genius goddess. Yen Yu herself is a joke with both talent and beauty, and she always tops the cultural class. Now she is truly the well-deserved #1 goddess. She is truly my goddess, worthy of the S-level dual talent. For a moment, we, also S-level, formed a stark contrast. I felt a bit lost, returning home, worrying about my future journey through time. To my surprise, my dad, upon learning about my S-level dual flying ability, spoke arrogantly. It doesn't matter what talents my future son has. Even if he becomes a playboy at home, Dad will cover for you. My dad, John Lei, is one of the only 3 5-level ability holders in the entire Huaihai City. He also ranks in the top tier in terms of combat power in Huaihai City, so he said it with confidence. Just when I returned to my room feeling moved, a voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations on completing the ability awakening. In an instant, I could clearly feel that my ability had changed. In the sea of my consciousness, my original spirit I turned blood red, and several jade marks appeared around the pupil. This is like the Sharingan in the Naruto anime from my past life. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan. I didn't have to wait long for my excitement as my wood-based ability also changed. Is this the wood release of Hashirama Senju? I never thought that the two most useless abilities in this world would undergo such a transformation in me. I called out to the system, and the fourth Hokage heard my call. A system pop-up window appeared before my eyes. Host's ability awakening successful, now granting 5 energy exchanges. I couldn't contain my excitement. Although my old man is pretty good to me, becoming stronger is my greatest confidence. I opened the system's exchange store, looking at the list of skills, and my mouth watered with envy. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan requires 1000 energy. Exchanging for Amaterasu requires 7000 energy. Exchanging for the wood release, Wood Dome requires 10,000 energy. My 50 points suddenly felt inadequate. System, don't you have a newbie package? If not, everything depends on the host's own efforts. What use are you? After looking for a long time, I only exchanged for a few entry-level skills. Thankfully, the system has a bit of conscience. The basic replication ability of the Sharingan only requires 20 points, and the others 30 points. I exchanged for 2 wood domes. We're still in the beginner village, so let's make do for now. At least now I'm no longer useless. Next, I have to rely on earning energy to exchange for more advanced skills. I must make the people of this world see. What does Susanoo mean? For the convenience of obtaining energy, the system will release tasks irregularly. Energy can also be obtained by exchanging rare items, such as the alloy of demonic beasts. In this world, not only humans but also animals have undergone mutations. When a large number of once tiny animals gain immense power, they become a threat to humanity. Therefore, tall city walls have been erected in the existing human cities to prevent the invasion of demonic beasts. The walls of Huaihai City are as high as 50 meters, enough to withstand monsters of level 4 and below. There is also a transparent energy barrier in the sky to prevent the invasion of flying monsters. In such dire circumstances, all humans are a fighting force. After training, they are all sent to the battlefield to fight demonic beasts. Only in this way can humanity continue to survive. Next is the school's class allocation process, where students are assigned to different classes based on their awakened talents. and as what they consider a useless ability, I naturally got placed in the support class. What surprised me, however, was that even Yenue, who also has S-level dual talents, was placed in the same class as me. It is said that the goddess herself wanted to go to the support class, and some students are discussing this. Yes, I heard that Yenue goddess wants to revitalize the support class. She also said that abilities should not be categorized as good or bad, high or low. Each ability should have its own purpose. She truly is a goddess. Such enlightenment is far beyond what we ordinary people can compare to. At that moment, many people were moved by Yenyu's choice. I was speechless for a moment. It seems entering the support class makes me useless, while Yenyu's entry is considered great. The difference in treatment is too obvious. Upon arriving in the classroom, I found that it was already full of people. The most dazzling figure among them was Yenyu, who was sitting in the middle of the first row. Yenyu was wearing a pure white dress today, giving off a sacred and beautiful feeling. With her presence, the school also pays more attention to this support class. The class teacher was replaced by the school's headmaster. After all, Sun Shuyu was the first to awaken with dual abilities. Before the two of us, only 2 people have appeared in the entire world. Without beating around the bush, Sun Shuyu announced that 2 days later, she would take us out of Huaihai City to fight real monsters outside the city. The crowd was in an uproar immediately. Very well, it seems you have all been listening to me attentively. Sun Shuyu continued speaking. The ultimate destiny of awakened abilities is to fight monsters. Today and tomorrow, you need to learn your corresponding abilities to prepare for the upcoming battle the day after tomorrow. Wasn't it always the 5th day when we left the city before? A student in the audience asked. I know you're surprised. Sun Shuyu's words silenced all the discussions. I might as well tell you directly. We're moving it up to the 3rd day because outside Huaihai City, more and more monsters are gathering. In case of unexpected situations, we need you to adapt to combat as soon as possible. You should not complain, but instead, learn more abilities at the fastest pace possible in these 2 days, understand? This news is still a bit harsh for them. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then answered with less enthusiasm. Alright, now let's start learning abilities. Zhang Shuyu took out a stack of books and came forward to pick the one suitable for herself. After a while, all the students had chosen their respective ability books. I also got 2 books, well, technically 1 book plus a page. The ability books are revised over the years by Huaihai Academy, used to record methods of practicing abilities. His learning method is very simple, just need to infuse your own spiritual energy into the ability book. The ability book will then provide the corresponding ability training method, guide the students to operate their spiritual energy, and thus learn the corresponding ability. I looked at that thin page with some helplessness. No wonder the Mind's Eye ability is considered the most useless. On the page of the Mind's Eye ability book, only one ability, photographic memory, is recorded. This ability can only be used to record some text, character images, monster images, and a few other functions. Overall, its main function is to join the combat analysis team, help analyze monster intelligence from the rear, and the premise is to have strong theoretical knowledge and logical thinking as support. I was speechless. The Mind's Eye ability of photographic memory is already possessed by the Sharingan itself, and it can even replicate, making it much stronger than just photographic memory. Trash ability doesn't mean that the ability itself is truly trash, it's just the most useless one within the known scope of abilities. At least within the ability category of Huaihai Academy, the 0-point series is indeed a trash ability, and I can't refute this point. Fortunately, the ability book of the Wood series still seems to have some depth to it. After flipping through the recorded content above, I furrowed my brow. Promoting reproduction and healing, these 3 abilities are a bit hard to describe. It seems like the first 2 abilities are obviously suitable for agriculture, but now food is not scarce. Compared to ordinary grains, mutated monster meat has more energy value for ability users. As for the other healing ability, the Water series ability can achieve perfect substitution, and even has a cleansing effect while healing. Furthermore, there are many more Water series ability users than Wood series, and based on this huge base, the development level of Water series support books, complete systems, and matching ability books are all stronger than those of the Wood series. To the extent that in terms of auxiliary attributes, the Wood series is far inferior to the Water series. This is the embarrassing aspect of the Wood series. I shook my head inside. From the above statements, it's indeed very useless for the Wood series. The so-called dual dark abilities represent potential, but now, the limits of the Clairvoyance series and the Wood series are evident. Even if it's S-level potential, without other corresponding higher-level abilities, it's no different from B, C, or D level. But in the case of those who officially awakened the Wood Shield and Sharingan, I have no business. What's the connection between the wood style and the mind's eye jutsu, and the wood shield and the Sharingan? However, following the principle of it's not a bad thing to master one more technique, I learned the basic abilities of the mind's eye jutsu and the wood style. After all, one can never have too many skills. Squatting on the balcony, I found a small blade of grass and activated my special ability. The blade of grass grew visibly at a rapid speed, and the effect was quite clear. It just lacks any real threat. That's my assessment of this special ability. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of other classmates. Goodness, how did he master the activation of his special ability so quickly? Even the homeroom teacher noticed and smiled in satisfaction. After all, with an S-level talent, even if the attributes are lacking, it doesn't affect the understanding of the special ability. After finishing a day of studying, I prepared to go home after school. But when Yenyu passed by me, he suddenly stopped, reached out his fair jay-like hand, and gave a gentle smile. Jiang Chen, hello. Hello, I was taken aback. I didn't expect Yenyu to greet me so actively. Hello, I politely shook his hand. This scene stunned everyone present. Yenyu actually took the initiative to greet someone of the opposite sex. Nice to meet you. I hope we can change the fate of the support class together. He revealed a beautiful and charming smile. Let's work hard together. Work hard together. After the greeting, Yenyu left with a warm smile. I scratched my head, puzzled by why Yenyu suddenly said such things to me. I don't have such great ideals. Anyway, it's inexplicable. But I have an advantage. I don't dwell on things I can't understand. Time passed quickly. The next day, just before class ended, the homeroom teacher called the students together. We'll be heading out of the city for real combat tomorrow. However, as a support class, we don't have the ability to face the monsters alone, so we need to split into different teams. We will be joining the combat class to face the monsters together. This will also be our future team formation. Most of the support class students are nervous, but I, on the other hand, am looking forward to tomorrow's real combat training. I can't wait to try out the effects of the Sharingan and wood shield. I don't know if Sun Shuyu did it on purpose, but Yenyu and I were assigned to the same team. Together with classmates Wei Lin and Zhao Mei, a total of 4 of us were assigned to the same combat class, Special Ability Class 3. Upon learning that the goddess Yenyu was temporarily assigned to our class, many male students in Special Class 3 couldn't help but cheer. It was soon time for the real combat outside the city. I followed the class and arrived at the West City Gate. What caught my eye was the towering protective city wall. The outside of the city wall was piled with various monster carcasses, and the air was filled with a bloody, putrid smell, causing many first-time students leaving the city to feel queasy. These are the corpses of the monsters that attempted to breach the city wall and were killed. Sun Shuyu's serious voice came from the front. I hope that after seeing these corpses, you can understand the dangerous world we are facing today. After Sun Shuyu finished speaking, she, along with a dozen teachers, set up a shortcut around and assigned the 4 classes to the West Gate. All classes should find their positions, get ready, and the teachers of each class must personally guide them. The teacher from Special Class 3 also added, our teacher will capture a monster from the forest ahead. 3 of you will go up each time, use your abilities, and do your best to attack and deal with the monsters. Do you understand? Half of the students shouted, yes. But some still couldn't help but tremble at the thought of what they were about to face. Isn't this our double S-level ability user Jiang Chun? How did he end up in our Special Class 3? The person who said this is named Su Koen, a C-level telepathic ability user from Special Class 3. During the awakening, he was the most mocking, in my opinion. This person is a typical clown. Clearly, he's not that capable, yet he shamelessly mocks others. I looked up and replied, is there a problem? Of course not, I'm just worried about what it would be like if the mighty double S-level ability user ends up wetting himself from being scared by the monsters. Thanks for your concern, but I think you should worry about yourself. I could easily handle you, your physique is no match for a monster, just a meal for them. You're all talk, let's see if you're still tough later. As Su Koen was speaking, a roar of monsters came from the forest ahead. Then, several teachers joined forces and captured several monsters from the forest ahead. Each monster looked ferocious, with a crazy roar, and their bodies were still struggling. Unfortunately, the teachers who caught them were mostly 3rd or 4th graders, so no matter how much the monsters struggled, it was useless. Each class had a monster, and the teacher from Special Class 3 threw the monsters into a special barrier in the middle of the crowd. So, among the 3 of you, who dares to go first? Looking at the ferocious monster, everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Why is no one stepping forward? The teacher from Special Class 3 frowned, about to call someone's name. Then, Yenyu firmly stepped to the front of the line and said, Teacher, I'll go first. The teacher from Special Class 3 nodded. Good, Yenyu, you're the first one. We still need 2 more people. I saw Yenyu go first, so Sukoan quickly raised his hand too. It's rare to have a chance to get along with Yenyu, so he naturally wouldn't give up. Then he turned and looked at me provocatively. Jiang Chen, do you dare to join us? I gave him a disdainful look. It's obvious he wants to see me make a fool of myself and show off in front of Yenyu. As someone shameless like me, I should have looked down on this kind of thing. But then the system suddenly issued a task. Agreed to help Shukuan defeat a first-level monster. Reward, 100 energy points. Open the lottery system. Teacher, count me in too. Seeing me step out from the crowd, the Special Class 3 teacher nodded in satisfaction. There's no choice. The system gives too much. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to the reward. Very good. Your courage is admirable. Now, go to the front and get ready. Inside a barrier, a monster is roaring at the students outside. The few of us prepared for battle. At the command of the Special Class 3 teacher, the barrier blocking the monster disappeared immediately. The next moment, the wolf-like monster noticed the presence of 3 people, and immediately charged towards them. A first-level monster doesn't have much intelligence yet. They follow their most basic instincts, the desire to kill humans. After Shukuan, in bear form, let out a loud roar. His body rapidly grew larger, muscles bulging, unleashing a powerful force, and roared as he charged towards the monster. At the same time, Yenyu also took action, raising her jade hand gently and extending it towards the monster. The love of divine water is activated, and 2 blue water attribute chains emerge from the ground. They transform into chains, entangling the monster, creating an opportunity for Sukoan to attack. Sukoan's fist also struck the monster's head. Under the force, the monster was heavily smashed and sent flying. Well done, the first cooperation of the 2 was perfect, and it successfully elicited cheers. It seems like I don't need to do anything, I'm just idling by like an audience. I'm just a support, and a useless one at that. From the current situation, there's no need for me to take action at all. Yenyu and Sukoan are enough to deal with this wolf monster. I thought the monster was much stronger, but it's nothing. Seeing the great effect of his punch, Sukoan couldn't help feeling pleased. However, after being hit by his punch, the wolf monster just rolled on the ground for a turn, then immediately stood up, seemingly unharmed. Seeing this scene, Sukoan, who was just feeling proud, had a slight change in his expression. The wolf monster opened its huge mouth, and then simultaneously spewed out 2 fireballs the size of basketballs. Watching the incoming fireballs, Sukoan suddenly panicked, the scorching heat making him afraid to use his body to block them. Water shield at a critical moment. Yenyu took action. A sky blue shield suddenly appeared in front of Sukoan, and 2 fireballs hit the shield, depleting it as soon as the water escape was broken. Before Sukoan could even breathe a sigh of relief, the monster once again spewed out 2 fireballs. Goodness, why the same move again? Being sealed is the scariest thing for the beast transformation class. In a situation like this, the monster is using its abilities from a distance. He simply can't get close. This time Sukoan did run fast. He ran back, crawling and rolling. The fireball hit behind him. It even almost hit him in the crotch. Losing Sukoan as the target, the wolf monster quickly locked onto me and Yenyu. This monster also has exceptional talents. 2 fireballs shot out from its mouth at the same time. Surprisingly, they were aimed at me and Yenyu separately. In different directions. Yenyu once again summoned a water shield, blocking one of the fireballs. But the other one was shot at me at the same time. He didn't have time to cast a spell. As the fireball was about to hit me, the teacher from Special Class 3 was already prepared to intervene at any moment. He knew Jiang Chen's situation. The abilities of the 2 Dasky are quite useless, with almost no combat capability. Let's see what you can do. Sukoan on the side looked at me coldly. Under the gaze of everyone, I remained calm and composed. Slowly formed a few hand seals. My gaze became even more fierce. Wood release, wood locking wall. Suddenly, a row of wooden pillars emerged from the ground, isolating the fireball. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's wood release ability can actually be used for defense. Even the teacher looked at the situation on the field incredulously. Obviously this scene is beyond everyone's cognitive scope. Yenyu, help me control his movements, I'll deal with him. As I spoke, my eyes transformed into the 3-tomo state. Yenyu, without any hesitation, activated the water chain of the water deity. Once again emerged from the ground, trapping the monster. Seizing the opportunity, I leaped in, with my eyes fixed on the monster, activated a genjutsu. A solid punch landed on him with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. The pain from the punch almost made me cry out. I almost forgot that I'm not a beastification ability user. My physical strength can't compare to the monster's. Although I couldn't knock the monster down with a single blow, it still fell under the effect of my genjutsu. However, in the eyes of others, the wolf monster fell only after I punched it. They won. An incredulous voice once again came from the crowd. Su Kuan, who originally wanted to embarrass me, must be itching with jealousy now that I've stolen the spotlight. He must be seething with anger. Well done. As I passed by Yenyu, he smiled. He said to me, Yenyu, you're a good partner. Just then, the system's voice sounded, completed the task and gained 100 energy points. The lottery system is now open. Now that the reward has been received, I can finally exchange it for some decent skills. I quickly opened the lottery system and took a look. I saw the Flying Thunder God technique hanging on the lottery wheel. The Reaper Death Seal, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, and other well-known skills were also there. Familiar techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu were all there. My eyes lit up once again, unable to contain my excitement. But when I saw that it would cost 5,000 energy points for one draw, I was dumbfounded. What could I do with just 100 energy points? In the end, I only spent 20. I exchanged the basic Sharingan ability and bought a backup scroll for the spirit communication technique. Love, this embarrassment is just like the awkwardness of my past life. After returning to the special classes observation area, my classmates' curious gazes immediately turned towards me. Wouldn't it be different if the wood release ability was used by an S-rank individual? I think I saw Jiang Chen's eyes turn red. Did he just use the clairvoyance ability? I didn't pay much attention to these whispers and focused on watching the training of others on the field. Whenever a monster is defeated, the teachers will personally go to catch it. When students are driven to a dead end by the monsters, the teachers will also step in to stop them. In this training, I saw the disparity between the ability users. At the end of the training, Wei Lin from the same class came to me with a dejected look. As he was completely ineffective during the training, being of the wood attribute like me, he only knows some skills for nurturing. Mocked by some who already look down on support-type people. Zhang, can I ask you how you apply your wood attribute in actual combat? His words immediately opened up my thoughts. The wood attribute originally appeared weak due to being less developed. If the wood shield could manifest through the world's spiritual power, it might bring about a change in the current wood attribute abilities. Perhaps, I can first try the possibility of using it on Wei Lin. Don't leave after school. Wei Lin nodded gratefully upon hearing this. After returning to the support class together, the head teacher Sun Shuyu stepped forward again and announced a major news. After another practical training tomorrow, you will follow the teachers from the Academy's execution department to officially carry out the mission of hunting and killing monsters. Upon hearing Sun Shuyu's words so quickly, everyone was once again plunged into shock, and some even went weak in the legs and sat down on the ground. I furrowed my brow as the school repeatedly moved various tasks ahead, making me sense an unstable factor. For some students who have just awakened their abilities, this is indeed too fast. There must be some major changes among them. You were able to perform so well even with the real combat training 2 days in advance. I believe you can also perform excellently when carrying out the mission, Sun Shuyu encouraged. But obviously, the emotions of the crowd are not so high. After everyone left the school, Sun Shuyu met with the principal of Huaihai City Arts School. She also expressed doubts about this series of decisions. The principal looked at the students leaving the school and slowly said, "The situation has changed now. The intelligence and reproductive ability of the monsters suddenly increased. If we continue with the previous teaching plan, our progress will be caught up with. The number of monsters has always been higher than that of humans. If we let them catch up to our training speed, only destruction awaits us." Sun Shuyu frowned, no longer speaking. Is the full-scale war between humans and monsters about to break out? On the other side, Wei Ling and I are deducing the evolution between wood element and wooden shield. I looked at Wei Ling in front of me, who had summoned the uncle, with an incredulous expression. "Brother, are you really just an earth-level wood element? I just expressed my opinion, and you comprehended it to this extent." Wei Ling scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "I still don't know what this is like in actual combat." After that, the control of the wood spirit in the body was pulled in one direction, and as the wood spirit was consumed, a small sapling quickly grew. Then it turned into a sharp wooden thorn and thrust forward violently. "I did it!" Wei Ling was excited, even though it was a bit of a drain on spiritual power. The weakness of the first level of the earth grade is now evident. What was just displayed was actually an unscrupulous acceleration of growth. At first, the research direction of the wood elemental abilities was more focused on crops, so the acceleration of growth was controlled. Accelerating the growth in this way will, on the one hand, quickly deplete the life cycle of the plants being grown. On the other hand, if not controlled properly, it will cause rapid loss of spiritual power, resulting in waste. Wooden shield, sword arm. I clasped my hands together, and a shield made of wood and vines appeared in front of me. Come on, use your wood elemental abilities to attack and see. Wei Ling looked at the shield eagerly. What elemental attack? A thick tree quickly grew out of the ground and fiercely collided with my wooden shield. Wooden debris. There was a loud noise, but it was Wei Ling's tree that cracked upon impact. The wooden shield was only slightly dented from the impact and was not broken. It didn't break? Wei Ling felt a little disappointed. That's enough. You just mastered the wood elemental ability and already want to break through my defense? Then what's the point of my S-level ability? Wei Ling's extraordinary comprehension of the demonic aura does surprise me as well. But the wood elemental ability in this world does have some differences from the wooden shield. Jiang Chen really has to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been a waste for the rest of my life. Alright, since there's still a day of training tomorrow, make good use of the time to practice. Otherwise, it would waste too much spiritual power. If the demon beast isn't killed, you'll exhaust yourself first. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation. Wei Ling nodded heavily. I breathed a sigh of relief to confirm my own speculation. On the day of officially receiving the mission, Yanyu, Zhao Mei, and I, along with 4 others, were once again assigned to Special Class 3. Wei Ling's mental state is much better than 2 days ago. It seems that mastering the wood elemental ability has given her confidence for this upcoming mission. Isn't that the wood elemental who was scared and at a loss on the field? Su Koan walked over to our side. Last time, it didn't go well for me. This time, I'm directly shifting the focus to Wei Ling. You actually dare to come today. Aren't you afraid of being scared stiff during the mission? In the past, Wei Ling would definitely have self-doubt, but now she has confidence and is starting to oppose directly. Ha, who did I think it was? Turns out it's a bear that got scared away halfway. Su Koan felt exposed and his face darkened. Seeing the school leaders accompanied by several members of the execution department approaching, he had no choice but to suppress his feelings and do nothing. I hope you can still say that when we are outside, he said before returning to his seat. After the students had each put on their issued equipment, a figure wearing a white mask stepped forward and addressed the members of Special Class 3. I will accompany you on a 5-day mission to hunt and kill demons outside. You are to hunt and kill 100 demons within these 5 days, and bring back all their corpses. Upon hearing the number 100, a collective cry of despair arose from the crowd. Although this number represents the total, they are all still novices in the mission. How can they bear such a heavy burden? Hearing the agony of the crowd, Xing Yun from the execution department immediately declared, "The mission is in order, and what you need to do is obey orders. You can form your own teams, with 4 people in each group. Search for targets and hunt demons. You have 5 days. Each group." The cruel command left many people at a loss. Except for one person, of course. "Jiang Chen, let's team up too," Wei Lin said to me, her face filled with excitement. He urgently needs a battle to test his wood-based abilities. On the other side, Su Koan approached Yen Yu and Zhao Mei. "Classmate Yen Yu, we all have offensive abilities. It's perfect, we can invite you to team up." I can see that Yen Yu is clearly taking the lead, Zhao Mei is obviously following her. However, the school belle of Huaihai College is smiling. She politely turned him down. "No need, we already have our team members." After saying that, he walked slowly towards me and Wei Lin. "Jiang Chen, can we team up with you?" "Jiang Chen, all 4 of you are support types, lacking combat skills. How can you possibly complete the mission?" Seeing that Yen Yu chose me, Su Koan immediately became anxious. "You don't need to worry about that, we have our own way." After saying that, he turned his head and agreed to Yen Yu's team invitation. Ignoring Su Koan's cannibalistic gaze, the 3 of us, along with Yen Yu, proactively walked towards the forest. A deep sense of unease arose in my heart. Perhaps we can find the answer from the beasts in this forest. Entering the forest, we began to observe the surrounding environment. In order to provide space for the students' trials, the staff of the executive department has already cleared all the beasts above the 1st rank in this area. We quickly found a berserk fire-type beast, the Furious Magic Bear. That's a 1st-rank ultimate Furious Magic Bear. Can the 4 of us be a match for it? Zhao Mei couldn't help but feel worried. "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of 1st-rank beasts at all." At this moment, Wei Ling had a mysterious confidence. "Jiang Chen, do you have any battle plan?" Yen Yu glanced at the Furious Magic Bear. "Ask me a question. It's not that complicated. I'll focus on dealing damage, the 3 of you handle control, okay? Jiang Chen, just go with peace of mind. We'll protect you from behind." Wei Ling looks moved. Encouragement from the bottom of my heart. The moment I rushed out, the furious demon bear locked onto the target. After a roar, it's going to charge over. Love of the divine water. Yen Yu seizes the opportunity to strike. Seizing the opportunity to control, I draw the short knife issued by the execution department and stab fiercely. The furious demon bear has tough skin and thick flesh. The short knife only stabbed a few centimeters in, unable to reach the vital organs. The furious demon bear, feeling pain, breaks free from the restraints. A palm strike. A huge pit appears instantly where I was standing before. I shout that I dodged quickly. In the middle stage of the first order, the monster is unexpectedly terrifying. Yen Yu also feels somewhat guilty because the chains were just broken free. Seeing the furious demon bear about to strike again, Wei Ling and Zhao Mei simultaneously unleash their abilities, entwining it with wood energy. The love of the divine water entwines the monster again, rendering it unable to move. This is how you cross-control them. Go for it. Like this. The furious demon bear breaks free from the control time and time again. An endless loop. I had to face countless fierce attacks from him during that time. Rage shield burst gun technique. Until the end, I pierced Tori's skull with a full force blow, harboring hidden resentment. Are you okay? Yen Yu and a few others rushed over, looking at the already dead raging demon bear with disbelief in their eyes. How did you manage to have both the wood style and the spirit eye? It's a secret. I naturally wouldn't easily reveal the matter of the Sharingan. Yen Yu also expressed understanding about this, because he never showed his winning attribute ability from beginning to end. The secret of the monster's own abilities is already the default rule for the entire world. Anyway, we have solved the first monster. Let's hurry and recover our strength. Then drag it back to the camp. Wei Ling and Zhao Mei, who have low innate abilities, are obviously a bit out of touch. As we dragged the monster back, I was delighted to find that this raging demon bear had exploded with the monster box system. How much energy is this thing worth? Identified as an ultimate fire-type monster box, exchangeable for 100 energy points. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. Quickly exchange it for me. Seeing 100 energy points credited, I feel great. Then I casually exchanged it for the Genjutsu realm of the Sharingan. It looks like I've found a way to get rich. Back at the camp, the rest of us immediately attracted the attention of others. What kind of monster is this? Wow, this is huge. I've seen it in the monster compendium. It's called the Rampage Demon Bear. Its size has already reached the level of a first-tier ultimate beast. Wow, a first-tier ultimate beast, and it was actually defeated by a team that's all support-based. Not far from a tree, the head of the execution department is watching this scene, eyes filled with approval. It seems that the 2S level freshmen at the academy are quite capable. After resting for a while, the four-person team once again headed towards the forest. On the fourth day, after we took down a snow wolf, we successfully completed the team's goal of killing 10 monsters within 5 days, a day earlier than the specified time. But I didn't feel very happy. Besides the first Rampage Demon Bear, we really came up empty-handed with the other monsters. Well, it seems reality isn't as easy as in game ads. When I was feeling down alone, 1 to 999, we had already dragged the Snow Wolf back. Monster Snow Wolf, congratulations, you completed the task a day early. Zhao Mei and Wei Lin often breathed a sigh of relief. Assisting for 4 days is also very tiring. Alright, dig. They completed the task so quickly, it's no wonder that it's the group with Yen Yu in it. I heard that not only Yen Yu, but Jiang Chen and Wei Lin have also developed new abilities in wood magic, and their combat abilities are very strong. But now, after all, heart is developed from a useless ability, so it's not that strong. Su Koen said disdainfully, he was still upset about not being paired with Yen Yu. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. We need to discuss in groups, quickly rest. The squad leader of the execution department shouted, tomorrow is the last day. Once the task is completed, you can go back. In the late night, I felt the ground inside the camp constantly shaking. Wei Ling, stop talking nonsense. Can you keep it down? The ground is exploding. I said to the Wei Ling lying next to me. How is that possible? I definitely don't have such great power. Everyone come to gather immediately. The head of the execution department's voice was like thunder, waking everyone up. What's going on? Someone unwilling to climb out of the tent. At the same time, Teacher Sanban also walked over. It's less than 2 kilometers from us to the moisture. What? Hearing the word moisture, everyone's face showed fear. How could there be moisture? The so-called moisture is when numerous monsters gather together, attacking human-inhabited cities without considering losses. It can be said that every moisture is a huge disaster for humanity. Everyone return to the city immediately. The head of the execution department, Xing Yun, ordered. Everyone looked terrified, running in the direction of Huaihai City under the leadership of the teacher. Suddenly, dozens of huge rats rushed out from the darkness, pouncing on everyone. Several members of the patrol immediately rushed forward, and blood splattered for a moment. It's a second-level demon beast. The Decay Division should be the vanguard that got wet. They are 1 kilometer away from us. We need to fight and retreat. Jiang Chen, do you think we'll die? Wei Ling asked tremulously and quietly. Shut your crow's beak, I scolded under my breath. Yan Yu was also quite nervous inside, but compared to others, she was relatively calm. The tide is getting closer, protect the students quickly, Captain Xingyun shouted again. There's a formation arranged by the academy in front of Teacher Du, the eye of the crescent moon formation is on the stone, quickly take the students through. The special class 3 teacher responded. After handing over the task, the 4 members of the execution department stopped together and turned to rush towards Shoujo. Don't look back. Don't stop, special class 3 teacher shouted loudly. Several people who had completed the mission and the beast tide stood together. All the students didn't dare to look back, they just ran forward with all their might. Under the protection of Teacher Du from special class 3, everyone arrived at a stone town. Keep running forward, I'll use the formation to hold them back. The beast tide did not stop because of the obstruction from the execution department but instead split into several waves and continued to rush towards Huaihai City. This formation is specifically used by Huaihai City for outbound execution personnel in case of emergencies. Teacher Du placed her hand on the stone formation's eye, and suddenly a golden light shone, enveloping the surroundings. Come, beasts. Facing the oncoming beast tide, Teacher Du exerted all her strength to release an ability. A series of tall earth walls rose, temporarily cutting off the path between the students and the beast herd. The students continued to run forward with all their might, dozens of them ran for a full 5 minutes, each one panting heavily, and their speed slowing down. I can't go on. Even if I'm not eaten by the monster, I'll be exhausted to death. Wei Lin finally couldn't hold on and stopped. I can't run anymore, and Jiamei also stopped. Slowly, more and more people couldn't run, and once they lost their breath, it was almost impossible to start running again in a short time. Seeing more and more people stopping, both Yan Yu and I hesitated for a moment. We can't stop here. We must quickly go back and inform the school of the situation, otherwise the sacrifice of the teachers will be meaningless. Lian Yue gasped slightly, but still urgently said to them. At this point, everyone's bodies were also reaching their limit, and even if it was the school flower, they couldn't speak right now. If Wei Lin can't run, then walk. In any case, we can't stop. By the way, I just learned a healing skill that can alleviate our fatigue, Zhao Mei suddenly said. As a water elemental ability user, he also learned some basic healing abilities. I summoned it from my palm, a watery blue halo, enveloping the 4 of us. Immediately, several people felt a certain relief from their physical fatigue. In Special Class 3, there are also a few ability users who have mastered the healing technique, and they also began to use basic healing techniques to help everyone alleviate their physical fatigue. Suddenly, several wolf howls came from behind. There are also several huge flying monsters in the sky, hovering low and communicating with other monsters through their calls. The students are in a bad position. They caught up, someone shouted to run, and everyone ran for their lives again. It's a group of corrupt wolves chasing us, ranging from first to second order, and they are very fast. Without anyone else to help intercept, these inexperienced students simply cannot outrun the ferocious corrupt wolves. Soon, several people were caught by the corrupt wolves, and there were miserable cries. Me and the other 4 are running at the front. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, and several huge storm eagles landed ahead. There's no escape, the expression on everyone's face changed. Storm eagles block the way ahead, and there's a pack of wolves closely chasing from behind. Let's fight them. Seeing no way out, Su Koan shouted loudly. He took the initiative and charged towards the pack of corrupt wolves. Let's fight them, everyone also reacted. Since there's no escape, we might as well fight. After all, everyone here has abilities. We'll maintain coordinated team tactics, don't panic. I immediately spoke softly, to stabilize the mindset of the other 3. In the current situation, blindly attacking without a plan is a foolish behavior. Trigger the mission, break out of the encirclement, and successfully escape to receive a reward of 100 energy points. Amidst the crisis, I don't have much thought to care about the system's rewards, even with a chance for a draw. Moreover, ahead are several winged storm eagles. Even if they are only intermediate level first tier, flying beasts are much more difficult to deal with than beasts of the same level. You find a way to hold back the 3 storm eagles, I will quickly resolve the 4th one, and then immediately help you. Understood, the 3 of us shouted in unison. I took out the short knife from behind and took the initiative to rush out. Love of the divine water. Wood system entanglement. Several people simultaneously make their moves in the love of the divine water, heading straight for the monster in front, and the battle begins as soon as they make contact. The storm eagle's wings stirred up a gust of wind and pounced directly at me. My eyes instantly turned into a hook jade, dodging to the side to avoid a blow. In the moment when I was about to brush past the storm eagle, I held the knife in my hand and turned around. The short knife in my hand fiercely stabbed into the neck of the storm eagle. Love of the divine water, Yen Yu, once again activated the ability. A water chain broke through the ground, firmly locking the storm eagle that wanted to counterattack before dying. I was shocked that while controlling a storm eagle, he could still free up his hands to help me. Seeing others gradually struggling, I didn't hesitate to use the burst gun technique to take down the first storm eagle. Swiftly moving on, I arrived in front of the two entangled by Wei Ling and Zhao Mei. I decisively drew my short weapon and struck decisively at their throats. Before I could rush over to support Yen Yu, I saw several water blue water blades whistling up, and forcefully chopped off the head of the storm eagle. Sure enough, both S-rank, Yen Yu's strength has never been fully revealed. All 4 storm eagles died, but it was just a small victory for us. Faced with the encirclement of the corrupt wolf pack, 20 out of the 40 members of Special Class 3 have already been lost. The piercing screams and sounds of flesh being torn apart, all of it made one's scalp tingle. The surviving students all looked desperate. Everyone's spiritual power is limited. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, the only fate is to become food for the monsters. Who will save us? A student cried out in despair. Grandfather, after using the water blade to deal with a corrupt wolf pouncing over, said to me solemnly that I would figure out a way later to break open a gap in the encirclement, and I should take them away. I nodded in response to his words. After receiving my affirmative response, Grandfather's eyes were instantly filled with a glint of gold. At the next moment, a golden light burst forth, spreading out in all directions, gradually forming a golden path. When those monsters were touched by the golden light, they rarely showed fear. They began to retreat non-stop. Right now, it was as if everyone had grabbed a lifeline and was quickly running along the golden path, while Yen Yue could only stay in place to maintain the golden path. However, I clearly felt that this golden path only lasted for less than 10 seconds before showing signs of decay. The plane rushed to Yen Yue's side and grabbed his arm. I can turn a blind eye to unrelated people, but I can't watch Yen Yue be torn to pieces by monsters trying to save me. The moment Yen Yue was dragged away, the golden path accelerated its weakening, and the forced-back monsters began to chase again. Without the holy light, we can't outrun them. Yen Yue's breathing is weak, and his face looks pale due to consuming too much spiritual energy. Run as far as you can. At this time, besides the relentless pursuit of the corrupt wolf pack, the Stormhawks in the sky were also diving down towards us. Watching the increasingly closer Tier 2 Stormhawk, I gritted my teeth, made up my mind, and could only give it a try. Yen Yue, jump with me. As soon as the words fell, the Sharingan opened again, and I looked up, staring into the eyes of the Stormhawk charging towards us, activating the illusion. The eyes of the Storm Eagle quickly transformed into a jade-like shape, and in the instant when Yen Yue and I jumped down, it caught us and carried us on its back. With a flap of its wings towards the pack of decay wolves, it created a sudden gust of wind, instantly causing the few front-running first-order decay wolves to fly away. Having done all this, the second-order Storm Eagle spread its wings high and flew, carrying the two of us. There are still a few first-order Storm Eagles trying to catch up from behind, but they can't keep up with the speed of the second-order Storm Eagle. What on earth is going on? Yen Yue looked incredulously at the Storm Eagle that helped them escape. How did you do it? He was certain that this was Jiang Chen's ability. I gasped for breath heavily, having consumed too much spiritual energy, which was no longer enough to sustain the state of the Sharingan. However, it's fortunate that the spiritual quality of the second-order Storm Eagle is not high, and it still cannot break free from the illusion. How it was done is not important. What's important is that we are not completely out of danger yet. There are still more than 10 first-order Storm Eagles behind us, still relentlessly pursuing. Yen Yue looked at the monsters in the sky and on the ground, seeming to have noticed something, and said, "It seems like they are all chasing us." I also noticed something wrong. From high above, I could see that Weiling and the others were still constantly escaping, but there were no more monsters behind them. Even the decay wolves on the ground changed direction and started chasing towards Yen Yue and me. Perhaps their target was always us. Yen Yue looked serious. However, with this second-order Storm Eagle immersed in illusion, we also have a certain guarantee. I mobilized the scarce spiritual power within me to control it flying towards Huaihai City. But just when everything was going smoothly, suddenly, in front of us, several flying monsters in flames appeared, with faint figures standing on their bodies. Yen Yu, who was already on high alert, suddenly changed color. They are the Fireburners. The Fireburners are a group of people who have been expelled or left human gathering places, and formed an organization outside. I saw the newcomer raise his arm lightly, and a cluster of flames shot directly towards us. Yen Yu decisively stepped forward. The Holy Attribute Shield is fully activated, creating the conditions for me to control the flight. The flame laser hit the shield, splashing a burst of fire, and the strong shock caused Yen Yu's body to falter. Several others also took action at the same time. Although the Holy Attribute's abilities are powerful, they cannot make up for the gap in strength. With a loud rumble, the strong shockwave overturned the Storm Eagle, causing it to plummet rapidly. Before hitting the ground, I drained the spiritual power within me, causing the branches of a nearby tree to grow, in order to slow down the impact when we hit the ground. Several red figures quickly arrived around us. Facing the indifferent expressions of the few people, I asked in a deep voice, "Why did you attack us?" But their response was the raising of their arms and the bursting flame laser. At the critical moment, a huge bolt of lightning struck fiercely in front of me from the sky. The spreading electric light instantly turned those several incoming flames into nothingness. A group of rats, a few turkeys, and you dare to touch my son? Dad, I was pleasantly surprised. At a critical moment, Dad is reliable. Here comes the person, it's Jiang Lei, the thunder-absorbing esper from the 5 streets of Huaihai City. The moment they saw Jiang Lei, the faces of those people changed slightly. It's Jiang Lei, trying to escape after messing with my son? Jiang Lei snorted coldly, calmly snapped his fingers, and lightning struck from the sky. Instantly, those few people trying to escape, along with the firehawks below, turned into charred remains. Several second-tier espers were no match for Jiang Lei. Dad, you're awesome. I gave a thumbs up. Of course, I'm your dad. Dad grinned, showing a row of big teeth. By the way, there are others. After saying this, I felt all my strength drained from my body and collapsed. Jiang Lei stepped forward and caught Jiang Chen, his eyes showing both distress and relief. You must be classmate Yen Yu. Is everything okay? Jiang Wei finally noticed Yen Yu standing beside him. It's just that my spiritual energy was depleted. Thank you for your concern, Master Jiang. Yen Yu looked weak. At the same time, more than 10 figures rushed from different directions. They were all members of the executive department. The head of the Jiang family and the others have all been rescued. Jiang Wei nodded in understanding, then suddenly erupted in anger. How did Wang Daochuan become the principal? If I hadn't rushed back in time, my son would have been gone. After fainting, I woke up in the system space. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, breaking through the encirclement, escaping successfully, and receiving a reward of 100 energy points and 1 chance to draw lots. As this news popped up, I was also excited beyond measure. After struggling desperately, I finally welcomed a chance to draw lots. As the lottery wheel kept spinning, I was silently praying, just hoping it's not the corpse demon seal. Anything else would be fine. Only saw Amaterasu. Ninjutsu such as the corpse demon seal and 1,000 years of death spinning on the roulette. When the golden light flashed, the pointer stopped at 4 large characters. Sage mode. Ah, I was overjoyed. This is a great treasure for enhancing strength. This Sage mode integrates with Maya Boku. There are 3 kinds of Sage mode, Dragon Ground, Toad Mountain, and Lion Turtle. Can instantly enter Sage mode. At the same time, it can absorb natural energy while fighting. Note that the maximum natural energy that can be absorbed in Sage mode at one time cannot exceed twice the host's own spiritual energy limit. Even with this limitation, I am very satisfied. At this time, it also reflects the importance of my own spiritual energy value. In this battle, I felt like I was the noob in an anime, running out of mana after just a few hits. When I woke up again, it was already 2 days later, and to my surprise, I found that my strength had increased to an ultimate level, which could be considered as rapid growth after the battle. Dad was overjoyed to see me wake up, but at the same time, he told me some heavy news. Out of the special class that trained together, fewer than 20 people survived in the end. For duty members and the leader, as well as all the teachers, sacrificed themselves. I felt really uneasy when I heard this news. Just a short while ago, classmates who laughed and joked together, and the strict teachers, all vanished in the blink of an eye. It's not so much about being sad, but feeling that this world is very cruel. Under the powerful threat of the monsters, humans can only defend the city walls. Thinking about this, I couldn't suppress my desire to become stronger even more. Looking up at the 5th level powerhouse from Huaihai City in front of me, I spoke slowly. Dad, can you give me some encouragement? On the way back to the academy, I used the encouragement I got from my dad to exchange for a few new ninja techniques. Just as I pushed open the door to the auxiliary classroom, Wei Ling pounced on me. Ping, you're finally back. Stop, I pushed Wei Ling away. I just lay down for 2 days, it's not like I died. We are really grateful for your help this time. Without you and Yuan, we might not have made it back. As Wei Lingzhang was wiping his tears and snot, Yanyu and Xiaomei also came over. It's good that you woke up safely, Yanyu said softly. Just as the other students from the auxiliary class gathered around, the head teacher Sun Shuyu walked in. But when everyone went back to their seats, I realized that the number of students in the auxiliary class seemed a bit off. Sun Shuyu regretfully expressed that apart from Class 3, all the other classes from Huaihai University's outdoor training had suffered varying degrees of water damage. Class 1 in particular was almost wiped out. Excluding the dead and severely injured, only 10 students can attend classes normally. The students assigned to various classes from the auxiliary class also suffered a loss of 11 people. When Sun Shuyu mentioned this, the whole class fell silent. Looking at the dejected students in front of her, Sun Shuyu said sternly, I won't comfort you. I just want you to know, if you want to survive, then work hard to improve your own strength. Rest for today, and then continue with the mission from tomorrow onwards. This time, the students no longer had the impatience on their faces, but instead each one looked extremely determined, as if witnessing the deaths of their classmates had strengthened their resolve. To become stronger, they were more determined than ever. Yen Yu and Jiang Chen, come with me for a moment, Sun Shuyu said before leaving the classroom. On the way to the office, I approached Yen Yu and asked softly, Yen Yu, how are your injuries? At that time, our situations were similar, and both of us had exhausted our spiritual energy. It's nothing, I just recovered a day earlier than you, Yen Yu said with a faint smile. It seems that the Holy Series is indeed more powerful. I clearly remember the 2 significant roles Yen Yu played during the flooding. If it weren't for the special abilities of the Holy Series, when encountering a flood of the same scale, the outcome would really be hard to predict. Arriving at the office, we met Wang Daochuan, the principal of Huaihai College. He took out 2 energy-containing crystals from the drawer. In view of your outstanding performance during the last flooding, these 2 high-quality snacks are the reward from the college. High-quality snacks. Yen Yu and I were both a little surprised. High-quality snacks are energy-containing crystals. Although the demon box also contains energy, it is unfortunately tainted with demonic energy, and direct absorption will disturb the consciousness of the psychic. So when I asked my dad for the demon box before, he only agreed to give it to me after confirming multiple times that I wasn't going to use it for absorption. The energy of the spirit stones, on the other hand, is very pure and can be directly absorbed by psychics. One high-quality spirit stone is enough to allow a first-tier psychic to advance to a small realm. I didn't expect the college to be willing to take it out as a reward this time. You each get one of these 2 spirit stones. Wang Daochuan said. Thank you, Principal, Yen Yu said, eagerly picking up the snack. No need to thank so soon, although you performed exceptionally this time, but there is more than just one high-grade snack. Wang Daochuan's style suddenly changes. After taking this snack, there are other tasks to be assigned to you too. I knew all along that high-grade snacks wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Principal, please go on. Yen Yu on the side doesn't seem to care much about high-grade snacks. Instead, he is more interested in the task that Wang Daochuan is going to give them. This time's monster wave is somewhat abnormal. Behind it, there should be some expelled traitors causing trouble, so you need to investigate. I'll have the teachers from the execution department go with you. Just consider it as a new outdoor training. Alright, I was just about to ask about the time and place for the mission, when Wang Daochuan spoke again. The mission location is in Shaohai City. Depart immediately. The people from the execution department are already waiting for you at the school gate. I'm somewhat surprised by the urgency. I've just returned to school after recovering from my injury, and now I have to go out on a mission. Even the donkeys in the production team don't work this hard, do they? From the moment you awakened your abilities, it was already destined that you would have to toil on the path of missions in the future. Wang Daochuan poured himself a cup of tea. Not just you. Others will also be assigned more tasks later on. Leaving the principal's office, I toyed with the high-grade spirit stone I had just obtained. I've already asked the system. One high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 500 energy points, which is worth a lot more than monsters and their value. But I don't intend to exchange it. After all, my current state is especially important. No matter how powerful the ninja technique given by the system, without a certain level of spiritual power support, you'll be exhausted after just a few hits. As we arrived at the school gate, a well-mannered looking man walked up to us. You must be Jiang Chen and Yen Yu, right? Yes, may I ask who you are? Both Yen Yu and I looked at him. I am the team leader for your mission this time. Yun Nin's words were concise and to the point. Because this time the target is Shanghai City. While Warhai City suffered from the tide, Shanghai City also suffered from a larger beast attack. This time our investigation does not require the identity of the execution department. In addition to us, there are 4 members of the execution department who are responsible for cooperating with our investigation in secret. Yen Yu and I nodded in understanding at the same time, triggering the task to investigate the cause of the tide. Task reward, 500 energy points and 1 chance to draw a prize. The system triggered the task once again, increasing my interest. In the carriage on the way to Shanghai City, Yen Yu and I both absorbed that medium-grade snack, reaching the level of advanced strength at once. It seems that Yen Yu also made a breakthrough in the last battle. Shanghai City is a distance away from Warhai City. It wasn't until the next morning that the outline of Shanghai City appeared before us. Near the city gate, there were still many remnants of the beasts, obviously from a recent major battle. As we arrived at a private room inside the city, a woman in a skirt came forward to greet us as soon as we entered. Teacher Yu Ming, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Teacher Lanfeng, long time no see. The fisherman smiled slightly and introduced me and Yen Yue to the person in front of him. Lanfeng also smiled and greeted us. I am a teacher at the Shanghai City Academy, responsible for coordinating your operation. After both sides sat down, Lanfeng spoke first. This time, the principal of Shanghai City has identified a target. Feng Huazhong, right? As soon as the official mention was made, Yunming's expression immediately became serious. Teacher Lanfeng nodded. Yenla and I exchanged glances. From our last encounter, Feng Huazhong is definitely involved. Teacher Lanfeng, do you have any suggestions? Where should we start the investigation? Yunming glanced at Lanfeng and Moroi Yangwang. The city of drunken knights. Are you talking about that chaotic city of drunken knights? Yunming's brow furrowed suddenly. Yes, if Feng Huazhong is still lurking, then the city of drunken knights might be the final destination. Seeing their serious expressions, I couldn't help but feel curious. Where is the city of drunken knights? Obviously, for me who has not been here long, this is a blind spot in my knowledge. The city of drunken knights is a city not under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Empire. There is no order there. Human rebels, monsters, and others can enter without any restrictions. Any trade can take place inside, and the right to speak there depends only on your wealth and power, Lanfeng explained. So the city of Sin is basically the gathering place for those expelled from the city, the renegades who have betrayed the sacred laws. The bonfire sect is made up of these renegades. Currently, the only clue to find their whereabouts is the city of Sin. Let's set off for the drunken night city. The fisherman is not at all hesitant. After clarifying the goal, we immediately boarded a wooden cart with a few people and left the Shanghai City. Led by Lanfeng, we head to the drunken night city. I'm always dizzy when riding in a cart. Just arrived at Shanghai City, and now have to take another hour-long ride to the next place. In terms of scale, the drunken night city can't even compare to Shanghai City. But the chaotic atmosphere that hits you, even the spiritual energy within the body is somewhat disturbed. After noticing something amiss, I quickly gathered my thoughts. The city of Sin is notorious for its chaos, so the spiritual energy here is naturally affected. Be careful, both of you, Yunming cautioned. Is it appropriate to take these two in? Lanfeng glanced back at Zhang Chen and the others. After all, the city of Sin is not a playground. Without exception, the people who appear here are all ruthless and vicious, or cunning individuals. Not a single one is kind-hearted. Putting these two inexperienced youngsters here is like throwing two little lambs into a pack of wolves. If they're not careful, they'll be devoured completely. The fisherman smiled. I believe that our students at the Huaihai Academy must also go through this. You two are also heart-big double S-class freshmen. Exercising like this, aren't you afraid of accidents? Lanfeng shook her head. Anyway, if it were them, they would definitely pamper these two precious students and nurture them. Let's go, we'll go to Beishitong first. Listening to these two teachers, Yen Yu and I both have complicated feelings. The streets and alleys of the City of Time are in chaos, and the cold atmosphere made Yen Yu involuntarily tighten her combat windbreaker. In a dark corner, a pair of fiery red eyes lit up in the darkness. The prey delivered itself to the door. The four arrived at an inconspicuous tattered shop, where the owner was a scruffy man in ragged clothes. Without saying a word, Lanfeng threw 4 pieces of low-grade snacks onto the counter. The snack shop owner picked up the snacks and sniffed them with his nose, then looked at the visitors and smiled. So, Teacher Lanfeng wants to buy something from the shop. What news do you have? There's a recent emergence of an organization called Burnt Fire Seed. We want to know their whereabouts in the city of Drunken Leaves. Lanfeng cut to the chase. For Burnt Fire Seed, this price won't cut it. It needs to be doubled, the owner said indifferently. Without saying a word, Lanfeng took out 4 more pieces of low-grade snacks and placed them on the counter. You can find them at Zuifang in the west of the city of Drunken Leaves. The owner silently accepted all the snacks. Let's head to Zuifang. After getting the information, Lan Feng and the others didn't linger and left immediately. Yen Yu and I were following behind. We had just left the Beitong and hadn't walked a few steps when suddenly, a huge magic array appeared under our feet. This is a spatial magic array. There was a wave of spatial fluctuations. Before Yin Ming and Lan Feng could react to help, Yen Yu and I were instantly dragged down by the magic array. In the dim underground room, two men in red robes smirked as they looked at the two of us who had just appeared. Are these the two new SS level freshmen from the Huaihai Academy? They don't seem particularly special, the first one spoke. Who's there? I decisively drew my dagger and pointed it at the figure in the corner, waiting to see Qingchuan Zhuoho's face darken. The flame heavy quickly knew our identity. The man shook his head helplessly. It seems that not only did our last attempt fail, but it also leaked all of our information. Yen Yu also reacted and made a defensive posture towards the two men. It's a pity to kill two SS level directly. As the son of Jiang Lei from the Jiang family in Huaihai City, you must have a lot of useful information in your head. One of them gradually revealed a cold smile on his face. The love gun technique of the divine water. Yen Yu and I both acted at the same time, releasing our skills towards the two men in red robes. A deep red flame rose from under the two men. Before our skills reached Yen Yu and me, this flame easily dissipated them. Before we could make our next move, one of them suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Yen Yu in an instant. Special spatial ability user, Yen Yu, showed a look of horror, not waiting for the next move. As soon as the person arrived, a palm was pressed against his abdomen, and the powerful impact sent his body flying rapidly, crashing heavily into the wall. A third-level ability user, Yen Yu, coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, with a hint of horror in his eyes. As Yen Yu landed, I happened to rush behind that person, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the faint sound of breaking air behind me, his figure disappeared again in the original place, and my dagger instantly lost its target. Before I could react, I suddenly felt someone's hand choking my neck from behind, just like what happened to Lin Xiaoji. Mingyue found the information she wanted from his mind, and with a casual swing, she threw me to another person. Mingyue took me, then with a backhand, smashed me into the wall. The intense pain from behind almost made me cry out. Facing head-on against opponents from two different major realms was still too difficult. Hush, you won't be able to make a sound next. Mingyue's mouth carried a faint smile, and the mysterious fluctuations made my consciousness momentarily blurry. The next moment, I found myself in a sea of fire. Several chains were wrapped around my body. Mingyue was standing in front of me. A confident and sinister smile played on her lips. Welcome to my world of illusionary books, little one. He spread open his arms. Feeling this moment, the entire world belonged to his confidence and arrogance. No context provided. You should know what illusion is, right? Low-level illusion. It's about creating illusions to deceive the enemy. While advanced illusion can draw the enemy's spirit into its own illusionary space, confidently surveying the surrounding environment. In this space, I am omnipotent. Although in this place, physical injuries are all illusory, but those injuries will ultimately be returned twofold to your spirit. So if you don't want to suffer mental breakdown and become a fool, then obediently cooperate with me. I slowly raised my head, looking at the bright moon in front of me, and let out a disdainful chuckle. Is this your illusionary world? It seems nothing more than that to me. What did you say? Mingyue is slightly angry. As he looks up, he is met with my crimson eyes, and a strange sensation pierces through his entire body. But Xuanji sneered again. Don't try to use these low-level tricks to delay time. Useless. He comes to me and casually draws a sword from the sea of fire. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then I have no choice but to use some tough measures. I hope you can hold on. Take a closer look at who is trapped now. My words fell into Mingyue's ears like a spell, causing a momentary blur before him. Then Mingyue suddenly realized that he himself was bound by chains, enduring the pain of burning flames. Standing before him was me, completely unscathed. The positions of the two have been reversed. What's going on? Mingyue suddenly widened his eyes. Your illusion technique is strong, but it's really no match for my Sharingan. I looked up at him. In a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, emitting a mysterious eye power. No, this can't be. Aren't you from the Wood Style and Spirit Eye clans? Why can you still use Genjutsu? A wave of fear rose from Mingyue's heart. Even if you are from the Genjutsu clan, with your first-level advanced realm, how could you possibly make me fall for your Genjutsu? It's impossible. Haha, even if you win, so what? Qingfeng is still outside. You can't possibly win. As a third-level spatial ability user, being defeated in his own area of expertise by someone 2 realms lower, Mingyue's spirit gradually crumbled. A frog at the bottom of a well, how could you understand the power of the Sharingan? I withdrew my gaze. In front of my Sharingan, your genjutsu is like that of a clown. In the basement, Qingfeng sneered at Yenyu. The illusion of Mingyue is not simple. Your companion is going to be tortured miserably. What is your purpose after all? Facing a third-level Esper, the heavily injured Yenyu is not a match, with no chance of escape. Our purpose is simple, just to get rid of you, Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Gently lifting Yenyu's snow-white chin, his gaze roamed freely over her. A pretty little girl, it's a bit of a pity to lose her like this, he said. What do you want to do? Yenyu became a little flustered, secretly preparing to make a full-force strike. Qingfeng's mouth curved into a mischievous smile, about to make the next move, when suddenly a burst of air-breaking sound came from behind, alerting Qingfeng. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ability again, and the spatial lizard disappeared on the spot. It reappeared 10 steps away. The strike missed, and I didn't pursue, but quickly helped Yenyu up. Are you okay, Yenyu? She shook her head, quickly locking her gaze on Qingfeng, and whispered, he should be of the fire and spatial types. The spatial ability allows him to freely shuttle in a short time, or use a formation for long-distance teleportation, just like how he brought us here. A third-level dual-type Esper, a bit tricky. I kept a close eye on Qingfeng, guarding against his next move. Qingfeng, he said, looking somewhat surprised at the unconscious Mingyue beside, you actually defeated Mingyue. Wasn't it Mingyue who dragged Jiang Chen into the illusion space? How did it become Mingyue's book now? A third-level illusionist, lost to a different-level superhuman. This is really unacceptable. Indeed, he is Jiang Lei's son, quite capable, but I won't give you any more chances. After suppressing the shock in my heart, my expression turned cold again, and a small fiery red tornado appeared in my heart. Rose in the palm. Faced with the sudden fireball, I clapped my hands vigorously, in immortal mode. I summoned the shield of divine water, and Yenyu, enduring his injuries, summoned a huge water shield. However, the gap between the first and third level superpowers is quite large. The shield of divine water lasted less than 1 second, before being evaporated into a mist of red water balls, and continued to strike. Seeing the situation was not good, I decisively picked up Yenyu, and with the various bonuses of immortal mode, successfully dodged this blow. Fell into the safe zone. Can't confront head-on, you assist me, put down Yenyu. I decisively drew the Zhishir dagger from behind. Rushing forward in defiance, Qingfeng chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the fiery red flames rose from his palm again. But before the flames could form, Yenyu seized the opportunity and the accumulated water on the ground turned into 2 water chains, binding Qingfeng, and I successfully approached the dagger in my hand, stabbed fiercely. Qingfeng disappeared from the original place again, not even the love of divine water could hold him. Eager words from Yenyu behind Jiang Chen resounded. Without hesitation, he turned around and slashed with a backhand, but Qingfeng accurately grabbed his wrist, swiftly taking the knife away. From Yenyu's perspective, after Qingfeng took the knife, he showed no mercy, piercing Jiang Chen's heart with a single stroke. Yenyu, who did not watch the scene, was completely stunned. I have to say, the innate abilities of both of you, placed among your peers, are indeed impressive. Qingfeng expressionlessly released the short knife. If you were given a little more time to grow, perhaps you really could have become a threat. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. But just then, Jiang Chen, with his heart pierced, suddenly slapped Qingfeng. The force of this slap wasn't great, and Qingfeng immediately used his spatial ability to create distance. Whether there's a chance or not, it's too early to conclude right now, I said slowly, pulling the short knife out of my body. At the same time, my body slowly turned into wood. Another me emerged from the shadows and took the short knife. It's actually a doppelganger. Looking at the 2 Jiang Chens, Qingfeng suddenly realized that the ability to create doppelgangers wasn't rare, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen's doppelganger to be indistinguishable from the real one. This little guy in front of me is too terrifying, with all kinds of innate talents. If he's not eliminated, there will be endless trouble. A cold light flashed through the clear wind's hands, and with a clap, the violent fire elements combined with spatial abilities, causing the entire underground passage to shake. Even other level 3 ability users would probably not dare to face this attack, indicating that Qingfeng has already exerted his power. But the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure silently appeared in front of him, and the short knife pierced his heart in the same way. Intense pain spread instantly from his heart to his entire body. How can you have spatial abilities? Qingfeng stared at Jiang Chen in horror. This is the art of the flying thunder god. I shook my head. My wooden clone left a mark on you, so no matter where you are, I can instantly appear by your side. So rest in peace. His body fell in his heart, unavenged in death. I pulled out the short knife, feeling relieved. Finally dealt with this trouble. It was too much to take on a level 3 with just level 1 abilities. It's thanks to the mahjong tiles my dad gave me last time, exchanged for the Flying Thunder God and the Wooden Split God. Otherwise, there would have been no chance in a fight. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Yan Yu ran over, looking at the fallen Xingfeng, who had already lost signs of life, and the clueless Mingyue on the other side, her pretty face filled with surprise. There's a certain element of luck. Don't worry too much. I walked over to the nearby Mingyue. Xingfeng is dead, but Mingyue is still struggling in the illusion. Being single attribute, he could be said to be caught by the Sharingan. Wang Ku hasn't died yet. Let's see if we can get some information out of him. Thinking about the fact that we've been ambushed by the incinerator for the second time, I am infuriated. Through the recent conversation, I can clearly ascertain that Xingfeng and Mingyue's goal is to kill me and Yanyu. But why? To understand this, I can only get it out of Mingyue. With a sharp gaze, the Sharingan appears, and Mingyue is once again shrouded in illusion. Tell me why you want to kill us. Who ordered you to do this? Mingyue's eyes were dull, and he stammered, we received orders from the organization to hunt and kill both of you. Who is the leader of your organization? Are you behind the flooding in Huaihai City and Xiaohai City? I pressed on with my questioning. Just as Mingyue was about to speak, his face suddenly contorted in extreme pain. With a scream, Mingyue's body went limp and fell straight down, lifeless. I shook my head in disappointment. This should be some kind of self-protective illusion. When the brain is threatened, the illusion is automatically activated to kill his consciousness. Perhaps it's a consciousness program left by their leader in their brains. Such ruthless means made Yanyu feel a chill. To prevent subordinates from leaking the organization's secrets, they didn't hesitate to leave behind this kind of illusion. It's a pity that we almost got it out. At present, Tongli has no way to forcibly erase that self-protective illusion program. Yanyu and I searched for a way out along the stinking sewer. After a dozen minutes, a bright light appeared ahead. It's the exit. Both of them quickened their pace. Outside the sewer is a desert. Seems like we've reached the Drunken Knight City, the outskirts of the desert. Let's go find our teacher, they'll be there. The two were about to circle back to the entrance of Drunken Knight City. But just then, from both sides, a group of red-clothed flame warriors rushed out, each one a second-tier esper. A bald man stepped forward, clapping his hands in approval. Impressive. You actually managed to take down Xingfeng and Mingyue. No wonder you're from the Huaihai Academy. We were surrounded. My expression changed, and I stood back to back with Yanyu, my Sharingan scanning the surrounding flame warriors. The current situation is even more difficult than dealing with Xingfeng and Mingyue, and the strength of the bald man has reached the third tier. I'll find a way to create an opportunity. Stick close to me, I whispered to Yanyu. Deal with them, the bald man gestured with a big hand. More than 10 subordinates rushed forward. I also instantly activated Sage Mode, using all the amplified spiritual energy to create clones. In an instant, 15 copies of myself in Sage Mode appeared, engaging the opponents, while the original body and Yanyu looked for an opportunity to break through together. The bald man was also stunned by the number of clones. A first-tier esper, yet he was able to create so many clones. On Yanyu's side, I quickly found the most convenient point to break through. I decisively rushed in that direction with Yanyu, while the clones cooperated to hinder the footsteps of the others. I and Iwatsuki released our skills at the same time, knocking down the person in front and successfully breaking through. Baldy is very cautious, always maintaining a distance when pursuing, only releasing long-range abilities there. After all, the cause of Xingfeng and Mingyue's death is still unclear. There's no chance to get close, and I also feel somewhat powerless. The distance is not enough, and there's no chance to use the Sharingan to cast illusions. Long-range exchanges are even more unfavorable against a third-tier esper. You dodged well. Can you still handle this move? A fireball with a diameter of at least 2 meters came straight at the two of us. Just then, a figure flashed from the front, and with just one punch, shattered the fireball, turned into a flame, dispersing in a flash of light. The teacher's face lit up with joy when he saw that the newcomer was Yunming Yanyu. Baldy frowned. You're from Huaihai Academy. Yes, I am. Yunming took off his glasses. Elegant and refined. Baldy's face suddenly showed a fierce smile. If a third-tier esper can kill you here, Huaihai Academy will be short of one more third-tier esper. At this time, another group of red-clothed fire seeds emerged from the sewer, a full 10 people, all third-tier espers. After dealing with my wooden clone, they all surrounded me. Daring to act recklessly in our fire seed territory, you've got some nerve. So your fire seed territory is in the sewer. No wonder I couldn't find you. Yunmin smiled faintly. Faced with so many people, he didn't panic in the slightest. Mocking us, the bald man sensed that Yunmin had something to say, and gestured with a wave of his hand. The arriving fire burners sneered contemptuously from behind, pressing forward step by step. Just 2 first level and 1 third level, it's easy for them to handle. Yunmin, however, remained completely calm. It looks like today they can finally make a big move. Twisting his neck, then suddenly punched the yellow sand. Countless yellow sand flew and pounced on that group of people, blurring their figures and vision. Suddenly, a burst of sword-light and shadow filled the yellow sand, accompanied by countless screams, and the strong smell of blood gradually spread. Half a minute later, the pervasive yellow sand stopped. At this moment, all the fire burners had already fallen to the ground. We were both dumbfounded. He took out more than a dozen third-level ability users and a group of second-level ability users in one go. Even a fourth-level ability user couldn't do this. Teacher is so amazing. Yenyu couldn't think of any words to describe it for a moment. This is simply insane. Amazing, right? Yunmin's face revealed a gentle smile. They weren't killed by me. Several figures landed in front of them. It was Lan Feng and those 4 members of the execution department who had acted separately from the beginning. In fact, it was those 4 members of the execution department who really took out so many high-ranking fireburners. They never showed themselves, and once they made a move, it was a killing blow. As third-level ability users, the difference in strength is unexpectedly huge. This is the terrifying power of the Huaihai Academy's Blade Seal Execution Department. Once things are settled here, we'll also start acting abnormally. The bald man from the heavy fire was left alive for questioning, and from his mouth, it was confirmed that the flooding incident is indeed related to them, the heavy fire. There might even be a higher-level leader behind the scenes, orchestrating everything. Yu Ming came to me and Yenyu, comforting both of you not to worry too much, as there are teachers from the academy here. No matter who the other party is, we will find them. Thank you, teacher. The theft system has indicated that the mission is completed, rewarding 500 points and a chance to draw. As the roulette inside the space stops spinning, I slowly opened my eyes, but this time, the form of the Sharingan has changed. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, basic version. Woohoo! Jiang Chen was ecstatic. Although it's not a tailed beast, to be honest, no matter which one is drawn this time, it's worth celebrating. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, basic version, no special eye power. Insight, replication, and illusion abilities greatly enhanced, chakra consumption doubled. The basic version of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan does not have special eye techniques, just strengthening ordinary eye power based on the 3-hook Jade Sharingan. For Jiang Chen, it was considered satisfactory. After all, there is a qualitative difference between the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the regular Sharingan. No matter how hard the regular Sharingan stares, it can't surpass the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. If Jiang Chen had the Kaleidoscope Sharingan before, maybe he could have forcibly erased the illusion protection program in Mingyue's mind in the sewer. After completing the mission, Yun Ming had to send Lan Feng back to the Undersea Academy before returning. Back at the Undersea Academy, Yun Ming also informed Dean Chen, but only told them that the Beast Tide was incited by the Blaze Fire Sect and about the situation of the Blaze Fire Sect. He did not mention that Jiang Chen and Yen Yu were the true targets of the Blaze Fire Sect, although Lan Feng knew. But at least for now, Yun Ming wanted the Undersea Academy to understand that the Blaze Fire Sect was their common enemy, not just the enemy of their Huaihai Academy. The Blaze Fire Sect seems to be a group of troublemakers. Since they can incite the Beast Tide, we cannot underestimate them. Yun Ming also nodded, yes, it's a pity we couldn't find out the whereabouts of the leader of the Blaze Fire Sect from them. We know this, thank you very much. After we repair the high wall, we will also pay more attention to the actions of the Blaze Fire Sect. An organization that can cooperate with demons must not be underestimated, Dean Chen frowned. That's about it. Dean Chen has nothing else to do, we have to go back and report. Thank you for your help, Dean Chen. Don't mention it, Lan Feng, please see them off for me. Yes. Lan Feng escorted Jiang Chen and the others to the entrance of the Undersea City, waved goodbye, and said, goodbye everyone, if you have the chance, come play in our Undersea City. Okay, goodbye teacher Lan Feng, Yen Yu waved back. Leaving the Undersea City, everyone got on the car back to Huaihai City. This time, the 4 members of the executive department also rode in the same car as Jiang Chen and the others. The space that originally accommodated 2 people seemed quite spacious, but now with 4 more people, it became much narrower. 3 people sat on each side of the long bench, with Jiang Chen and Yen Yu sitting on the same side. The wooden carriage raced forward. Inside the carriage, no one spoke. The unusually heavy atmosphere made Jiang Chen and Yen Yu dare not speak. The members of the executive department wore masks, making it impossible to see their expressions, and each of them had countless killings on their hands. The faint smell of blood lingered, creating an invisible pressure that made Jiang Chen unable to relax. Fortunately, after sitting for half a day, the red wind next to Jiang Chen seemed unable to bear Yunming's slow driving and ran to the front to grab the steering wheel. "Boss, you're driving too slowly, let me do it." "Too slow? This is already 60 yards, my lady, the top speed of a first-order demon core." "Then why don't you use a second-order demon core? You got one for me? Here you go, but let me drive." Red Wind boldly placed a second-order demon core in the power slot and took over the steering wheel. With the second-order demon core installed, Red Wind immediately accelerated to the maximum speed of 120 yards, enjoying the flying speed. "Boss, the car should be driven like this." Yes, my lady, your driving skills are better than mine," I surrender. With one less person next to them, both Jiang Chen and Yan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It still took a day and a night to return from Undersea City to Huaihai City. They drove all day and didn't rest at night. Yunming and Hongfeng took turns driving in front, while the people in the back of the car were dozing off and resting on the spot. Jiang Chen was also drowsy, leaning against the wooden wall, just closing his eyes. Suddenly, there was a weight on his shoulder, which startled him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw that Yan Yu had accidentally fallen asleep, resting her head on his shoulder. Looking at her beautiful sleeping face up close, Jiang Chen couldn't bear to push her away, just quietly watching Yan Yu's peaceful sleeping face. He also smelled the faint floral fragrance on Yan Yu, light and elegant, like a spring breeze. Looking at her delicate face, Jiang Chen couldn't resist reaching out and gently pinching it. The touch was indeed very good. Smooth and tender, it was irresistible. Sensing Jiang Chen's mischief, Yan Yu murmured softly, rubbing her head like a little cat, which scared Jiang Chen into quickly retracting his hand. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. But Jiang Chen dared not continue to be mischievous. As drowsiness set in, he slowly drifted off to sleep. After a night of rushing, traveling at full speed of 120 miles per hour with Hongfeng, they arrived back at Huaihai Academy a few hours early, just as the day was breaking. "Comrades, we've arrived," Hongfeng exclaimed excitedly. The people in the car slowly woke up. Yan Yu also slowly opened her eyes, suddenly realizing that she was half lying down asleep. At that moment, she found herself lying on Jiang Chen's thigh. Realizing this, her face turned red, and she quickly got up. Jiang Chen then slowly woke up, greeted them with sleepy eyes. "Good morning." "Morning." Everyone got off the wooden cart. Yunming clapped his hands. The mission this time was completed very well. "You all worked hard. Rest well when you get back. You will be notified when there is a new mission. Finally, we can go home." After sleeping all night, Jiang Chen felt sore and stiff, stretched lazily, making crackling sounds. The members of the execution department all went their separate ways, leaving only him and Yan Yu to leave the school together. Since their homes were in different directions, they had to part ways as soon as they left the school gate. "Bye, see you tomorrow." Yan Yu smiled slightly, waved, and bid farewell to Jiang Chen. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Jiang Chen also smiled back, waved his hand, and they walked in opposite directions. In the principal's office. "Principal, we have found out that the two beast tides we encountered in Shanghai City were caused by an organization called Fires of Purification," Yunming reported to Principal Wang Daochuan. Wang Daochuan was reading a book with one hand and drinking tea with the other, asking without looking up, "Fires of Purification? What exactly is the situation?" "Currently, we have only found one of their small bases in the city of Sin, where there are some second and third tier ability users, but we have not been able to find their leader. According to those people, the beast tides were initiated by their leader, with the purpose of hunting down Jiang Chen and Yan Yu," Yunming said. Cough, cough, cough. "What?" Wang Daochuan sprayed out the tea, his eyes widened, immediately put down the book in his hand, and looked directly at Yunming. "Are you saying that the Fires of Purification are willing to start beast tides just to kill Yan Yu and Jiang Chen?" "Yes." Yunming nodded heavily. "Principal, I think this matter is very serious." Wang Daochuan nodded heavily. "It is indeed very serious. Jiang Chen and Yan Yu are both our Academy's SS level students. The goal of the Fires of Purification is undoubtedly to suppress the new student forces of our Academy. It seems that the leader of the Fires of Purification may have been an exiled renegade from our Academy. Have you checked everything in the city of Sin? Are you sure there are no other omissions? As of now, it seems that the base of the Burning Fire Group has only just touched the city of Sin, with an unstable foundation," Yunming said. "The most important thing is to find the leader of the Burning Fire Group, otherwise it will always be a threat." Wang Daochuan rubbed the few strands of hair left on his head. "So, Yunming, have the members of the execution department gather information about the Burning Fire Group while carrying out their tasks. Make sure everyone knows about the existence of the Burning Fire Group and consider them as dangerous enemies. If there is a chance, eliminate them all without leaving any survivors. We cannot tolerate the presence of those who threaten the safety of our students, especially those who try to harm our two good students. Do you understand? Wang Daochuan looked at Yun Ming with a sharp gaze. Yes. After reporting, Yun Ming left. Jiang family. Dad, I'm back. Pushing open the door, Jiang Chen shouted into the villa as usual. Because sometimes if he didn't shout, he wouldn't know if Jiang Lei was home. Oh, my good son is back. How did the mission go this time? Jiang Lei was tinkering with something in the hall, but when he saw Jiang Chen return, he put down what he was holding. Jiang Chen glanced over and saw several books on supernatural abilities, feeling somewhat surprised. Dad, you're still studying supernatural abilities now? Learning is a lifelong process, it never hurts to learn more. By the way, you're back so soon, is the mission completed? Jiang Lei handed him a glass of water. Jiang Chen took a sip to moisten his throat and said, yes, we have investigated the cause of the beast tide. It was orchestrated by an organization called the Burning Fire Group. However, we only destroyed one of their small bases in the city of Sin and couldn't find their leader. Oh, you went to the city of Sin, how was it? Chaotic. That was Jiang Chen's deepest impression of the city of Sin. It's called the city of Sin for a reason, it's a place of sin and chaos. Also, the Burning Fire Group incited the beast tide in order to take advantage of the chaos and kill me and Yinyu, Jiang Chen said softly. Oh, I see, Jiang Lei nodded in realization. And then, is that it? Is that your only reaction? Seeing Jiang Lei's calm reaction, Jiang Chen was stunned. Dad, I'm your son, someone is trying to kill your son, aren't you worried? Am I still your son? Jiang Lei disdainfully said, what's there to worry about? Go outside and ask around, how many people want to kill your old man? There are at least 800 if not 1,000, did I say anything wrong? Jiang Chen. Alright, Dad, you're amazing. As a 5th level supernatural being in one of the top combat forces at Huaihai Academy, Jiang Lei not only dealt with monsters but also often dealt with defectors. Most of the people who were expelled from Huaihai City held a grudge against Jiang Lei. If it weren't for Jiang Lei's strong abilities, he would have been the one being hunted. Son, although I have many enemies, none of them dare to cause trouble for me because of my strength. So, you must work hard to improve your own strength, so that others won't dare to bother you, Jiang Lei said with a serious tone as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, imparting his wisdom. So, is it possible that the leader of the Burning Fire Group is actually your enemy, but because they can't defeat you, they come to me for revenge? Hey, you're my son, you'll get used to it, maybe more people will come looking for trouble with you in the future. Jiang Chen always felt that his cheap dad was a bit unreliable. Jiang Lei raised an eyebrow and took out a festive red gift box. Alright, enough of these gloomy words, today is your birthday, Dad has prepared a big gift for you. Looking at this big gift box, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This box, isn't it the one you used to wrap gifts for my birthday last year? Last year on his birthday, Jiang Lei used this box to give him a few books that only adults could read. Could it be the same kind of thing this year? It's about environmental protection. Resources are scarce now, saving a little is better than nothing. Don't worry about these external details, quickly open it and see if you like the gift inside. To be honest, Jiang Chen wasn't very excited about the gift he was given, but he still obediently opened it. Inside the box, with the simplest decoration, there was a stone placed. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary stone, but a medium-grade spirit stone. There were a total of 10 of them. In addition to the spirit stones, there were also more than 10 demon cores placed there. Where did you get so many spirit stones and demon cores, Dad? Didn't you say last time that our family had run out of demon cores and spirit stones? Indeed, we ran out last time. These are what I found in the warehouse a couple of days ago. But it's not possible to have this many, right? Last time Jiang Lei gave him some second-grade demon cores, but this time, in addition to the 10 medium-grade spirit stones, all the other demon cores were third-grade demon cores. Son, our Jiang family is at least the #1 family in Huaihai City. I am at least a rich second generation. And you are at least a rich second generation. We still have some savings. Jiang Lei's words left Jiang Chen speechless. He almost forgot that he was a rich second generation himself. Well, I'll accept this gift. Only someone like Jiang Lei, a straightforward man, could give such a gift. Of course, Jiang Chen found this gift very useful. You just got back, you must be tired. Rest well for now, I'll go out for a while, and come back in the evening to make you a big meal to celebrate your birthday. Jiang Lei patted Jiang Chen's head. Go ahead. With so many spirit stones and demon cores, Jiang Chen's mind was no longer on Jiang Lei. After Jiang Lei left, he couldn't wait to take the spirit stones and demon cores back to his room. Jiang Chen quickly calculated that there were a total of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, with a system selling price of 500 energy points each. Then there were 15 demon cores, 5 of which were 3rd grade intermediate, with a system selling price of 350 each, and 10 were 3rd grade advanced, with a system selling price of 400 each. So, if I exchange all the demon cores for energy points, I can get a total of 5,750 energy points. If I also exchange the medium grade spirit stones for energy points, that's 5,000 energy points, adding up to 10,750 energy points. 10,000 energy points. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. For the first time, he realized that being a rich second generation was such a wonderful thing. You didn't have to do anything, just celebrate your birthday, and you could earn so much for free. It's no wonder that the antagonistic rich second generations in novels are often so extravagant and powerful. With money and resources at home, how could their strength be low? Jiang Chen had now experienced the benefits of being a rich second generation. Excited, Jiang Chen began to plan how to spend this large sum of money. First, the 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Although Jiang Chen wanted to exchange all 10 medium-grade spirit stones for energy points in one go, he resisted. Spirit stones were different from demon cores. Spirit stones could directly absorb the spiritual energy inside to enhance cultivation, which demon cores couldn't compare to. Before setting off on the mission to investigate the beast tide, Jiang Chen and Yen Yu had already received a medium-grade spirit stone from the principal and successfully advanced a small realm. A medium-grade spirit stone could directly help a first-tier Esper advance a small realm. After much deliberation, Jiang Chen decided to keep the spirit stones and absorb the energy inside to break through. Energy points could be earned at any time, but cultivation realms couldn't be advanced at any time. Without further ado, Jiang Chen immediately began to absorb the energy inside the medium-grade spirit stone. He is now a first-tier advanced. To break through to the second-tier junior Esper, he needs to absorb 3 middle-grade spirit stones. After the second tier, for each small realm advancement, 3 middle-grade spirit stones need to be absorbed. Jiang Chen absorbed all 10 middle-grade spirit stones, breaking through to the second tier advanced in one go, still far from the third tier. The first and second tiers are just the most basic levels. After awakening as an Esper, normal students can break through from the first to the second tier in as fast as half a year or as slow as a year by performing tasks. At this stage, as long as you have enough energy, you can break through quickly. Just like Jiang Chen, as the son of a rich second generation and a 5th-tier Esper, he shouldn't have any problem being a bit faster than others, right? The third tier is the real watershed. To break through to the third tier, not only sufficient energy is needed, but also enough combat experience to hone one's will in battle in order to break through. According to the average experience of Huaihai Academy, after reaching the second-tier Esper, half of them need 2.5 years to break through to the third tier. The time can vary slightly, but on average it is 2.5 years. Although he didn't break through to the third tier, Jiang Chen was still very satisfied. Next is the Demon Core. Without any hesitation, he directly exchanged all the Demon Cores for energy value, totaling 5750. Together with the 800 energy values he had before, he now has a total of 6,550 energy values. Let me see, what can I exchange for? With money, the most cost-effective option is definitely the discounted mysterious shop. Jiang Chen had exchanged many practical things for very little money in the past. However, when Jiang Chen opened the mysterious shop, he found that it was closed. The half-month period is over so soon? He actually missed the mysterious shop. What a loss. System, when will the mysterious shop reopen? The mysterious shop randomly reopens for free, and the host can also choose to spend 500 energy values to open it actively. Can it be opened actively? Jiang Chen suddenly became spirited. 500 energy values may seem like a lot, but it's not that much. If he can get another discount, 500 energy values are totally worth it. Open. I want to actively open the mysterious shop. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Ding. Deduct 500 energy values, open the mysterious shop. A virtual shelf appeared in front of Jiang Chen again, with 8 items refreshed on it. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu 7000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami 7000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo 20,000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Indra Zero 20,000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo 30,000 energy values. Immortal Technique Myojin Gate, 25,000 energy values. Wood Style Healing Jutsu, 7,000 energy values. Wood Style Cutting Technique, 1,000 energy values. Wood Style Tree Bind Eternal Burial, 300 energy values. For each of Sharingan and Wood Style, Jiang Chen also discovered some patterns. Most of the items in the mysterious shop are Wood Style Ninjutsu or Dojutsu directly sold in the system shop, and then they give you a discount opportunity. The lottery system, on the other hand, can draw other non-special ninjutsu, such as sealing techniques, tailed beasts, and so on. However, compared to the need to spend 5,000 energy values for one lottery draw, Jiang Chen still prefers the mysterious shop a little more. After all the items in the mysterious shop were listed, he began to draw exclusive discounts. With a dazzling flash of golden light, Jiang Chen kept silently chanting one discount, one discount, one discount in his mind. The next moment, a bright light appeared. 4 discounts. Then, all the items immediately refreshed their prices. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu 2800 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami 2800 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kamui 8000 energy points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amenoto Jikara 8000 energy points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo 12,000 energy points. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God, 10,000 energy points. Wood Style, Unmarked Healing, 2,800 energy points. Wood Style, Tree Binding Eternal Burial, 120 energy points. TSK, only 4 discounts? Having experienced the first onefold, Jiang Chen was prepared to buy as soon as he drew a discount. Unexpectedly, it was a fourfold, disrupting his plan. For discounts, I now have 6,050 energy points left, not much to buy. He can only afford Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, Unmarked Healing, Tree Binding Eternal Burial, and a few others. And he still can't buy them all. Which one should I buy? Jiang Chen was caught in a dilemma. After much deliberation, he finally decided on 2 big treasures, Amaterasu and Unmarked Healing. The former is the strongest physical attack method, and the latter is the strongest healing method. With offense and defense, perfect. Amaterasu, S rank, minimum consumption of 500 spiritual energy per single use. The larger the range, the greater the spiritual energy consumption. Note, without achieving the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, all special eye techniques can only be used 5 times. Exceeding this limit will result in eternal darkness, without seeing the light. Unmarked Healing, no need for seals, can automatically heal body injuries, no limit on spiritual energy consumption. The more severe the injury, the greater the spiritual energy consumption. After buying Amaterasu and Unmarked Healing, Jiang Chen's energy points quickly depleted like flowing water. He was left with only 450 energy points. Fortunately, he could still exchange for one more Tree Binding Eternal Burial, which Jiang Chen immediately bought. Alright, now I'm completely broke. Looking at the remaining 50 energy points, Jiang Chen sighed. Although he was a second-generation rich kid, he was still not rich enough. Otherwise, he would have bought everything in the system store. But Jiang Chen was satisfied with what he had bought, and he took a look at his current system attributes. Host, Jiang Chen, age, 18, spiritual energy, 600, abilities, wood style, eye of insight, wind style, water style, earth style, lightning style, fire style, talent level, S, bloodline limit, wood style, Sharingan, possessing abilities, sage mode, flying Raijin Jutsu, unmarked healing, wood style, tree binding eternal burial, Genjutsu, illusionary magic shackles jutsu. Expandable, eye technique, Amaterasu, realm, second tier advanced, not bad. This birthday gift was not in vain after all. Unconsciously, it was almost dusk outside. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, got out of bed, and went to see if Jiang Lei had returned. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking sound came from outside. Chen Bo, someone is knocking. Jiang Chen shouted. But their butler Chen Bo seemed to have disappeared, and no one was opening the door. Strange, where did Chen Bo go? Jiang Chen had no choice but to open the door himself. The evening breeze was a bit chilly today. Jiang Chen arrived at the front door, slowly opened it, creak. Behind the door was a delicate and beautiful face. When the girl saw Jiang Chen, she smiled lightly, like a gentle breeze in March, bringing a faint fragrance of flowers. At this moment, Yanyu had changed into an elegant white dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders, bright eyes and white teeth, tied up in a ponytail, looking more lively and charming. Jiang Chen, happy birthday! Yanyu smiled and handed a bouquet of flowers to Jiang Chen. Thank you. How did you know it's my birthday today? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't remember telling Yanyu that today was his birthday, did he? Yanyu chuckled. Uncle Jiang told us. You guys? At the next moment, Zhao Mei and Wei Lin also peeked out from behind. Dang dang dang. Jiang Chen, happy birthday. Zhao Mei and Wei Lin also presented a bouquet of flowers. You didn't tell us in advance about your birthday, so we didn't have time to prepare a birthday gift for you. Just a few flowers, don't be picky. Zhao Mei stuck out her tongue playfully. Saying these things is too formal. Your presence is the best gift. Don't just stand there, come in. Jiang Chen quickly welcomed the three of them in. Wow, Jiang Chen, your house is so big. It was Zhao Mei's first time visiting his house. Looking at the spacious living room and the luxurious decorations around, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's all thanks to my dad. Come, have some water first." Jiang Chen quickly poured a glass of water for each of them. "You came at the right time. Let's have dinner here tonight. I'll go prepare dinner." "Jiang Chen, you can cook too, that's impressive." Of course. Although Jiang Lei usually cooked, Jiang Chen had learned a few tricks and could still make a few dishes. At this moment, Jiang Lei came back. Seeing so many people in the room, he grinned and said, "So you all have arrived. Hello, Uncle Jiang." Seeing Jiang Lei, the three immediately stood up from their seats to greet him, standing straight as if they were obedient students seeing a teacher. After all, Jiang Lei was one of the 3 level 5 ability users, the guardian of Huaihai City, and one of the heads of the executive department. With just these credentials, hardly anyone in Huaihai City dared not to fear him. "Alright, everyone please sit down, no need to be polite." Jiang Lei chuckled and asked them to sit down, then he headed to the kitchen and told Jiang Chen to go out. "Go chat with your classmates, I'll call you when the food is ready." "Okay, Dad, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Chen was not at all polite, leaving everything to Jiang Lei and went out. Soon, Jiang Lei prepared a large table of delicious dishes. "Alright, come and have dinner." The few people quickly gathered around, looking at the delicious food. Their appetites were whetted. "It smells so good." Yan Yu sniffed the aroma. "Let me tell you, my dad's cooking skills are superb. You will be amazed. Here, have some drinks." Jiang Lei took out a few bottles of Qianshi cola from the pantry. This was very precious. In this world where resources were scarce, apart from the basic necessities of food and drink, such luxury beverages were expensive and rare, and few people could afford them on a regular basis. "Let's toast to the birthday boy today." Jiang Lei set the mood, opened the drinks, and Yan Yu and the others enthusiastically clinked glasses with Jiang Chen. "Happy birthday." Amidst laughter and joy, everyone enjoyed the meal enthusiastically, creating a warm atmosphere. At the beginning, they chatted about light topics, until halfway through dinner, Jiang Lei brought up a serious topic. "How do you feel about your recent missions outside? Have you adapted?" As soon as this topic was raised, the atmosphere at the dining table became somewhat subdued. It was like when you were chatting about anime and games during a meal, and suddenly your parents asked about your grades. It was a similar feeling. "It's okay, just that there are quite a lot of dangers." Jiang Chen was the first to respond, so as not to make others too nervous. "You need to adapt well because this is the situation that will continue for the next few decades, even hundreds of years, and we can't change it. Although you are still newcomers now, with our teachers and members of the executive department guiding you, there will come a day when you will grow. You will also carry out missions alone. By then, you will need to protect yourselves." Jiang Lei spoke with great seriousness, and Yin Yu, Zhao Mei, and the others nodded silently, not daring to say a word. "Dad, let's just eat. This isn't school, why are you bringing this up?" Jiang Chen quickly glared at him, not letting him continue. "Oh, right, I accidentally said a few extra words." Jiang Lei smiled, "But there's one more thing, son, let me finish. Have any of you thought about joining the executive department? Have any of you thought about joining the executive department?" Jiang Chen was about to continue eating when Jiang Lei suddenly said this, leaving them all stunned for a moment. "Join the executive department? Aren't we not qualified to join? Don't we need to at least reach Tier 3 to join?" They were all very puzzled. The minimum requirement to join the executive department was to reach Tier 3, which wasn't something these new students could join, right? "I know, I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. The executive department is undergoing reforms, and the threshold has been lowered. As long as you reach Tier 2 Intermediate within 6 months, you can join," Jiang Lei said. Reaching Tier 2 Intermediate within 6 months is quite difficult. Wei Lin and Zhao Mei exchanged glances. Of course, there's still some difficulty, it's just giving you an extra opportunity. If you can't meet it, you can join later when you reach Tier 3. Jiang Lei laughed. "Alright, let's eat, let's eat." Jiang Chen glared at Jiang Lei again and changed the subject. "How did it turn into a promotion while eating? Are we still going to eat this meal? Let's eat, let's eat." Feeling his son's disapproving look, Jiang Lei quickly dropped the lecturing tone and continued eating with a smile. After dinner, Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were about to leave. "Jiang Chen, we have a mission to carry out tomorrow, so we won't stay long. Where are you going for the mission tomorrow?" Jiang Chen was curious. Now that they were starting to carry out real missions, their group had been divided into 2 teams to carry out tasks separately. "It seems we're going to investigate whether there are any abnormal gatherings of monsters nearby. Our task is easier than yours," Wei Lin said. "Alright, you guys go back first. Okay, see you next time. Goodbye, Uncle Jiang." Zhao Mei bid farewell to Jiang Lei. Goodbye, feel free to come again next time. Zhang Lei waved with a smile. After the two of them left, Yan Yu suddenly said, Zhang Chen, Uncle Zhang, it's getting late, I should go back too. By now, the sky outside had completely darkened, indeed it was not early. Alright, be safe on your way back, see you next time when there's a mission. Zhang Chen just nodded. Yeah, see you next time. Yan Yu nodded and turned to walk towards the gate. Seeing Yan Yu walking alone, Zhang Lei suddenly kicked Zhang Chen's butt and whispered, What are you standing there for? It's so late, let the girl go home. Then he deliberately said loudly to Yan Yu, Zhang Chen says it's late, he'll walk you home. When did I? Zhang Chen was about to kick back, but Yan Yu had already stopped and turned around, seemingly waiting for Zhang Chen. Helplessly, Zhang Chen had to walk up with a stiff face. Before leaving, he gave Zhang Lei a fierce glare. The latter raised his fist to cheer him on. It was early summer, hot during the day, but with a hint of coolness at night. Yan Yu's home was in the opposite direction from Zhang Chen's. Since Zhang Chen had never been to Yan Yu's house, it was more like he was following Yan Yu rather than escorting her. There were few people in the city of Huaihai at night, and they didn't see many along the way. In the sky, the bright moon shone on the two walking side by side, and the slightly cool night breeze brought a sense of comfort. Do you want to join the executive department? Yan Yu suddenly spoke softly, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Ha? I never thought about it, why are you asking? Zhang Chen glanced at her beautiful profile. Uncle Zhang's words today were actually directed at you. After all, you are the only one who currently meets the requirements to join the executive department. How do you know I meet the requirements? Aren't you already at the second-tier advanced level? You have exceeded the minimum requirement. Yan Yu said. How do you know I am at the second-tier advanced level now? Zhang Chen was shocked. He had just broken through today and hadn't even had a chance to tell Zhang Lei yet, but Yan Yu already knew? How did Yan Yu figure it out? It's a secret. She smiled lightly, a faint floral scent carried by the breeze. What a secret. Back to the point, will you join the executive department? After a few rounds of conversation, they circled back to this topic. I never thought about it, it's still uncertain for now. Zhang Chen really hadn't considered this question. Zhang Lei's words were too sudden, and he had just learned about the second method requirement for joining the executive department. I will definitely join the executive department, Yan Yu said softly. Zhang Chen looked at her with some surprise. Why? Yan Yu didn't answer immediately. She suddenly stopped, looked up at the moon in the sky. The bright moonlight fell on her, as if enveloped in a light veil, so beautiful, so pure. She looked at the moon, and Zhang Chen looked at her. After a while, she lowered her head to look at Zhang Chen, her expression serious and solemn, because only by joining the executive department can we do our best to change the world. Change the world. If someone else had said this, Zhang Chen would definitely have laughed at them for not being awake. But when Yan Yu said such words, perhaps because her expression was too serious, it didn't seem like she was joking at all. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that at the Awakening Ability Conference, Yan Yu had said she wanted to change the auxiliary system. Although these two statements were different, there was a similarity that made people want to believe her words. So, I really hope you join the executive department, so that when I enter in the future, you can take care of me. She suddenly changed her serious expression, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Already starting to build relationships so quickly. Of course. Fine, I'll consider it since you're asking me. What do you mean by asking me? That's close enough, don't worry about these details. What do you mean close enough? It's very different. The two bantered and joked. Finally, they arrived at Yan Yu's home, a modest and ordinary house. There was no one else in Yan Yu's home, only herself. Because she was not from Huaihai City, she was sent here when she was about 10 years old, and the school arranged this house for her. Zhang Chen was not sure why she was sent here. Alright, I'm home. Thank you for walking me back, Yan Yu said with a light smile. She looked very beautiful when she smiled, like a budding flower in spring, with a hint of beauty and a hint of youthfulness. Okay, rest early. I will. Good night. Good night. Back at home, Zhang Chen found Zhang Lei standing silently at the door, with a smile that only men understood. How did it go? What do you mean? With Yan Yu, I really like that girl, she could be our Zhang family's daughter-in-law. Dad, can you be more serious? Zhang Chen was speechless. Alright, I'll be serious. Tomorrow, you will report to the executive department with me. Zhang Chen? When did I say I wanted to join the executive department? Zhang Chen was completely stunned by Zhang Lei's words. He hadn't even agreed to join the executive department, so why did he have to report there? I have already submitted your information, all the procedures have been completed. Here is your execution department identity badge, and also a mask, Zhang Lei said absent-mindedly, taking out a few things from behind. Hey, Dad, Are you even listening to me? I am listening. You say your part, I say mine, Zhang Lei said seriously. Jiang Chen was speechless. You don't want to join the execution department? Give me a reason. The execution department carries out tasks with much higher rewards than regular students. I have applied for you with Lao Wang. Once you join, for each task completed, you can receive 3 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 third-order demon cores. Zhang Lei dropped a bombshell. Jiang Chen, who was initially planning to go against Zhang Lei, brightened up upon hearing this. You can get spirit stones and demon cores for each task? If that was the case, he would be motivated. Zhang Lei nodded. Of course, this is just the reward for you as a new intern member of the execution department. Once you reach the third order and become an official member, the rewards will be even greater. What do you think? Do you want to join? There was no need to hesitate at all. Yes, I'll join. As long as there were spirit stones and demon cores, Jiang Chen was willing to do anything. Let me tell you beforehand, although the rewards of the execution department are generous, the tasks can be very dangerous. You need to think it over carefully, Zhang Lei said solemnly to Jiang Chen. You act as if I haven't thought it over. You wouldn't have submitted my information otherwise. Jiang Chen gave Zhang Lei a disdainful look for his acting skills. He never expected that Zhang Lei would sell him out to the execution department without a word. Ahem. Being exposed, Zhang Lei remained composed and handed over the items to Jiang Chen. Here, these are yours. A set of white combat windbreaker with the exclusive emblem of the Huaihai City Execution Department on the collar, a blood-red thunder emblem. A mask with a white base and a blood-red circular moon pattern on it. A ring, a spatial ring made using spatial abilities and special spirit stones, containing an independent space for storing non-living items. A silver iron identity badge, this is a pass for entering and exiting Huaihai City or other cities. Typically, as long as one person in a group has an identity badge, they can enter and exit the city. For example, when Jiang Chen and Yun Ming went on a mission, they didn't have identity badges but could still go with Yun Ming. However, as members of the execution department, it was necessary for each person to have an identity badge since they often needed to enter and exit places. The identity badge had Huaihai Academy inscribed in small dark gold letters at the top, followed by Blood Moon in vertical letters, and finally a blood-red thunder emblem. Blood Moon. This is your code name in the execution department. All members of the execution department must use code names during missions to protect their identities and safety, Jiang Chen explained. What is your code name, Dad? Your dad doesn't need a code name. If I reveal my name, the enemies will be scared out of their wits, Zhang Lei said proudly. Alright, I know you're amazing. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Jiang Chen took the items and went straight back to his room, joining the execution department. He didn't really have a choice. As long as there was enough temptation, he would join. However, there was also one benefit of joining the execution department: he could investigate the burning fire sect more effectively. Jiang Chen couldn't let an organization that wanted to kill him run rampant. Revenge was his guiding principle. Tomorrow, report to the execution department. The next day, execution department. As the sharp edge of Huaihai College, the execution department's whereabouts at the school are quite mysterious. This is because their gathering place is not in the school, but on the high walls of Huaihai City. As the largest security guarantee of Huaihai City, the protection of the high walls is extremely important, and unauthorized persons are not allowed to go up. The protection of the high walls is the sole responsibility of the execution department. Jiang Chen put on the equipment of the execution department early in the morning, leaving only the mask to be worn, and followed Zhang Lei to the top of the high wall. This was Jiang Chen's first time walking on the high wall. Standing on the towering city wall of tens of meters, looking down from here, one can truly experience what it means to overlook all the mountains. The city wall is very spacious, about 10 meters wide, surrounding the entire Huaihai city. At this moment on the city wall, all members of the execution department who are not out on missions have already assembled. Nearly 30 people, each wearing a different mask, but at first glance, they all look the same. Just yesterday, after a serious discussion with the principal, we decided to expand our execution department. Previously, the requirements for joining our execution department were to reach the third-tier primary level, single department to level B, and double department to double C. Now, another path has been opened. As long as you reach the second-tier intermediate level within 6 months of awakening your abilities, with a single department at level B and double department at double C, you can join. So, today our execution department welcomes a new member. Jiang Lei, with a serious expression, is always stern and dignified when working. Jiang Chen, introduce yourself. After speaking, Jiang Lei said to Jiang Chen, okay. Stepping forward, Jiang Chen said the self-introduction he had prepared long ago. Hello, seniors, my name is Jiang Chen, Dual S, my abilities are Wood and Spirit Eye, please guide me. After speaking, he also bowed to show humility. The information about the members of the execution department is not public, but it is open internally. As an organization that requires high cooperation, members must have sufficient understanding of each other in order to cooperate in missions. Jiang Chen's codename is Blood Moon, Mingyun, starting today he will join your team. Zhang Lei said. Yes. A slender member of the execution department with a bright cloud mask stepped forward. Alright, dismissed. Blood Moon, follow me. Mingyun beckoned to Jiang Chen, who quickly put on his mask and followed. Are you Teacher Yun Ming? Jiang Chen asked softly. Mingyun paused, then chuckled. How did you know? I can recognize your voice. Mingyun nodded and said, yes. But in the execution department, and during missions, you must call me by my code name. Also, I am no longer your teacher, you should call me Captain. Alright, Captain Mingyun. You came at a good time today, as we are about to go on a mission. Come with me. Mingyun led Jiang Chen to the preparation room before the execution department set off on their mission. According to intelligence, there is a renegade organization that recently escaped from Huangshe City and has entered our jurisdiction in Huaihai City. This organization is very brutal, specializing in hunting down new students from various colleges. Our task is to quickly find and eliminate them. Mingyun's team consists of 5 people, with Jiang Chen making it 6. The others were the ones who investigated the members of the burning fire previously. When do we depart? Asked by Xiong beside them, his deep voice, coupled with his burly physique, reminiscent of a fierce polar bear. If there are no issues, we will depart immediately. No problem. No problem. Several nodded. Jiang Chen dared not have any issues. Let's go. With Mingyun's command, everyone arrived at the parking lot under the city wall and got on the wooden cart. This time, Mingyun was driving, with the others sitting in the back. Due to the new member joining, let's go over the procedures first. Mingyun said while driving. Within the same team, it is necessary to have a certain understanding of each other's abilities and fighting styles in order to better cooperate in battle. I specialize in beast transformation and earth manipulation, excelling in direct frontal attacks and defense. I specialize in water manipulation and wind manipulation, excelling in healing, control, and feigned attacks. The voice of Hongfeng was that of a woman, very sweet and sounding quite young. I specialize in fire manipulation and beast control, excelling in secondary attacks. The voice of Haish was hoarse, giving off a strange feeling. I specialize in lightning manipulation, excelling in strong attacks, said by Xiong. I specialize in puppetry and illusion manipulation, excelling in reconnaissance, assassination, and ambush, said the voice of Huang Lang, sounding full of vigor, likely a mature man similar in age to Mingyun, exuding a sense of security. Lastly, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by Huang Lang's abilities. 2 specializations, a rare sight. Even for dual specializations, it is rare for both to be specialized. With 5 people, both offensive and defensive capabilities, and a variety of attack methods, their overall strength can only be described as perfect. I specialize in wood manipulation and spirit vision. Jiang Chen scratched his head, momentarily unable to think of what he excelled in. Did he excel a little in everything? But he couldn't say he excelled a little in everything, right? That would be too pretentious and could lead to being attacked. No rush. This time you will follow the team on the mission. During the mission, we will help you analyze what you excel in, Mingyun smiled. That's good. Thank you, Captain. Since it was not the first time going on a mission with Mingyun and the others, Jiang Chen was not nervous and waited quietly for instructions. The renegade organization of Huangshe City had entered the jurisdiction of Huaihai City, and for safety reasons, those people had to be found. According to the intelligence received, those people were currently hiding in an abandoned city 20 kilometers north of Huaihai City. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the abandoned city. It was originally a small city, only half the size of Huaihai City. During the peak of the Sacred Empire, cities like this were abundant, with mostly 3rd-tier ability users as defenders, and only 1 or 2 4th-tier ability users in charge. Later, as the Sacred Empire declined and the connection with the outside world was severed by the Sacred King, the Beast Tide struck back. Cities with only 1 or 2 4th-tier ability users in charge were the first to bear the brunt of the Beast Tide's fierce counterattack. Now, only ruins remained, providing some hiding places for those renegades. The ruins were quiet, with no visible figures. After parking the car, Mingyun and the others immediately went into action, slowly approaching a wall of ruins, finding a good position to observe the surroundings. Huang Lang. Mingyun glanced at Huang Lang, who immediately understood, clasping his palms together to gather a ball of clear energy in his palms. Then, Huang Lang slightly raised the energy in his hands, lifting it into the air. where it dispersed invisibly over the entire area of the ruins. A minute later, Huang Lang whispered, "Found them. In a house 200 meters to the east. Bai Xiong, you and I will launch a frontal assault. Huang Lang and Haish will attack from the side. Blood Moon, Hongfeng, you two will provide support and control." Understood. The group nodded and immediately took action. At this moment, inside a room to the east, about a dozen people were gathered around, a map laid out in front of them. Brother Ji, Huaihai City has recently awakened a new group of abilities, and now is the time when they are out on missions, a good opportunity. A round-faced man, with his fat cheeks almost covering his eyes, said. The man known as Brother Ji was in his mid-20s, with thick hair combed in the middle, looking very spirited. Alright, since they are all newcomers, we must let those self-righteous academies know that our chicken gang is not to be trifled with. Yes, kill them all, trust Chicken Brother, and you'll have eternal life. Trust Chicken Brother, eternal life. The crowd cheered and rejoiced. At this moment, there was a polite knock on the door from outside. Who is it? Did anyone go out? Chicken Brother immediately looked around and counted the people. They were all here. Who is it? Open the door, we are here to bring warmth. Hey, isn't it great that someone is coming to bring warmth to the door? The chubby guy chuckled and was about to open the door. But Chicken Brother suddenly pulled him back. Damn it, we've been exposed. How could someone bring warmth to a place like this? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, two hands suddenly pierced through the door from outside, tearing the entire door down. Isn't there someone here? We said we're here to bring warmth. Why isn't the door opening? Ming Yun said. The executive department of Huaihai Academy? Seeing the obvious symbols on Ming Yun and Bai Xiong, Chicken Brother's face changed instantly. Damn it, I didn't expect Huaihai Academy to move so fast. Chicken Brother, what should we do now? The crowd panicked. What's there to panic about? There are only two of them. Just take care of them. Chicken Brother ordered, leading his followers to charge forward. Bai Xiong, make sure to leave a few alive, Ming Yun whispered. Got it, boss. Bai Xiong clenched his fist, the joints making cracking sounds, and a silver electric light surrounded him, flickering. He charged directly at the group of people. These people were all at the third-tier junior level, with only a few at the third-tier intermediate level. Bai Xiong, on the other hand, was at the third-tier advanced level. Half of the people dealt with Bai Xiong, while the other half, seeing Ming Yun looking frail, went to bully him. However, they never expected that Ming Yun's methods were more ruthless. With direct left and right punches, anyone hit by a punch basically fell to the ground on the spot. Don't panic, coordinate your attacks. Seeing several of his followers falling within moments, Chicken Brother immediately shouted. Hearing this, everyone calmed down and realized that Ming Yun and Bai Xiong were formidable in close combat, so they decisively created distance and launched long-range attacks using their abilities. Just then, a huge black snake burst through the wall from behind, followed by three puppets flying in with blades in hand, swiftly taking out three people. Damn it, it's an ambush, retreat. Chicken Brother cursed loudly. Retreat! Chicken Brother shouted loudly, leading his followers to split up and run in different directions from the exits on both sides. Outside the house, Jiang Chen and Hong Feng were observing the situation inside. They watched as Chicken Brother and his men rushed out and scattered in all directions. Huang Lang controlled three puppets and chased after three people. The black snake drove the black snake and quickly caught up. Ming Yun and Bai Xiong also chased after them. But because the group was too scattered, the four of them couldn't stop all of them in a short time. Blood Moon, let's go stop those four. Hong Feng locked his gaze on Chicken Brother and his three men who were running towards them. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and jumped down from the roof with Hong Feng. Stop. Chicken Brother and his men quickly braked. Damn it, is there an ambush here too? One of his men said. Don't be afraid, one of them is at the third-tier intermediate level, and the other is at the second-tier advanced level, take them out. Chicken Brother remained calm and noticed that Jiang Chen and Hong Feng's levels were lower than the other four. Take them out. Attack. Deadly flame. One of the henchmen quickly formed two hand seals, then raised his palm, and a ball of crimson flame surged out, turning into a wave of fiery flames. Little did he know, all his actions were being observed by Jiang Chen's Sharingan. Deadly flame. Jiang Chen's hand also formed a seal, identical to the handprint of the other person. Finally, flames spewed out from their palms, both a bright red color, forming a wave of fire. The two waves of fire collided, equally matched, and eventually both dissipated. What's going on? The younger brother was stunned. Although his fire ability was not very special, it was developed in Huangshe City. How could someone from Huaihai City, an executive department, have their ability from Huangshe City? And the power was almost identical to his. Second brother, why are you standing there? He's a fire user, so let me deal with him. Another younger brother pushed the person aside and then used his water ability. Divine Water Wolf. A surging stream of water burst forth from the ground, transforming into a group of fierce wolves charging towards Jiang Chen. Water overcomes fire, perfect. But in the next moment, Jiang Chen's handprint once again became identical to his. Divine Water Wolf. The wolves howled and rushed forward, and the abilities of both sides clashed again. What's going on? He can use my ability too? This younger brother was also stunned. Could it be he can replicate our abilities? A terrified thought crossed their minds, murmuring in disbelief. What ability replication? I want to see how he replicates mine. Seeing that the two of them couldn't handle even a second-tier advanced opponent, Big Brother Chicken couldn't resist getting involved personally. He suddenly charged towards Jiang Chen, and when he was less than 10 meters away, he leaped up, rapidly growing in size. His outstretched hands transformed into wings, briefly hovering in the air, and his mouth turned into a huge beak, stabbing fiercely towards Jiang Chen. This appearance reminded Jiang Chen of a certain livestock, a chicken. Beast transformation, demon chicken. Do you know how I got the chicken in my name, Big Brother Chicken? If you're so capable, replicate this. Big Brother Chicken shouted as he lunged. I indeed can't replicate that. It would be too difficult for her to replicate that. Divine Water Restraint. Just as Big Brother Chicken's beak was about to strike Jiang Chen, several huge water chains suddenly shot out, forcibly trapping him in midair. Red Wind. She wasn't just a bystander. While Big Brother Chicken was trapped in midair, Jiang Chen decisively drew a short knife from behind, leaped forward, and with a flash of the blade, left a fierce wound on Big Brother Chicken, blood splattering. Wind sweeping clouds. Red Wind didn't stop, summoning 3 huge deep blue tornadoes, each about 5 meters tall, sweeping towards the remaining 3 individuals. The 3 of them were all third-tier ability users, and in the face of Red Wind's attack, they quickly reacted, swiftly dodging. Swish! Just as one of them dodged and prepared to counterattack, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. Beneath the mask were a pair of crimson, eerie eyes. The man inadvertently glanced at them for a moment, feeling instantly disoriented, dizzy, and confused. Illusion technique, Sharingan. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swiftly dealt with the man in front of him, then turned his attention back to the third-tier fire user. Seeing Jiang Chen use some unknown method to kill a companion, the fire user inexplicably felt a wave of fear. Wrathful Fire Serpents. Roaring flames surged from his palms, transforming into fiery serpents that swiftly lunged towards Jiang Chen. Divine Water Wolf. This time, Jiang Chen didn't replicate his ability but used the water ability he had copied earlier. Water overcomes fire, and a group of water wolves easily extinguished the fiery serpents. Damn it! The fire user cursed loudly. Then, he saw Jiang Chen raise a hand, flames surging from his palm, forming a group of fiery serpents. Wrathful Fire Serpents. Watching his released ability being replicated by the opponent, the fire user had no choice but to release the same ability to block the fiery serpents. He was on the verge of collapse. How can there be abilities that can copy others' abilities? Isn't this cheating? Square Wind Blade. The fire-type man was still complaining about Jiang Chen cheating, but he ignored the presence of the red wind. Several deep blue wind blades came from behind and directly cut the fire-type man in half. In the end, only the water-type man was left. Seeing that in just a few rounds he was the only one left, he was on the verge of collapse. Weren't they supposed to win with a second-tier intermediate and a third-tier intermediate? How did it turn into the other side winning now? He was completely scared and had no fighting spirit left, so he turned around and ran back in panic. As soon as he turned around, a huge mouth swallowed him in one gulp, the spirit pet of the black snake, a large black snake. Is it all taken care of? The black snake and the yellow wolf stood on the head of the black snake, while Mingyun and the white bear had already finished the battle and rushed over. Where is their leader? Did anyone survive? Mingyun asked. Here he is, he's probably not dead yet. Red Wind manipulated the water chains and brought the tied-up Chicken Brother over. Chicken Brother had been cut in the chest by Jiang Chen, the wound visible to the bone, but not enough to kill him. One of the major characteristics of the beast transformation system is that it can greatly enhance physical strength, making them more resistant to hits than ordinary people. However, to prevent him from dying halfway, the Red Wind still gave him a small amount of treatment. Jiang Chen, interrogation is a necessary skill for our execution department. Now is your chance to learn on the spot, try to get some information out of this guy. Mingyun suddenly said. Oh. Nodding, Jiang Chen took 2 steps to Chicken Brother, and the Sharingan under his mask condensed. Chicken Brother was caught off guard by his genjutsu. Why are you hunting down new students? Who is instructing you? Jiang Chen approached Chicken Brother, the Sharingan under his mask slowly rotating. Tell me, why are you hunting down students from various academies? Who is behind all this? Looking at the Sharingan, Chicken Brother's gaze suddenly froze, then he said in a dull voice, because we were all expelled by the academies. We hold a grudge against them. We want to retaliate against them through this method. No one instructed us. It was all voluntary. Do you have other accomplices? Where are they? Jiang Chen asked again. No. After being chased by the Huangshe Academy, only a few of us brothers are left. After speaking, Chicken Brother finally couldn't hold on any longer, his body went limp and fell down. At this point, Jiang Chen turned to Ming Yun and the others and said, Captain, interrogation is done. The others fell silent. Although their expressions couldn't be seen behind the masks, their silence already expressed their surprise. How did you manage to make him answer obediently? It took a while for Ming Yun to come back to his senses from the shock. The members of their execution department had many methods to use for interrogation. However, Jiang Chen hadn't used any methods, and the other party had revealed everything? What kind of interrogation technique was this? This is a special interrogation ability of mine, Jiang Chen said. He didn't explicitly mention that this ability was the Sharingan's ability, just telling them that it was one of his abilities. After all, even as teammates, there was no need to reveal all the details. Jiang Chen hadn't even told Zhang Lei about his ability, let alone reveal all the details to Ming Yun and the others. Well done, well done. I didn't expect you to have this ability. It seems that we can leave the interrogation tasks of our team to you in the future. Ming Yun greatly appreciated it. Interrogation has always been a very technical activity. Although the execution department has many interrogation methods, these are techniques accumulated over many years of experience. But even so, it is not always successful, and sometimes they encounter some tricky individuals. To extract information through interrogation, it requires a lot of effort. Things are different now. Jiang Chen can actually make the other party speak so easily, he is truly a born interrogator. Not only interrogation, just now I also noticed that you seem to be able to replicate other people's abilities, right? Hong Feng also said. Others may not know, but just now she witnessed the whole process of Jiang Chen replicating someone else's ability with her own eyes. Not to mention enemies, even she was taken aback. Replicating abilities, they were witnessing this situation for the first time. Replicating abilities? Do you have so many amazing tricks? Ming Yun exclaimed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to know nothing about Jiang Chen. How many secrets does this little guy have after all? I guess so, but I can only replicate the most common 5 types of elemental abilities, and if it's some too special ability, I may not be able to replicate it. Jiang Chen did not deny. He had figured it out last night. Zhang Lei invited him to join the execution department, saying there were rewards and a bright future in the department. In fact, Zhang Lei was just trying to protect him. In the absence of clarifying their motives, or if they have not changed their target to hunt down Jiang Chen and Yanyu, it would be dangerous for Jiang Chen to carry out tasks openly as before. But the execution department is different. By joining the execution department, apart from their own people, no one knows Jiang Chen's true identity. And in order to better conceal his identity, after joining the execution department, Jiang Chen also planned to use the wood release technique less, which is a ninjutsu that easily exposes his identity. After all, in the entire Huaihai Academy, only his and Wei Lin's wood release abilities are unique. And the best way to conceal his identity is to mimic someone else's identity. If I use the same ability as you, can you still guess who I am? Being able to replicate 5 elemental abilities. Doesn't that mean you now have 7 elemental abilities? Ming Yun said. Understanding this, several people couldn't help but gasp. 7 elemental abilities, what kind of concept is that? Currently, in the entire Sacred Empire, the most known elemental abilities a person can have is 4. Single element is common, dual element is excellent, triple element is superior, and quadruple element is already the limit. 7 elements. Isn't that too terrifying? They had never seen anyone with 7 elemental abilities before. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Chen modestly scratched his head. Last time in the City of Sin, he obtained 5 different attribute Mojin stones from the flame crowds, which gave him 5 attributes. Otherwise, although the Sharingan can replicate all abilities, if one does not have the corresponding elemental abilities, it is impossible to replicate them, only physical techniques can be copied. And many special abilities, such as genjutsu, puppetry, beast taming, and beast transformation, are very different from elemental abilities and cannot be replicated by the Sharingan. It seems that you are truly a rare talent. Having you join our team is our good fortune. Hong Feng's laughter was crisp. In the future, you will mainly be responsible for interrogating our team, and when there are too many enemies, we will see if you can replicate the opponent's abilities to turn the tide. Ming Yun said. Everyone laughed happily. With such a talented person added to the team, they were naturally very welcome. After all, the stronger the team, the more tasks they could take on, the richer the rewards, and the more resources they could obtain. Alright, this group of people has been taken care of, there are no other accomplices, the mission is successfully completed, let's go back. Ming Yun shouted. Boss, this time let me drive. Hong Feng immediately ran back to the wooden cart and took out a second-order Myojin stone that had been prepared long ago. Obviously, she was going to drive fast again. Okay, you can drive. Ming Yun sighed speechlessly, and sat with the others in the carriage. Red Wind was preparing to drive when suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared on Ming Yun's body, and a yellow talisman flew out automatically, hovering over everyone. Seeing the yellow talisman, everyone immediately looked over. A voice transmission talisman, a two-way communication tool made using spatial abilities, allowing communication anytime, anywhere within a specific range. However, voice transmission talismans can only communicate one-on-one, each talisman corresponding to another talisman, unable to communicate with multiple talismans. Ming Yun, how did the mission go on your end? Zhang Lei's voice came through the talisman. Just completed it, all the traitors have been eliminated, ready to return, Ming Yun replied. Don't come back yet, currently to your east, about 10 kilometers away, people from the Downsea Academy have discovered a small-scale monster nest, estimated to have a fourth-order monster. Can you help out? Zhang Lei said. Yes. Ming Yun had no doubts. After the communication ended, Ming Yun put away the voice transmission talisman. Red Wind, target 10 kilometers to the east, let's go. Alright, everyone buckle up. Red Wind stepped on the gas, speeding away. The Luotian Bridge. Spanning between two large mountains, connecting thin clouds above and a deep abyss below, it was 1 kilometer long. This used to be the essential route for cities like Huaihai City, Downsea City, and Huangshe City in the south to reach the Sacred Royal City, as well as a bridge connecting the major cities of the empire. However, since the closure of the Sacred Royal City, monsters have been rampant, and major cities have been focusing on self-preservation, unable to maintain contact with other cities. Only cities like Huaihai City and Downsea City, which are relatively close, would occasionally communicate, as it's difficult to stand alone, and having more help during critical times is beneficial. For example, during the recent crisis of the monster tide in Downsea City, without the help of Huaihai City, it could have led to a major disaster. At this moment, the executive team from Downsea City had arrived at the Luotian Bridge. Leading them was Lan Feng from Downsea City. Lan Feng, it's been confirmed, the nest is right below the bridge, a group of blood-soaked bats. There are approximately 20 of them, with one likely being the blood-soaked Bat King, a member of the executive team said softly. Lan Feng frowned, blood-soaked bats? They're not easy to deal with. Blood-soaked bats are among the most troublesome of third-order monsters, agile and fast, belonging to the speed type of monsters, and they can fly as well. Flying monsters are the most troublesome. Have the people from Huaihai Academy arrived? With just their 5 members, they couldn't handle a group of blood-soaked bats. The principal has already communicated with Huaihai Academy, they should be arriving soon, someone said. Just as they finished speaking, several figures quickly approached from behind, it was Jiang Chen and the others rushing over. Sorry for the wait, we're here. Finally, you're here. What's the situation now? Ming Yun quickly moved to the front and shared intelligence with Lan Feng, who was also a team leader. Right now, under the middle of the bridge, there's an old nest of blood-soaked bats, around 20 of them, with one being a fourth-order junior blood-soaked bat, Lan Feng said softly. Blood-soaked bats. Upon hearing Lan Feng's words, Red Wind and the others felt it would be challenging. Their nest is right in the middle. If we let them breed here, this Luotian Bridge might be completely destroyed by them, cutting off our path to the Sacred Royal City, Lan Feng said solemnly. The Sacred Royal City. It's been years since anyone has gone there. Speaking softly, Ming Yun did not hesitate to accept this task. Since it was arranged by superiors, even if there were complaints, they would not delay in action. We're here to help. You make the specific arrangements, and we'll assist you. After some thought, Ming Yun ultimately decided to leave the arrangement of the operation to Lan Feng. After all, they were just there to assist. All right. The Lan Feng is not pretentious, and begins to arrange. If we let the bloodbat scatter, it will not be beneficial for our battle, so we must strive to encircle and eliminate them. My team is good at luring, while your team is good at direct frontal attacks. So later, we will be responsible for luring out the bloodbat, and you will take action on the bridge. Understood. The actions between the execution departments are still very clean and efficient. After the two captains made their decision, the other team members immediately began to find their positions. Ming Yun and others first reached the middle of the bridge, with the blood bat's nest directly below them. The blood bat fights in the air, which is disadvantageous for us, so we must strive for a quick battle. White bear, yellow wolf, black snake, you attack head-on with me. Red wind, you are in charge of aerial support. Blood moon, you stay by red wind's side and protect her, understood? Understood. The group responded softly. Then Mingyan made a gesture to Lan Feng, indicating that they were ready. Let's go! Lan Feng waved his hand, and a team member behind him immediately summoned 2 second-order violent eagles through a specific spatial formation, beast taming class. Similar to the spirit communication technique, after taming the demonic beasts, they can be summoned through specific methods. After summoning the second-order violent eagles, the 4 team members paired up and stood on the backs of the 2 eagles, flying towards the middle of the bridge from both sides. Lan Feng lightly tapped his palm, and a deep blue wind spirit surrounded him, transforming into a pair of clear wind wings, carrying him swiftly. Humans themselves cannot fly, only a small number of abilities like wind element and beast taming can achieve flight. The 2 teams of violent eagles on the left and right quickly released their chi, spewing 2 huge fireballs that flew towards the group of bloodbats under the bridge from both sides. Then, Lan Feng lightly tapped his palm, and a gust of clear wind rose from nothing, combining the 2 fireballs into a larger wave of fire, sweeping towards the bloodbat's nest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A group of piercing screams came from under the bridge, followed by a group of dark red bats flying out from below. Attack! On the bridge, as soon as they saw the bloodbats flying out, Ming Yun and the others decisively took action. Ming Yun and White Bear, the 2 strong attackers, were the first to jump down, grabbing a third-order bloodbat and attacking it. Ming Yun's beast transformation ability provided him with immense physical strength, delivering powerful blows. His earth element also provided strong defense, making it difficult for ordinary abilities to break through his defenses. White Bear was similar to Ming Yun, using the thunder element to energize his body, achieving similar effects to beast transformation, and adding lightning spell damage to his physical attacks. Black Snake was skilled in fire element and beast taming, but his spirit companion, the Black Snake Great Serpent, was not suitable for this terrain, so he jumped down with a short sword and flames in hand. Yellow Wolf was not good at close combat, but his puppets were skilled and could fly. He controlled 3 puppets to engage in aerial combat. Put. The first round of ambush was very successful, and everyone successfully took down a bloodbat. Just as they were about to fall from the air without a foothold, Red Wind on the bridge shouted lightly, extending her palms, and clusters of blue wind orbs appeared under Ming Yun and the others' feet, supporting them. The wind element cannot make others fly, but it can create substantial wind barriers in the air for Ming Yun and the others to land on. Charge! Red Wind raised her palms forcefully, releasing a large amount of wind spirit, creating dozens of wind barriers in the surrounding airspace as landing points. In this battle, Red Wind was the most crucial figure. Squeak, squeak! The scattered group of bloodbats finally noticed Red Wind's presence and realized she was the key figure. Under the command of the Bloodbat King, several bloodbats immediately bypassed Ming Yun and the others, flying towards Red Wind. Blood Moon! Red Wind quickly shouted. She was unable to distract herself from dealing with the blood-soaked bats while maintaining the wind barrier under the feet of Ming Yun's group, and Jiang Chen's task was to protect her from being disturbed. Understood. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, instantly entering a state of concentration, his perception qualitatively enhanced. Bang! With a sudden step, Jiang Chen leaped high into the air, turning into a shadow, reaching out towards the leading blood-soaked bat. Put! The short knife in his hand instantly pierced its throat, blood splattering. Be careful, don't touch its blood. Hong Feng suddenly shouted. Be careful, don't touch its blood. Hong Feng hurriedly reminded, but it was too late. A lot of the blood-soaked bat's blood splattered onto Jiang Chen's arm. The next moment, Jiang Chen felt a fiery pain in his arm, as if the blood of the blood-soaked bat was like sulfuric acid, corroding a layer of skin off his arm in just a few seconds. In great pain, Jiang Chen quickly pulled out the short knife and kicked the body of the blood-soaked bat away. Are you okay? Let me help you treat it. Hong Feng was about to divert some energy to help Jiang Chen treat the corroded wound. However, Jiang Chen shook his head and said quietly, "No need, you focus on assisting the captain and the others, I can handle this myself." Hong Feng was about to tell him not to be stubborn, but the next moment, he saw white smoke rising from the wound on Jiang Chen's arm, and the corroded wound quickly healed at a visible speed, as good as new. Unmarked healing. The blood of these creatures is so corrosive, we need to be more careful. Jiang Chen quickly considered his next move. Squeak! The 2 blood-soaked bats in midair suddenly emitted a piercing sound, transforming into 2 slightly distorted sound waves shooting towards him. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned into Sharingan, seeing through the attack trajectories of the 2 sound waves in the shortest time. Taking a quick step forward, the two sound waves just flew past him from behind, hitting the ground. Swish! Dodging one attack, he threw a kunai from his hand. The two blood-soaked bats both avoided this obvious attack and showed disdain for it. In the next instant, Jiang Chen gripped the short knife, turning into a flash that instantly pierced one of the blood-soaked bats, appearing where the other one was. Flying Thunder God Slash! All this happened in the blink of an eye, and when the last blood-soaked bat reacted, it was met with a pair of crimson Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Thud! With just one glance, the blood-soaked bat was deeply trapped in Jiang Chen's Sharingan Genjutsu. Beasts have weaker resistance to Genjutsu than humans, and Jiang Chen, in his immortal mode, had already reached the strength of a third-tier intermediate. Dealing with a blood-soaked bat that had just reached the third-tier novice level was quite simple. The crisis here was resolved by Jiang Chen, while Ming Yun's group was still in intense battle. Dealing with over a dozen blood-soaked bats was not easy, and the blood-soaked Bat King, a beast larger than the ordinary blood-soaked bats, with wings spread to 2 meters, was the truly formidable presence. A fourth-tier monster, Jiang Chen encountered it for the first time. Who? The blood-soaked Bat King flapped its wings, sweeping out a deep blue gale, like a huge net, roaring towards Ming Yun and the others. Bang! The first to be broken was the foothold of the wind barrier set up by Hong Feng in mid-air. Seeing the blood-soaked Bat King making a move, Ming Yun stepped on the wind barrier, facing the approaching wind net, shouted, and crossed his hands to block in front. Bang! The blade of the raging wind hit him all over, forcing Ming Yun to retreat more than 10 meters, but he still managed to withstand it. Boss, under your feet. Hong Feng raised his palm, quickly creating a wind barrier for Ming Yun to land on. Squeak! Seeing that Ming Yun actually resisted his attack alone, the blood-soaked Bat King suddenly shifted his target towards the side, his huge wings vibrating as he swiftly flew over. The blood-soaked Bat King was well aware that if he could take down Hong Feng, then the others would lose their ability to fight against them in the air. Protect Hong Feng! Seeing the blood-soaked Bat King change his target, Ming Yun and the others rushed towards Hong Feng as well. However, the remaining dozen or so third-tier blood-soaked bats naturally wouldn't easily let them support, immediately surrounding and entangling them. Protect them! In midair, Lan Feng and the others quickly provided support, two huge fireballs under Lan Feng's fierce wind manipulation, wildly turning into a sky-covering wave of fire, rushing towards the blood-soaked Bat King. Who? The blood-soaked Bat King's wings trembled, creating a huge gust of wind that forcefully split the incoming fire wave in half, turning into two massive flaming tornadoes, heading towards the violent eagles on both sides. They couldn't stop the blood-soaked Bat King at all. Watching it charge straight towards them, Jiang Chen tightened the short knife in his hand, guarding in front of Hong Feng. His mission was to protect Hong Feng, so he couldn't afford to fail. Bang! As the blood-soaked Bat King flew towards them, Jiang Chen also charged forward. Seeing Jiang Chen alone, the blood-soaked Bat King didn't even consider him a threat, casually flapping its wings to send several huge dark blue wind blades slashing towards Jiang Chen at incredible speed. Sharingan! Leveraging the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Jiang Chen skillfully dodged all the wind blades and stabbed directly at the blood-soaked Bat King. Who? However, the blood-soaked Bat King was a fourth-tier monster, and such a straightforward attack was insignificant to it, as its massive body easily dodged by veering to the side. Hong Feng! Just as Jiang Chen shouted, Hong Feng instinctively created a wind barrier under Jiang Chen's feet. Bang! Stepping heavily on the wind barrier, Jiang Chen's speed skyrocketed, leaping directly onto the back of the blood-soaked Bat King. Squeak! Sensing someone behind it, the blood-soaked Bat King's body wildly spun 360 degrees in midair, trying to shake off Jiang Chen. Ready to strike, Jiang Chen's short knife was flung out of his hand, leaving him no choice but to tightly grip the blood-soaked Bat King's neck. Although he wasn't a beast transformation user, in Sage mode, his physical strength was no weaker than that of a beast transformation user. Feeling the restraint on its neck, the blood-soaked Bat King continued spinning 360 degrees while swiftly flying towards a distance, attempting to shake off Jiang Chen with speed. Blood Moon! Hong Feng subconsciously wanted to chase after them, but Ming Yun and the others were still in the midst of battle and couldn't leave her alone. Besides her, there was no one else in the team who could go after the blood-soaked Bat King. Bang! Understanding what was happening, Ming Yun and the others quickly resolved the blood-soaked bats in front of them and returned to the bridge. You go save Blood Moon, we'll handle things here, Ming Yun said solemnly. If something happened to Jiang Chen, Zhang Lei would definitely hold them accountable. Understood. Hong Feng immediately conjured a pair of blue wind wings behind her and chased after the blood-soaked Bat King. Fortunately, although the blood-soaked Bat King was a fourth-tier monster, its main focus was on shaking off Jiang Chen on its back, so its speed wasn't particularly fast. Hong Feng soon caught sight of its figure. At that moment, the blood-soaked Bat King was flying straight towards a cliff. Just as it was about to collide head-on, it suddenly turned around and viciously slammed Jiang Chen on its back into the cliff. Damn! Jiang Chen watched helplessly as the hard cliff came rushing towards him. Bang! Boom! Jiang Chen was completely smashed into the hard cliff, his head buzzing. Sharp stones crazily scraped his body, leaving him covered in wounds, while his unmarked healing simultaneously rapidly mended the injuries. Although the wound is not a problem, the pain is very real and unavoidable. Seeing that he couldn't shake off Jiang Chen, the blood-soaked Bat King suddenly plunged into the abyss below. Below the abyss was a wide river, and the blood-soaked Bat King plunged in with Jiang Chen, feeling a cold sensation like countless needles. The blood-soaked Bat King suddenly plunged into the water, then soared high into the air. The sensation was more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Damn it! This beast is really causing trouble. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore, watching the blood-soaked Bat King fly up again towards a sharp rock. If it hit, even if he didn't die, it would be extremely painful. Damn, you're ruthless. Behind! Suddenly, an urgent shout came from behind, and Jiang Chen turned to see that the red wind had caught up. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen jumped off the blood-soaked Bat King, and the red wind flew over to catch Jiang Chen accurately. Thanks. Let's go back. Red wind held Jiang Chen and quickly flew back with the wind wings vibrating at full speed. While Jiang Chen was shaken off, the blood-soaked Bat King did not fly away, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed firmly on the two of them. It was peacefully sleeping, but these people came to cause trouble, even killing its children. This revenge must be avenged. It was the blood-soaked Bat King. Squeak! With a flap of its huge wings, the blood-soaked Bat King quickly caught up. Without Jiang Chen obstructing it from behind, its speed increased, and the distance between them rapidly decreased. It's catching up. We can't fly past it. Change direction, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Red Wind decisively changed direction and flew into a dense forest on the side. The trees here were tall and dense, making it difficult for the two of them to fly carefully, and the blood-soaked Bat King's large size made it impossible for it to directly catch up. Phew! The blood-soaked Bat King couldn't catch up, but it suddenly flapped its wings violently, creating a fierce gust of wind that cut down numerous trees. Not good! Seeing the gust of wind approaching, Jiang Chen decisively held Red Wind tightly, turned around, and let his body block the impact head-on. Boom! The entire forest was instantly blown down, and Jiang Chen and Red Wind fell heavily to the ground. Red Wind was not seriously injured because Jiang Chen had blocked the impact head-on. But Jiang Chen's situation was not as good, with a bloody mess on his back, blood dripping. Blood Moon! Red Wind panicked, quickly helped Jiang Chen up, and her pale blue water-based spiritual energy in her hand turned into a healing ability to treat Jiang Chen's injuries. A hand grabbed her delicate hand, stopping her. I'm fine, don't worry. Enduring the intense pain, Jiang Chen stood up with difficulty, his innate healing ability quickly taking effect, white smoke rising from his back as the wounds visibly healed at a rapid pace. Seeing this scene, Red Wind was stunned. This self-healing ability was too terrifying, right? Is this the ability of an S-rank auxiliary wood element? Squeak! With no trees blocking it, the blood-soaked Bat King caught up again, emitting invisible sound wave attacks from its mouth. The two quickly dodged, and the invisible sound waves hit a tree, instantly shattering it. We can't run anymore, it looks like we can only fight it. Jiang Chen's Sharingan eye slowly rotated, forming a hexagram pattern, Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing a 4th-rank monster like this, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to be careless. Wood release, wood spear. With a sudden clap of his hands, several thick trees around him turned into sharp wooden spears and shot towards the blood-soaked Bat King. Phew! The blood-soaked Bat King flapped its wings violently, creating a fierce gust of wind that turned into a wind net, shredding all the wooden spears into splinters. The breath of the divine wind. Hongfeng also took action, summoning a light blue wind spirit, condensing into dozens of huge wind blades, all shooting towards the Blood Bat King. Faced with so many wind blades, the Blood Bat King made a disdainful sound, not even needing to use its abilities, its huge wings quickly wrapping in front of it, relying on the powerful body of a 4th-order monster to withstand Hongfeng's wind blades. To rely solely on physical strength. Hongfeng's gaze slightly darkened. Blocking this round of attacks, the Blood Bat King spread its wings again, and on its small bat head, a smile similar to a human's appeared, along with its face, looking extremely eerie. Swish! Just as it was about to attack Hongfeng, a kunai flew in front of it. In the next moment, Jiang Chen instantly flashed in front of it, and his fist fiercely smashed into the Blood Bat King's strange little face. Bang! With the immortal mode activated, Jiang Chen's punch carried astonishing power. The Blood Bat King's face deeply caved in, then its body shot down towards the ground like a cannonball. But just as it was about to hit the ground, its wings suddenly flapped strangely, managing to resolve the impact, stopping half a meter above the ground. Then, the Blood Bat King suddenly changed its target, flying almost skimming the ground towards Hong Feng, who was closer. This scene completely shocked the two, and Hong Feng reacted quickly forming wings behind her and retreating. But the Blood Bat King's speed was far above hers. Squeak! The Blood Bat King made a strange sound, and at the tips of its wings were two sharp spikes that suddenly closed together, fiercely stabbing towards Hong Feng, who couldn't dodge. Put! Hong Feng, afraid, instinctively closed her eyes, and as the sound of the spikes piercing flesh rang out, she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she found that Jiang Chen had blocked the fatal blow for her. The two spikes pierced through Jiang Chen's ribs on both sides, blood flowing. Damn! It hurts so much. Jiang Chen grimaced in pain. The Blood Bat King didn't expect him to help block this deadly blow for Hong Feng, but it only hesitated for a second, preparing to pull out its wings and kill Hong Feng too. However, Jiang Chen suddenly took a step forward, as the spikes pierced deeper into his body, successfully closing the distance with the Blood Bat King. He grabbed its head, opened its eyes, and with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he casted Genjutsu. Thud! The Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was much stronger than that of a regular Sharingan. The Fourth Order Blood Bat King struggled for less than 3 seconds before deeply falling into the Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn, you're so troublesome, I can't let you go without making you my spirit beast. Thud! The Blood Bat King, trapped in the Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, completely lost its offensive capabilities. Jiang Chen grabbed its wings and forcefully pulled it out of his body bit by bit. The excruciating pain caused by this slow extraction almost made him cry out. It was so damn painful. Gritting his teeth, he finally pulled the spikes out of his body, and the sudden feeling of weakness overwhelmed him, making Jiang Chen dizzy and staggering, unable to stand and falling backwards. But he didn't fall to the ground, instead falling onto something soft. Hong Feng caught him in her arms. Yue, you'll be fine, I'll definitely save you. Watching the terrifying wounds on Jiang Chen's body, Hong Feng's voice carried a hint of tears, her hands trembling as she concentrated on healing magic to treat Jiang Chen's wounds. Hong Feng, my wounds are fine, you don't need to worry so much. Jiang Chen said weakly, silently using his healing magic to treat his injuries, and with Hong Feng's help, his wounds visibly healed at a rapid pace. The scariest thing about the no-print healing is right here. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as it is not fatal with one blow, as long as he still has spiritual energy, he can recover all injuries in a short period of time. If it weren't for this guarantee, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so reckless, using his own body to withstand the attacks of the Blood Bat King. However, even with the no-print healing, that kind of pain is still heart-wrenching. After experiencing this, Jiang Chen will never fight in such a foolish way again. Too painful. Are you okay? This time, Hong Feng watched Jiang Chen's wound heal at a visible speed with her own eyes. She had never heard of such a terrifying self-healing ability. I've said it before, this is not a big problem for me, Sister Hong Feng, you don't need to worry about me. Jiang Chen smiled, wiped away the tears that seeped from under Hong Feng's mask. It was the first time someone cried for him. Jiang Chen was lying in Hong Feng's arms, his head resting on her soft chest. He thought it was so comfortable. Since you're okay, why don't you get up quickly? It seemed that Hong Feng also noticed that the two of them were in a somewhat intimate state at the moment, so she quickly pushed Jiang Chen up. Fortunately, both of them were wearing masks, so they couldn't see each other's expressions, avoiding the awkward situation of not knowing what to say to each other. How did you make it stop? Turning her attention to the Blood Bat King, who was now motionless on the side, Hong Feng was very curious. The Blood Bat King was clearly not dead but just immobilized, so she was more curious about how Jiang Chen did it. It's a kind of illusion. Illusion? I remember you're not from the illusion department, right? Hong Feng was surprised. This guy can do illusions too? What else can't he do? I'm indeed not from the illusion department, but I can use specific methods to perform simple illusions, but I can't say more about it. Currently, no one knows that Jiang Chen's Sharingan can cast illusions, and he doesn't intend to explain it. Hong Feng increasingly found him incredible and could only admire. Truly the son of Minister Jiang. Since it's under an illusion, just kill it to prevent future troubles. Saying that, Hong Feng drew a short knife and walked towards the Blood Bat King. Hey, Sister Hong Feng, wait, let me handle it. Jiang Chen quickly stopped Hong Feng and hurried to the front of the Blood Bat King, taking out a shuriken and a spiritual contract scroll, taking a bit of the Blood Bat King's blood, then dropping his own blood on the contract scroll to complete the spiritual contract. What is this? A spiritual pet scroll? Watching Jiang Chen's actions, Hong Feng suddenly understood. The beast taming department also has similar scrolls used to make contracts with spiritual pets, then fulfill the contract, summoning the spiritual pet to battle. However, the contracts signed by the beast taming department and spiritual pets are friendly contracts that require cooperation between the owner and the spiritual pet. In other words, if the relationship with the spiritual pet is not good, even if a contract is signed, the spiritual pet will not help in battle. How could this Blood Bat King possibly listen to you obediently? Now Hongfeng was not questioning why Jiang Chen even had a spiritual pet scroll, but rather felt that what Jiang Chen was doing was useless. Even if a contract was signed, the Blood Bat King would not be able to fight alongside Jiang Chen. I'm not taming it, it's another usage. Anyway, Sister Hongfeng, just believe me, this Blood Bat King won't cause trouble in the future. After completing the signing of the spiritual contract, Jiang Chen used illusions to control the Blood Bat King to fly away. This was a fourth-order demon beast, and it was one of the more difficult ones among the fourth-order demon beasts, making it suitable to be a spiritual pet. If it weren't for capturing it as a spiritual pet, Jiang Chen wouldn't have endured being beaten so hard. He would have just used Amaterasu to burn it and be done with it. As for the blood-soaked Bat King not listening to his commands, with the Sharingan Genjutsu in place, whether the blood-soaked Bat King listens or not is no longer something he can decide on his own. Alright, Hongfeng still didn't quite believe it, but the blood-soaked Bat King had already flown away, so saying anything was useless. After the blood-soaked Bat King flew away, before long, Mingyun, Lanfeng, and others hurriedly arrived. Are you all okay? Mingyun first observed the surroundings to prevent any ambush. Then he inquired about Jiang Chen and Hongfeng's condition. We're fine, just had a fight, and the blood-soaked Bat King has already left, Jiang Chen said. Are you really okay in this state? Although Jiang Chen's spirits were high, with bloodstains all over and tattered clothes, he didn't look like he was okay at first glance. Just some minor injuries, all healed. As long as you're okay, we've already dealt with the blood-soaked bats over there. The king ran away, so our mission is considered complete. They were only assisting Lanfeng's group in their operation, and since the king had fled, it was up to Lanfeng's group to worry, not them. The two teams began to retreat. As a token of gratitude, Lanfeng's group shared half of the dozen third-grade primary demon cores dug out from the blood-soaked bat's body with Jiang Chen's group. Thank you for this time. If you need our help next time, feel free to ask, Lanfeng said. Just mutual assistance, then we'll take our leave. After exchanging a few polite words, both sides returned to their respective cities. Jiang Chen, how does it feel to carry out a real mission for the first time in the execution department? In the carriage, Mingyun asked with a smile as he drove. It's fine, quite exciting. Exciting? It seems your mindset is good. That's great, Mingyun gave full affirmation. The others also smiled along. Only Hongfeng, under the mask, stared closely at Jiang Chen. She didn't mention Jiang Chen's performance in the battle with the blood-soaked Bat King. After all, some abilities were better left unsaid. And if the person themselves didn't mention it, she didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. Huaihai City, High Walls. Execution Department. This is the reward for our original mission. Mingyun handed out the rewards to each person. For this mission, the official members received 5 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 third-grade demon cores each. As an intern, Jiang Chen was promised 3 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 third-grade primary demon cores by Jiang Lei. Mingyun handed him the same amount. And then, the reward for assisting the execution department of Huaihai Academy in completing the mission, 1 medium-grade spirit stone and 3 third-grade primary demon cores per person. This reward was split among everyone. In one mission, Jiang Chen received 4 medium-grade spirit stones and 13 third-grade primary demon cores, a great haul. 13 third-grade primary demon cores, priced at 300 each, a total of 3,900 energy points can be exchanged for. This mission was simply too profitable. Furthermore, considering the excellent performance of our new member, Xu Emon, in this mission, I personally reward you with an additional medium-grade spirit stone. Mingyun cheerfully handed over a medium-grade spirit stone. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and quickly accepted. Thank you, Captain. Medium-grade spirit stones are of great help in breaking through to the 3rd grade. You should strive to advance to the 3rd grade as soon as possible and fill in the last gap in our team. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint the captain's expectations. Jiang Chen promised. Medium-grade spirit stones might not seem rare to Jiang Chen, but in reality, not everyone had them. Besides the execution department, normal people rarely had the chance to come into contact with medium-grade spirit stones, let alone own them. Medium-grade spirit stones can help 1st and 2nd grade ability users break through, but by the 3rd grade, their effectiveness is minimal. But the medium-grade spirit stone has many uses besides helping others to break through, such as making special explosive devices, weapons, trade currency, and so on. There is also a very special point: a certain amount of medium-grade spirit stones can be refined to synthesize a high-grade spirit stone. And the effect of a high-grade spirit stone on a third-order esper is tremendous, as it can directly elevate the realm of a third-order esper. Although the efficiency of synthesizing high-grade spirit stones is not high, most execution departments save up medium-grade spirit stones to refine and synthesize high-grade spirit stones. After all, true high-grade spirit stones are extremely rare, and ordinary people may even find it difficult to have the opportunity to come into contact with pure high-grade spirit stones. This medium-grade spirit stone, for Jiang Chen, who has squandered more than a dozen medium-grade spirit stones, is also a very heavy gift. Alright, let's all go back and rest. By the way, Blood Moon, I remind you that even if we don't have to carry out tasks, we still need to be on call at the high wall at all times. Before leaving, Ming Yun did not forget to remind Jiang Chen. Okay. Having to be on call at the high wall even without a mission, this feeling, isn't it just like being a workaholic employee? Indeed, no matter which world, one cannot escape exploitation. Returning home, Zhang Lei was not there. Jiang Chen was used to it, as Zhang Lei was often not at home before. This time was just because he had just awakened his esper ability and had to carry out tasks, so Zhang Lei stayed at home a bit more. Now that Jiang Chen has officially joined the execution department, possessing the power to carry out tasks and deal with demonic beasts, Zhang Lei is naturally less worried. As one of the ministers of the execution department, Zhang Lei also has many important matters to attend to. Young master, you're back, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now? Steward Chen Bo respectfully said. Okay, bring it up. Although the Zhang family is one of the two major families in Huaihai City, but in this world, the major families are different from the traditional wealthy, influential families with extensive business and overwhelming power. The Zhang family does not have many people. Besides Jiang Chen and his son, and Steward Chen Bo, there are only 2 servants responsible for daily cleaning, and a chef in charge of cooking. Apart from that, there are not many people in the Zhang family. The reason why the Zhang family can become one of the 2 major families in Huaihai City is because they have Zhang Lei, a 5th-order esper, and his position as the minister of the execution department. With Zhang Lei as the center, a series of tendencies of academy resources and the acquisition of power in the execution department have achieved the Zhang family's status in Huaihai City. In today's world, the signs of major families are basically 2 standards: the strength of the family and how much power is obtained in the academy. Things like family business wars and the struggle for family power are rare in this world where demonic beasts rampage and unity is needed. After dinner, Jiang Chen quickly washed up and slipped back to his room. He exchanged all the demonic cores obtained from completing tasks for energy values, totaling 3,900, plus the remaining balance of 50, making a total of 3,950 energy values. As for the medium-grade spirit stones, these are the only things that can directly elevate his realm now, and Jiang Chen is reluctant to exchange them for energy values. He currently has 4 medium-grade spirit stones on hand, just a little short of breaking through to the 3rd order, so he is saving them for now. The energy values obtained from exchanging demonic cores do not need to be saved. Jiang Chen's goal is clear. He opened the mysterious shop, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu already owned Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami 2,800 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo 8,000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Indra 8,000 energy values. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Sasuke 12,000 energy values. Immortal Technique, Bright God Gate, 10,000 energy values. Would release Healing, already owned. Would release Cutting Insertion Technique, already owned. Would release Tree Bind Eternal Burial, 120 energy values. Jiang Chen only has 3,950 energy points, so he can only exchange for 2 superior items, and he chooses to exchange without hesitation. Consuming 2,800 energy points, obtain Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. Consuming 120 energy points, obtained would release Tree Binding Eternal Burial. Tsukuyami, S rank, single use, consumes 500 chakra, can last for 6 hours in the genjutsu space. For each additional hour, chakra consumption increases by 50, can spend up to 72 hours in the genjutsu space. Note, without achieving the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, all special eye techniques can only be used 5 times. Exceeding this limit, after the 6th use, one will fall into eternal darkness, without seeing the light. Tsukuyami, the most cost-effective individual genjutsu. Although there is a god tier above it, the cooldown time for that god tier is too long, and expensive too. In terms of practical value, Tsukuyami is undoubtedly the highest. Now, Jiang Chen has collected both Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, and his overall strength has been qualitatively improved. If it comes to a fight, relying on the various means he already has, even facing a 4th-tier junior opponent, he is confident in a battle. The next month, Jiang Chen spent his time on missions. He didn't have many missions, only 2, but these 2 missions took him almost a month to complete. These 2 missions involved cooperating with other teams or teams from other cities to eliminate some renegades. Compared to demonic beasts, the strength of renegades may not match that of demonic beast groups, but the threat renegades pose to cities is greater than that of ordinary demonic beast groups. Many of these individuals who were expelled from the academy or voluntarily left the academy are often familiar with the situation in the city. If they want to destroy the city, they can easily collaborate with demonic beasts, sell information about the city and the academy to demonic beasts, and then let the demonic beasts launch targeted attacks on the city. In history, there have been cases where renegades sold information to demonic beasts, leading to the easy destruction of a city by a tide of beasts. Therefore, renegades, especially those who know a lot of information about academies and cities, are severely punished by major academies and must not be allowed to collaborate with demonic beasts. Over the past month, Jiang Chen, together with several nearby academies, has eliminated more than a dozen renegades. During this process, Jiang Chen deliberately did not expose too much of his own abilities. Most of the time he copied the abilities of others. The whereabouts of the fire burners have not been investigated clearly yet, so he cannot slack off. In this back and forth, Jiang Chen gained another title, Master of Replication, which spread among the major cities in the area. Now many academies know that the executive department of Huaihai Academy has an executor named Blood Moon, nicknamed Master of Replication, with the ability to replicate abilities. In these 2 missions, Jiang Chen accumulated a total of 6 medium-grade spirit stones in 23rd-tier junior demonic cores. All 6 medium-grade spirit stones were saved, and the 23rd-tier junior demonic cores were also exchanged for 6,000 energy points, plus the remaining balance of 1030, totaling 7,030 energy points saved. Initially, Jiang Chen planned to grit his teeth and use a few medium-grade spirit stones to accumulate enough 8,000 energy points to exchange for the divine might or the god of heaven. Fortunately, he discovered in time that the mysterious shop was expiring in half a month. Then, Jiang Chen spent 500 energy points to open a new round of the mysterious shop, and then got a 9% discount. 9%! It's like no discount at all. The price of everything is over 10,000. His energy points are simply not enough. Not to mention whether he can squeeze them out. Even if he can grit his teeth and squeeze them out, he cannot afford to buy them. 9%, he won't be taken for a fool. At least 6 or 7% off, only then it's not a loss. He would rather wait another half a month, refresh the discount again, and then buy it. One must endure loneliness to achieve great things. New mission, everyone get up. Mingyun clapped his hands, waking up the few people in the lounge. Boss, what's the new mission? Hongfeng was the first to step forward. Are we teaming up with another academy for an assassination? Huang Lang asked. This time it's not helping another academy, but helping our own academy. Mingyun opened a map and hung it on the wall, drawing with a pen as he spoke. Right now, about 25 miles east of the city, in the ruins of Broken Stone, 2 teams from our academy are on a mission there and seem to have found traces of the Fireburn Gang. Headquarters needs us to handle it. Fireburn Gang. As soon as these words were mentioned, Jiang Chen, who had been dozing off, instantly woke up. Since the city of Sin, he hadn't heard any news about the Fireburn Gang for a long time. He didn't expect them to reappear after such a long time. The Fireburn Gang? The gazes of Hongfeng and the others all turned to Jiang Chen. Besides Jiang Chen and Yenyue, their team was the one that had the most contact with the Fireburn Gang. Back in the city of Sin, they had encountered the Fireburn Gang. Do they have a base there too? I thought after destroying their base in the city of Sin, their leader wouldn't dare to come out. Haish said. No more unnecessary words, get ready, assemble downstairs in 1 minute. Yes. Once the order was given, action had to be taken immediately. 1 minute later, everyone gathered downstairs on time and boarded Mingyun's wooden cart. This cart basically belonged to their team as a dedicated mission vehicle. According to the intelligence, the Fireburn Gang's power this time will be stronger than what we encountered in the city of Sin last time, so we can't take it lightly. Mingyun reminded the team members as he drove. Then, he specifically addressed Jiang Chen. Blood Moon, if the Fireburn Gang's target is you, you can hide when necessary. Based on the information obtained from the Fireburn Gang last time, they already knew that the Fireburn Gang's target was Jiang Chen and Yenyue. So it was not ruled out that this time the Fireburn Gang's appearance was also aimed at the 2 of them. Captain, rest assured, since they are targeting me, I will not let them succeed. I will deal with them in my own way, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The Fireburn Gang, the organization that had ambushed and tried to kill him twice, had long been a target he must eliminate in his heart. An enemy who constantly wanted to kill you at all times, if not dealt with early, could not be left to ambush and attack him in the dark. Jiang Chen now had the strength to confront the enemy head-on, and he wanted to see who the leader of the Fireburn gang was and why he hated him so much that he wanted to kill him. Broken Stone Ruins. Because the city here was called Broken Stone City, it got its name. Now it had become a ruin, but the name remained the same. The Broken Stone Ruins were surrounded by a continuous iron or mountain range. Before the decline of the Holy Empire, Broken Stone City almost monopolized the iron ore resources of a dozen surrounding cities for forging various weapons. After the decline of the Holy Empire, Broken Stone City also became a ruin. However, the abundant iron ore resources here remained the main source of iron ore among the few remaining major cities nearby. The forging of various weapons could not do without iron ore. Today, Huaihai Academy also sent 2 teams to mine the stone ore. One team, with Weilin and Zhao Mei, consisted of 4 freshmen and 4 executive members. There was another team, with Yenyue, also consisting of 4 freshmen and 4 executive members. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to really join the executive team, leaving you alone, Yenyue. Zhao Mei chatted with Yenyue while mining. Once I meet the requirements, I will also join the executive team, Yenyue said firmly while mining. It's great that you have clear goals. Unlike me and Weilin, who just slack off all day, Zhao Mei playfully stuck out her tongue. Weilin nodded in agreement with Zhao Mei's words. The group of people leisurely collected iron ore and stored it in their spatial rings. Suddenly, the stone mountain where they were shook violently, and huge cracks spread from top to bottom throughout the entire mountain range. Boom! A huge, silver-colored pangolin burst out from the mountain. 4th Order Primary, Rampaging Pangolin. Rampaging Pangolin? Seeing the giant silver pangolin, the faces of the group changed. Especially with the aura of a 4th Order Primary, heavy like the calm before a storm, casting a thick shadow over the hearts of Weilin and the others. 4th Order Primary. This was the highest level monster they had ever seen. The few operatives immediately drew their weapons, kept their distance, and vigilantly watched the monster emerging from the mountain. Even they dared not be careless with a 4th Order Primary. Roar! Boom! On one side, the pangolin had just emerged from the mountain, while on the other side of the forest, the ground cracked open, and swarms of beetles emerged from the ground, densely packed, numbering at least 40 to 50, knocking down countless trees. 3rd Order Monster Group, Deadly Beetles. The faces of the group changed once again, looking very grim. More than 30 monsters already defined a small monster tide. How come there are so many monsters here? Weilin had already stopped his pickaxe and pulled out a short knife from his back, closely watching the slowly encroaching monster group. With a 4th Order monster leading the way, we don't have any 4th Order ability users on our side. Zhao Mei's face turned pale with fear. 4th Order monsters belong to a higher level of monsters, very rare, as they rarely encountered 3rd Order monsters during their missions. This time, not only were there 4th Order monsters, but also so many 3rd Order monsters. And their 2 small teams didn't have a single 4th Order ability user. Wait, this area is the main source of iron ore for several major cities nearby. Logically, even if there were monsters around, they should have been cleared out. How come there are 4th Order monsters appearing? Yen Yuelu furrowed her brows tightly. Unless they are specifically targeting us. She had a bad feeling about this. This highly targeted monster tide had happened once before with the Flame Fire Group behind it. This time, she had a strong suspicion that the Flame Fire Group was also operating behind the scenes. Stay together and protect yourselves, one of the 8 operatives said in a deep voice, as the 8 of them spread out in different directions, closely watching the advancing deadly beetle group. Crack! Crack! The hard shells of the deadly beetles rubbed rhythmically, emitting sharp metal friction sounds. Then, the entire deadly beetle group accelerated its pace and charged towards the crowd. Attack! Several operatives acted in unison, using their long-range abilities to strike first. The colorful energy attacks landed on the deadly beetle group, but they ignored these attacks with their silver, steel-like hard shells, continuing to advance at full speed. Their hard shells have strong defense, find a way to attack their weak points from below. A squad leader quickly analyzed a strategy to deal with the deadly beetles. 2 Earth-based operatives decisively clapped their hands on the ground, Earth Spirit Transformation. Bang! 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 Sharp stone spikes violently emerged from the ground, fiercely hitting the undersides of the deadly beetles. Many deadly beetles were indeed knocked away. However, the remaining majority of deadly beetles still charged in, forcing the 8 operatives to engage in a fierce battle with them. The remaining 8 freshmen, many of whom are at the first-tier intermediate or first-tier advanced level, only Yenyu, Zhao Mei, and Wei Lin have reached the second-tier primary level. The deadly beetles will not spare them just because they are freshmen. Many beetles that were not stopped quickly rushed towards the three of them. Divine Water Shield. Wood Element Entanglement. Wei Lin and Zhao Mei acted at the same time, sending several thick water chains and vines to entangle the two deadly beetles charging at the front. Bang! Predictably, their defenses could not stop the deadly beetles at all, as the opponents easily broke through. The gap between the third-tier primary and second-tier primary was still too large. Divine Wind Breath. Earth Spirit Wall. Fire Spirit Wrath. Thunder Force. Divine Water Strike. Others also quickly released their respective abilities, different elemental abilities, all bombarding the several deadly beetles. But even with their numbers, the attacks from first-tier and second-tier abilities were like tickles to the deadly beetles. The defensive power of the deadly beetles was well known, and breaking through their hard shells was extremely difficult for abilities of the same tier, let alone those of lower tiers. Crack! Crack! Several deadly beetles finally opened their hard shells, turning them into two sharp blades and quickly thrusting forward. Holy light! At a critical moment, Yin Yu decisively stepped forward, emitting a dazzling golden light from her body, which surged from her palm and formed a golden holy wall. Clang! The several deadly beetles collided with the holy wall, but surprisingly, they couldn't push it back immediately. Just as they were preparing for a second attempt, a wind elemental executor finally emerged, transforming into a clear breeze and unleashing a 5-meter-high green tornado, blowing away all the deadly beetles. Although their side was outnumbered by the swarm of deadly beetles, with the experienced executors from the execution department, each person could handle 3 or 4 deadly beetles, gaining the upper hand in a short time. They could even counter-kill 1 or 2. After breaking free, Yin Yu and the others did not sit idly by, using their abilities to assist the executors in battling the swarm of deadly beetles. The scene became chaotic. At that moment, the 4th-tier primary rampaging armadillo, who had been watching, finally made a move. Its tail swept across the ground, sending over a dozen rocks flying, and then it shot out with extreme speed. Bang! 2 executors couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the rocks, groaning as they staggered back, their blood boiling. Crack! Crack! The scales on the rampaging armadillo's body kept opening and closing, emitting a scalp-tingling metallic friction sound. Sizzle! A thick silver lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky onto the rampaging armadillo. In the next moment, countless small electric arcs erupted from its body, forming silver lightning snakes that shot out suddenly. Be careful! Everyone quickly retreated. But how could they be faster than lightning? The dense electric arcs instantly struck everyone, the strong current spreading throughout their bodies. Ah! The exhilaration in that moment was indescribable. Boom! Having successfully struck, the rampaging armadillo's body suddenly curled up into a huge ball, with erratic electric arcs flashing on its surface, crashing towards its target, which was none other than Yin Yu. Not good! Seeing the rampaging armadillo charging towards her, Yin Yu's face changed, and she quickly gathered a mass of holy light in front of her, forming a huge shield. Bang! At the moment of impact, the rampaging armadillo failed to directly break through this holy shield. But in the next moment, the holy light shield could not withstand the power of a 4th-level junior demon beast and shattered with a bang. The shockwave from the broken shield hit Yin Yu, causing her to retreat repeatedly, a sweet taste in her throat, a muffled groan, and a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Yin Yu! Wei Lin and Zhao Mei on the side quickly came forward to help. Wood Spirit Explosion. Wind Swirling Clouds. Several trees turned into sharp wooden spikes, accompanied by sharp wind blades, fiercely striking the rampaging pangolin. Clang! 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 The defense of the rampaging pangolin's armor plates was no weaker than the hard shell of a deadly beetle. Their attacks landed on it like scratching an itch, and the rampaging pangolin didn't even bother to dodge. Whoosh! A huge tail swept up a gust of sand and gravel, sending Wei Lin and Zhao Mei flying, crashing hard into a tree. Crack! A tree half a meter in diameter was directly snapped in half by the impact. The intense pain from behind made the two unable to even cry out, feeling like their internal organs were all mixed up. Having easily taken care of the 2 interfering individuals, the rampaging pangolin's target was clear Yin Yu. Its huge body took step by step, with silver electric arcs shimmering in the gaps between its scales. Yin Yu gritted her silver teeth, looking at the rampaging pangolin approaching step by step. She decisively raised her palm and unleashed a golden energy stream. Bang! The energy stream hit the rampaging pangolin, unable to break through its defense. The latter even withstood the energy stream, continuing to advance step by step. Seeing that the rampaging pangolin was less than 10 meters away from Yin Yu, it finally stopped, stood upright, opened its mouth, and a silver lightning surge shot out. Swish! A kunai was inserted into the ground in front of Yin Yu. Who? A figure appeared almost instantly in front of Yan Yu. Wood release, wood locking wall. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Clang, clang, clang. A row of curved wooden walls quickly rose from the ground, enveloping the two inside. Boom! The lightning surge fiercely struck the wooden wall, which lasted less than 5 seconds before a continuous lightning surge burned a hole in it. Just as it was about to pierce through the wooden wall completely, a figure suddenly appeared on the rampaging pangolin. It was Ming Yun. Ha! With a low shout, Ming Yun's fist struck the head of the rampaging pangolin fiercely. Boom! Ming Yun's punch seemed to contain the force of thousands of pounds, directly smashing the head of the rampaging pangolin into the ground. Thunderous force! The white bear followed closely, descending from the sky, surrounded by flickering lightning, and heavily smashing its fist on the back of the rampaging pangolin. Boom! This punch directly sank the entire body of the rampaging pangolin deep into the ground. Ming Yun and the white bear had coordinated this combination punch dozens of times. Even a 4th-level junior demon beast would be severely injured if hit by their full force. Step. Several figures landed one after another. It was Jiang Chen and the others who arrived just in time. Ming Yun, you guys arrived just in time. The squad leader, seeing Ming Yun and the others finally arrive, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shouted, "Come and help. We're here, what's the rush?" Ming Yun and the others quickly joined the battle. With their participation, the remaining 3rd-level junior deadly beetles were immediately thrown into chaos and fled in disarray. Jiang Chen did not join the battle but stayed behind to check on the conditions of Yanyu, Wei Lin, and Zhao Mei. "Are you okay?" He wanted to help Yanyu up, but she shook her head, gritted her teeth, and stood up bravely despite the pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not linger and quickly went to the other side where Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were more seriously injured. "Wei Lin, Zhao Mei, are you two okay?" "You are." "Jiang Chen?" Listening to the familiar voice, Wei Lin, who was originally half-conscious, suddenly opened his eyes. It's me. It's okay, I'm fine." Wei Lin trembled as he tried to stand up, but the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain. "TSK, trying to be tough." Jiang Chen helped him up impatiently. Zhao Mei, on the side, was smart. After a brief recovery, she began to heal herself. By the time Jiang Chen helped Wei Lin up, she was able to stand on her own. That 4th-level monster was too terrifying, right? I thought I was going to die just now. Thinking back to the situation just now, Zhao Mei felt a shiver of fear. The pressure from the 4th-level monster was just too strong. After all, it's a 4th-level monster, but it's okay, it's been taken care of. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. But at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the deep pit. The rampaging armadillo that should have been lying in the pit was gone. Bang! The ground under his feet suddenly broke open, and a surge of lightning burst out from the ground, hitting Jiang Chen directly. Zila! The intense electric current spread through Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Then, the rampaging armadillo burst out from underground, slamming Jiang Chen into the air. Cough! With this impact, Jiang Chen felt like he had been hit by a fully loaded truck, his internal organs in turmoil, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Ming Yun and the others who were cleaning up the scene were shocked to see that the rampaging armadillo was still alive. It's not dead? This was the first time a monster had survived a full force punch from Ming Yun and Bai Xiong and was still so lively. Hong Feng. Got it. Hong Feng clenched his palm in the air. Binding of the divine wind. A deep blue gust of wind bound the rampaging armadillo that was trying to attack again, stopping its assault. Ming Yun and Bai Xiong then rushed over at the fastest speed, attempting to deliver the final blow. When they were less than a meter away from the rampaging armadillo, a deep purple flame suddenly ignited on the armadillo's body, forming a flame barrier without warning, blocking Ming Yun and Bai Xiong's path. The two quickly slowed down and stopped in front of the firewall. The terrifying temperature made them feel a palpitation. Truly the executive department of Huaihai Academy, indeed so fast. A calm, soft voice rang out. A purple flame ignited on top of the rampaging armadillo's head, eventually forming the appearance of a young man. The man wore a purple robe, had a handsome face with a hint of softness, looking like he was only in his 20s, very young. Who are you? Let me introduce myself, I am Huolio, the leader of the Flame Fire Group. Jiang Chen quickly stabilized his body in midair and landed smoothly. Wu Ying quickly healed the wounds on his body, restoring them to their original state in an instant. He looked up, staring tightly at the person on top of the rampaging armadillo. Huolio, the leader of the Flame Fire Group. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen and Ming Yun's eyes, among others, all looked over, full of vigilance. You are the leader of the Flame Fire Group? Ming Yun took a step back, looking up at Huolio. Their mission this time was to track down the whereabouts of the Flame Fire Group, but they never expected to directly capture the leader of the Flame Fire Group. Actually, I have always wanted to meet you in person, but I never had the chance before. Huolio smiled slightly, his face looking gentle and beautiful. But no one believed that the leader of the Flame Fire Group could be a kind and good person. It's good to come out and meet us, so we don't have to look for you everywhere. Mingyun's voice did not reveal any emotions, but everyone present had already tacitly surrounded Huolio, not giving him any chance to leave. Ignoring their movements, Huolio's gaze was fixed, scanning Yanyu and Jiang Chen, who was wearing a mask. After all, I am very interested in you, such opportunities are rare. Jiang Chen's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but his eyes had already opened a pair of kaleidoscope writing will eyes. The leader of the Huolio, just by this title alone, was enough to make him go all out. Ding! Trigger mission, eliminate the threat, kill the leader of the Huolio. Mission reward, 1000 energy points, 2 chances to draw. Coincidentally, we are also very interested in you. Why don't you come back with us and have a good chat? Mingyun said. Hee, Captain Mingyun, I know you are very strong, the elite among elites, but to take me back, just relying on you guys is not enough. Huolio chuckled. Mingyun narrowed his eyes slightly. The two sides locked eyes across the space. In the next moment, Huang Lang and Heishi simultaneously attacked, launching a surprise attack from behind, and the two puppets and Heishi's black giant snake all attacked Huolio. Instead of attacking, Huolio's violent pangolin under his feet swept its huge tail, easily repelling Huang Lang's 2 third-tier intermediate puppets and Heishi's third-tier intermediate black giant snake. Bang! The battle started instantly. Mingyun and Bai Xiong rushed forward again, and the several executive members of the original 2 teams also joined in. Surrounded from all sides. Is it a bit unfair for so many people to bully me alone? Huolio's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hands lightly, spraying out a purple flame from his palms. The purple flame instantly turned into a huge fire dragon, raging like a roaring dragon, rampaging through. Huolio's realm was not high, just 3rd tier advanced, lower than the violent pangolin. But his fire ability was extremely powerful. Even 2 of the executives using water abilities of the same scale couldn't withstand the fire dragon. Chirp! A loud chirp sounded, and several 2nd-tier fire eagles with red bodies flew out from the nearby woods. Huolio jumped forcefully from the pangolin's head and onto the back of a 2nd-tier fire eagle. He wasn't trying to escape, but to change his target of attack. Huolio's palm was holding a small flame, gently touching the head of the fire eagle. The clear eyes of the fire eagle suddenly turned into a flame-like purple color, exhaling breaths. Chirp! Finally, the fire eagle spewed out a stream of purple flames, fiercely shooting towards Jiang Chen and Yanyu below. Indeed, the target of the Huolio was still Jiang Chen and Yanyu. Shield of divine water. Yanyu decisively raised her hand, and water burst out from the ground on both sides, forming a huge water shield to block the incoming flames. The purple flames were much stronger than ordinary flames, evaporating the water shield into steam. Jiang Chen didn't choose to sit back and wait for death, but took the initiative to attack. Taking advantage of the gap where Yanyu temporarily held back Huolio, Jiang Chen quickly approached. Unfortunately, Huolio's attention had been on him all along. Chirp! Several fire eagles behind him stared sharply, diving down at high speed. The first time Jiang Chen was besieged by the Huolio, he was in a sorry state. But now, he was no longer the same as before. 3 days apart, a new perspective. Writing wheel eye. With the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Jiang Chen used genjutsu to control the fire eagle charging at the front. Then, in Sage mode, he knocked down the remaining 2 fire eagles with a punch each. These 2nd-tier junior fire eagles were no longer his match. Controlling the last fire eagle under the genjutsu, Jiang Chen jumped onto its back and directed it towards Huolio at high speed. Oh, instead of running away, you're flying towards me? Admirable courage. The fire left a pad on the fiery eagle under his body, and the purple flames instantly covered the entire body of the fiery bird, turning it into a bird bathed in fire, quickly flying out. Bang! The fiery eagle burned by the flames was a realm higher than the ordinary fiery eagle. The two collided, and the ordinary fiery eagle under Jiang Chen was instantly entwined by purple flames. Squeak! With a miserable cry, the ordinary fiery eagle was instantly burned into a ball of fire. At that moment, Jiang Chen jumped high from the back of the fiery eagle, holding the short knife in his hand and fiercely stabbing towards Huolio. Swish! Huolio made no movement, but Jiang Chen's knife stopped less than half a meter in front of him, unable to pierce no matter what. It seemed as if the knife did not belong to him. Spatial ability? Jiang Chen frowned. In the next moment, the short knife in his hand was controlled by a force, suddenly flew out of his hand, spun in the air, and stabbed back towards Jiang Chen. With his Sharingan focused, Jiang Chen accurately saw the trajectory of the knife, quickly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding what should have been a fatal blow. Blood Moon, behind. The voice of Hongfeng came from below. Jiang Chen quickly retreated from Huolio's side, using Hongfeng's wind wall to quickly create distance. Oomph, trying to escape? The sea of fire is everywhere. Watching Jiang Chen retreat, Huolio snorted coldly, waved his hand fiercely, and the purple flames turned into a towering sea of fire, rushing towards Jiang Chen like waves. The aura of the purple flames was much stronger than that of ordinary fire abilities. Even Ming Yun and the others felt a sudden change in their facial expressions under their masks when they sensed the aura of this fire wave. This was not an ability that a third-tier advanced ability user could release. Watching the raging sea of fire approaching, Jiang Chen tightly closed his right eye, and the spiritual energy in his body crazily gathered above his right eye. 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed down. In the next moment, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his right eye, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged crazily, and a cluster of black flames emerged from his pupils, spreading towards the front of his line of sight. Amaterasu! Amaterasu! A cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared out of thin air in the purple sea of fire. As Jiang Chen's Mangekyo Sharingan continued to surge, the black flames of Amaterasu devoured the flames, beginning to spread wildly, quickly expanding into a black sea of fire. The 2 different seas of fire burned each other. Initially, Jiang Chen's Amaterasu was suppressed by Huolio's purple fire. But slowly, Amaterasu turned the tables, faintly overpowering the purple fire, the black flames of Amaterasu continuously eating away at the purple fire, spreading towards Huolio. Huolio, who had always been full of confidence, saw his purple fire being overpowered by Amaterasu, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. I don't believe that your flames can be stronger than my purple fire. For the first time, a hint of ferocity appeared on his face, and the spiritual energy in his body surged out, continuously transforming into purple fire. The once again enlarged purple sea of fire turned into a fierce fire beast, suddenly swallowing the black flames of Amaterasu, attempting to melt it directly. Seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on Huolio's face. This purple fire was his proudest ability, and no flame could be stronger than his purple fire. But in the next moment, the smile on Huolio's face suddenly froze, because he saw that within the fierce purple fire beast, a stubborn and indomitable black flame was eating away at it from the inside out, completely devouring the fire beast. The entire purple sea of fire instantly turned into black flames. How is this possible? Huolio's pupils shrank as he watched the black flames of Amaterasu engulfing him. Ah! The sea of fire instantly swallowed him, the scorching high temperature causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Along with the fiery eagle under his feet, Huolio was not spared either, and together with Huolio, they were engulfed by the flames of Amaterasu, turning into a small cluster and falling from the sky. Soon, even the screams abruptly stopped. The body of Huolio continued to burn on the ground until it was completely reduced to ashes, and the flames of Amaterasu slowly disappeared. Amaterasu, known as the Undying Flame, would not extinguish until its target was completely burned. Although in the original work, Amaterasu's record was somewhat lacking, it had never failed to kill. But that didn't mean Amaterasu was weak. Anything it needed to burn, none could escape. Who? Jiang Chen breathed slightly. He could quickly replenish the spiritual energy consumed by Amaterasu, but the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were too painful. The first time he used it, Jiang Chen almost went crazy from the pain. At one point, he even thought he was going blind, but fortunately, he successfully killed Huolio in the end. He didn't die due to lack of strength but due to his lack of understanding of Amaterasu. The remaining ferocious pangolin, under the siege of Ming Yun and others, also eventually perished. Its massive body fell heavily to the ground, like a small sand dune. The group's consumption was not insignificant. After all, it was a 4th-rank demon beast, and the ferocious pangolin's defense was extremely strong, costing them a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was all resolved in the end. The leader of the Blaze Fire is dead like this? Yen Yu walked to Jiang Chen's side, looking at the pile of ashes that used to be Huolio, feeling somewhat surreal. They had been searching for the leader of the Blaze Fire all along but had never found him. Now Huolio emerged on his own and was then dealt with, which didn't quite fit the style of the Blaze Fire leader. Once it's turned to ashes, can it still not die? Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This inexplicable leader of the Blaze Fire had finally died. They no longer had to worry about being ambushed. The only regret was that Huolio died too quickly, and they hadn't been able to ask him why they wanted to kill Jiang Chen and Yen Yu. But now that Huolio was dead, the reason no longer mattered. Our mission is complete, the rest is up to you, Ming Yun said to the team leader. Their mission was to intercept the Blaze Fire group, and now that Huolio was dead, the rest was no longer their concern. Alright, thank you. The team leader nodded, and the two groups went their separate ways. I'm going back first, you all take care. Before leaving, Jiang Chen reminded Wei Lin and the others, then followed Ming Yun out. In a dark underground room, a purple flame flickered gently in the center. Surrounding the flame were several people dressed in fiery red clothes, their faces indiscernible. Huolio is dead, a woman's voice spoke. Humph, I knew that guy wouldn't amount to anything. Arrogant and self-righteous, thinking that having a fourth-rank demon beast could deal with the people of Huaihai Academy. It serves him right to die, another burly man's voice said disdainfully. It doesn't matter that Huolio is dead. The problem now is that those two people are still alive. The Lord of Firepoint has entrusted us with a task that is not yet complete, the woman said in a low voice. Don't worry, there will be another chance, another elderly voice said slowly. As long as we wipe out those two people as well, the Sacred Empire will have completely lost its last spark of fire. Decline is just a matter of time. The group nodded, the flame extinguished, and darkness returned. Ding! Mission completed. Kill the leader of the blaze fire. Rewards, 1,000 energy points, 2 lottery chances. Inside the wooden cart, Jiang Chen's long-awaited mission reward was finally distributed. 1,000 energy points were credited, along with 2 lottery chances. He immediately opened the lottery interface. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo Uchiha Edition, would release Tree World Birth, would release Wood Dragon Technique, would release Board Ranking Technique, Spirit Beast 1 Tail, Spirit Beast 9 Tails, for Symbol Seal, Uchiha Flame Formation. The lottery interface has refreshed a round of rewards, and they are all pretty good. Jiang Chen took a look and thought the rewards were decent, no need to refresh again. Come on, my requirements are not high. 9 Tails, Woodman, Susanoo, anyone will do. Let me be inspired. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Jiang Chen began the first round of the lottery. Day. As the lottery pointer kept spinning, the speed went from slow to fast, then fast to slow again. Ancestors above, bless me with inspiration, don't let it be crooked. Jiang Chen muttered, and the lottery pointer finally stopped. A burst of golden light shone. Jiang Chen carefully opened one eye and looked over, seeing 4 shiny words, for Symbol Seal. Damn! Crooked! The sealing technique was the last thing Jiang Chen wanted. It's not that the 4 symbol seal is bad, but the effect of sealing techniques is too limited, not very useful at the moment. Wasting a lottery chance to get this thing, Jiang Chen felt heartbroken. It's okay, there's still a second chance. Ancestors above, bless me, the second time must be a hit. As the pointer turned for the second time, Jiang Chen's heart beat faster and he couldn't bear to watch the pointer's movement. Until a burst of golden light, he opened his eyes again. The golden light shimmered, and a line of shining golden words appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Uchiha Flame Formation. A formation? This result left Jiang Chen somewhat unsatisfied. It's not that the flame formation is bad, but it's not the best among the rewards in the lottery, and it doesn't meet his expectations. Tisk, rare 2 chances at the lottery, and didn't get a satisfactory one. Jiang Chen was so frustrated. When he started the lottery, he was ambitious and confident. After the lottery, he felt deflated. Indeed, one shouldn't get too carried away with the lottery. Just as he was about to close the lottery system, he glanced at his remaining energy balance, 6530. He looked at the energy cost for one draw on the lottery wheel, 5,000. 16530, 5,000. Jiang Chen pondered. Should he spend money on one draw? At this moment, 2 little figures in his mind were fiercely arguing. The figure on the left said, go ahead, it's only 5,000 energy, you'll quickly earn it back. The figure on the right said, don't draw, this is the energy you've worked hard to save a little more, and you can exchange for whatever you want. The figure on the left said, nonsense. Don't you understand the thrill of hitting the jackpot? You've missed out on 2 chances already, can you bear to miss this third one? The figure on the right said, you're talking nonsense. Do you think everyone is lucky? Listening to the argument between the 2 figures, Jiang Chen's head was buzzing. Enough. In the end, he made the decision himself, draw. It must be drawn. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 energy to draw once. As the pointer on the lottery will continue to spin, this time Jiang Chen didn't close his eyes and wait, but stared with wide eyes, trying to control it with his mind. Day. The crisp sound of spinning slowly slowed down, Jiang Chen's eyes wide open, watching as the pointer passed by, then came back, clearly about to stop, but then started spinning again. Throughout the process, Jiang Chen kept his eyes wide open, trying to warn the system with his gaze. Ding! Finally, the pointer paused, golden light shimmered. Congratulations, the host has drawn Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo, Uchiha Edition. Beautiful! Jiang Chen jumped up in excitement, startling the others in the carriage. Several pairs of eyes looked at him. What's wrong? asked Hong Feng beside him. Ahem, nothing. Jiang Chen quickly suppressed his excitement. Is it because you finally killed the leader of the incineration clan and got too excited? Ming Yun, who was driving in front, laughed. Yes, Jiang Chen hurriedly agreed. The group burst into laughter. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen quickly examined the information. Susanoo, S rank. First form consumes 300 spiritual energy per single use, and 100 spiritual energy per minute for continuous use. Second form consumes 500 spiritual energy per single use, and 150 spiritual energy per minute for continuous use. Third form consumes 1000 spiritual energy per single use, and 300 spiritual energy per minute for continuous use. Note, without achieving the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all special eye techniques can only be used 5 times. Exceeding this limit, after the 6th use, one will fall into eternal darkness, devoid of light. Note, Susanoo is the third power residing in the Mangekyo Sharingan. It requires a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan as a foundation. Once one eye goes blind, Susanoo cannot be used. Additionally, if both eyes go blind due to using Susanoo, one will no longer be able to use eye techniques with a single eye. Susanoo, the third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by simultaneously activating the eye techniques of both eyes and Susanoo can the Mangekyo Sharingan be considered a true Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems like I hit the jackpot this time. Jiang Chen was excited. The Susanoo in the store was priced at 30,000, and he only spent 5,000 energy points to draw it, which was equivalent to earning a net gain of 25,000 energy points. What a profit! Unfortunately, he didn't have any extra energy points now, otherwise, he would draw a few more times. Huaihai City. Today's mission is over, take a day off, go back. After parking the car, Mingyan generously said. Alright, boss is mighty. The group cheered and happily handed over the items from the mission before quickly heading home. Jiang Chen also hurried home, ready to tell Jiang Lei the news of the death of the leader of the incineration clan. Back at the doorstep, Jiang Chen saw several unique wooden carts parked outside, obviously not belonging to the Jiang family. Young master, you're back, the steward Chen Bo greeted him. Guests at home? Yes, from the Xie family, Chen Bo said. Xie family? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. In Huaihai City, there were 2 major families, one being the Jiang family, and the other being the Xie family. However, the Xie family's presence in Huaihai City was somewhat lower compared to the Jiang family, mainly because the responsibilities of the Xie family were different. The Xie family also originated from the execution department, and the head of the Xie family, like Jiang Lei, was the minister of the execution department. The execution department led by the Jiang family was mainly responsible for the security of Huaihai City and its surroundings. On the other hand, the Xie family's execution department was mainly responsible for cooperative actions between the execution departments of Huaihai City and major city academies. These actions were not aimed at monsters or traitors but at fostering close cooperation among the major cities in the eastern region. In simple terms, the Xie family handled diplomacy, primarily communicating with the academies of major cities to ensure that each city was connected and not isolated. After all, with the increasing audacity of monsters nowadays, only by uniting the abilities of different cities' anomalies could they resist them. Walking into the hall, Jiang Chen saw several people already seated inside. Apart from Jiang Lei, he wasn't very familiar with the others. There was only one person he recognized, a middle-aged man sitting next to Jiang Lei, with a dignified appearance and a strong aura, slightly older than Jiang Lei. Xia Yan, the head of the Xie family, one of the 3 Tier 5 anomalies in Huaihai City, an A-rank illusionist, B-rank fire user, a dual-element anomaly. He was someone Jiang Chen knew. In addition, there were 3 members of the Xie family in the hall, all with a faint smell of blood on them, indicating that their hands were stained with quite a bit of blood. Jiang Chen, you came back just in time, come and meet, this is your Uncle Xie Yan. Hello, Uncle Xie Yan, Jiang Chen greeted obediently. Oh, this is Jiang Chen, it's only been a few years and you've grown so big. Xie Yan, with stubble on his face, smiled, I heard that you awakened dual S abilities and successfully changed the use of wood-type abilities. Truly a chip off the old block. Just lucky, Jiang Chen smiled, maintaining the politeness of a junior. It's not just luck. Since you're back, you can participate as a representative in the upcoming Academy competition in the Southeast area. Academy competition? What's that? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Simply put, it's a friendly competition organized between the various academies in the East and South regions. On one hand, it's to better train our students' abilities, and on the other hand, it's to strengthen the connections between the major academies, Xia Yan explained. Jiang Lei added, now that the monsters are becoming more rampant, the main method of the academy competition is to arrange a group of students to compete by hunting and killing monsters, which not only determines the winner but also serves as a blow to the monsters. Jiang Chen nodded. He understood. However, he wasn't very interested in this kind of academy competition. I see you're already a second-tier advanced, quite outstanding among our new students. You can represent our academy in the competition, Xia Yan said. But I'm not very interested. Jiang Chen scratched his head, pretending to look hesitant. He wasn't going to do something thankless. For participating students, the academy will reward each person with a high-level ability book, as well as spirit stones, monster cores, Jiang Lei deliberately mentioned. Ha! Jiang Chen immediately looked at him. If you can achieve good results in the academy competition, besides the competition rewards, the academy itself also has rewards. Hey, Lao Yan, how many places are there for rewards in the sect competition this time? The top 10 will be rewarded, with individual rewards starting from high-level ability books, as well as a large number of spirit stones, monster cores, puppets, and so on, quite abundant, Xia Yan echoed. Ding! Triggered task, participate in the academy competition, rewards, top 10, 1 chance to draw, 1000 energy points, top 5, 1 chance to draw, 2000 energy points, third place, 1 chance to draw, 5000 energy points, second place, 2 chances to draw, 10,000 energy points, first place, 2 chances to draw, a random tail beast, 15,000 energy points. Alright, I'll participate, Jiang Chen said firmly, his eyes full of determination. He wasn't doing it for monster cores, spirit stones, or the 2 chances to draw, a tail beast, or 15,000 energy points. These things were superficial. They were external. They were rubbish. His participation in the competition was solely to bring glory to the academy, to realize the value of life, for the future of humanity. Well done, young man, full of spirit. The official notice should be issued tomorrow. We'll set off after confirming the participants. Xia Yan stood up and left with a few members of the Xia family. Uncle Xia Yan, take care. Lao Yan, come for tea when you're free. No need to see us off. The group left in a hurry, leaving only Jiang Chen and his father in the hall. Dad, is this academy competition real? Of course, would Uncle Xia Yan bring back false information? Jiang Lei sat back, took a sip of tea, then spat out the tea leaves in his mouth. You agreed just now, you can't back out now, he said. I never said I would back out. How could he possibly back out when he was going to bring glory to Huaihai Academy? Alright then, Jiang Lei grinned, I was actually planning to come up with a reason for you to participate, but you agreed on your own. Dad, do you really think highly of me? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Don't be so conceited, Jiang Lei gave him a look, then put down his teacup, his smile fading as he became serious. This time participating in the academy competition, you have a mission. A mission? Jiang Chen straightened up immediately. This academy competition is the first cooperation between our Southeast 2 districts, and it's an important opportunity for reconciliation between the East and South districts. Before the Sacred Empire declined, the relationship between our Southeast 2 districts was not good, with the East district being looked down upon. Now, with major cities seeking self-preservation, the South district looks down on us even more. The overall strength of the South district is superior to ours, so for long-term peaceful development in the future, we must establish good relations with the South district. Therefore, in this academy competition, your task is to try to build good relations with the academies from the South district. If you encounter provocations from South district academies, try not to engage in conflicts with them, let the accompanying teachers handle any issues. So it's like turning the other cheek and not retaliating? Jiang Chen summarized simply. More or less, Jiang Lei nodded, paused, and continued, of course, if they go too far, you don't have to endure it. After all, we only hope to cooperate with the South District, not beg for their cooperation. Jiang Chen suddenly understood, I see, there's no need to endure the unbearable. Exactly, Jiang Lei raised an eyebrow. Truly his son, quick to understand. Alright, Dad, just wait for me to shine in the academy competition and bring glory to you. Jiang Chen promised, pounding his chest. He didn't dare make such a promise before. But now, with Susanoo, he was confident enough to not lose to any third-tier Esper or monster. Even if he encountered a fourth-tier Esper or monster, there was still a possibility of victory. Oh, by the way, Dad, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. We found and successfully eliminated the leader of the flame crowds. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered this. So soon? Yes, when our team was out on a mission, he came to bother us, and we took care of him. Good, with that done, I feel even more at ease with you participating in the academy competition. Jiang Lei patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with relief. Son, I don't expect you to achieve high rankings in the academy competition, just go there safely and come back safely. No matter how strict and ruthless Jiang Lei was outside, he was always Jiang Chen's father inside. A father's expectations for his son didn't require great achievements, just that he could grow up safely. Yes, I will. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. The news of the academy competition spread throughout the entire academy the next day, and many people eagerly signed up. Jiang Chen had nothing to do today, so he went back to school to see who else was participating. In front of the school's bulletin board, many people were already gathered. The minimum requirement to participate in the academy competition was a second-tier junior level, and then 10 people would be selected based on merit. Jiang Chen had already secured a spot, and he wanted to see who the remaining 9 teammates would be. After all, the academy competition was not an individual competition, but a team trial. Jiang Chen was someone who wanted to bring glory to the academy, and he couldn't let that pig teammate drag him down. Hey, Jiang Chen! Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Jiang Chen turned around and saw a young, beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and a smile as radiant as a flower. The woman was very beautiful, but Jiang Chen didn't recognize her. Who are you? I'm Hong Feng, the woman giggled. Hong Feng? Jiang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Satisfied with his reaction, Hong Feng chuckled and said, "Let me introduce myself formally, Xiajia, Xiatsongqing." Jiang Chen looked at Hong Feng with a puzzled expression. What did you just say? Your name is? Xiajia, Xiatsongqing, Hong Feng, or rather Xiatsongqing now, said word by word. You are from the Xia family? Looking at Xiatsongqing, Jiang Chen's expression was complex, sometimes suspicious, sometimes unbelieving, sometimes assessing. What are you looking at? Seeing Jiang Chen unabashedly scrutinizing her up and down, Xiatsongqing kicked out. Do you know it's very impolite to stare at a girl like that? Jiang Chen dodged agilely, scratched his head, and said, I just didn't expect that. Hong Songqing's sister, you are actually from the Xia family. If you can be from the Zhang family, why can't I be from the Xia family? Xiatsongqing retorted, her bright eyes showing a fierce look. It seemed that if Jiang Chen's answer was wrong, she would kick him again. It's not that. I just didn't expect that Hong Feng's sister is from the Xia family, and still so young and beautiful. He really didn't expect Hong Feng to be from the Xia family, and he always thought Hong Feng was a woman in her 30s, experienced big sister. But now it seems that Xiatsongqing is not much older than him. Oh, are you praising me? But I can tell that you must be thinking, shouldn't Hong Feng be a woman over 30? How come she looks like this, right? Xiatsongqing's eyes kept on Jiang Chen, making him embarrassed. He awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem. I really didn't expect you to be so young. Actually, I just entered the execution department half a year earlier than you. If we count it, we are in the same year. But in terms of combat experience, you have to call me senior sister. Xiatsongqing slightly raised her snow-white chin, her pretty face showing a hint of pride. Jiang Chen. So, senior sister, do you have something to tell me? Hearing Jiang Chen mention business, Xiatsongqing also slightly put away her playful attitude and said, I heard from my uncle that you have decided to participate in the Academy Grand Competition in the Southeast District, right? Your uncle is Xia Yan. Oh, it's Uncle Xia Yan. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. At first, he thought Xia Yan would be her father, but it turned out to be her uncle. When Uncle Xia Yan came back yesterday, he had already arranged with my dad, and I was inexplicably deceived into participating in the Academy Grand Competition. Jiang Chen shrugged, looking very helpless. Now I can tell you, I am also going to participate in these Academy Grand Competitions, so we can be companions. Xiatsongqing showed a clear smile, like a willow swaying in the spring breeze, light and serene. Jiang Chen was about to ask how she met the requirements. For this Academy Grand Competition, only freshmen who awakened their abilities within a year could participate. But he suddenly remembered that Xiatsongqing had just said she only entered the execution department half a year earlier than him. In fact, they were in the same year. But Xiatsongqing probably entered the execution department early due to the Xia family's arrangements. Finally, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I thought participating in the Academy Grand Competition would mean I could temporarily avoid missions. I didn't expect to have to go with you, senior sister, just like carrying out missions in the execution department. Xiatsongqing stared at him, saying fiercely, Are you feeling wronged to go with me? No. I'm so happy, how could I feel wronged? Jiang Chen immediately backed down. After all, she is a senior sister, and when executing tasks in the execution department, Jiang Chen and Xiatsongqing can be considered partners. He never expected to meet her at the academy competition. Jiang Chen. At this moment, two people squeezed out of the crowd, Wei Lin and Zhao Mei. The two approached Jiang Chen, and Wei Lin noticed Xiatsongqing beside him. He swallowed his words and said, Jiang Chen, who is this? Oh, let me introduce, this is Shi Tsongqing, our senior sister. Senior sister, they are all my friends, Wei Lin, Zhao Mei. Hello, Shi Tsongqing smiled lightly. Hearing that she was a senior sister, Wei Lin and Zhao Mei immediately greeted politely, hello, senior sister. I'll leave you to it then, see you later, bye. Shi Tsongqing waved goodbye to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen also waved symbolically. Then he looked at Wei Lin and Zhao Mei. Why are you two in such a hurry? Wei Lin then brought up the main topic. Jiang Chen, do you know about the academy competition? Are you participating? Yes, I am participating. How about you too? Yes, we are both participating, Zhao Mei said with a smile. The minimum requirement to participate in the academy competition is at least at the second level of primary, and you too. Jiang Chen was about to say that their levels were not enough, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Wei Lin and Zhao Mei had actually both reached the second level of primary. That's great. When did you two break through to the second level? It was after the battle in the ruins of Shattered Stone City last time. We broke through when we returned. Wei Lin scratched his head, admitting somewhat embarrassedly. You guys, why are you embarrassed after breaking through? Seeing Wei Lin like this, Jiang Chen lightly slapped him on the head. The three of them laughed. Jiang Chen had watched Wei Lin grow up, saying this made it sound a bit like he was an old father figure. But to put it mildly, without Jiang Chen, Wei Lin would probably only be able to use his wood element to grow some flowers and plants. Both of you are here. What about Yan Yu? Jiang Chen realized that one person was missing. Yu Yu is not participating this time. Their team is currently on a very important mission and can't leave, Zhao Mei said with a hint of regret. She and Yan Yu were best friends, and without Yan Yu, she felt like something was missing. I see, that's fine, Jiang Chen nodded. Let's wait until the final quota is confirmed and then set off together. Although Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were participating, the final selection still depended on the execution department, mainly the approval from the Shi family. Alright, the 10 spots for the Huaihai Academy competition were quickly filled. Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing, as representatives of the Jiang and Shi families, had their spots secured. Moreover, among the new students, no one had a higher level than the two of them. In addition, Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were also selected. Among the new students, there were quite a few who had reached the second level, but they were ultimately chosen, partly due to Jiang Chen's influence, but also because of their own abilities. The last 6 spots were also gradually confirmed, all of them being outstanding among the new students. After all, without some strength, there was no point in going to the academy competition. Once the spots were confirmed, the departure time was also set, 3 days later. Early morning, at the entrance of Huaihai Academy. After Jiang Chen met up with Wei Lin and Zhao Mei, they headed to the assembly point together. Jiang Chen, over here. From a distance, Shi Tsongqing waved to them. The three of them walked quickly towards her. A total of 10 disciples were participating in the academy competition this time. In addition, there were over a dozen others accompanying them, including the head of the Shi family, Shi Yan, the director of Huaihai Academy, Sun Shuyu, and several teachers. Several cars were neatly lined up together. Senior sister, good morning. Jiang Chen and a few others arrived in front of Shi Tsongqing, smiling and greeting. You guys are quite late, huh? Making so many of us wait for you. Shi Tsongqing raised an eyebrow, with a hint of deliberate meaning. Ahem, unexpected, all unexpected. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He did sleep in a bit late today. Mainly because Zhang Lei didn't even wake him up, or even come to see him off. This dad is really irresponsible. How long has it been since you left school, and you've already forgotten the basic principle of punctuality? Sun Shuyu glanced at the three of them. The authority of the head teacher was still strong. Although they had already left the academy to carry out their mission, Jiang Chen and the others still had a lingering fear of Sun Shuyu. We know we were wrong. Jiang Chen and the others promptly lowered their heads to apologize. Come on, get in the car. Shi Yan didn't say much, waving for them to get in the car. You guys can ride in my car. Shi Tsongqing raised a delicate eyebrow and sat in the driver's seat of a nearby wooden cart. Seeing her sitting in that position, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, recalling some unpleasant memories. Alright. Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were the first to get in. Jiang Chen, why are you standing there? Get in the car. Seeing Jiang Chen not moving, Wei Lin quickly called out to him. Yeah, junior brother, get in the car. Shi Tsongqing gave him a sweet smile. Coming. Jiang Chen finally got in the car. Sit tight, we're about to depart. The entire car was just the 4 of them. Shi Tsongqing took out a demon core and replaced the one on the wooden cart's power slot with a second-order demon core. Sure enough, Jiang Chen knew that having Shi Tsongqing drive was not a good idea. Let's go. The power of the second-order demon core transferred to the wooden cart, immediately turning into a blur and speeding away. The strong acceleration pressed Zhao Mei and Wei Lin firmly into their seats. Jiang Chen was prepared mentally and braced himself. Shi Tsongqing, on the surface, was a lively, kind, and gentle girl. In reality, she had a wild side that enjoyed driving fast. Jiang Chen had ridden in her car twice, maintaining a speed of 120 throughout. If it weren't for the precious third-order demon core, he had no doubt Shi Tsongqing would switch to a third-order demon core and speed up to 180. The current speed of 120 wasn't particularly fast, but in this uneven terrain, a bump could easily make one's butt sore. Shi Tsongqing, however, was not afraid at all, taking the lead and leaving the entire convoy behind, leaving them in the dust. Xiao Chang, why are you driving so fast? Slow down. Inside the driver's cabin, a two-way voice transmission symbol was playing Xian's voice. Second uncle, why are you driving so slow? Shi Tsongqing retorted. Drive slower, don't use the second-order demon core, that's an order. Shi Yan said sternly. Oh. Shi Tsongqing pouted, full of resentment, reluctantly replaced the second-order demon core with a first-order one. The speed of the wooden cart immediately slowed down. The convoy continued to advance in formation. Jinghai Academy, the most powerful academy in the southern region. It had 7 fifth-order ability users, over 40 fourth-order ability users, and hundreds of third-order ability users. Looking across the entire East and South regions, Jinghai Academy was undoubtedly the top academy. Before the decline of the Sacred Empire and even after, it remained the same. And this time, the Academy's grand competition was also held at Jinghai Academy. Jiang Chen and the others' destination was Jinghai City, where Jinghai Academy was located. Jinghai City was situated in the southern region, over 1,000 kilometers away from Huaihai City. With the speed of the convoy, they traveled for 3 days and 3 nights, finally arriving in Jinghai City on the 4th day in the morning. Jinghai City, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, stretches as far as the eye can see. A deep moat encircles the entire city, along with high walls that can withstand most of the demonic beasts. At this moment, besides the convoy from Huaihai Academy, there are many other academy convoys passing through the bridge at Jinghai City and entering the city. Is this Jinghai City? It's much more magnificent than our Huaihai City. As the wooden carts orderly entered Jinghai City, Wei Lin and a few others couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the scene of towering buildings, bustling crowds, and lively atmosphere inside. At first glance, Jinghai City appeared much more upscale than their Huaihai City. The streets were neat and orderly, with various entertainment shops and facilities visible at any time, something not easily seen in other cities. Truly the largest city in the southern region, Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. The convoy parked in a designated parking lot within Jinghai City, where they were greeted by staff. Welcome, everyone from Huaihai Academy. The greeters were 2 young ladies dressed in formal attire and high-collared cheongsams, with a friendly smile. Please follow me this way. Leading the way, the greeters walked ahead, with the others following behind. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the surroundings and saw many students from other academies walking by in different uniforms. They were all energetic, spirited, and full of vitality, the kind of energy young people should have. Isn't that Minister Xiaoyan? Long time no see. As they walked, a group of people in purple school uniforms suddenly approached. The leader was a tall, thin middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a Mediterranean-style haircut. Minister Yanhai, long time no see. Xiaoyan just nodded, not smiling. Jiang Chen sized up the group. They wore purple school uniforms with a silver-lined cloud emblem on their chests. Haiyun Academy, in the southern region, had 3 fifth-level ability users, with overall strength similar to Huaihai Academy. However, the relationship between the 2 academies was not very good. 2.5 years ago, during a mission, the 2 academies clashed, resulting in the deaths of many on both sides. Since then, the 2 academies had been subtly at odds with each other, each looking down on the other. Are these your best batch of new students from Huaihai Academy? Not bad. Yanhai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with his middle finger and casually scanned Jiang Chen and the others. Your Haiyun Academy students are not bad either. Xiaoyan also glanced at the disciples behind Yanhai. Hee, of course. I hope that in this academy competition, we can all achieve good results, and I also hope that nothing like the last time will happen again. Yanhai smiled faintly. His last sentence carried a deep meaning. After parting ways with the Haiyun Academy group, Xia Qingqing approached and asked softly, Uncle, when Minister Yanhai mentioned last time, was he referring to the incident 2.5 years ago? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Xiaoyan glared at her. Xia Qingqing nodded and obediently stepped back. Led by the greeters, the group arrived at a large building. This is where you will be staying next, with room numbers from 301 to 315, the greeters said. Okay, thank you. Next was room assignment. There were a total of 22 people, 10 new students and 12 teachers. With 15 rooms, it was easy to divide them up. Some people could share a room, like Zhang Chen and Wei Lin, Zhao Mei and Xie Qingqing. Men with men, women with women, a perfect solution. As for Xie Yan and Sun Shuyu, as leaders, of course, they would have a separate room. 3 days until the official start of the academy competition. During these 3 days, people from various academies could freely explore Jinghai City and learn about the details of the upcoming academy competition. On the second day in Jinghai City, Jiang Chen and the others began to explore the city. Compared to Huaihai City, Jinghai City is indeed much larger. There are also many people. It is unclear how many are locals of Jinghai City and how many are from out of town. This feeling is like coming from a small county with little activity to a bustling first-tier city. The difference is significant. Truly the largest city in the southeastern 2 districts, the scale is amazing, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Who would believe that this is a city in a world where the sacred empire has declined and monsters roam freely? I never thought I would get to see a city like this in my lifetime. I can die without regrets now, Wei Lin sighed. TSK, can you stop being so negative? Spit out the bad luck and say it again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei quickly grabbed Wei Lin's ear and made him spit out the bad luck. This is your first time in Jinghai City. I've been here once before. Actually, Jinghai City wasn't this lively before. It's just because people from various academies have arrived that it seems so lively now, Shi Tsongqing said with hands behind his back, walking lightly. Oh, Jiang Chen drew out the sound. In the center of Jinghai City, there is a huge square with information about the upcoming Academy Grand Competition and related rules. The competition is divided into 3 parts: encirclement, one-on-one combat, and team battles. Encirclement involves each academy entering a monster forest outside Jinghai City and hunting monsters within a set time. The more monsters an academy kills, the higher they rank. Everything obtained in the monster forest belongs to the individual. One-on-one combat is for sparring purposes, where each member of the academies takes turns fighting, and the one with the most accumulated wins emerges victorious. Team battles involve 5v5 battles, and the team with the most wins. Finally, the overall points from the 3 parts are calculated, and the highest-ranking academy wins. The rules are simple, but the competition is anything but easy. The entire Academy Grand Competition will last at least a month. There seems to be something fun over there, Wei Lin, let's go check it out. Zhao Mei suddenly saw a lively scene on the other side and dragged Wei Lin to see. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless, watching the 2 of them disappear into the crowd in no time, and he and Shi Tsongqing followed. At that moment, several people wearing blue and white, with the Ocean School emblem on their chests, approached them. They were from Jinghai Academy. Xiao Qing, long time no see. The leader was a tall, handsome man with a sunny disposition, similar in age to Shi Tsongqing, smiling as bright as the sun. A sunny and cheerful big boy. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of this adjective. Seeing the man, Shi Tsongqing's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure even showing on her pretty face. She said, Lin Yun, is there something you need? It's been so long since we last met. I came specifically to invite you to have a meal together. Lin Yun smiled slightly, sunny and cheerful. If it were any other girl, she would have been charmed by his smile long ago. But Shi Tsongqing almost wrote her disdain on her face. Sorry, I'm busy, Shi Tsongqing declined. Lin Yun was not angry at her refusal. Instead, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, You go have fun. I have something to discuss with Xiao Cheng alone. Lin Yun's gaze was not deep, but the looks from the 2 beside him were not very friendly. 3rd rank intermediate. Jiang Chen could already sense their levels. And Lin Yun was a 3rd rank advanced. Sorry, our senior sister doesn't really want to talk to you, Jiang Chen said calmly, reaching out to pull Shi Tsongqing behind him. Seeing Jiang Chen dare to touch Shi Tsongqing's hand, Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of danger, but his smile remained. What's your name? I won't say my full name, so as not to disturb Master Lin's ears, Jiang Chen said without changing his expression. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Yun's face suddenly disappeared, his gaze turning cold. It seems that the people from Huaihai Academy are quite temperamental. However, this is not your Huaihai city. I advise you to restrain yourselves a bit. With that, Lin Yun bypassed Jiang Chen and reached out to grab Shi Tsongqing. Hey! Jiang Chen called out to him. Lin Yun subconsciously looked over and saw a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Thud! With just one glance, Lin Yun felt as if his head had been heavily struck, then his vision went black, and he fell to the ground without warning, sleeping soundly like a baby. Lin Yun? The sudden scene startled the 2 people nearby. They hurried to help Lin Yun, but no matter how they called out to him, he wouldn't wake up. Let's go! Taking the opportunity, Jiang Chen quickly left with Shi Tsongqing. Jiang Chen led Shi Tsongqing, blending into the crowd until they were sure those 2 people wouldn't catch up. Did you just use a genjutsu on Lin Yun? Shi Tsongqing asked curiously. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing him admit it directly, Shi Tsongqing's pretty face showed a hint of surprise as she blinked her eyes. After a while, she said, You don't know who Lin Yun is? You dared to use genjutsu on him. I don't know. Who is he? Lin Yun is the son of Lin Hai, the dean of Jinghai Academy. Jiang Chen. It seems like he has offended some important figure? Shall I go help him dispel the genjutsu and then let you accompany him for a meal? This time, Shi Tsongqing was speechless. Fortunately, before she could scold him, Jiang Chen quickly changed his tone with a smile. How could I be that kind of person? Regardless of who he is, if he dares to bully my senior sister, I won't let him off. Full of determination. That's more like it. Also, can you let go of my hand now? Have you held it enough? Ahem. Being so directly exposed, Jiang Chen felt quite embarrassed and let go of Shi Tsongqing's hand. Senior sister, don't misunderstand, it was just a moment of urgency. I never meant to take advantage of you. Shi Tsongqing's pretty face leaned slightly closer to Jiang Chen, her bright eyes carrying a hint of mischief as she said, I didn't say anything, but you're so eager to explain. Are you feeling guilty? I'm not guilty. Where am I guilty? I'm not guilty at all. Watching him look so flustered by her teasing, Shi Tsongqing smiled mischievously. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and meet your other two classmates. Okay. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. They soon found Wei Lin and Zhao Mei. These two people were unaware of what had happened between Jiang Chen and Lin Yun. Jiang Chen didn't tell them either, and after wandering around for a while, they returned. The next day, Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu gathered them to discuss what to pay attention to in the upcoming academy competition. Inside the room. Let me briefly explain what to pay attention to in the upcoming academy competition, Shi Yan said. First, the siege. This stage mainly involves hunting demons, with not many restrictions. But you must prioritize your safety, do your best, and as long as you are not among the last few, it's fine. Also, you cannot conflict with students from other academies, nor can you snatch others' demon cores, as that violates the rules. Second, team battles and one-on-one fights are mainly for practice, stop when necessary, just do your best. Third, throughout the entire academy competition, remember to be friendly, show good manners, and avoid conflicts with students from other academies, especially those from the Southern District and Jinghai Academy, understand? Understood. Everyone nodded. Only Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing felt a bit uneasy. After all, they had a little unpleasantness with the people from Jinghai College yesterday, and the other party was the son of the president of Jinghai College. However, they did not tell Shiyu or Sun Shuyu about this matter. After all, this is not a glorious thing, so they kept it a secret. Jiang Chen also felt that Lin Yun would not be petty enough to go back and tell his father about this little matter. Alright, the rest of you can go back. Jiang Chen and Xiao Cheng stay. Shiyu waved his hand, letting the others leave. Only Jiang Chen and Shiyu remained. The two looked at each other, blinked their eyes. Could that guy Lin Yun really be shameless enough to come and complain to Shiyu about this matter? Shiyu and Sun Shuyu did not notice the guilt on their faces and said, Do you know why we asked you two to stay? We know. The two nodded in agreement. Oh, it seems you are quite proud, Shiyu said. Yes, you two are the best students in our school in terms of overall strength for this college competition, because you both belong to the executive department, and your combat experience and coordination are very good. The two looked up, somewhat surprised. It turned out that Shiyu was not going to criticize them, but to praise them? It caught them off guard. In this college competition, the two of you have a heavy responsibility, especially in the aspects of hunting monsters and team battles. You both have to shoulder a heavy burden, Shiyu said solemnly. Oh, Shiyu Qing seemed indifferent. Since it was not because of Lin Yun's matter, she naturally didn't care. She hadn't attached much importance to the college competition. Don't be so indifferent. Sun Shuyu, who was beside her, noticed her casual attitude and took on a lecturing tone. In this competition, victory or defeat is secondary. The most important thing is to build good relationships with the major colleges in the southern region, laying a foundation for future cooperation between our colleges in the southeast region. If you encounter students from Jinghai College or other colleges in the southern region during the competition, try to accommodate them as much as possible. Speak with your abilities. There's no need to accommodate anyone, Jiang Chen whispered. Sun Shuyu glared at him. If you ruin this competition, I will have you expelled. Jiang Chen immediately shut his mouth. Expulsion was the most serious punishment. As long as the college was willing, they could expel any student. All the explanation rights belonged to the college. Of course, Sun Shuyu was just trying to scare Jiang Chen. As a head teacher, she did not have the authority to expel students. But she could apply for it. Both of you, take this seriously. This college competition is a crucial part of the cooperation between the two regions in the southeast. If anyone ruins it, I won't spare you, Shiyu also warned. The two responded with an "Oh. Alright, you can go back now." Shiyu didn't want to see the two of them anymore, so he waved his hand for them to leave quickly. Okay. The two left as if fleeing. As the college competition entered the final countdown, Jinghai City also saw the largest number of people. Dozens of colleges from the southeast region had come. Thousands of people poured in, making Jinghai City lively. The opening ceremony of the college competition officially began on the third day. On this day, Jiang Chen and others dressed neatly and arrived at the main square of Jinghai College. Thousands of people gathered together, with many onlookers around. All the colleges were standing in their designated positions. On the platform, there were the president, vice president, head of the executive department, and head teacher of Jinghai College. Representatives from various colleges were also seated on both sides. Shiyu, as the representative of Huaihai College, was also seated there. When everyone had arrived, the president of Jinghai College, Lin Hai, stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "Today is the first time our southeast two districts have jointly held a college competition. On this beautiful day." His voice was not loud, but enveloped in spiritual energy, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Hai seriously, feeling a bit familiar, bearing a resemblance to Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun was currently standing in the position of Jinghai College below the stage. Lin Hai was a typical principal with a soothing and rhythmic voice. He spoke for half an hour of pleasantries before getting to the point. First, let me explain the scoring for the first stage, the encirclement. First level Tier 1 Monster Core is worth 1 point, Tier 2 is worth 2 points, and Tier 3 is worth 3 points. Second level Tier 1 is worth 5 points, Tier 2 is worth 6 points, and Tier 3 is worth 7 points. Third level Tier 1 is worth 10 points, Tier 2 is worth 12 points, and Tier 3 is worth 15 points. Fourth level Tier 1 is worth 20 points, Tier 2 is worth 25 points, and Tier 3 is worth 30 points. Lin Hai stopped at the mention of the fourth level Monster Core. Because from the students participating, being able to hunt Tier 3 monsters was already good enough. Tier 4 monsters were not impossible, but the chances were very slim. As for Tier 5 monsters, Lin Hai did not believe that the freshmen from various colleges had the ability. So, I announced that the first joint college competition of the Southeast 2 districts is officially beginning. In the first stage, all participating students, please enter the secret realm. The college competition is officially beginning. As Lin Hai's words fell, there was a synchronized salute on both sides of the square. In front of the square, a pitch-black entrance suddenly opened, leading to the monster forest of the first stage of the college competition. This kind of spatial passage was made using a special spatial stone and could lead to a fixed location. For a spatial ability user to create such a spatial passage, at least a Tier 5 A-level spatial ability user was required. The ability realm determines the lower limit of an ability system. The ability level determines the upper limit of an ability system. At the same realm, the higher the ability level, the stronger the power. Conversely, the lower the level, the weaker the power. Although Jinghai College was wealthy, they did not have a Tier 5 spatial ability user to personally build the spatial passage. After all, the spatial system was a special ability system second only to the holy system. Currently, there were no Tier 5 spatial ability users in the Southeast 2 districts. In front of the entrance, there was a platform specifically responsible for distributing a spatial stone to each participant. If they encountered danger in the monster forest, they could crush the spatial stone to be transported back. However, crushing the spatial stone also meant losing the qualification to participate. Jiang Chen and his group lined up, received the spatial stone at the entrance, and entered the spatial passage. As a moment of dizziness flashed before their eyes, the group appeared in a lush forest from the square. The 10 members of Huaihai College were grouped together. Among them, Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing served as team leaders. This had been decided earlier. After all, Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing had the highest realms, one being Tier 2 Advanced and the other Tier 3 Intermediate. The remaining 8 were all Tier 2 Intermediate and Tier 2 Beginner. They were already the strongest among all the freshmen at Huaihai College. However, they were still no match for Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing. In addition, the two of them were the only legitimate members of the executive department, a fact that others could not compare with. Therefore, Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu also entrusted the responsibility of team leaders to them. The group quickly assessed the surroundings, dense forests. At a glance, they did not see anyone from other colleges. They could only faintly hear the roars of some monsters. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Jiang Chen quickly passed the responsibility to Shi Tsongqing. He didn't want to deal with this kind of thing. The others all looked at Shi Tsongqing, waiting for her instructions. Seeing them all looking at themselves, Shi Tsongqing felt pressured and glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. The latter turned his face away as if he hadn't seen it. The first phase lasts for 5 days. Within these 5 days, we must hunt down as many demon beasts as possible and obtain their demon cores. Since we are not familiar with the situation in this demon beast forest, we cannot split up and must act together to seize opportunities to hunt down demon beasts. Shi Tsongqing quickly entered the state of team leader. As an official executor, the training and experience she received in the execution department far surpassed those of non-executors. Although Jiang Qin was also an executor, he had only joined the execution department a month ago and was still inferior to Shi Tsongqing in many aspects. Therefore, he could only follow orders. A group of 10 people began to move towards the depths of the demon beast forest in an orderly manner. In the past, they had always avoided demon beasts, but now they were actively seeking them out. The number of demon beasts in this forest was quite substantial. The group encountered several first-stage demon beasts within less than 10 minutes and easily defeated them. 10 minutes later, they encountered a group of first-stage demon beasts with a few second-stage demon beasts among them. It took them a little longer, but they still defeated them unscathed. This feels quite simple, not much difficulty. Someone in the team started to boast. With so many people, there were hardly any demon beast groups that could stop them. Until they encountered a group of decay snakes ahead. Most of them were at the initial stage of the second stage, with some at the intermediate stage of the second stage. There were over a dozen of them. Each decay snake was entirely black like withered branches and leaves, huge in size, over 10 meters long, and spitting out crimson cores. Decay snakes, be cautious. Shi Tsongqing raised her hand to signal, and everyone quickly formed a defensive formation, observing the situation ahead. Decay snakes, poison-type demon beasts, possessed a unique toxin, decay. Those poisoned would rapidly decay and wither, their vitality fading away. Decay snakes were relatively tricky among second-stage demon beasts, and not many people were willing to deal with them. Senior sister, what should we do now, retreat or hunt them down? Someone whispered. Decay snakes are difficult to deal with due to their decay poison. For safety's sake, let's take a detour. After some thought, Shi Tsongqing decided to let them go. She wasn't afraid of decay snakes herself, but the others were all new recruits with insufficient combat experience, and dealing with such vicious demon beasts might lead to accidents. Alright. Obviously, the others didn't want to face the decay snakes either. Although they had never fought real decay snakes, they had read about them in the Academy's Demon Beast Encyclopedia. Decay snakes were among the top 5 demon beasts in the second stage. Just as they were about to turn around and take a detour, students from another academy, Haiyun Academy, approached from behind. Aren't these students from Huaihai Academy? Why, scared at the sight of decay snakes? What a bunch of cowards. The leader of Haiyun Academy was a girl dressed in flashy attire, heavy makeup that made her look nauseating. If you're not scared, then go ahead. Shi Tsongqing didn't care at all about the girl's mocking words. Instead, she graciously stepped aside. They say students from Haiyun Academy are courageous. I'd like to see if it's true. Humph. Let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? The girl snorted coldly and ordered the people behind her, go on, take care of these decay snakes and show these cowards from Haiyun Academy how powerful we are. Yes. The students from Haiyun Academy were enthusiastic and followed the girl, charging forward. The group of decay snakes was alarmed and began to act, engaging in a melee with the students from Haiyun Academy. Haiyun Academy's water-based abilities are well known. They do have a certain advantage against decay snakes. Although some people find Haiyun Academy unpleasant, Shi Tsongqing still holds them in high regard. Currently, it is known that the best ability to deal with the corrupt poison is water-based. And Haiyun Academy is famous for its water-based abilities. On the side, Jiang Qin doesn't think the same. I think they are not opponents of the corrupt snake group. Shi Tsongqing looked at him, didn't say anything, but stared at the battle over there. The initial momentum of Haiyun Academy was indeed very good, forcing the corrupt snake group to retreat step by step. But as the battle continued, a mutation suddenly occurred. Boom! The ground cracked, and a huge corrupt snake emerged from the soil. Corrupt Snake King, 3rd tier intermediate. Corrupt Snake King, 3rd tier intermediate. Its huge body is twice as powerful as an ordinary corrupt snake, 20 meters long, over a meter thick, full of strength. Hiss! The long body entwined around several large trees, raising its huge triangular head. It is well known that triangles provide stability. The corrupt Snake King opened its blood-filled mouth, spewing out a black-red mist, rushing madly towards the people of Haiyun Academy. The captain of Haiyun Academy's team is obviously the heavily made-up woman who had argued with Shi Tsongqing before. She is 3rd-tier junior, with the rest being 2nd-tier intermediate and 2nd-tier advanced. Although their top combat power is not as good as Shi Tsongqing, their overall strength is not inferior to Jiang Qin and others. flow of twilight. The heavily made-up woman remained calm in the face of danger and gave a decisive order. Two people with her summoned several clear streams, like morning dew, full of vitality. The corrupt and withered gas emitted by the corrupt Snake King and the flow of twilight formed two completely opposite energy fields. Bang! The two forces collided, like water and fire, making a sizzling sound, as the corrupt gas and the flow of twilight consumed each other evenly. Hyun Academy's water-based abilities are indeed special, able to perfectly counter the corrupt gas. The three women successfully blocked the attacks of the corrupt Snake King. Seeing this, the heavily made-up woman couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. But the next moment, her smile instantly froze. On the other side, another equally huge corrupt Snake King appeared. One male and one female, two corrupt Snake Kings. The corrupt Snake King that appeared later is female, not as large as the first male corrupt Snake King, but its aura is even stronger, reaching third-tier intermediate. Two corrupt Snake Kings? The heavily made-up woman's face changed. They could barely handle one corrupt Snake King. With another one, they couldn't handle it. In addition to these two corrupt Snake Kings, there are more than a dozen second-tier junior ordinary corrupt snakes, which they cannot handle. Jiangchen, should we go help? Jiangchen and others have been watching the battle on the side. Seeing the second corrupt Snake King come out, Wei Lin couldn't help but ask. They all know that the people of Hyun Academy cannot be opponents of two corrupt Snake Kings. Yeah, the teacher and minister she also told us to build good relationships with other academies. Zhao Mei also said. Help? Jiangchen looked at the two of them. Didn't you see how they looked down on us just now? Help? You're so generous. Anyway, they have spatial stones. If there is danger, they won't hesitate to crush the spatial stone to get out. We won't help them. Their relationship with Hyun Academy is not that good yet. Moreover, that heavily made-up woman just mocked them, not even helping them. But I guess they will ask us for help later. Shi Tsongqing suddenly said. Jiangchen raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are they so arrogant that they can put aside their pride? You'll see. Shi Tsongqing was confident. Captain, what should we do? Facing the two corrupt Snake Kings and the corrupt snake group that were surrounding them again, the others' faces gradually turned ugly, and they huddled back to back. The heavily made-up woman's face darkened as she looked at the two huge corrupt Snake Kings. Students from Huaihai Academy, can you bear to stand by and watch someone die? Finally, the heavily made-up woman turned to Jiang Chen and the others for help. She knew this was embarrassing, but in order to not be eliminated so quickly, even if it was shameful, she had to do it. Otherwise, if she couldn't last even a day without being eliminated, she would definitely be scolded by the school's people when she went out. See, I told you. Shi Tsongqing showed off to Jiang Chen with a radiant expression, then shouted to the heavily made-up woman, sorry, our people are too cowardly, we can't beat two third-order demon beasts, we can't help. You guys need to step up. In the end, Shi Tsongqing even clenched his fist to cheer them on. You! The heavily made-up woman's face immediately turned ugly as if she had eaten a fly. Shi Tsongqing was speaking lies. If they joined forces, how could they not deal with two third-order corrupt Snake Kings and a group of second-order corrupt snakes? It was obvious that they just didn't want to help. Students from Huaihai Academy, I'll remember you. The heavily made-up woman's voice sounded resentful. The groups of corrupt snakes and the two corrupt Snake Kings attacked again from all directions. Clang! Suddenly, silver-white light beams emerged from the people of Hyun Academy, the light of the spatial stones. They had crushed the spatial stones. Swish! Before the attack of the corrupt snake group arrived, the people of Hyun Academy were successfully teleported out. They were the first academy to voluntarily teleport out and be eliminated. This was the difficult part of the first stage. Regardless of how many demon cores they could obtain, being able to ensure that they were not forced to use the spatial stones to teleport out within 5 days meant they had already won half the battle. Oh well, nothing more to see. Jiang Chen suddenly lost interest. The people from Hyun Academy were too cowardly, not even putting up a fight? Jiang Chen, it seems like it's their turn to look at us now. Wei Lin poked Jiang Chen and pointed ahead. The corrupt snake group, which had lost its target, had now set their sights on them. Senior sister, what should we do now? Zhao Mei was starting to panic. With so many demon beasts, could they handle it? It's over, now they're targeting us. Shi Tsongqing's expression was strange. If only he hadn't shouted so loudly earlier. Now that they were being targeted by two third-order corrupt Snake Kings, it wasn't so easy to escape. Wind users, focus on providing support from behind, dispersing the corrupt poison gas. Others, prepare for battle. Shi Tsongqing immediately became serious and issued orders decisively. The group quickly formed a battle formation and prepared to fight. Jiang Chen will each take on one corrupt Snake King. After giving orders to the others, Shi Tsongqing whispered to Jiang Chen, Damn, senior sister, you think too highly of me, don't you? Despite the complaints, faced with the two corrupt Snake Kings leaping directly from the trees, Jiang Chen instantly entered battle mode, clasping his hands together. Would release, tree bind eternal burial. The dense forest here was perfect for would release combat. Countless tough vines and trees surged forward, entwining heavily around the corrupt Snake King. The scales on the corrupt Snake King's body were very smooth, and Jiang Chen's would release was unable to stop it immediately. Even though it was entangled by trees and vines, it could still move forward. Damn, it's so slippery? Jiang Chen's hand seals tightened, would release, exploding tree spears. The nearby trees struck again, tightly binding the corrupt Snake King layer by layer. This time, its movements were finally restricted. Hiss! Watching the entrapment, the corrupt Snake King spewed out black and red corrupting poison gas from its mouth, rapidly corroding the trees entwined around its body at a visible speed. Figured it out? Jiang Chen's hands came together, wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes, entering the immortal mode. With the immortal mode activated, his current state was comparable to a third-tier junior, and could even contend with a third-tier intermediate. Bang! With a forceful stomp on the ground, Jiang Chen leaped high into the air, descending towards the corrupt Snake King. A sharp wooden spike grew on his arm, stabbing fiercely downwards. Poochie! The hard wooden spike pierced deeply into the corrupt Snake King's body. Would release, tree bind eternal burial. Poochie! Several spikes pierced out from the corrupt Snake King's body, like a sharp spiked ball, devoid of life. On the other side, Shitsong Qing was engaged in battle with a third-tier intermediate mother corrupt Snake King. Blade of Divine Wind. Shitsong Qing raised her bare hands, and deep blue wind blades materialized in front of her, forming a dense and tall wall of wind blades that struck fiercely at the corrupt Snake King. Clang clang clang. The scales on the surface of the corrupt Snake King's body were tough, and the wind blades struck them, emitting a metallic sound. The powerful wind blades only left slight marks on those scales. Hoo! The massive tail of the corrupt Snake King swept towards Shitsong Qing, knocking down several large trees along the way, aiming to strike her. Shitsong Qing conjured a pair of blue wind wings behind her, swiftly creating distance. Despite the large size of the corrupt Snake King's body, its speed was not slow at all. It effortlessly lifted several thick trees as throwing weapons, hurling them fiercely towards Shitsong Qing. Leveraging the speed advantage of wind release, she agilely dodged each one. Floral descent into water. Shitsong Qing summoned two giant water serpents, biting fiercely at the corrupt Snake King and entwining tightly around its body. Boom! The corrupt Snake King writhed its massive body, attempting to crush the water serpents coiled around it. At a critical moment, Jiang Chen arrived to help, joining his hands together. Countless thick vines emerged from the ground, entwining around the corrupt Snake King's body. With the addition of Shitsong Qing's floral descent into water, the dual restraints finally stopped the struggling of the corrupt Snake King. Ha! Jiang Chen exerted all the energy of the immortal mode, strengthening the binding force of the tree bind eternal burial, forcibly dragging the massive body of the corrupt Snake King into the ground. Only a huge triangular tongue remained exposed. Heavenly wind unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, Shitsong Qing summoned two giant wind blades to descend from the sky, ruthlessly striking the skull of the corrupt Snake King. Crack! This time, the wind blades pierced directly through the head of the corrupt Snake King, completely severing its life force. Beautiful coordination. Shitsong Qing gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. She was not surprised at all that Jiang Chen could single-handedly kill the third-tier junior corrupt Snake King. She had a deep understanding of Jiang Chen's strength, which was far stronger than it appeared on the surface. This was also why she dared to engage in battle with this large group of corrupt Snake Kings. After dealing with the two corrupt Snake Kings, the two of them immediately joined the battle against the rest of the corrupt snake group. Finally, after nearly half an hour, they managed to eliminate the entire corrupt snake group. Some people suffered minor injuries, which were quickly healed by Shitsong Qing and the other water system healers in the team. Out of the 10-member team, only Shitsong Qing and Zhao Mei were water system users who could serve as healers. Therefore, in battle, if not necessary, Shitsong Qing and Zhao Mei will not directly engage in combat. Only Shitsong Qing, as the highest realm in the team, had to participate in some tricky battles. It seems that we are stronger than the people from Haiyun Academy. Wei Lin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the corrupt snake corpses scattered on the ground. This time they had killed so many second-order demon beasts, their points must have increased significantly. Let's not talk about this now, quickly collect all the demon cores. Jiang Chen began to shout. Everyone worked together to dig out all the demon cores and handed them over to Shitsong Qing and Jiang Chen. After a short rest to replenish their strength and restore their spiritual energy, they continued to move forward, looking for the next target. For the next 3 consecutive days, Jiang Chen's group did not encounter any difficulties. Along the way, they encountered more than a dozen types of demon beasts, varying in numbers, all of which were second or third order, and they collected them all. Their points were steadily increasing. Of course, they also encountered people from other academies, but they were polite to each other, no conflicts occurred, they just greeted each other and went their separate ways. After all, not all academies were as petty as Haiyun Academy. The 5th day. Today is the last day of the first stage. When evening comes, they will all be teleported out at the same time. I wonder what our current points are and what rank we are in. In a hillside, weighing the demon cores in their hands, Zhang Chen and the others were still slowly moving forward. At this moment, a broadcast sounded from the spatial stones of everyone still in the demon forest. There are 12 hours left until the end of the first stage. The current overall rankings are as follows. 34th place, Divine Water Academy, 510 points. 33rd place, Divine Wind Academy, 520 points. 32nd place, Heavenly Fire Academy, 550 points. 10th place, Platinum Academy, 710 points. 9th place, Huaihai Academy, 720 points. When they heard their school's name, Zhang Chen and the others perked up. 720 points, 9th place, not bad. The spatial stones they had were not only life-saving talismans but also communication and scoring talismans. At the same time, Zhang Chen also paid attention to which academies were ranked higher than them. 8th place, Tianming Academy, 730 points. 7th place, Blue Sea Academy, 750 points. 2nd place, Wind God Academy, 760 points. 1st place, Quiet Sea Academy, 799 points. As the broadcast finished, Zhang Chen and the others fell silent. Quiet Sea Academy is indeed impressive, leading by so many points over the 2nd place, just 1 point away from breaking 800 points. Wei Lin whispered. They are after all the strongest academy in the southeast region. Being a bit stronger is normal, Zhame said. Zhang Chen was somewhat disdainful, just 70 points more than us? When we find another group of demon beasts, we can easily surpass them. Mainly because Lin Yun from Quiet Sea Academy gave him a bad impression. He didn't have a good impression of Quiet Sea Academy either. Alright, then this task is up to you. Lead us to surpass Quiet Sea Academy on the last day. Xie Songqing, enjoying the spectacle, said with a smile. Yes, let's surpass them. The others also shouted along. Let's surpass them, follow me. Zhang Chen raised his arm. There were 10 hours left until the end of the first round of trials. All teams were hunting down more demon beasts at the fastest speed possible, doing everything they could. This was not only to earn more points in the final hours but also to obtain more demon cores. After all the demon cores obtained in this round of trials belonged to them. For those ranked lower, they didn't care about their ranking, they just wanted to collect more demon cores. And those who are ranked at the front basically hope to maintain their ranking and even climb higher. Zhang Chen and his group wandered in the monster beast forest for a long time, but they didn't encounter any monster beasts. Obviously, after so many days, the peripheral low-level monster beasts had already been hunted down by them. If they wanted to get more monster beasts, they had to go deeper into the monster beast forest. There were many third-tier monster beasts there, and even the possibility of fourth-tier monster beasts, which posed a high level of danger. But if they wanted to earn more points, they had to keep moving forward. Zhang Chen and his group did just that, heading deeper into the monster beast forest to find higher-level monster beasts in order to increase the limit of their team's points. In the depths of the monster beast forest, even the trees were much taller than ordinary trees. The huge tree canopy was dense and blocked out the sunlight. Scattered around were large boulders, filled with the atmosphere of a primeval forest, rarely visited by humans. Obviously, most people would not dare to enter such dense forests casually. Shoo! Zhang Chen, who was walking at the front, suddenly lowered his body, and the others immediately stopped. Just less than 500 meters ahead of them, a group of monster beasts were lying down. From this distance, it was not clear what kind of monster beasts they were, but judging from the aura emanating from them, they were indeed a group of third-tier monster beasts. There were not many of them, about 5 or 6, all third-tier beginners. The points for a third-tier beginner monster beast were 10. If they could defeat this group of monster beasts, they could instantly increase their points by 50 or 60, advancing their ranking significantly. The only problem was that all those monster beasts were third-tier beginners, which posed a bit of pressure. With 10 of them, the most they could do was 2 against 1. Even for an average second-tier intermediate, it would be difficult to be a match for a third-tier beginner in a 2-on-1 situation. Should we take action? Shi Songqing clearly saw Zhang Chen's concerns and asked softly. I'm hesitating, Zhang Chen pondered. Although they were a group of third-tier monster beasts, they might not be unbeatable opponents. It was just a matter of the level of risk involved. I took a closer look, and they should be black tigers, third-tier beginners, with strength and fire attributes, not easy to deal with. But they can't fly, so we can engage them in guerrilla warfare. Shi Tsongqing remained calm and composed, her experience in the execution department enhancing her ability to think on her feet. Only you can fly in the team, engaging in guerrilla warfare would be too time-consuming, Jiang Chen quickly considered. He had his own purpose for participating in the Academy Grand Competition this time, to take the first place. The group of monster beasts in front of him was the tough bone he had to gnaw on to reach the first place. I have a plan, let me handle it this time. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together, entered Sage Mode, and opened his Sharingan. I'll go up there alone to attract their firepower, you guys just keep bombarding them with long-range abilities from behind without hesitation, got it? He turned back to the others and said, Jiang Chen, you're going up alone? Wei Lin was the first to express disbelief. Those were a group of third-tier monster beasts, not a group of kittens. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he couldn't handle this level of challenge, right? I'm the team leader, I'm more afraid of death than you guys, just follow orders, Jiang Chen said, then turned to Shi Tsongqing and said, Senior sister, you command them to cooperate with me. Okay, Shi Tsongqing nodded without any doubt. She had full confidence in Jiang Chen. Alright. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen walked out alone, and 8 flying thunder god kunai appeared in his hands. Swish! All the kunai were shot out and landed in different directions. Almost simultaneously, the black tigers that were napping suddenly woke up, their eyes full of domineering aura, staring closely at Jiang Chen who was approaching slowly. Roar! The group of beasts roared in anger. Without any hesitation, all the black tigers rushed forward. Just as they were about to pounce, Jiang Chen's figure flashed, disappearing from the original spot and reappearing on a tree far away with a Fei Leishan Kunoichi inserted. The group of black tigers missed their target. Attack! On the other side, Shi Tsongqing saw Jiang Chen miraculously dodge the attack, and with only a second of surprise, he decisively gave the order. In the next moment, several attacks with different attributes whistled through the air like missiles, fiercely smashing into the Black Tiger group. Roar! This round of attacks did not take down the Black Tiger group but instead angered them. They immediately abandoned chasing Jiang Chen and instead ran towards Shi Tsongqing and the others. Seeing this, Jiang Chen once again used the Fei Leishan technique to appear in front of the Black Tiger group, kicking the head tiger in the head. Bang! Jiang Chen's kick directly knocked the Black Tiger's head askew, sending its body flying out. In his immortal mode, his physical strength was comparable to that of a demon beast. Roar! Seeing this, the other black tigers changed their target and pounced directly at Jiang Chen. But once again, Jiang Chen used the Fei Leishan technique to dodge, leaving them empty-handed. In return, Shi Tsongqing and the others launched a fierce bombardment. After this round of attacks, the Black Tiger group finally couldn't hold on. Jiang Chen once again turned into a flash of light, wielding a short knife, swiftly shuttling through the Black Tiger group, easily cutting through their tough fur, blood splattering. The Black Tigers wanted to pounce on Jiang Chen, but how could they catch up to the Fei Leishan's speed? They couldn't even touch Jiang Chen's clothes. Bang! Finally, the last Black Tiger fell to the ground. After delivering the final blow, Jiang Chen also breathed slightly. The consumption of spiritual energy and physical strength by the Fei Leishan technique was significant. Although the immortal mode could quickly recover, a high intensity flying back and forth in a short period of time still left Jiang Chen panting. Well done, you really took them all out. Shi Tsongqing walked up, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder to encourage him. Do you think I would be so confident without some confidence? Jiang Chen grinned and signaled the others to dig out the demon cores of these black tigers. Oh, isn't this from Huaihai Academy? You actually managed to take out a group of black tigers. As they were digging out the demon cores of the black tigers, a voice with a hint of provocation sounded. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a group of people dressed in blue and white clothes approaching. They were from Jinghai Academy. Leading them was Lin Yun, the son of the president of Jinghai Academy, who was directly put to sleep by Jiang Chen with an illusion last time he tangled with Shi Tsongqing. Lin Yun? Seeing the people from Jinghai Academy, both Shi Tsongqing and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, they had let Lin Yun have a good sleep just a few days ago. 6 black tigers. 60 points. Your Huaihai Academy score has also reached 780 points, not bad. Lin Yun smiled warmly, seemingly having no recollection of the previous incident. Thank you for the praise, I hope we can catch up to you, Shi Tsongqing said indifferently. Hearing this, a tall, cold-faced woman next to Lin Yun sneered disdainfully and said, Just you guys? You want to catch up to us? You really don't know your place. Ha ha, the others laughed along. The members of Huaihai Academy were quite irritated by their blatant mockery. Although your Jinghai Academy is very powerful, Our current score is not much lower than yours, so there's no need for such sarcasm, right? Zhao Mei couldn't stand the words of that person and retorted, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Being countered like this, the cold woman's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold light, taking a step forward, exuding a daunting aura. Third tier advanced. On par with Lin Yun. Feeling the icy hostility from the aloof woman, Zhao Mei suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, struggling to catch her breath. Seeing this, Shi Tsongqing quickly stepped forward to help Zhao Mei relieve the pressure, snorted lightly, and said, "What, everyone is talking, can only you speak and not us?" She despised people from Qinglan Academy the most, arrogant, self-righteous, and stingy. Qinglan. Seeing the tension between the two sides escalating, Lin Yun finally lowly shouted to stop the aloof woman. The latter then restrained her aura, but her cold gaze remained fixed on Shi Tsongqing. Xiao Chang. Lin Yun approached, wanting to get closer to Shi Tsongqing. Jiang Chen silently stood in front of Shi Tsongqing. Without saying a word, he just quietly watched Lin Yun. The smile on Lin Yun's face faltered slightly, smiling but not speaking, looking at Jiang Chen. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he said, "Your illusion skills are good. I will ask you for advice again when I have the chance." With a raised eyebrow, Jiang Chen remained silent, acting aloof. Just then, a sudden angry roar echoed, and the nearby mountain forest was quickly pushed down, revealing a huge figure in front of everyone, a black bear as tall as a building, with thick skin, powerful aura, exuding dominance as soon as it appeared. Rampaging Black Bear, 4th rank intermediate. Strength, Earth, Fire. The rampaging black bear clearly noticed the group of people. Driven by the hatred of monsters towards humans, it charged towards them. 4th rank intermediate. Retreat. Sensing the aura of the rampaging black bear, Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing decisively ordered the others to retreat quickly. "Tisk, just a 4th rank intermediate and you're scared like this, how pathetic," Qinglan sneered. The people from Qinglan Academy did not leave but instead prepared to fight. "Attack!" Lin Yun ordered decisively, and the others quickly formed a battle formation to confront the rampaging black bear. "Jiang Chen, are we just going to leave like this?" After retreating a few hundred meters, Wei Lin saw them fighting the rampaging black bear and couldn't help but ask, "What, do you want to go help?" Jiang Chen glanced at him. "No. What I mean is, the points for a 4th rank monster are so high, if we get it, not only can we gain points, but we can also reduce the points of Qinglan Academy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wei Lin said. "TSK, you want to snatch points from Qinglan Academy? Quite bold. Hee, isn't it for your goal of taking first place, Jiang Chen?" Wei Lin scratched his head awkwardly. Jiang Chen nodded, seriously considering Wei Lin's words. If they could take down this rampaging black bear, it could quickly narrow the gap between them and Qinglan Academy. Jiang Chen's goal is to be first. For the task reward of being first. No, for the honor of Huaihai Academy. He's all in. "You guys go first, I'll stay and see if there's an opportunity." Jiang Chen didn't want everyone to stay here wasting time if the people from Qinglan Academy could handle the rampaging black bear. "What's the use of you staying alone? Even if they can't beat it, you alone are not a match for the rampaging black bear." "I'll stay with you," Shi Tsongqing said. "If you're all staying, then we'll stay too," Wei Lin insisted. Seeing them all eager to stay, Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless. "Do you really think you can succeed in a sneak attack? You still need to go find other monsters, the mission is important, no one is allowed to stay." Jiang Chen sternly rejected them. At the same time, he took out 2 flying thunder god kunai and handed them to Shi Tsongqing and Wei Lin, saying, "Take these 2 weapons with you. If my sneak attack fails, I can use them to find you." After that, Jiang Chen didn't give them a chance to argue and pushed them away. On the other side, Lin Yun and the others were fighting the rampaging black bear. They are indeed the elite of Jinghai Academy, all of them are 3rd order ability users, with the highest reaching 3rd order advanced. It is not difficult for 10 3rd order ability users to deal with a 4th order junior berserk black bear. Wind cage. Qinglan raised his hand, and a light blue gust of wind rose out of thin air in front of him, forming a cage that fiercely trapped the berserk black bear from all directions. 4-direction thunder formation. 4 thunder ability users acted together, summoning several huge purple thunderbolts to strike fiercely at the berserk black bear. Boom! Under this heavy blow, even if the berserk black bear's fur is thick, it couldn't withstand it and was heavily pressed down to its knees. The consecutive attacks made the berserk black bear roar in anger. And the final blow would be delivered by Lin Yun. He held a long spear, leaped forward, the spear shot out like a dragon, with lightning gathering at the tip, and struck fiercely at the berserk black bear's head. Bang! A lightning bolt pierced through the berserk black bear's body, and it fell heavily to the ground. Simple and straightforward. Confidently putting away the long spear, Lin Yun approached the berserk black bear, ready to pry open its skull to obtain the demon core. Just then, the berserk black bear, who should have died, suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! An unprecedented berserk aura rose to the sky. The fur all over the berserk black bear's body instantly ignited into flames, turning into a sea of fire sweeping around. Lin Yun and the others' faces changed, quickly retreating. But some of them were still burned before they could react. And at this moment, the berserk black bear's aura unexpectedly rose to the 4th order intermediate level. This is blood rage? Lin Yun and the others' faces instantly turned grim. Blood rage, one of the abilities of power-type monsters, can burn the blood in the body for a short period, greatly enhancing strength. Roar! Under the blood rage, the flames burning on the berserk black bear's body turned blood red, and its fists heavily smashed into the ground. Crack! Hard rocks broke through the ground under Lin Yun and others' feet, sending many of them flying. The berserk black bear turned into a large shadow, charging straight towards Lin Yun. Bold beast! Lin Yun wielded the long spear in his hand, thundering and flashing, stabbing straight towards the berserk black bear. Boom! As the long spear curved into an astonishing arc, the rebound force sent Lin Yun flying back heavily. But the berserk black bear was also not in a good state. Under the blood rage, its defense was not as amazing, and Lin Yun's long spear left a wound on it. Formation! Qing Lan and the others rallied, not showing any fear even facing a 4th order intermediate monster. Seeing that they were about to form a formation, the berserk black bear was not foolish. A 4th order monster already possessed intelligence not inferior to that of a normal person. The group from Jinghai Academy was stronger than it had imagined. Entangled like this, it might not necessarily win against them. Moreover, its blood rage could not last too long. Once the blood rage duration passed, it would fall into a weakened state, unable to maintain even the 4th order junior level. After a brief thought, while Chang Lan and the others' barrier was not fully deployed, the berserk black bear decisively turned and charged towards the depths of the dense forest, choosing to avoid the fight. Trying to run? Quick, chase after it! Seeing the berserk black bear trying to escape, Lin Yun immediately called on the others to pursue. However, they were far less familiar with the monster forest than the berserk black bear, and their speed was not comparable. They were soon left behind by the berserk black bear. Deep in the monster forest, the berserk black bear ran for several tens of minutes in one go, until it was sure that the people from Jinghai Academy could not catch up. Then it breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, its blood rage state also ended, entering a weakened state, only able to maintain at the 3rd order advanced level. It found that many humans had appeared in the monster forest recently, and their strength was not weak. It seemed that it needed to be cautious and not act recklessly for a while. Thinking like this, the raging black bear slowly walked back into its cave. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the big tree in front, delivering a fierce kick to its face. Bang! Like the force of a giant rock impact, the kick made the huge body of the raging black bear step back several steps. Wood release, tree binding eternal burial. Thick trees and tough vines emerged from the ground, swiftly entwining around the body and limbs of the raging black bear like agile snakes. Roar! The sudden attack made the raging black bear angry again, its strong muscles struggling to break the vines on its body. Are you still so difficult to deal with? Jiang Chen jumped down from the tree, appearing in front of the raging black bear, his Mangekyo Sharingan emitting an extreme eye power. Genjutsu, illusionary shackles of binding. Thud. The genjutsu of the Sharingan has a special bonus effect on demonic beasts. The raging black bear, struggling a second ago, suddenly felt its body being immobilized, unable to move. A 4th-ranked demonic beast, it would make a good spirit beast. Unfortunately, I need points now, so I have to apologize. Jiang Chen drew his short knife. After a while of chiseling and hacking, he finally pried open the skull of the raging black bear. He took out a hot demonic core from inside and put it in his bag. A 4th-rank primary demonic core could give them more than 10 points. Just as Jiang Chen was about to retreat, people from the Jinghai Academy kept chasing after him and caught up. Seeing the body of the raging black bear lying on the ground with its head split open, and Jiang Chen decided, Lin Yun's face slightly darkened, his eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness. Did you kill it? Jiang Chen shrugged. Isn't it obvious? We chased this raging black bear for so long, finally injuring it severely, and you took advantage of the situation? Qing Lan's tone was cold. This demonic core belongs to us, hand it over, and you can go back. Squinting his eyes, Jiang Chen looked at Qing Lan and said indifferently, You say this demonic core belongs to you, so it's yours? There's no name written on it. Besides, this is the demonic core I obtained by defeating the raging black bear myself. Why should I give it to you? Jiang Chen found Qing Lan's arrogant tone amusing. If she changed her tone and called him brother a few times, maybe he would consider it. Jiang Chen, you ruined my and Xiao Qing's good thing a few days ago, and now you've taken our demonic core. Do you think this can be justified? Lin Yun slowly raised his spear, pointing it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged, if you can't win over senior sister, it's your own fault. Now that you can't get the demonic core of the raging black bear, it's also your own fault. Why blame me? You talk tough. Let me see how capable you are. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened, gripping his spear and thrusting forward. Jiang Chen held his short knife, engaging in combat with him. Clang! Inch by inch, the spear in Lin Yun's hand was very fierce. Coupled with his own thunder attribute's spiritual energy, his attacks were even more fierce. However, even if he swung the spear faster, in front of the Mangekyo Sharingan, there were still many flaws. Seeing Lin Yun's spear movement, Jiang Chen blocked with his knife. Bang! What seemed like an ordinary thrust, but in the moment the short knife blocked it, Jiang Chen felt that Lin Yun's spear suddenly became much heavier, like a 100-pound boulder pressing down. His face changed slightly, and Jiang Chen quickly pushed back with force, retreating rapidly. Something's not right. Lin Yun's spear was suspicious. Is it embedded with a demonic core? With a slight gaze, Jiang Chen saw through the situation. Embedding a demonic core in a weapon can significantly enhance its power and improve combat capabilities. The long spear in Lin Yun's hand clearly had a demonic core embedded in it. How long do you think you can keep dodging? With a cold snort, Lin Yun was about to pursue his advantage. At this moment, the announcement from the spatial stones on everyone's body sounded again. There are 5 minutes left until the end of the trial. Currently, the rankings of the major academies are as follows. 34th place, Divine Wind Academy, 520 points. 33rd place, Divine Water Academy, 530 points. 2nd place, Tranquil Sea Academy, 799 points. 1st place, Huaihai Academy, 800 points. Originally, Huaihai Academy had 720 points, but after killing a group of 3rd-order Black Tigers, they gained 60 points. Now, Jiang Chen obtained the core of a 4th-order Junior Berserk Black Bear, adding another 20 points, directly surpassing Tranquil Sea Academy by 1 point. Upon hearing this result, both sides were surprised. The people from Tranquil Sea Academy looked as if they had eaten a dead rat. They had been confident in securing the 1st place. However, after wasting so much time on the Berserk Black Bear, someone else took the core. With only 5 minutes left, they couldn't possibly find another monster. If another academy took the 1st place in the 1st academy competition, where would Tranquil Sea Academy's face go? How could they explain this to the school? And now, Jiang Chen's 4th order core was their last chance. Hand over the core. At this moment, the people from Tranquil Sea Academy tacitly reached a consensus and all drew their weapons, attacking Jiang Chen. Is this your final struggle? Watching them suddenly charge towards him, Jiang Chen smiled. It turned out that even these self-righteous geniuses from Tranquil Sea Academy could be so anxious and lose their composure. Hand over the core. Qing Lan and Lin Yun, both advanced 3rd-order cultivators, one wind-based and the other lightning-based, were fast, and their powerful attacks approached Jiang Chen directly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, if you can catch up to me, I'll hand over the core willingly. Confidently smiling, Jiang Chen formed a hand seal with one hand, Flying Thunder God. Swish! Just as Lin Yun and Chang Lan were about to grab Jiang Chen, he disappeared from his original position in an instant. Within a radius of several hundred meters, his figure was nowhere to be seen. He disappeared? Chase! We must be the first. Lin Yun waved his hand and led the way in pursuit. Little did they know, Jiang Chen had already gone far away. On the other side, upon hearing the announcement, Wei Lin and the others stopped exploring and quietly waited for the countdown to end. Originally, they had planned to continue searching for other monsters, but with Jiang Chen absent, they felt a sense of insecurity. In addition, Shi Tsongqing and Wei Lin were also worried about Jiang Chen, so they decided not to take any action. Just a few minutes left. I heard the announcement earlier, that Guy should have already obtained the core of the 4th order Berserk Black Bear. I just don't know if he can make it back from Tranquil Sea Academy. Shi Tsongqing sat on a rock, supporting her chin with her jade-like hand, while idly shaking the Flying Thunder God token that Jiang Chen had given her earlier. He said that as long as we have this thing, we can find him at any time, but it's been so long and there's still no sign of him. She muttered in frustration. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her without warning and pounced on her. Ah! Shi Tsongqing was startled, and her body was thrown off the rock. Jiang Chen quickly used his arms to support himself on the ground, avoiding direct contact with her. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen's body almost entirely pressed down on Shi Tsongqing. The two locked eyes. Shi Tsongqing was stunned for a moment. She had a faint fragrance on her, very pleasant. Just like her personality, youthful, lively, and full of vitality. Senior sister, you smell nice. Almost involuntarily, Jiang Chen said these words. It was this sentence that finally made Shi Tsongqing react, and she pushed Jiang Chen away with a series of hits and kicks. "What are you doing?" Shi Tsongqing hurriedly got up, brushed off the grass on her body, her pretty face blushing slightly, and glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. "Where did you come from? How did this guy appear in front of her without a sound? And what did he say? 'You smell so good.' Such words. He's simply a rogue. Such a rogue. Ahem, as I said, as long as you hold the shuriken I gave you, no matter where you are, I can appear by your side at any time." Jiang Chen coughed lightly, trying to cover up his embarrassment. He didn't expect this to happen. Perhaps there was a slight error in the positioning of the Thunder God technique. "Jiang Chen, you're back." Wei Lin and the others couldn't help but show joy on their faces when they saw Jiang Chen. Yes, mission accomplished, first place secured. Jiang Chen clapped his hands. There was only 1 or 2 minutes left until the trial ended. This ranking would basically not change. Just then, people from the Jinghai Academy unexpectedly caught up. Lin Yun and Chang Lan led the way, coming aggressively. Seeing their formation, Wei Lin and the others immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. "Lin Yun, what do you want?" Seeing so many people, Shi Tsongqing also stood up quickly and shouted sternly, "Hand over the core of the rampaging black bear, or don't blame us for being impolite." Lin Yun said coldly, "No need to waste time talking to them." Qing Lan acted directly, manipulating her proficient wind abilities to create countless wind blades in the air. Seeing this, although Wei Lin and the others were not sure what was happening exactly, they all prepared for battle. The fight was about to break out. Just then, the spatial stones on everyone suddenly lit up with a silver light, enveloping them all. The next moment, the spatial stones activated, transporting everyone out of the monster beast forest. 1 second they were preparing for a fight, the next second, they were back in the square. At that moment, everyone from all the academies was transported out. In the last few minutes, almost all the academies were waiting to be transported out when the countdown ended. Only the Huaihai Academy and the Jinghai Academy, when they were transported out, still maintained a tense posture. Seeing the situation between Jiang Chen and the others, Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu, who were originally smiling, had a slight change in their expressions. Then, Shi Yan sternly said, "Jiang Chen, Shaoqiang, what are you doing? Planning to attack students from a friendly school?" Lin Hai, the principal of the Jinghai Academy, also said in a deep voice, "Lin Yun, Qing Lan, is this how you behave?" Being reprimanded like this, Lin Yun and Chang Lan, despite their inner reluctance, could only swallow their pride. Jiang Chen and the others also let go of their guard. The first round of the trial had ended, and everything had already been settled. Even if Lin Hai and the others were dissatisfied, they could not possibly start a fight in front of so many leaders. Seeing them all calm down, Lin Hai nodded. "First of all, congratulations on completing the first round of the trial. I believe you have gained a lot from this trial. Next, I will announce the ranking of the first round of the trial. 34th place, Divine Wind Academy, 520 points. 33rd place, Divine Water Academy, 530 points. Second place, Jinghai Academy, 799 points. When Lin Hai read out the second place, he paused. Then he looked incredulously at the first place, Huaihai Academy, 800 points. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't know the situation in the monster beast forest. But almost everyone assumed that the Jinghai Academy would be in first place. As the strongest academy in the southeast region, the Jinghai Academy not only had strong teachers, but also students with much greater strength than those of other academies. This was evident from the fact that Lin Yun and the other 10 participants in the trial were all third-tier ability users. But this group of elite freshmen, who are comparable to the executive departments of other colleges, actually lost to the team from Huaihai College, which only has a third-order Esper. This result was unexpected by everyone. Even Lin Hai furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to understand why Lin Yun and the others had clashed with the people from Huaihai College just now. Shi Yan, who was sitting in the adjacent seats, couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing this ranking. These guys, weren't they told not to steal the limelight from Jinghai College? First place, Huaihai College. No one had expected this outcome. After all, the overall strength of Huaihai College is not outstanding, barely making it into the top 10 among all colleges in the southeast region, far behind Jinghai College. Moreover, Huaihai College is from the east region. Don't they know that this college competition is meant to build good relations with colleges from the south region? How can they build good relations by humiliating Jinghai College like this? If they can't build good relations, how can the southeast regions unite? If the southeast regions don't unite, how will they deal with the upcoming large-scale beast tide? Shi Yan's expression was grim. These brats were told not to offend colleges from the south region. Not only did they offend them, but they also managed to offend Jinghai College, which has the most power and influence. Isn't this intentionally destroying the friendship between the southeast regions? Shi Yan even saw Lin Hai and the two vice principals from Jinghai College next to him, their expressions not looking good. Congratulations to all colleges for achieving good results in the first round of the competition. The first round of trials has officially ended, and the second round of trials will begin tomorrow. The second round of the competition is one-on-one duels, the longest segment, so everyone should be prepared. As the evening approached, after Lin Hai briefly explained the rules, everyone dispersed and went back. Zhang Chen and the others also headed back to the hotel. On the way back, Wei Lin was somewhat excited. Hey, I didn't expect that we would actually surpass Jinghai College in the end, and it's all thanks to Zhang Chen's skill. Of course, I said I would help you get first place, so we definitely won't settle for second. Zhang Chen looked proud. His goal was first place. Whether it's the college's rewards or the system's rewards, the rewards for first place are enticing. Especially the system's task rewards, which include 15,000 energy points, a random tail beast, and 2 lottery chances. Zhang Chen didn't intend to compete for first place, but the rewards were just too tempting. It was hard not to be tempted. The group returned to the restaurant with high spirits. Before they could enter their rooms, they saw Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu in the corridor. Their expressions didn't look good. The few who were still smiling immediately stopped when they saw their serious faces. Zhang Chen, Shi Tsongqing, you two come with me, the rest of you go back and rest, Sun Shuyu said. Zhang Chen and Shi Tsongqing looked at each other and silently followed. The others shrugged and slinked back to their rooms. Inside the room, Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu stood with grim expressions. Zhang Chen and Shi Tsongqing stood opposite them, stealing glances at each other. Finally, it was Shi Tsongqing who broke the silence. Uncle, did you call us here for something? Before he could finish, Shi Yan angrily retorted, what do you think? Do you still consider me your uncle? As the head of the executive department, can't I control you anymore? Sun Shuyu on the side also said, as the head teacher, can't I control you anymore? These two spoke sternly, each in turn. Shi Tsongqing lowered his head slightly, fiddling with his clothes, and muttered softly, is it that serious? Have you forgotten what I told you before? Let the Southern District's Academy have a little leeway. You guys are something else, directly stepping on the big brother of the Southern District. Shi Yan was itching with anger. Although this showed the strength of their Huaihai Academy's freshmen, it was not weaker than the disciples of the so-called top academies. But this was not the result they wanted. It's their own lack of strength. How can they blame us for not giving in to them? Zhang Chen whispered. Still trying to argue? Sun Shuyu immediately glared at him. At this time, Shi Yan on the side also said, I know you may not be satisfied in your hearts, but there are some things I need to tell you. Let the Southern District's Academy have a little leeway because we need to unite with the Southern District's Academy. Because now all major cities have speculated that, in about half a year to a year, there will be an unprecedented large-scale beast tide coming, and if we do not unite with other academies, under the beast tide, our Huaihai city will probably not be spared. A large-scale beast tide? The two looked up in surprise. That's right, the purpose of the alliance between the southeast and southwest regions this time is to resist the beast tide a year from now. So, don't be stubborn, if you can give a little, then give a little, the overall situation is more important, Shi Yan said with a serious tone. Zhang Chen and Shi Qingqing were somewhat surprised. They really didn't know about this matter. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded. Although he was somewhat unwilling, if it was for the greater good, making a little compromise was not impossible as long as the people from Jinghai Academy didn't go too far. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could endure. In the upcoming individual duels, just do your best, winning or losing doesn't matter, Shi Yan said. Okay, we understand. Nodding, the two went back. Well, it looks like we can't get first place, Zhang Chen scratched his head, feeling frustrated. The rewards for first place were so rich, he really didn't want to give it up. If you can't get first, then go for second or third. Anyway, the rewards for the top 10 are all good. Shi Qingqing didn't know why Zhang Chen was so fixated on first place. But Shi Yan's words made her understand the importance of the bigger picture. Shi Qingqing's words also awakened Zhang Chen. It wasn't just the first place that had rewards, the top 10 also had rewards, it was just a matter of how much. Then let's strive for second place, he sighed, settling for second best. Looking at him, Shi Qingqing suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Although she looked very pretty when she laughed, Zhang Chen couldn't tolerate her laughing at him like that. I'm laughing because, at this point, you're already calculating to get second place even if you can't get first? You're so confident. Shi Qingqing couldn't help but laugh playfully, her smile as bright as flowers. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Alright, your dream is noble, so I'll give this back to you. Shi Qingqing took out the thunder god's sorrow that Jiang Chen had given her before. No need, you keep it. I definitely want it. Shi Qingqing directly refused, her eyes showing a hint of resentment. I don't want you to suddenly appear in front of me and tackle me to the ground again. Thinking back to what happened in the monster beast forest before, Shi Qingqing couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. That feeling was a bit subtle. No, you keep this. Jiang Chen shook his head, suddenly grabbing Shi Qingqing's soft jade hand, making her tightly hold the thunder god's sorrow, and said very seriously, as long as you carry this with you, no matter what happens, I can be by your side at the first moment. No matter when, I will always be by your side at the first moment. Jiang Chen held Shi Qingqing's soft hand, saying very seriously. Shi Qingqing was a bit flustered by his words, especially since Jiang Chen was already very handsome. Although there is still a bit of immaturity that has not completely faded away, he can be considered mature. He is 3 parts handsome, 3 parts charming, and 3 parts suave. Not giving him full marks is to prevent him from becoming arrogant. However, after seeing Jiang Chen's particularly serious expression, she suddenly pulled her hand back, slapped Jiang Chen's palm hard, and said, "Just speak, don't try to take advantage of me." Ouch! Just speak, don't hit me. Jiang Chen recoiled in pain, retracting his hand. Why does this woman have no sense of humor at all? You should go back now. Shi Qing pushed Jiang Chen away with a hum, and she went back to her room as well. Jinghai College. Student Dormitory. Dormitory exclusively for students participating in the college competition. Lin Yun, Qinglan, and 10 others stood neatly in a row. In front of them was Lin Hai, the president of Jinghai College. At this moment, Lin Hai's expression was not very good. With a stern face, looking at them, he reprimanded, "In the first round of the competition, you actually lost to Huaihai College? Do you know that you are the elite of our Jinghai College? Each of you is a third-level esper, capable of competing with the executive teams of other colleges. Your task is to come in first. As the strongest college in the southeast region, if our students at Jinghai College cannot win first place in the college competition, then in the future Southeast Region College Alliance, why should Jinghai College have the most say? Even if we cannot win first place in the college competition, the overall strength of Jinghai College is stronger than other colleges, and we can still have the most say." Lin Yun whispered. His rebuttal made Lin Hai widen his eyes in anger and say, "What Jinghai College wants is absolute first in all aspects. In any case, there are still 2 rounds of competition ahead. You all need to give it your all. If you can't get first place, I will hold you accountable." "Yes," everyone answered loudly. After getting their response, Lin Hai angrily shook his sleeves and left, leaving behind a few people looking at each other. "We were careless this time, and accidentally let Huaihai College's people succeed. Is it necessary for him to scold us like this?" Someone muttered quietly. Lin Yun glanced back at him, and the person immediately dared not speak. The words of the president are orders. Starting from the second round, everyone must give it their all, and we must not let others take away the first place from us, understand? Understood. The second round of the competition is a one-on-one match. This round of competition is the longest and most complex. Because each college has 10 people, and each person must participate in the match, there are a large number of participants. With a total of 34 colleges, in the first round, 17 teams are drawn by lot to conduct the first round of selection. The winners advance to the next round, and the losers are eliminated. The 17 winners are then divided into 8 teams from 16 colleges, with 1 extra spot, which will be randomly drawn as a ceasefire spot. At the end of this round, there will be 16 teams advancing to the next round, including 1 ceasefire spot, totaling 9 colleges. In the second round, another ceasefire spot is drawn, and the remaining 8 teams compete for 4 spots. After this round, 5 colleges will advance. In the third round, 5 colleges compete without a ceasefire spot, but there is a waiting for battle spot. First, 4 colleges compete to determine 2 advancing teams. Then the 2 losing colleges enter the losers bracket for further matches. The winner of the losers bracket can advance, while the loser will compete against the waiting for battle college in the final battle to determine the last advancing team. The 4th round is the real quarterfinals. The 5th round is the finals. This is because there are ceasefire and waiting for battle spots. So if a college is lucky enough to draw a waiver quota, and then draw a waiting quota, basically it's a smooth path to the top 4. After the official start of the one-on-one competition, all colleges gather again in the square for the drawing ceremony. The approximate strength of the 34 colleges can be analyzed through the first round of hunting and killing demon beast competition. So some colleges ranked lower are least likely to draw colleges ranked higher. During the live drawing, some colleges ranked lower end up drawing colleges ranked higher, causing them to wail in despair. Some with average strength draw weaker opponents and feel secretly pleased. The scene is very lively. After all, this drawing is a kind of mystery. Some colleges with similar strengths, after drawing each other, the heads of both sides smile and shake hands on the surface. Behind their backs, they tell their students to beat them to a pulp. Huaihai College drew a decent lot, facing the last place winner of the first round, Shinfeng College. First place against last place, fighting with eyes closed. The competition officially begins. Each college's 10 members will compete one-on-one, making it 10 rounds of competition. The 34 colleges are divided into 17 groups for the competition, totaling 170 matches. This will take several days to complete. The match between Huaihai College and Shinfeng College is scheduled for the first round, kicking off the opening battle. The ministers of both sides quickly arranged and decided on the order of battle. Shizongqing was arranged as the second to last, and Zhangchen was arranged as the last. They are like goalkeepers. And the first small match is Wei Lin. Zhangchen, I'm up. Go for it, crush the opponent. I got this. Wei Lin nodded heavily. After Wei Lin, Shinfeng College sent out a second-tier junior as well. Shinfeng College, Kai Kuan. The opponent was a tall and thin young man, dressed in a black top, beige pants, with thick hair combed in the middle. Huaihai College, Wei Lin. Wei Lin also simply stated his name. The main purpose of the college competition is friendly competition, so sharing some basic information is not a problem. At the same time, above their heads, their abilities were displayed. Kai Kuan, Beast Transformation. Wei Lin, Wood Element. When the spectators saw that Wei Lin was a wood element, they were surprised. There are still wood elements? Dare to go on stage with just a wood element? Is Huaihai College out of options? This waste ability of the wood element, can it do anything on the field besides planting trees? For a moment, many people started mocking. In their understanding, the wood element was still considered a waste ability. Even Kai Kuan, upon seeing that Wei Lin was a wood element, disdainfully said, "It's actually a wood element, how boring. You might as well surrender, so I don't have to do anything." Faced with the surrounding mockery and questioning, Wei Lin remained silent. It wasn't until the referees began that he decisively acted, guiding the movement of spiritual energy within him with handprints. Wood element storm of pear blossoms. Wood element storm of pear blossoms. Wei Lin acted decisively, his arm turning into a piece of wood, shooting out densely packed wooden thorns like steel needles towards Kai Kuan. Wood element can still attack? Limited to the traditional understanding of the wood element ability, Wei Lin's storm of pear blossoms caught Kai Kuan off guard. Fortunately, the beast transformation ability provided him with better than average reaction speed. Kai Kuan stomped heavily, bursting with astonishing jumping power, leaping up in one step to dodge Wei Lin's storm of pear blossoms. But before he could relax, several huge vines grew wildly from the ground, like large hands, entwining around Kai Kuan's feet. Wood element entanglement. Several vines grabbed Kai Kuan, slamming him hard on the ground, leaving him dizzy. When a tiger doesn't roar, do you take me for a chicken? Kai Kuan was furious. At first, he just didn't expect Wei Lin's wood element to have attack capabilities, not understanding the unique abilities of the wood element, and was caught off guard. But now it's different, he's going to fight back. Roar! Kai Kuan let out a beast-like roar, his muscles instantly bulging several times, his gaze fierce. Beast transformation, cheetah. He got on all fours, staring at Wei Lin as if eyeing prey, then suddenly sprinted like a cheetah, very fast. So fast. Speed was Wei Lin's weakness. Seeing Kai Kuan charging towards him, he quickly dodged to the side, but still got scratched on the shoulder by Kai Kuan's fingers, leaving several bloody marks. Feeling the pain, Wei Lin decisively counterattacked, slamming his hands on the ground. What element? Square cage. Boom! Several huge wooden stakes quickly rose from under Kai Kuan's feet, rapidly forming a sturdy square cage, trapping Kai Kuan inside. Just a few rotten pieces of wood, and you think you can trap me? Kai Kuan said disdainfully, his hands like claws, frantically digging at the surrounding wooden stakes. I won't let you out. Wei Lin increased his spiritual energy output. After receiving spiritual nourishment, all the wooden stakes began to repair themselves rapidly while continuously compressing. The space around Kai Kuan was constantly shrinking, with thick trees tightly constricting his body. From initially being disdainful, Kai Kuan gradually struggled as the pressure increased, until finally, he begged for mercy and surrendered. Stop, stop, I surrender, I surrender. If he didn't surrender, he would have been flattened. Stop. Hearing Kai Kuan surrender, the referee immediately called a halt. After Wei Lin stopped, he also released the wooden stakes around Kai Kuan. Once back in the open, Kai Kuan knelt on the ground, breathing heavily in relief. The feeling just now was truly terrifying, being trapped in a dark and confined space, constantly being squeezed. I didn't expect the wood element to have such abilities. You fought well. Wei Lin smiled slightly. First round goes to Huaihai Academy. After the referee announced the result, there was enthusiastic applause from the audience. This match wasn't very exciting, but it introduced them to something new, the fact that the wood element could possess such powerful abilities. This completely overturned their impression of traditional wood elements. Back in his seat, Wei Lin couldn't help but boast, "Hey, how was that? I didn't embarrass our academy in the first battle, did I? Well done, impressive." Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. Wei Lin remained calm under pressure and delivered an excellent performance in the first match, not bringing shame to Huaihai Academy. Next came the successive matches. Each academy had a total of 10 matches. The overall strength of Shenfeng Academy was one level lower than Huaihai Academy. After the first 8 matches, Huaihai Academy had 6 wins and 2 losses. In the 9th match, it was Xia Zongqing's turn. His opponent was just a second-tier advanced wind element user, facing Xia Zongqing, a third-tier intermediate. The opponent had no chance and was quickly defeated. In the 10th match, it was Jiang Chen's turn. His opponent was also a second-tier advanced user. This is the last match, just fight casually, winning or losing doesn't matter. Before going on stage, Xia Zongqing couldn't help but tease him. Facing such an opponent, just sit back and enjoy the show. Jiang Chen was confident. On the stage, his opponent was a small-statured man, about 1.60 meters, wearing a combat coat that draped over his body, looking a bit strange. Shenfeng Academy, Lu Chang. Huaihai Academy, Jiang Chen. Each displayed their unique abilities above their heads. Lu Chang, material manipulation. Jiang Chen, wood element, spirit eye. Originally, Jiang Chen had 5 other elemental abilities, but those were obtained by devouring Yaohua stones. Normal detection is undetectable. Is it the wood element again? With Wei Lin's performance earlier, no one now thinks that the wood element is useless. At the very least, Jiang Chen and Wei Lin are both from Huaihai Academy and both belong to the wood element. It is hard not to suspect that Jiang Chen's wood element is as offensive and defensive as Wei Lin's. As for the spirit eye element, at least the current situation is unclear, and others have not speculated much, focusing more on Jiang Chen's wood element. No matter how fancy your wood element is, for the sake of our Shenfeng Academy, I must win this match, Lu Chang said firmly. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I'm happy to accompany you. Begin." With the referee's command, Lu Chang took the first move. He suddenly threw 3 flying knives from behind his cloak, shooting out violently. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan appeared, accurately piercing the trajectory of the 3 flying knives, easily dodging them all. It's not over yet. Lu Chang controlled the 3 flying knives to return and directly stab at Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen naturally saw through this obvious intention and continued to evade casually. No matter how fast the flying knives were, they were no match for his Sharingan. He didn't even bother drawing his sword. Seeing that the 3 flying knives couldn't touch Jiang Chen, Lu Chang gritted his teeth and once again threw out around 10 flying knives, pressing towards Jiang Chen. With so many flying knives suddenly appearing, Jiang Chen found it more challenging to dodge. Clang! Drawing out a short knife, he deflected a flying knife that was shot towards him, but the force feedback made his hand ache. The elemental manipulation not only controls weapons but also enhances their power with spiritual energy. At least the power of this knife was quite significant. Seeing over a dozen flying knives surrounding him, Jiang Chen decisively changed his strategy, swiftly approaching Lu Chang. "Don't think you can get close." Seeing through his intentions, Lu Chang manipulated the flying knives to return to him, all stabbing directly at Jiang Chen. Watching all the flying knives, Jiang Chen's Sharingan suddenly focused, accurately dodging and deflecting all the knives, flashing in front of Lu Chang. Seeing this, Lu Chang quickly drew a short knife, attempting to engage in close combat. But what awaited him were Jiang Chen's crimson Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Thud. Lu Chang's pupils constricted, and the weapon he held in his hand froze in midair. He couldn't move. No matter how he struggled, his body remained immobile. "You've lost." Jiang Chen slowly placed the knife at his neck. Only at this moment could Lu Chang's body move again. But with the knife already at his neck, even if he could move, the outcome was already set. "I've lost." Lu Chang's hands fell weakly. He didn't even know how he lost, it all happened so suddenly. Huaihai Academy wins. With Lu Chang's surrender, the referee announced the outcome of this short match. There are usually only 2 ways to determine the winner in a match: being knocked off the stage or surrendering. Only when Lu Chang admitted defeat did the match end. This match ended quickly. Many thought they would witness Jiang Chen's unique wood element abilities, but all they saw was Jiang Chen agilely dodging Lu Chang's attacks and inexplicably ending up next to him, with Lu Chang offering no resistance as the knife was placed at his neck. The loser lost inexplicably. The spectators were equally puzzled. In the position of the Jinghai Academy, Lin Yun, Qinglan, and others were observing Jiang Chen's battle attentively. However, throughout the entire match, they didn't even see what ability Jiang Chen used before the outcome was decided. How did this guy defeat Liu Chang without using his abilities? Qinglan frowned. It should be his spiritual eye ability. And it should be some kind of illusion. Lin Yun frowned slightly, calmly analyzing. He had experienced Jiang Chen's illusions before. At that time, he only guessed that Jiang Chen could use illusions, without realizing it was related to Jiang Chen's eyes. But now, after multiple encounters, he could vaguely guess some strange abilities related to Jiang Chen's eyes. Spiritual eye abilities are considered useless abilities. One wood element, one spiritual eye element. They have actually developed so many abilities. Huaihai Academy should not be underestimated, Qinglan said in surprise. Wood element and spiritual eye element were previously considered useless abilities. But now, someone has developed a new system of abilities from these two supposedly useless abilities, which is quite astonishing. How about it? Am I not worse than you? Back at his seat, Jiang Chen boasted to Shi Tsongqing. Shi Tsongqing rolled his eyes at him, muttered softly, "Just average, that's all." "Oomph, talk big." The two exchanged eye rolls, and the next match was about to begin. On the first day, over 100 matches were completed, but there were still over 100 matches to go before the round of 34 to 17. So, another day of matches was needed on the second day to determine the 17 teams. Jiang Chen carefully watched all the matches. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. For some top-ranking academies, he paid close attention to the matches of their elite disciples. It wasn't until the evening of this day that the first round of matches was finally completed, and the 17 teams were decided. Then the drawing lots followed immediately. This round of drawing lots was interesting because starting from this round, there were exemptions available. All academies hoped to draw an exemption. After all, skipping a round would significantly advance their rankings. Exemption, exemption. Some academies in the audience began to cheer loudly, rooting for their ministers, hoping to draw an exemption. However, hope was met with disappointment. Amidst cheers, the exemption fell on the moderately ranked Shinshui Academy, eliciting sighs of regret. It was a pity, too much of a pity. Jiang Chen and others also hoped for the exemption to fall on them. But the reality proved otherwise. The exemption was drawn first. Then the remaining 16 academies started drawing lots to form 8 groups. This was the real deal. With only one exemption available, more people could only sigh. After drawing the exemption, they had to abandon their fantasies and prepare for battle. The drawing lots for the second round were much more intense than the first round. Those who advanced from the first round were not ordinary. First was the drawing for the first match. The first academy, Huaihai Academy. The first match drew Jiang Chen and others immediately perked up to see who their opponents were. And the opponent was Jinghai Academy. When this draw came out, the whole venue fell into a brief silence. Huaihai Academy, Jinghai Academy. The top two in the first major competition. Now, in the round of 16 to 8, these two academies were facing off, and it was the first major match? After a brief silence, the venue erupted into a heated discussion. Huaihai Academy, a top-ranking academy in the East District, has been performing well recently and attracting attention. Jinghai Academy, the top academy in the South District, with top-notch strength. Many of its students have reached Tier 3 within a year, enough to rival the executive departments of other academies. Moreover, these two academies had friction during the first round of Hunting Demon Beast competition. Now that they've encountered each other again, it's hard not to anticipate this match. Oh no, we're facing them so soon? Jiang Chen shook his head upon seeing that their opponents were from Jinghai Academy. Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu had given them strict orders to yield to Jinghai Academy, not to steal their spotlight. But now that they were facing them, if they lost to Jinghai Academy, they wouldn't even make it to the top 10 in this round. If they couldn't make it to the top 10, Jiang Chen's system mission would remain uncompleted. He didn't need to be first, but he couldn't give up on even making it to the top 10. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. On the other side, at Jinghai Academy, upon drawing Huaihai Academy as their opponents, Qinglan and the others showed a hint of a cold smile. It seems that heaven is still on our side, giving us a chance to redeem ourselves so quickly. Others quickly agreed, that's right, this time, we must personally reclaim what we lost. Because of Huaihai Academy, they had been severely criticized. This account must be settled properly. Don't let too many emotions get involved. Our goal is first place, not revenge. Huaihai Academy is just a stepping stone on our path to first place. Deal with them in a normal manner, understood? Lin Yun said calmly on the side. Understood. This is bad. Shi Tsongqing also felt somewhat helpless upon seeing the draw results. However, Wei Lin and Zhao Mei were quite excited in comparison. Encountering Jinghai Academy again, we're in for a strong showdown. Wei Lin was eager and spirited. Except for Jiang Chen and Shi Tsongqing, the others were unaware that they were supposed to yield to Jinghai Academy in the competition. On the third day, the first match was between Huaihai Academy and Jinghai Academy. All the students had taken their seats, eagerly awaiting today's showdown. After all, one was the big brother of the southern region, and the other was the first place winner of the first round of the major competition. Who do you think is stronger, Jinghai Academy or Huaihai Academy? Jinghai Academy has always been the pillar of the southern region, while Huaihai Academy only managed to get first place by luck last time. But the combat power of Huaihai Academy should not be underestimated. They can be considered a dark horse in this competition, right? Before the match began, students from other academies were sitting in the spectator stands, discussing the strengths of both sides. At Huaihai Academy's seating area, we're about to have another showdown with them. I wonder if we can beat them this time. Wei Lin murmured softly as he looked at the students from Jinghai Academy across from them. Players from both sides, please take the stage. As the referee's voice fell, students from Huaihai Academy and Jinghai Academy began to take the stage. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when it's my turn. Jiang Chen poked Wei Lin next to him, lazily saying, Jiang Chen, why aren't you excited at all? The opponent is Jinghai Academy. If we defeat them, we'll be in a great position. Wei Lin was getting emotional. Hey, can you see the gap clearly? They are all at Tier 3. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 is significant, you know? Don't think that just because we luckily won against them last time, we can definitely win this time. Jiang Chen wasn't being passive. It's just that Shi Yan and Sun Shuyu's previous warning had left him unsure of how to proceed, so he decided to play it cool. After all, this round of competition wasn't something he could control alone. And things were unfolding just as Jiang Chen had expected. In the first 5 matches, Huaihai Academy had only won 1 match. Jinghai Academy had already won 4 matches. Through the first 5 matches, the students of Huaihai Academy were completely awakened. Indeed, the gap between the two sides was quite large. In the 6th match, Wei Lin from Huaihai Academy will face Qing Lan from Jinghai Academy. Qing Lan? At this moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. He remembered that this Qing Lan was also at the 3rd level advanced, while Wei Lin was only at the 2nd level beginner, with a huge gap in strength and almost zero chance of winning. Wei Lin, if it doesn't work out, just admit defeat, don't force it, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, we've known each other for so long, do you think I'm someone who gives up easily? Wei Lin clenched his fists tightly. I will definitely win this victory, just watch. Wei Lin patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and walked up to the arena. On the arena, Qing Lan also entered the stage. Looking at Wei Lin, her icy face showed a hint of disdain and said, You are not my opponent, admit defeat. The words admit defeat are not in my dictionary. Wei Lin looked at her with a calm and firm gaze. At this moment, it was not just for himself but for the academy. This match must not be lost again. What element entanglement? Suddenly, several vines extended from under Wei Lin's feet, crazily spreading out like snakes towards Qing Lan. Wei Lin knew the opponent was of the wind element, so he wanted to take the initiative. As long as he could control Qing Lan first, he would consider it half a victory. However, Qing Lan had already seen through his attack intentions. Just a 2nd level beginner waste, don't think you're great just because you have some abilities. In my eyes, you're just a flower-raising stinker. At this moment, a pair of light blue wings sprouted from Qing Lan's back, flying directly into the sky to avoid the vines below. Wind element can fly, Wei Lin really has no chance of winning. Jiang Chen, who was also watching from the stands, shook his head silently at the situation on the field. The most difficult thing to deal with in the wind element is flight. Of course, flying with the wind element consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Without a good way to deal with it, one can only delay time. Wei Lin was also surprised to see Qing Lan flying into the sky. Flying was the most difficult to deal with. Normal ability users, without a special flying ability, can only fly in mid-air when they reach the legendary 6th level. What element storm of pear blossoms? As Wei Lin's arm turned into trees, dense wooden thorns shot towards Qing Lan. Wind element great tornado. Qing Lan controlled her wings to spin rapidly in the air, followed by a huge light blue tornado that directly engulfed the wooden thorns. Flower razor. Take this. With a wave of her finger, a violent hurricane carried a large number of wooden thorns towards Wei Lin. Wei Lin below had slightly contracted pupils, his nerves tense and sweating in his hands. He knew there was a big gap in strength between him and Qing Lan, but anything was possible, and he would never give up. What element quadrangular prison? With a huge wooden stake bursting from under Wei Lin's feet, it instantly enveloped him, forming a sturdy cage. Smart move, Wei Lin has become more proficient in his skills, Jiang Chen nodded. Wei Lin's wood element ability was inspired by him. Seeing Wei Lin's significant progress, Jiang Chen felt a sense of pride in his son's achievements. Boom! The huge wind dragon tornado hit Wei Lin's cage but couldn't break it. Humph! Let's see how thick your turtle shell is. Wind element bursting wind blade. Qinglan snorted, and several huge light blue wind blades suddenly appeared above Wei Lin. Before the massive wind blades even arrived, everyone in the arena swallowed hard. Because such a massive attack, not to mention a second-level beginner, even a third-level advanced wouldn't dare to block it easily. As the violent wind blades fell, they instantly tore a hole in the wooden stake. Ah! A scream came from the wooden stake, and everyone sweated for Wei Lin. As the smoke cleared, Qinglan swaggered over to the broken wooden stake. Because she was very confident, as long as the blow just now hit, it was certain that those below the third level would die. But when she saw that there was no one inside the wooden stake, she was instantly confused. I've been waiting for you. Wood element giant spear Wei Lin suddenly appeared behind Qinglan, and a huge light green long spear appeared in front of him, with the tip of the spear shimmering with a faint light. Then a burst of air-breaking sound was heard, and the huge spear stabbed straight towards Qinglan's back. Due to being caught off guard, Qinglan was unable to dodge in time and was fiercely hit on the shoulder by the wooden spear. Although it didn't pierce through, it left a grim wound. The intense pain made Qinglan's beautiful face instantly twisted, her eyes fierce and crazy. He, very good, you waste, you have successfully angered me. He, very good, you have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you see what the edge of the Jinghai Academy is. The pain from the wound on her shoulder made Qinglan's face look a bit fierce. Enduring the intense pain, she raised her hand and pointed at Wei Lin. Faint blue wind blades appeared in front of her. Swish! Dozens of wind blades shot out with sharp air-breaking sounds, directly aiming at Wei Lin. This time, the wind blades were powerful in both speed and pressure. Wei Lin's pupils contracted. What element quadruple wood shield? Countless vines quickly rose from under his feet, rapidly growing and forming 4 thick shields in front of Wei Lin. Bang! The first shield was easily broken through. Then the second shield, which lasted for 2 seconds, was also broken through, followed by the third shield, which lasted for 4 seconds. The fourth and final shield was Wei Lin's last line of defense. However, even this last shield couldn't hold on for too long and was eventually broken through by Qinglan's final wind blade. Put! The wind blade was fast, giving Wei Lin no chance to dodge, and pierced through his left shoulder. Bang! The wind blade pierced through his body, causing Wei Lin's body to fall down, the intense pain making him grimace. This is the wound you gave me, now I return it to you. Qinglan walked step by step to Wei Lin. Both were injured, but Qinglan's resilience was clearly stronger than Wei Lin's. Wei Lin gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. However, Qinglan suddenly stepped forward quickly and stepped on Wei Lin. And she stepped right on his wound, exerting force secretly, with a cold and cruel expression on her face. You waste! Do you really think that as a second-level junior wood element, you can beat me? Being injured by you is my greatest shame. Just surrender, waste. She pressed harder and harder with her foot, causing Wei Lin to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. But he did not give up, instead gritting his teeth and defiantly saying, "Dream on." Suddenly, Wei Lin's uninjured hand on the other side grabbed Qinglan's foot. Wood element bursting rain. Several vines quickly spread out from his hand, entwining Qinglan's feet, trying to bind her completely. Do you think this kind of move can still be useful against me? Qinglan coldly snorted, a gust of invisible wind blowing around her, directly breaking all the vines on her body. A waste is just a waste. Hurry up and surrender. Seeing that he was so unyielding, Qinglan pressed harder with her foot on Wei Lin's shoulder, and she kept increasing the force. I am not a waste. Wei Lin gritted his teeth fiercely, the remaining spiritual energy in his body surging out, attempting one last gamble. But seeing that he was so ungrateful, Qinglan suddenly increased the force with her foot. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Then, Wei Lin's screams of pain echoed through the arena. His shoulder was crushed by Qinglan's foot. In the seat, hearing Wei Lin's screams, Jiang Chen stood up abruptly. What do you want to do? Shi Tsongqing quickly grabbed him. If you go up there, it will break the rules and you will be directly disqualified from the competition. So you want me to just stand by and watch Wei Lin being tortured like this? Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for Shi Tsongqing holding him back, he would have rushed down directly. Stay calm, there are referees. On the stage, hearing Wei Lin's screams, the referee immediately stepped in. Victory for Qinglan Academy. Apart from the contestants conceding or being knocked out of the ring, if a contestant is in danger or violates the rules, the referee has the authority to determine the outcome directly. Now, it was clear that Qinglan had one. Immediately, someone came up and carried Wei Lin away for treatment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's inner turmoil subsided slightly. But the next scene almost made him erupt again. Qinglan slowly looked in their direction. On her indifferent face, there was mockery, provocation, and disdain. Obviously, she was demonstrating. Not only Qinglan, but also the gazes from Lin Yun and others from Jinghai Academy were full of provocation and hostility. These guys, are they retaliating for us taking the first place last time? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and locked eyes with Lin Yun and others across the space. They said they should give way to Jinghai Academy, but from the current situation, it seemed that Jinghai Academy didn't need their courtesy. I'll go check on Wei Lin. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Chen intended to go see how Wei Lin was doing. It was at this moment that the referee announced the participants for the next match, 7th match, Huaihai Academy's Shitsong Qing against Jinghai Academy's Lin Yun. This announcement caused quite a stir. They didn't know Shitsong Qing, but they knew Lin Yun, the son of Jinghai Academy's principal, Lin Hai. And with amazing talent, in less than a year, he had grown from a new recruit to a third-tier advanced esper. Like Qinglan, he was a top talent in the entire southeast region. Hearing that Shitsong Qing was going to face Lin Yun, Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, stopped again. After some thought, he looked at Shitsong Qing, who was already prepared and standing up, and said, "I'll watch your match before I go." Shitsong Qing glanced at him, said nothing, and walked from his seat to the stage. "Xiao Qing, I didn't expect us to be drawn to compete against each other." Lin Yun smiled slightly. Judging from appearance alone, Lin Yun was a genuine handsome guy, tall, sunny, with a warm smile that easily captivated girls' hearts. Unfortunately, Shitsong Qing had already seen his true colors, and Qinglan's actions in the previous match had completely turned her off from the people of Jinghai Academy. "I will do my best." Shitsong Qing's gaze was indifferent, and the gentle breeze lightly moved her white clothes, making her look as light as a feather. "Your Huaihai Academy has no chance left. As long as you lose one more match, it will end here. Of course, I can give you a chance." Lin Yun smiled. "You know I like you. As long as you agree to be with me, I can concede this round." "Don't daydream, you make me sick." Shitsong Qing coldly rejected. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yun asked in a deep voice, "Why are you rejecting me? Am I not good enough for you? Or, do you already like someone else?" Shitsong Qing didn't answer. "Is it that Jiang Chen guy?" Lin Yun's face suddenly turned fierce, like a wild beast about to rage. Hearing this, Shitsong Qing blinked, looked back at Jiang Chen in the seat, then at Lin Yun, pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "Yes, I like him. So can you give up now?" "Yes, I like him, so give up on me." Everyone couldn't help but admire Lin Yun's strong talent, being able to borrow a bit of the power of thunder between heaven and earth. However, although this power of thunder was good, Lin Yun's third-order strength was still unable to control this power properly. Shitsong Qing saw the situation and directly brought out her trump card. Between her hands, a blue and a green energy quickly intertwined, merging into a huge ice storm, ice burst. Shitsong Qing fused the wind attribute and water attribute into the ice attribute, and the power of the ice system became even more terrifying after stacking. "It's actually the ice system. I didn't expect her to reach elemental fusion at just the third order," the crowd exclaimed. "Only the common 5 elemental systems can be fused. But usually, only 4th order ability users have the opportunity to achieve elemental fusion. It requires high talent to achieve elemental fusion at the 3rd order level. I didn't expect Shitsong Qing to be able to control elemental fusion now. You know, many 4th order ability users can't comprehend elemental fusion, but this little girl has mastered this skill at such a young age. A promising future. Shitsong Qing is indeed suitable for this Lin Yun." Lin Hai looked at the two people below and couldn't help but nod appreciatively. "Elemental fusion? But, you don't stand a chance." At this moment, lightning suddenly flashed around Lin Yun. He pointed his long spear directly at the sky, boom. A thunderbolt was directly attracted to the spear. Lin Yun is being impulsive, Lin Hai frowned. At this stage, Lin Yun's body could only withstand the power of thunder to a limit. If he continued to use heavenly thunder, he could easily lose control. "I want to prove that I am definitely stronger than that Jiang Chen." At this moment, Lin Yun had become somewhat crazy, with a fierce and crazy expression. The violent power of thunder turned his skin extremely red. Lin Yun felt like his body was about to burst. Now he just wanted to release the power inside him. Thunder System Hell Assault. Lin Yun directly grasped the long spear and released all the power of thunder in his body in one go, fiercely stabbing towards Shitsong Qing. The ice explosions were instantly melted. Shitsong Qing frowned, her hands moved, ice imprisonment. Several huge ice shields piled up in front of her, blocking Lin Yun's attack. Boom! Lin Yun's attack was exceptionally fierce, and the ice shields were instantly pierced through, with the spear tip with lightning appearing in front of her. The speed was extremely fast. So fast. Shi Tsongqing's eyes narrowed, and she decisively gathered the wings of spiritual energy behind her, trying to fly away. But Lin Yun was faster than her, suppressing her speed with the long spear. Moreover, Lin Yun showed no intention of holding back. Lin Yun, stop. In the seats, Lin Hai, Shi Yan, and others almost stood up instantly. The situation on the field had far exceeded their expectations. Was Lin Yun really going to make a fatal move? Even a fifth-order ability user wouldn't make it in time with the spear tip so close to Shi Tsongqing's throat. As the spear tip approached her throat, Shi Tsongqing's delicate skin could even feel the splashing electric arcs. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Tsongqing. Pft! Put! The sound of the spear tip approaching the body. But Shi Tsongqing didn't feel any pain, because Jiang Chen had blocked the spear for her. When everyone was unable to react, Jiang Chen, using the Thunder God's technique, arrived in time in front of Shi Tsongqing. Lin Yun's spear pierced through Jiang Chen's chest from behind, narrowly missing his heart. Jiang Chen? Shi Tsongqing stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Cough. Jiang Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood as he struggled to force out a smile. I said, no matter when, I can always appear by your side. Why did you help me block? You fool! Shi Tsongqing's teary eyes rubbed, turning into clear tears that slid down. And after Lin Yun stabbed this shot, he saw Jiang Chen somehow manage to suddenly appear here to help Shi Tsongqing block this shot. He not only did not stop, but instead sneered, playing the hero to save the beauty? Then I'll give you a chance. Since he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. Lin Yun suddenly increased the force in his hand, the long spear piercing through Jiang Chen's body continued forward, slowly approaching Shi Tsongqing. Enduring the intense pain, Jiang Chen suddenly decisively took the short knife from Shi Tsongqing's hand, and with a backhand stroke, directly cut off the spear shaft from behind. With a somewhat staggering step, Lin Yun only took a few steps back, then took the spear shaft without the spearhead and charged forward again. At this moment, Lin Yun had lost his reason, he just wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Seeing him so paranoid and crazy, Jiang Chen endured the intense pain and suddenly pulled out the spearhead from his body, then threw it directly with a backhand. Puff! The spearhead hit Lin Yun's abdomen center, knocking him down. Sizzle! Jiang Chen's wound seemed severe, but after pulling out the spearhead, it was rapidly healing. This was just a friendly match, but you were going all out, which doesn't suit your status, right? Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at Lin Yun. If he hadn't arrived in time, Shi Tsongqing might have been in real trouble. He didn't expect Lin Yun to be so ruthless. Ha ha. Cough, so what? Don't think I don't know, this time your East District Academy wants to unite with our South District Academy. By doing this, you have seriously violated the rules. Whether the East and South Districts can cooperate now depends on whether our Jinghai Academy agrees. Do you dare to ruin the good thing for your academy? Despite being injured, Lin Yun was not at all convinced, and even showed a bit of ferocious madness. That's a matter between the academies. I only know that you are just a powerless loser now. Jiang Chen just looked at him indifferently and shook his head. Then, he turned to Shi Tsongqing and reached out his hand. It's okay, get up. Nodding, Shi Tsongqing grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and was about to get up. Suddenly, her expression changed. Watch out behind you. Lin Yun, in a fit of madness, suddenly pulled out the spearhead stuck in him and fiercely aimed it at Jiang Chen's back. Die. His expression was ferocious and crazy. At this moment, in the seats, Lin Hai, Shi Yan, and others all stood up in unison. Yuner, don't! Lin Hai shouted loudly. But Lin Yun could no longer hear anyone else's voice. At this moment, he only had Jiang Chen in his eyes, he just wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Hearing Shi Tsongqing's warning, Jiang Chen sighed lightly in resignation, decisively turned around, evaded Lin Yun's attack, and decisively stabbed towards Lin Yun's abdomen with the short knife in his hand. Jiang Chen, stop! Shi Yan suddenly understood Jiang Chen's intention and hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. In the eyes of countless people, Jiang Chen's knife pierced through Lin Yun's body. Unable to bear it any longer, this guy was too noisy. Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore. Not to mention, Lin Yun had repeatedly tried to harm him. Cough! Lin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Inside each Esper's body is a spiritual core that stores spiritual energy. Once the core is destroyed, they will permanently lose the ability to store spiritual energy and become a complete waste. And Jiang Chen's knife happened to pierce through the spiritual core in Lin Yun's body. The spiritual energy dispersed, causing Lin Yun to collapse completely, kneeling on the ground. How dare you! At this moment, Lin Hai leaped down from his seat, rushing towards Jiang Chen, almost instantly appearing in front of Jiang Chen, his fist carrying a fierce force directly towards Jiang Chen's face. So fast! With a surprised look, Jiang Chen barely reacted with the help of the immortal mode, blocking his arms in front of him. Bang! Lin Hai's punch was like a mountain crashing down, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat repeatedly, his arms in severe pain, his bones should have been broken. But under the healing of the unmarked, it quickly recovered on its own. Yuner. Lin Hai quickly supported Lin Yun. Looking at his pale face and serious injuries, Lin Hai's face turned extremely dark. He raised his head, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, "At such a young age, you actually have such a vicious heart. If you continue to grow like this, what will happen? Today, I will educate you well on behalf of Wang Daochuan." Lin Hai's eyes were cold and a hint of fierceness emerged, ready to launch another attack on Jiang Chen. "Principal Lin, hold on." Shi Yan also quickly rushed to the stage to stop Lin Hai. "This was just a mistake in a match, it can be handled normally, don't break the rules." "Rules? Your student took the initiative to disrupt the match, a serious offense. And he also seriously injured my Yuner. Teaching such students, your Huaihai Academy cannot escape blame," Lin Hai said sternly. Hearing him being so unreasonable, Jiang Chen also got angry. "I admit that I disrupted the match, but did you not see what your son did just now? He repeatedly showed intent to kill and acted ruthlessly. I was just acting in self-defense. To put it bluntly, your son brought this upon himself." Jiang Chen was truly angry. Earlier, Lin Yun had shown intent to kill twice, and Lin Hai did not intervene. Now that Lin Yun was seriously injured by him, he immediately jumped out. Is there a need to protect him so obviously? Still want to argue? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Lin Hai's eyebrows were raised in anger, suddenly appearing in front of Jiang Chen and throwing a punch. The speed of a 5th-level advanced esper was so fast that even Shi Yan beside him couldn't stop it. Bang! Lin Hai's fist was blocked just under a meter away from Jiang Chen. A crimson energy surged crazily around Jiang Chen, quickly condensing into a giant energy giant wearing armor, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, the third power, Susanoo. Jiang Chen's eyes had also turned into kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes. What is that? Such a terrifying aura. Looking at the giant Susanoo and the terrifying aura emanating from it, everyone was stunned. Susanoo, the crimson energy giant, stood on the ring, exuding a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen, a 2nd-level advanced esper, was now emitting a terrifying aura comparable to a 4th level, shocking everyone. But Lin Hai didn't care about this aura at all. At this moment, he was full of anger, and terrifying power erupted from his fist again, hitting the incomplete Susanoo hard. Boom! Crack! The hard Susanoo appeared with huge cracks. Lin Hai was a 5th-level advanced esper. No matter how strong Jiang Chen's Susanoo was, it couldn't withstand such a huge gap in strength. "Principal Lin, we can sit down and discuss this matter, there's no need to escalate it." Seeing Lin Hai about to get serious, Shi Yan quickly intervened. Jiang Chen was a student of their Huaihai Academy, and with such a big incident, he couldn't just stand by. "If you want to handle this matter, it means that your Huaihai Academy will officially break with our Jinghai Academy. Think about it yourself," Lin Hai said coldly. He actually pushed this matter to the confrontation between Huaihai Academy and Jinghai Academy, making Shi Yan somewhat dilemma for a while. For him, Jiang Chen was just an ordinary student, not yet able to be put on the same scale as Huaihai Academy. "Minister Shi Yan, this matter is none of your concern, let me handle it myself." Jiang Chen also didn't want to bring trouble to Huaihai Academy because of himself. "I also want to see how strong the principal of Jinghai Academy is." Jiang Chen's gaze was firm. "Ha, good. For so many years, you are the first one to speak to me with such confidence." Jiang Chen's words made Lin Hai burst into laughter. "Then I want to see how many punches you can take from me?" The spiritual energy surged within Lin Hai, and he once again struck Susanoo with all his might. Boom! Susanoo, which was already cracked in many places, shattered directly from this punch. The residual force fiercely smashed into Jiang Chen, causing his body to quickly fly backwards, blood churning in his chest, unable to help but spew out a mouthful of blood. 5th rank advanced. Indeed not something he could handle now. Seeing Lin Hai about to catch up, Jiang Chen suddenly touched the blood at the corner of his mouth with his fingers, quickly formed hand seals, soul communication technique. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, a huge blood-sucking bat appeared out of thin air, catching Jiang Chen. 4th rank junior, blood-sucking bat king. Blood-sucking bat king? Is this kid also a beast tamer? This scene once again stunned everyone. Goodbye. Riding on the blood-sucking bat, Jiang Chen quickly flew towards the outskirts of Jinghai City. Stop him. Lin Hai couldn't catch up, but many wind system executors from Jinghai Academy quickly caught up. However, the blood-sucking Bat King's speed was too fast, and for a while, they couldn't catch up, only able to watch Jiang Chen fly away from Jinghai City. On the test platform, it was silent. At this moment, several water system healers quickly came forward to check Lin Hai's condition, their expressions solemnly shaking their heads. Principal, Lin Yun's spiritual core is shattered, I'm afraid. They didn't dare to continue their words, but the meaning was already clear. Once the spiritual core is shattered, it's equivalent to being disabled. Hearing this, Lin Hai's expression turned fierce, and he said coldly, spread the word. Everyone from Jinghai Academy, capture Jiang Chen with all your might, and issue a bounty order to all the schools in the southern district, offering 50 middle-grade spirit stones to capture Jiang Chen, dead or alive. Yes. The executive department on the side quickly retreated. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the expressions of Shi Yan and the others changed instantly. Shi Qingqing even hurriedly pulled Shi Yan's sleeve, urging him to say something. Once wanted, Jiang Chen's life would be in danger. But before Shi Yan could speak, Lin Hai spoke to them first. Shi Yan, Jiang Chen is from your Huaihai Academy. I hope you can give a satisfactory explanation. In addition, if you insist on helping Jiang Chen, it is equivalent to your Huaihai Academy and our Jinghai Academy officially turning against each other. You cannot make the decision on this matter. I advise you to go back and discuss with Wang Daochuan before answering. After speaking, Lin Hai shook his sleeves and left with the unconscious Lin Yun. With the bounty order issued, the entire southern district was abuzz for a while. It's worth noting that 50 middle-grade spirit stones would take an ordinary person 100 years of not eating or drinking to accumulate. Jiang Chen's name was also thrust into the limelight. Jiang Chen also had to exert great effort to escape from the pursuit of the executive department of Jinghai Academy. As a result, his blood-sucking Bat King also died in battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of the executive department of Jinghai Academy alone. The news of the bounty order also reached his ears. 50 middle-grade spirit stones, they really value me. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly as he looked at the bounty order. Because outside the academy, the universal currency in the entire world is spirit stones, which are divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The most common type of spirit stone seen by ordinary people is the low-grade spirit stone, and 50 low-grade spirit stones can buy a set of houses in the city center. And a medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. As for the top-grade spirit stones, most people basically do not use them as currency. At this time, Jiang Chen was driving the stolen wooden cart at high speed. Now the entire South District's academies are chasing him. It is not suitable to stay here for long. He must leave quickly. However, Jiang Chen saw through the car window that there was already a group of black-clothed people blocking his way ahead, and there was also a group of black-clothed people chasing after him from behind. And both sides of the road were all dense forests. The wooden cart could not move at all. Jiang Chen shook his head and simply got off the car. You guys are really fast. Which academy are you from? These people obviously did not want to reveal their true identities. It seems they are not from the Jinghai Academy. No matter who we are, Jiang Chen, we will not let you leave the South District. You will pay for what you have done. Several masked black-clothed people then drew their long knives from behind. Almost all third tier, and 2 fourth tier. Jiang Chen quickly scanned them with his eyes, his gaze heavy. Attack! Following the lead of the masked person, attacks came at Jiang Chen from all directions. Jiang Chen also decisively took action, clasping his hands together. Would release, would wall immediately, multiple wooden vines appeared, forming a giant shield. Would release, would clone. Jiang Chen then created a clone, rushing out from another side to disrupt the enemy's vision, while his main body directly attacked the people behind. Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiang Chen then directly trapped the members of the enforcement team who were facing him in a genjutsu. Third-tier ability users, unprepared, could not resist the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan and fell down directly. At the same time, the enforcement team members blocking his way had already taken down Jiang Chen's wood clone. He can use genjutsu, be careful. Others also noticed something was wrong. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation was not optimistic either. He suddenly felt a strong discomfort in his left eye, and even in that moment, things seemed a bit blurry. Pulling so many people into a genjutsu space at once consumed a great deal of his visual power. Jiang Chen was now crouching on the ground, breathing heavily. It's still a bit of a stretch. Jiang Chen looked at the several people who had fallen to the ground, then stood up, turned around, and rushed forward. Judging from his condition, he should be unable to use genjutsu on a large scale anymore. Catch him. The lead masked person commanded the others to charge, but slowly moved towards the back. Lightning style, thunderstorm, fire style, fireball, water style, water bullet. Sage mode. Jiang Chen decisively entered sage mode. Would release, tree binding death. With several vines appearing behind Jiang Chen, they burst into numerous thorns and attacked the group. Get out of the way. Fire style, Inferno. At this moment, 3 members of the enforcement team stepped forward to perform a joint skill. Instantly, a towering flame swept through the forest. The enforcement team members had come prepared this time, with the most fire-type ability users. In their understanding, fire-type abilities could counter wood-type abilities. Kid, you have wood-type abilities, but in front of our fire-type abilities, you have nowhere to escape. The nearby enforcement team members watched as Jiang Chen was surrounded by flames, feeling pleased. Is that so? With Jiang Chen's Sharingan eyes rapidly spinning. Fire style, Inferno. As he clasped his hands together, a burst of crimson flames erupted. How is this possible? Isn't he a wood type? How can he also have fire type abilities? Everyone present was stunned. In preparation for this ambush, they had even specifically accessed Jiang Chen's academic records. With the collision of the flames on both sides, Jiang Chen forcibly opened up a path for himself. However, a series of outputs also left him somewhat exhausted, panting heavily and quickly recovering using the immortal mode. We've used up almost everything. It's time for us to make a move. The leader of the group, a 4th order Esper, glanced at another 4th order Esper beside him and nodded. Jiang Chen, surrender now. Die, Jiang Chen. The 2 4th order Espers quickly approached, their short knives emitting a cold light. Such speed. Jiang Chen quickly used the wood locking wall upon seeing this. As layers of sturdy wooden walls rose up, directly enveloping his body, the attacks of the 2 4th order Espers also instantly fell. Buzzing. With a buzzing sound, Jiang Chen's defense was as fragile as thin paper, directly broken through. 2 strong winds smashed into him, sending him flying fiercely and crashing into a large tree. Cough. Even with the immortal mode and the rapid healing of the unmarked, all the pain was real. Jiang Chen, surviving unscathed under so many consecutive attacks, you are indeed strong, but it ends here. At this moment, the 2 4th order Espers suddenly appeared beside him, grabbing Jiang Chen's left and right hands. Oh no! Before Jiang Chen could react, a fierce electric current instantly spread throughout his body, followed by another person delivering a heavy blow to his neck, causing Jiang Chen to feel dizzy and disoriented. Capture him alive, let him live for now, the dean will make him beg for death later. Although we have no grudge against you, 50 high-grade spirit stones are too many, don't blame us. Jiang Chen was somewhat confused at this point, but he still heard someone suddenly speaking, is it too much to treat a student like this? Then, Jiang Chen lost consciousness and passed out completely. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen slowly woke up and found himself lying on a wooden cart. He sat up abruptly and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the driver's seat. Minister Shi? It was Shi Yan. Kid, do you know you've caused big trouble? Shi Yan controlled the cart and said without looking back. I know, but why did you save me? Because you are from our Huaihai Academy. Even if you make a mistake, we can't let people from the Jinghai Academy judge you. Shi Yan said calmly, and Xiao Cheng asked me to save you. Jiang Chen remained silent. His head was still a bit dizzy. The people chasing you have been taken care of by me. So, are we going back to the academy? Jiang Chen leaned against the window and observed the route along the way. Do you think you can go back? Shi Yan finally turned to look at him. You've caused a big mess this time. Not even the principal can guarantee your safety. And now, the way back to the academy must have been blocked by people from the Jinghai Academy. Once you go back, the Jinghai Academy will completely turn against our academy. I can't let you ruin our academy's plans. Then where can I go? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Go to a place where they can't catch you. Shi Yan took out a package from his storage ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Take what's inside. Where are we going? Taking the package, Jiang Chen asked again. We're going to the Dark Capital, a lawless place, located in the 3 uncontrolled zones. Once we're there, the Jinghai Academy won't dare to kill you recklessly. The Dark Capital? The place filled with chaos and violence? Jiang Chen vaguely remembered this place. The Dark City and the City of Sin are similar, both are not under the jurisdiction of any power, making it a paradise for renegades. With various powers competing, the one with the strongest fist is the strongest. The main reason this place has not been taken over is that many powers need the black market here to obtain rare items. The Dark City is also not weak, with many strong individuals present. This causes most powers to turn a blind eye to this place. That's right, although it's a bit chaotic there, it's currently the best place for you to stay alive. You have to make up for your own mistakes. After that, don't reveal your whereabouts to anyone, understand? Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, then opened the package containing 2 medium-grade spirit stones, as well as some dry rations and medicines. Does my father know about this? Jiang Chen asked on the side. Even if he does, he can't come to save you now. You have to protect yourself. Xia Yan said calmly. Jiang Chen fell silent. We're approaching the borderline, the wooden cart is too damaged, so you'll have to walk from here on. Xia Yan then handed Jiang Chen a map. Taking the map, Jiang Chen got off the cart and started walking ahead. Xia Yan's voice came again, remember, as long as you're not caught, the Jinghai Academy can't do anything to us. Your father and the school principal will handle this matter. Jiang Chen looked back at Xia Yan. From a broader perspective, your actions were too impulsive and caused a huge disaster. On a personal level, protecting your companion was the right thing to do. But the disaster is too big, so for now, stay low and come back later. Hearing this, Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before nodding. From a larger perspective, handing Jiang Chen over would be the best, so the Huaihai Academy wouldn't be implicated. But for various reasons, Xia Yan chose to let Jiang Chen go. Also, Xiao Chang asked me to give you a message. What? Jiang Chen looked up. She said thank you, and also, don't die. After parting ways with Xia Yan, Jiang Chen looked at the map, confirmed the direction, and then prepared to find a place to rest first. His wounds were not fully healed and needed some rest. It was also a good opportunity to find some monster cores in the monster beast forest. Jiang Chen felt that he was about to break through soon. Jinghai Academy. A bunch of useless people. So many of you can't catch one student? Lin Hai's face was terrifyingly dark, and the members of the executive department in front of him were all being scolded with their heads down. Only one squad leader, with a brave face, said, Principal, Jiang Chen is too cunning, our intelligence shows that he is of the wood and spirit eye types. But when we engaged in battle, he unexpectedly used fire abilities. This kid always has a trick up his sleeve. Moreover, we had already captured him, but someone secretly rescued him, very powerful. Someone helped? Lin Hai's eyes suddenly became somewhat sinister. Is it that Jian Lei guy? No, the newcomer is skilled in illusion techniques, it shouldn't be Jian Lei. The squad leader said in a low voice. Continue to search for him, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find Jiang Chen for me. Also, keep a close eye on the Huaihai Academy. If Jiang Chen appears at the Huaihai Academy, I will personally go find Wang Daochuan and Jiang Lei for an explanation. Then Lin Hai waved his hand, and all the members of the executive department immediately left the room. Huaihai City. Principal's office. Wang Daochuan, Jiang Lei, and Xia Yan were gathered together. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xia Yan, I'll ask you one question. Where is my son now? Jiang Lei looked at Xia Yan, his face filled with suppressed anger. I directed him to the dark capital, but as for where he is now, I don't know, Xi Yan said calmly. Jiang Lei slammed the table and stood up, growling, why didn't you bring him back? Just because he's not your son? Xi Yan, also indignant, stood up to retort, tell me how to bring him back? The people from the Quiet Sea Academy are heavily monitored outside. Lin Hai has already stationed people at all the passages. How do you expect me to bring him back? Jiang Lei slammed the table again, shattering it. Damn it, that old man Lin Hai is even more protective than me. If he dares to harm my son, I won't let him off. The Quiet Sea Academy has 7 5th rankers. What do you have to go against them? Xi Yan sneered. Seeing the 2 dignified department ministers arguing fiercely, Wang Daochuan finally spoke up. All right, calm down. I will negotiate with Lin Hai, don't cause trouble during this time. Since Jiang Chen went to the Dark Capital, the influence of the Quiet Sea Academy doesn't reach there, so let's not act impulsively for now. Jiang Lei angrily stormed out. 5 days later, in a quiet forest, a young man was cautiously moving forward. After passing through this black pine forest ahead, I should be close, right? Jiang Chen munched on dry rations while looking at the map. These days, he had been constantly covering his tracks and occasionally changing his route. Although this made the journey longer, it ensured to some extent that his whereabouts would not be exposed. Just as Jiang Chen was about to pass through the black pine forest ahead, a group of purple flames suddenly rose in the forest ahead, emitting intense heat. The aura of this flame seems familiar. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling a sense of déjà vu from the purple flames. Then he heard intense shouts and killings. Not far ahead, a group of young men in blue short robes were fighting against a group of people in fiery red outer garments. Seeing the familiar clothing, Jiang Chen focused and noticed the familiar flame marks on their heads. This is the Blaze Fire Group? How is this possible? Yes, those people were indeed from the Blaze Fire Group. Didn't the leader of the Blaze Fire Group die already? How come their traces are here? Jiang Chen was shocked, his brows furrowed tightly. Watching the disadvantaged young men, he decided to squat on the side and see what the Blaze Fire Group was up to. Wang Yan, the vice president of the prestigious Guanxi Association, are you satisfied with today's situation? A charming man with long purple hair, arms crossed in front of him, sneered at a young man in the crowd. I advised you before, to join our Blaze Fire Group. If you had joined us back then, so many people wouldn't have to die today. The young man looked slightly older than the others, coldly staring at the purple-haired man. Humph, indeed, the Blaze Fire Group is full of despicable people. But, Purple Scorpion, today's winner is not yet decided. With that, Wang Yan suddenly acted, Chaos Fire Lotus. A fiery red flame quickly condensed into a huge fire lotus in front of Wang Yan, swiftly flying towards Purple Scorpion. With astonishing heat, Purple Scorpion chuckled and swiftly dodged. But others were not so lucky. Many members of the Blaze Fire Group were directly burned into black corpses by the exploding fire lotus. Such terrifying heat. This Wang Yan is only a third-rank intermediate esper, yet he can unleash such powerful abilities. Jiang Chen, who was watching from the sidelines, was quite surprised by the abilities displayed by Wang Yan. And the Purple Scorpion saw the power released by Wang Yan's ability was so strong, far stronger than an ordinary third-tier intermediate fire-type ability user. There was a glint in his eyes, truly worthy of an S-class ability user. Well done. Your soul, all of you step back, I will personally take down this person. The Purple Scorpion directly ordered the people attacking Fireburn to retreat. Wang Bao, find a chance to escape, I will cover you. Wang Yan pulled aside a chubby man in a green short robe and said, Yan Gu, how could I leave you here alone? The chubby man said anxiously, Wang Bao, listen to me, we can't all perish here. You are the future of the Radiant Society. The Radiant Society will rely on you in the future, understand? Wang Yan said in a low voice. Wang Bao looked sad and nodded heavily. At this point, there were less than 10 members left in their Radiant Society. If they continued like this, they would surely be wiped out. Then, Wang Yan resolutely approached the Purple Scorpion, his gaze firm. Wang Yan, if you are willing to offer your soul, maybe I will spare their lives. The Purple Scorpion sneered. Do you think I will believe what the Fireburners say? If I believed you, our Radiant Society would have been destroyed long ago. He looked at the Purple Scorpion with disgust. How boring, leave him to me, don't leave the other one. The Purple Scorpion then pulled out a pure black chain, with a wisp of dark purple flames swirling around it. Listen to the Purple Scorpion, it seems his target is Wang Yan's soul. What is their goal? Jiang Chen frowned tightly, puzzled. His understanding of the Fireburners was limited to those who appeared in the City of Sin. At that time, the Fireburners' goal was to kill him and Yin Yu. And now, this group of Fireburners' target was Wang Yan. Could it be that the Fireburners in the City of Sin were just one small team? Jiang Chen had too many questions. At this moment, Wang Yan and the others were also in a dilemma under the siege of the Purple Scorpion. Many people were injured again. Triggered mission, save members of the Radiant Society, reward, 500 energy points, would release, Tree World Birth. Ha! Tree World Birth? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about whether to help, but now he had no choice. Boom! With a violent explosion, Wang Yan was fiercely slammed into the ground, creating a large pit. Puff! He was half kneeling at the bottom of the pit, blood trickling from his mouth. Wang Yan, give up. You are just a third-tier intermediate ability user. It's already quite impressive that you can last so many rounds under my hands. Humph, spare me the nonsense, wanting me to go back with you, dream on. Wang Yan said coldly. Stubborn to the end, then prepare to die. The Purple Scorpion's purple flames kept jumping in his hand, and a chain of iron shot straight towards Wang Yan's forehead. It seems I can only go this far. Wang Yan felt despair. The gap between him and the Purple Scorpion was too great. Moreover, the Purple Scorpion's purple flames had a strong suppressive effect on his fire-type ability, weakening his strength. It seems the Fireburners are quite active, to encounter you here. Suddenly, a casual voice sounded. Clang! A figure flew in quickly, deflecting the Purple Scorpion's chain. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Fireburners' actions? The Purple Scorpion frowned, sensing something and looked in another direction. It seems the Fireburners are quite active, to encounter you here. Jiang Chen walked out slowly from the dense forest. You are. Looking at Jiang Chen, the Purple Scorpion's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Jiang Chen. Ha ha, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems like I've achieved my goals for the year. Oh, you know me? I didn't realize I was that famous. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It wasn't surprising that Purple Scorpion knew him. After all, they were both members of the flame-burning sect. Well, of course. Just immediately offer up your souls. Purple Scorpion gave a sinister smile, complemented by their androgynous face. Jiang Chen felt the urge to smack them when he saw their face. It was truly unpleasant. Prepare to meet your end. Purple Scorpion suddenly threw the iron chain in their hand, and purple flames immediately spread wildly on it, showing its fierceness. The intense heat was stronger than regular flames. Jiang Chen had encountered this flame before. The former leader of the flame-burning sect, Huolio, had used this kind of flame, and it was indeed powerful. However, Amaterasu, Jiang Chen's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly focused, and a terrifying power surged out. A cluster of black flames appeared, clinging to Purple Scorpion's iron chain, feeding on their purple flames and devouring them wildly. In a moment, the flames of Amaterasu turned into a wave of black fire, rushing towards Purple Scorpion. Seeing this, Purple Scorpion was shocked and quickly summoned a large amount of purple flames to counterattack. The black and purple flames collided instantly. However, the flames of Amaterasu had expanded completely, overpowering the purple flames, which were forced to retreat. How is this possible? This is the subfire bestowed by the leader? Watching his invincible purple flames being burned back by Amaterasu, Purple Scorpion gritted their teeth and quickly retreated. But Jiang Chen didn't let them go. His Mangekyo Sharingan's gaze never left Purple Scorpion, and the flames of Amaterasu quickly caught up. Fire style, Fire Lotus. Wang Yan, on the side, saw the opportunity and suddenly condensed a Fire Lotus, launching a fierce attack on Purple Scorpion's back. Caught off guard, Purple Scorpion was hit hard in the back. It was at that moment that the black flames of Amaterasu caught up with Purple Scorpion, enveloping them. Ah! With the black flames engulfing them, Purple Scorpion let out a heart-wrenching scream. Amaterasu, the eternal flame that never extinguishes. It will only be extinguished when the target is completely burned. Phew! Jiang Chen took a few deep breaths and slowly walked towards Purple Scorpion. Suddenly, the screaming Purple Scorpion turned into a ball of purple flames and disappeared completely. Ran away? Jiang Chen frowned. It was obvious that the purple flames were Purple Scorpion's means of escape. He was able to escape under Amaterasu. Quite impressive. Seeing their leader disappear, Purple Scorpion's subordinates quickly retreated. But Wang Yan and Jiang Chen had no intention of letting them go. Half an hour later, as the last member of the flame-burning sect fell to the ground and didn't get up, the battle finally came to an end. Wang Yan and the others were injured, but Jiang Chen seemed unscathed. Ding! Mission completed. Save the Radiant Society. Reward, 500 energy points. Wood style, Tree World Birth. Reward obtained. Thank you for helping us. I'm Wang Yan, the Vice President of the Radiant Society. Wang Yan reached out his right hand for a handshake. Jiang Chen also extended his hand and shook it briefly. Jiang Chen, brother, which city are you from? I don't belong to any city. Jiang Chen didn't want to reveal too much information. But to Wang Yan, it seemed like Jiang Chen was an expelled student, a renegade. So he smiled and warmly said, Jiang Chen, brother, don't be so disheartened. Renegades like us have our own place. The Radiant Society is not far ahead in the Dark Capital. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. Wang Yan was very clear that if Jiang Chen hadn't helped today, none of them would have survived. The Dark City. Alright, let's go take a look, he said. It just so happened that Jiang Chen was also heading to the Dark City, so having someone to guide them was even better. And so, Jiang Chen followed Wang Yan and the others to the Dark City. Along the way, Jiang Chen rarely spoke, while Wang Yan and the others were very enthusiastic, explaining the situation of the Dark City to him. Through their descriptions, Jiang Chen learned that although this group of people were also considered rebels, most of them were actually forced to flee their hometown due to being framed. Some even became scapegoats and woke up one day to find themselves branded as rebels, having no choice but to come here. So these kind-hearted individuals spontaneously formed a small group. As more and more people joined, it eventually developed into the current Guangxi Society. Their ideology was simple: rely on hunting and harvesting demon cores to exchange for necessary resources and unite with each other. Not all rebels were irredeemably evil. This was something Jiang Chen only realized now. After all, he was now considered a rebel himself, and he didn't think he was irredeemably evil, right? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the group arrived at the outskirts of the Dark City. Scenes of a few or dozens of people fighting could often be seen. Here, if you wanted good resources, you either had to join a major power or seize them yourself. Therefore, the strong would only become stronger here, while the weak could only rely on luck. It's truly a chaotic place, Jiang Chen sighed softly. The 3 wooden carts continued along a small path towards a huge city ahead. Just then, a group of people rushed out from the dense forest ahead, blocking their path. Oh, isn't this the vice president of the Guangxi Society? I didn't expect to run into you here, a burly man with muscles all over his body said strangely with a smile. Niu Mon? Wang Yan immediately recognized the burly man and furrowed his brow. The other members of the Guangxi Society also drew their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Who are they? Jiang Chen glanced at the people in front, all of them just a group of third-tier novices, similar in strength to Wang Yan and the others. They are the arch-enemies of the Guangxi society. I didn't expect to be intercepted by them here. Wang Yan frowned. They had just experienced a major battle with heavy casualties, and in terms of numbers, they were no match for the enemy. Take them out, leave no one alive. Nielman laughed heartily, and the black-robed people around him immediately began to attack the group. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. In return for saving Wang Yan once before and allowing him to receive a reward, he decided to be a good person once again. Don't move, I'll handle this. Jiang Chen jumped off the wooden cart and, in an instant, entered his immortal mode, sending several Thunder God's fury whips flying out. Swish! A burst of light flashed. Wang Yan and the others saw the enemies, including Nielman, all fall to the ground, sustaining serious injuries. Jiang Chen didn't kill them directly but left the decision to Wang Yan and the others. Since they are your old adversaries, you decide how to deal with them. Thanks, brother Jiang Chen, Wang Yan said, wiping the bloodstains off his short sword. Not far away, the bodies of Nielman and the others lay in a pool of blood. Wang Yan appeared honest, but when faced with enemies threatening his life, he wouldn't show mercy. Who are they? They shouldn't be from the Burning Fire group, right? Jiang Chen dusted himself off and glanced at the corpses. These people didn't have the flame mark of the Burning Fire group on their foreheads. They are the Night Demons. Night Demons? Yes, Night Demon is an organization. Most of their members were either expelled from the academy for making mistakes, or voluntarily betrayed the law as renegades. Night Demons are a group of ruthless individuals who will do anything to achieve their goals. Be careful when you encounter them, Wang Yan reminded Jiang Chen. Then why did they attack you? Jiang Chen frowned. They probably received news of our attack by the fireburners and took advantage of the situation. They often engage in such activities. Besides, the Dawnlight Society and the Night Demons are considered enemies, so it's normal for them to act against us. After packing their belongings, the group once again boarded the wooden carriage and headed towards the Dark City. Since they are enemies, they shouldn't be able to track your movements. You should be careful, Jiang Chen kindly reminded. Hearing this, Wang Yan furrowed his brows slightly and said, they shouldn't have the ability to track our movements yet. It's probably the people from the auction house who gave them the information. Auction house? What auction house? Jiang Chen was puzzled. The Twilight Auction House, a neutral organization in the Dark City. It appears to be an auction house selling various rare treasures, but in reality, it is an organization specializing in selling information. As long as you have money, there is no information you can't obtain. Our actions were probably sold by the people from the Twilight Auction House, Wang Yan said. Sometimes, information is very valuable, especially when you can get information that others can't. Jiang Chen nodded silently. There are many information organizations in many places. In the past, he had visited an information organization in the city of Sin. Soon, the group finally arrived at the Dark City. The towering black city walls and huge city gates resembled a sleeping beast, ready to awaken at any moment. Occasionally, a faint smell of blood permeated the air, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. The Dark City, a paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak, a dark land of law. Brother Jiang Chen, this is the Dark City. If you decide to stay here for a while, I can give you some advice, Wang Yan said. Oh, please go ahead. First, if you want to stay at an inn, I suggest you go to the Twilight Inn under the Twilight Auction House. Why? Jiang Chen expressed his question simply. You may not know this, but although there are many inns in the Dark City, most of them are shady establishments. Those who are unaware may even have their belongings stolen while they sleep, and some may even be in danger of their lives. But the Twilight Inn is different because they are directly protected by the Twilight Auction House, claiming to be the safest place in the Dark City. The Twilight Auction House is the wealthiest force in the Dark City, and no one dares to offend them. After all, the information network of the Twilight Auction House is too terrifying. Within a radius of 100 miles of the Dark City, they can see any movement, and the owner of the auction house, known as the Red Queen, is one of the 3 strong figures in the Dark City. Wang Yan said. Red Queen? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The Red Queen, along with our Dawnlight Society leader Zhang Yi and the Night Demons Dong Mia, are known as the 3 heroes of the Dark City. All 3 are 4th-tier strong individuals, and no one dares to offend them. Jiang Chen nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, brother Wang Yan, isn't the residence of your Dawnlight Society at the docks? Can I visit it? Of course. Wang Yan was delighted. He had wanted to invite Jiang Chen to visit their Dawnlight Society, but he thought it might be too abrupt. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to bring it up himself. Being on good terms with a strong individual like Jiang Chen would be very beneficial to the Dawnlight Society. After all, someone who can easily defeat night demons like Bull Mang is not to be underestimated. Later, Jiang Chen followed Wang Yan and the others as they navigated through the Dark City. The situation in the dim city is very similar to that of the sinful city. Chaos, oppression, darkness, bullying the weak, oppressing men and women, the dark side of human nature runs rampant in such a place. People even fight openly in public. After crossing several streets, Jiang Chen and his group arrived at a river that flowed endlessly. At the bend of the river, a large-scale dock stood tall, with merchant ships coming and going from time to time. Workers on the dock were busy moving goods. Several streets connected to the dock, and occasionally people in blue short robes could be seen patrolling the roadsides. The atmosphere here is quite different from that of the dim city. Jiang Chen looked around. Compared to the chaos of the dim city, this place was obviously much more peaceful and bright, with many people smiling. Of course, this area is maintained by our Guangxi Association to uphold order and daily operations. Those passing merchant ships only need to pay some taxes, and as long as they are within our waters, we can ensure their safety. And at the dock, we can also maintain a minimum level of security. So many merchants from the dim city choose to conduct small trades here. Here, there is no robbery or coercion. We can achieve true fair trade, Wang Yan introduced proudly. Creating such an environment in a place like the dim city is not easy. Do you not have an inn here? Jiang Chen suddenly asked curiously. No, Wang Yan shook his head, but quickly added, of course, if brother Jiang Chen wants to stay, I will immediately prepare a room. That would be great, Jiang Chen smiled. As one of the three major forces in the dim city, staying here was a good choice. After all, Jiang Chen was now considered a renegade and was wanted by the Jinghai Academy, so he needed a relatively safe place. Alright, I'll take you there right away. Wang Yan excitedly led Jiang Chen to their Guangxi Association guest room. In a bar in the dim city, a man in a sharp leopard print suit with a stubble beard was sitting at a table, enjoying a bloody steak. Boss Dong, Niu Mang, is dead, a subordinate reported tremblingly. Who did it? Boss Dong's voice was hoarse, and he continued eating the steak without pause. This man was the boss of the night demon, Dong Miat. We just found out from the Twilight auction that it was done by someone named Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Never heard of him. I haven't either, but according to the information from the Twilight auction, Jiang Chen is now being offered a reward of 50 high-grade spirit stones by the Jinghai Academy. Hearing this, Boss Dong's movements with the steak paused slightly. 50 high-grade spirit stones? Interesting. It seems like a remarkable guest has arrived in the dim city. Spread Jiang Chen's reward information. Such a high reward is rare. 50 high-grade spirit stones is a big deal. Dong Mia calmly cut the steak and then stuffed the bloody steak into his mouth. The subordinate said, Boss Dong, since Jiang Chen is worth 50 high-grade spirit stones, why don't we take action ourselves? And claim the reward? 50 high-grade spirit stones, even in the dim city, was a reward that made people envious. Why rush? Let them take down Jiang Chen first. Whether they can leave the dim city is still up to us. If we can profit without lifting a finger, why bother doing it ourselves, understand? Yes, boss. Evening. Wang Yan had already helped Jiang Chen tidy up a clean room. While he was still cleaning, a knock on the door was heard from outside, so he had to go and open it. Two people were standing outside the door. One was Wang Yan, and the other was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined. I brought some fresh food and fruits for you. Wang Yan handed the basket to Jiang Chen. Thank you. Jiang Chen took the basket and asked, Who is this? Let me introduce you, this is our President Zhang Yi of the Guangxi Association. President, this is Jiang Chen, the brother who saved us twice. Without him, we wouldn't have made it back this time. So you are President Zhang, I've heard of you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and secretly assessed Zhang Yi. A little older than Wang Yan, in his 30s, of average build, he seemed unremarkable. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for saving Wang Yan and the others. I came specifically to thank you. Zhang Yi smiled. It was just a small effort, President Zhang, you don't need to be so polite. It may be a small effort for you, but it's a big deal for us to save lives. Zhang Yi looked serious. Before we arrived, I just received a message related to you, Brother Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Related to me? He had just arrived in the dark capital, and he was already involved? It's a wanted order from the Jinghai Academy, offering 50 high-grade spirit stones to capture a person also named Jiang Chen. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, hinting at something deeper. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's movements paused, then he calmly said, Has it spread here so quickly? President Zhang, are you going to hand me over? His gaze was calm. Zhang Yi's expression was also calm. It was Wang Yan who couldn't hold back, and quickly said, Boss, Brother Jiang Chen just helped us a lot, how can we betray him? I didn't say I would hand him over. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly, saying, Brother Jiang Chen, rest assured, you have a favor to our Guangxi Association, so we won't turn a blind eye. What I mean is, there are many people in the Dark Capital who may have ulterior motives, so you need to be extremely careful in your actions. There were also many people in the Dark Capital carrying bounties, but most of them were not worth much money and not worth the effort to capture. But Jiang Chen was different. 50 high-grade spirit stones were quite valuable. But brother Jiang Chen, rest assured, as long as you stay in our Guanxi Association's territory, others won't dare to act recklessly. Wang Yan said. Thank you then. You're welcome, by the way. Wang Yan obviously had something else to say, but was stared back by Zhang Yi's eyes. Brother Jiang Chen, rest well, if you need anything, just let us know, don't be polite. Zhang Yi smiled. Okay, thank you, President Zhang. The two soon left. Brother, why didn't you mention to Jiang Chen about joining the Guanxi Association? They hadn't gone far when Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. It would be too rash, he just arrived, doesn't know much about our Guanxi Association. Even if we mentioned it, he wouldn't agree. Zhang Yi said, let's take it slow, if it's suitable, he will choose to join us on his own. Boss, are you so sure? Wang Yan pouted. Jiang Chen obviously belongs to our kind of people, even if he doesn't join, they won't stand against us, just wait and see. Just arrived and already being targeted, that's quite fast. Jiang Chen murmured softly. He came to the Dark Capital to evade pursuit from the Jinghai Academy. If the people here also wanted to capture him, it would be troublesome. If it really doesn't work out, I'll have to continue running. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen began to prepare dinner for today. During this time, all he had eaten was dry rations, and he was already tired of it. Although what Wang Yan and the others brought was just some ordinary fruits, vegetables, and fresh fish, in a place like the Dark Capital, it was already very good. Jiang Chen directly took action and quickly handled the 2 fish, making a pot of fresh fish soup that was delicious and fragrant. I didn't expect that I have a talent for cooking. Slightly proud, Jiang Chen began to enjoy his meal. After eating and drinking his fill, he was about to lie down when suddenly there was a commotion outside, accompanied by shouts. What's going on? It sounds like it's coming from the dock. Could it be a night demon causing trouble? After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen followed the sound to the dock. On the dock, a huge elephant was trying to break free from the iron net that bound it, its massive body reaching the height of 3 or 4 stories. The elephant continued to swing its huge trunk like a whip, creating large and small craters on the ground, while its limbs remained bound by the iron net, restricting its movements. Zhang Yi, Wang Yan, and others gathered on the dock. Those below 3rd rank, stay back. Wang Yan, grab the chain and make sure it doesn't enter the streets. Yes. Wang Yan immediately led the others to grab the chain on the elephant. President Zhang, this giant earth elephant was specifically requested by that person. You must be careful not to harm it, an elderly man beside Zhang Yi said anxiously. Since you know this giant earth elephant was requested by that person, why didn't you take better care of it? This giant earth elephant has the bloodline of a dragon elephant. I've already used 3 times the dosage of tranquilizers on it, but it still woke up. You must help me, the old man said urgently. If the giant earth elephant was harmed, he would lose his life. Zhang Yi looked at him and said, no problem, but you have to pay more. The dock of the Guanxi Club was usually responsible for transporting goods for them locally. Occasionally, they would transport some demonic beasts, but most of them were unconscious. In a situation like this, the price was not negotiated beforehand. The old man nodded repeatedly, no problem, as long as President Zhang can help control it, the price is negotiable. Brother Jiang Chen, did we disturb you? Wang Yan suddenly noticed Jiang Chen nearby. No, what are you all up to on this late night? Jiang Chen looked at the struggling elephant not far away. It's a long story, let's talk about it after we handle this. Wang Yan scratched his head and then approached Zhang Yi again, tightly holding the chain on the giant earth elephant. Be careful, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted, then leaped high into the air, his body shimmering with electricity. Others simultaneously released the iron chains, allowing Zhang Yi to grab one of them. Zila! A strong electric current ran through the iron chain, instantly spreading throughout the giant earth elephant's body. Roar! The giant earth elephant let out a painful cry, its massive body struggling slightly before being quickly stunned by the electricity. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He could tell that the giant earth elephant was a 3rd-rank advanced beast. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was only a 4th-rank junior, yet he was able to stop it so quickly, showing his formidable strength. Truly worthy of being the president of the Guanxi Club. Thank you, President Zhang, thank you. Seeing the giant earth elephant subdued, the old man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, quickly stuffing a bag of money into Zhang Yi's arms, then urging, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take it away. Thank you, President Zhang. Before leaving, the old man thanked Zhang Yi again. Then he and his men together moved the giant earth elephant away from the dock. Where are they taking such a large demonic beast? Aren't they afraid of it being stolen? Jiang Chen was curious. Demonic beasts, although dangerous, were often of interest to some people, especially powerful ones. This is for the Twilight Auction. Who dares to snatch things from the Twilight Auction in the Dim City? After Zhang Yi and Wang Yan handled it, they also walked over. Twilight Auction? The Red Queen of the auction house knows, right? Zhang Yi said on the side. Jiang Chen nodded. I know a little bit. A fourth-tier supernatural, the master of the Dim City, controls the largest intelligence network in the Dim City. If it were just her, she really couldn't support such a large intelligence network. Wang Yan whispered on the side. In this place, the reason the auction house can stand tall and remain neutral is because of a big shot behind the Red Queen. That big shot is said to be the Red Queen's grandfather, currently the only fifth-tier supernatural in the Dim City. As long as he is there, no one dares to covet the huge wealth of the auction house, and that giant elephant is a gift to that old man. Fifth-tier supernatural? Jiang Chen nodded silently. In a place like the Dim City, a fifth-tier supernatural can indeed overlook the masses. He then asked, so what's the use of offering this giant earth elephant to him? Not sure, that old man rarely shows up now. Heard he has some illness, needs the elephant's blood for treatment every once in a while. Zhang Yi explained briefly. This information is basically public in the Dim City. As for the deeper reasons, not even Zhang Yi knows. I see. I disturbed your rest with the situation last night, I'm really sorry. Wang Yan expressed some regret. Don't say that, I'm staying here for free now, how can I complain? Jiang Chen joked. The three laughed and soon dispersed. The next day, just overnight, Jiang Chen's reward information spread throughout the Dim City, causing a great stir. Hey, have you heard? We have a great opportunity in our city, a reward of 50 high-grade spirit stones from Jinghai Academy. I heard his name is Jiang Chen, and he has already entered the jurisdiction of the Guangxi Association. This kid is lucky. If he hadn't entered the Guangxi Association's territory, he might have already died by my hand. Who said you can't act in the Guangxi Association's territory? As long as he's not from the Guangxi Association, there's still a chance. In the tavern, almost everyone was discussing this matter. After all, 50 high-grade spirit stones, most of them have never even seen. And in the outskirts of the Guangxi Association, people inquire about Jiang Chen's news from time to time. Wang Yan and the others also told Jiang Chen about the situation outside. For safety, Jiang Chen decided to stay at the dock for more than a week to observe the situation. During this time, he became familiar with most of the people at the dock, and when he had nothing to do, he would go fishing with others. Today, he also found Wang Yan and went fishing with a fishing rod. Although, with their supernatural powers, catching fish from the river is as simple as drinking water. But they still insisted on using fishing rods, because they were not fishing for fish, but for the feeling. The feeling of quietly waiting for the fish to bite was very pleasant. Of course, it could also be frustrating when there was no action. The two set up their fishing rods as usual. Suddenly, a lot of boat debris and floating bodies came rushing down from upstream. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked. It floated down from upstream, looks like it was attacked, just don't know if it was done by monsters or people. Wang Yan was quite calm. They have been at the dock all year round, so they are used to such things. Especially in the Dim City. But this quantity is too much, right? Jiang Chen pointed ahead, where dozens of bodies were floating towards them. So many bodies will attract a large number of monsters, I'll go call for help. Wang Yan hurriedly left the fishing rod and went to call for help. Before long, Zhang Yi arrived at the shore with dozens of people and began to salvage the bodies. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw a little girl lying ragged on a small raft not far away, looking like she was still alive. And not far from the raft, a black snake had emerged from the water. While Zhang Yi and the others were salvaging the bodies, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, stepped onto the raft. At the same time, the black snake hidden underwater also moved, opening its big mouth and lunging towards him. But as Jiang Chen's Sharingan eyes focused, the black snake fell down under the genjutsu. It was just a second-order monster, trash. Jiang Chen was about to take the little girl back to the shore. At that moment, the ragged little girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, burst out a sharp cold light, and pulled out a dagger to stab Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen was surprised, dodged backward decisively, but still got a small wound on his chest. He quickly stepped back and jumped back to the shore. The little girl followed closely behind, and at the same time, more than a dozen figures jumped out of the water and surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. Capture him, and you can receive 50 high-grade spirit stones. Kill. Coming for me? Jiang Chen frowned. What's going on? Wang Yan, Zhang Yi, and others also reacted and quickly came to Jiang Chen's side. Looking at the leading little girl, Zhang Yi frowned and said coldly, you have a lot of guts to cause trouble on our territory of the Illumination Society? President Zhang, don't look at us with that look. You should know that Jiang Chen is worth 50 high-grade spirit stones. As long as you don't interfere, we can share some with you later. The little girl showed a strange smile, licked the dagger in her hand with her tongue. You don't have the qualifications to talk to me like that. Zhang Yi's gaze gradually turned cold. Knowing he wouldn't compromise, the little girl didn't waste words and decisively gave the order, quick and decisive, take down Jiang Chen. This is the territory of the Illumination Society, and if all the members of the Illumination Society come, it will be troublesome. Arrogant. Zhang Yi's body flickered with electricity, ready to strike. He was about to make a move, but Jiang Chen stopped him. President Zhang, this is because of me, let me handle it. Jiang Chen stepped forward slowly, the pattern of the sage mode quickly appearing in the corners of his eyes, and the Sharingan emitting a cold light. Whoosh! His figure disappeared quietly in place, shuttling quickly among the crowd. Bang! In just a few tens of seconds, the more than 10 people behind the little girl were directly taken down. Only the little girl remained in place, dumbfounded. How did you know about my bounty information? Jiang Chen stood in front of her, his Sharingan emitting a strange eye power. I don't know. No. Wait, it was the night demons who told me. The little girl was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. Night demons. Jiang Chen frowned. Even in the Illumination Society, there are people who dare to meddle. It's easy to imagine what kind of people are in the Twilight City. Originally, he just wanted to stay quietly in the Twilight City for a while, wait for the storm at the Quiet Sea Academy to pass, and then leave. But he didn't expect that even in the Twilight City, there would be no peace. It seems that if I don't establish some authority, they all think I'm easy to bully. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. President Zhang, I'll leave these people to you, I'm going out for a while. Are you going to the Night Demons? Zhang Yi suddenly understood Jiang Chen's intention. Although the bounty was issued by the Night Demons, from what I know, the Night Demons are probably just a messenger. The real person who knows your bounty information is probably someone else. Are you talking about the Dusk Auction House? Wang Yan suddenly realized. Zhang Yi nodded. Dusk Auction. Understood. Jiang Chen strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the Illumination Society. Hey, Jiang Chen, you're not a match for the Dusk Auction, don't be impulsive. Wang Yan hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked confidently outside the Illumination Society. On the street, as Jiang Chen stepped out of the Illumination Society's influence and appeared here, countless pairs of eyes locked onto him. Like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a lamb, their gazes swept over the crowd on both sides of the street. Amid the numerous stares, Jiang Chen walked out. Phew! Just as he left the territory of the Illumination Society, two people with weapons rushed out from the front. But before they could reach Jiang Chen, they suddenly fell to the ground under an illusion, without warning. Kill him. He's just one person, let's get him together. Yes, let's all attack together. Kill Jiang Chen and we'll split the bounty. According to the information, he has the abilities of Wood Element and Spirit Eye, nothing to fear. Kill. At this moment, dozens of people on the street pulled out their weapons and charged forward. Faced with the high bounty, they seemed to have lost their rationality. Watching these people on the street, Jiang Chen remained calm, took a deep breath, and then his gaze turned sharp. With his hands clasped together, would release, Tree Realm Descent. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently, and within moments, the ground within dozens of meters collapsed, giant branches bursting out of the earth like dancing dragons, wildly spreading towards the crowd. A vast forest of trees formed in an instant, engulfing many people directly. What is this? This is Wood Element? Run! Run! Everyone was in chaos, scrambling to escape, but it was too late. My spiritual energy is actually depleting. This thing can absorb our spiritual energy? Ah! The piercing screams echoed within the forest of trees. In an instant, no one could break free, all turning into nutrients for the trees. Those who were arrogant and boastful moments ago couldn't even beg for mercy now. Jiang Chen continued walking forward. By now, there were no pedestrians on the road. People on both sides of the street hid, fearing Jiang Chen's wrath. Some had thought of ambushing him, but witnessing the astonishing scene, they abandoned their plans. No matter how high Jiang Chen's bounty was, they needed the strength to claim it. Their own lives were more important. Seeing them all step aside, Jiang Chen walked straight towards the Dusk Auction House. The Dusk Auction House, located in the center of the Dark Capital, was grand and magnificent. Halt! A cold shout rang out as a dozen guards rushed out, forming layers of defense at the entrance of the auction house. Jiang Chen's earlier actions had already alarmed the Dusk Auction House. Is the Red Queen here? Jiang Chen glanced at the crowd. Our boss is not here, please leave. The steward said. Giving them a faint look, Jiang Chen remained silent and continued to walk step by step towards them. His Sharingan emitted a strange power. "Don't come any closer, take one more step forward, and be careful, we." Before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly met Jiang Chen's crimson Sharingan, felt a sudden darkness, and collapsed. Following suit, the dozen guards at the entrance also fell before they could react. Jiang Chen's pace did not falter as he walked straight towards the auction house. Inside the auction house, many people, including those attending the auction, were bustling and lively. "Who are you?" Guards also rushed out from inside, but with just one glance from Jiang Chen, they all couldn't move. "Take me to find the Red Queen," Jiang Chen ordered one of the people under the illusion. "Yes." The person nodded awkwardly and led the way. There were relatively fewer guards inside, and with someone leading the way, Jiang Chen passed through several corridors and lofts. Finally, he arrived in front of a loft full of bright red peach blossoms, emitting a faint floral fragrance. Step, step, step. The steady footsteps echoed in front of the loft as Jiang Chen arrived at a large door. Before he could open the door, it opened by itself. "Hey, hey, hey! Do you know where you are? Can you just come in here?" A petulant voice rang out. "Who's talking?" Jiang Chen looked around for a while, and finally lowered his head to see a very soft-looking little girl. She looked small and easy to bully. "Little girl, where is the Red Queen?" Perhaps because the other party looked so harmless, Jiang Chen's tone unconsciously softened a bit. But the little girl immediately became unhappy, hands on hips, pouting. "Who are you calling little girl? I'm about the same age as you, okay?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This little girl was about the same age as him? Could she be the heavenly maiden of the Tian Shan Mountains? However, Jiang Chen was not concerned about this issue at the moment. Enough talk, where is the Red Queen? "Humph, I'm not telling you," the little girl huffed, looking quite petulant. Seeing her lack of cooperation, Jiang Chen lost his patience. Whether she was a little girl or a grown woman, since she was from the Twilight Auction, Jiang Chen had no intention of being polite. Just as he was about to pick up the little girl to interrogate her. "Queen, be careful, stay away from this person." A slender maid in a black split cheongsam ran up to the little girl, vigilantly watching Jiang Chen. "You're handsome, but what are you doing coming at me? I won't let you bully the queen." The maid stood proudly in front of Jiang Chen, ready to sacrifice herself at any moment. "Are you the Red Queen?" Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the little girl. This also left him somewhat at a loss. This little girl? This height? She probably couldn't even reach his blood pressure if she jumped up. "With your appearance, I really can't tell that you're a fourth-order Esper." Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. "Hee, I don't see the legendary aura from you either. Haven't you felt it yet?" The Red Queen giggled, and suddenly a pair of pink animal ears appeared on her head. A faint pink light flashed from the Red Queen's eyes. Jiang Chen suddenly felt his body stiffen, unable to move. "I heard you're a dual-type Esper. Coincidentally, I'm also a dual-type Esper, awakening in the Beast Transformation and Illusion departments. When my Beast Transformation charm is combined with the Illusion enhancement, even a fifth-order Esper will be affected as long as the distance is enough," the Red Queen said proudly, her face full of pride. "You're quite a celebrity now, able to attract a reward of 50 high-grade spirit stones from the Silent Sea Academy." The Red Queen was very interested in Jiang Chen. She wanted to take a closer look, but found that she couldn't reach his height, so she had to have a maid bring a tall chair over and stand on it to barely meet Jiang Chen's eyes. "Upon closer inspection, you are indeed quite handsome," the Red Queen giggled, reaching out to touch Jiang Chen's face. At that moment, the Red Queen's body trembled, her pupils suddenly shrinking, as she found herself pinned by several huge wedges, unable to move. "Your illusions are indeed good, but unfortunately, you've met me." And the originally immobile Jiang Chen now moved his muscles and bones, and regained his mobility. "Your Majesty!" The maid, seeing the situation, sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed over. The outcome was indeed the same as the Red Queen's. Facing Jiang Chen's kaleidoscope writing will I, she was directly hit by the magical Hangzhou art, unable to move her body. "You can also use illusions?" The Red Queen's face was full of surprise. As a master of illusion, her understanding of illusions was profound and confident. As a result, the other party actually turned the tables on her with illusions? The Red Queen encountered someone whose illusions were even stronger than hers for the first time. She did not know that the writing wheel eye was the nemesis of all illusions. If it were another type, Jiang Chen might not have been able to suppress the Red Queen. Unfortunately, the Red Queen was of the illusion type, and facing Jiang Chen's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, even a fourth-tier Esper would be of no use. "I came here just to ask one thing. Did you spread the news of my being wanted? To be precise, we sold it. Our Twilight Auction House relies on buying and selling information for a living. We emphasize a supply and demand relationship. If someone buys, naturally someone sells. When it came to business matters, the Red Queen's attitude became more serious. As a woman in charge of the Twilight Auction House, if she really was the Red Queen, Jiang Qin did not believe she was just a brainless Lolita with a big chest. So, for money, you are willing to sacrifice lives? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous light shimmering in his gaze. Although I am wanted by the Silent Sea Academy, it does not mean anyone can provoke me. This is a warning, otherwise. Jiang Qin's kaleidoscope writing will I condensed again, Tsukuyami. Thud. The Red Queen's pupils shook, and a few seconds later, her eyes rolled back, her small body falling softly to the ground, twitching slightly, her small mouth still gasping for breath, her mind unclear. Outside, only a few seconds had passed, but in the time of Tsukuyami, she had already been tormented by Jiang Qin for a day and night. This is the first time. If there is a second time, it won't be so simple. Leaving behind these words, Jiang Qin turned and left the attic. Many people from the Twilight Auction House had already been alarmed and gathered in front of the building. But when they saw the Red Queen being easily defeated by Jiang Qin in just a few moves, they were all dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen the Red Queen being overpowered in illusions, and the opponent was only a third-tier novice. Faced with Jiang Qin approaching step by step, the guards looked at each other, and finally, under pressure, had to make way, watching him leave the auction house. Jiang Qin did not really intend to take action against the Twilight Auction House, he was just giving a warning for now. If things were to escalate, he did not want another powerful enemy. However, if the Twilight Auction House remained stubborn, he was not afraid of having another enemy. Just as he left the auction house, Jiang Qin saw Wang Yan leading a few people rushing over. Brother Jiang Qin, are you okay? Did that little Lolita Red Queen give you a hard time? Of course, but I turned the tables on her. Why are you guys here? Jiang Qin glanced at Wang Yan and the others. Ah, the president was worried that you would suffer at the hands of that woman, so he asked us to come and support you. If you didn't come out, I was planning to rush in with people. Wang Yan grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. It's good that you're okay, let's go back and have dinner. The president has prepared a lot of delicious food for you tonight. Wang Yan then put his arm around Jiang Qin's shoulder, and the two of them returned to the territory of the Radiant Society. Inside the bar. Boss, those people sent out to hunt down Jiang Qin, they're all gone. A henchman's voice trembled as he spoke. I have eyes of my own, I can see. Dong Mia's expression was somewhat grim. The commotion caused by Jiang Qin today has indeed alarmed the entire Dark City. With his ability to manipulate the tree realm, he turned a street into a forest, absorbing the blood and flesh of countless people as nourishment. Everyone in the Dark City knows about this incident. If anyone dares to say that Wood Element is a useless auxiliary ability again, twist their heads off. It seems that Jiang Qin is not an ordinary person, being able to escape from the executive department of the Quiet Sea Academy and even make the academy offer 50 high-grade spirit stones as a reward. Dong Mia had long realized this. Anyone who can make an academy personally issue a wanted order is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, their academy's executive department would have dealt with it. Now, Jiang Qin's actions not only deterred those who wanted to cause trouble for him, but he even caused a scene at the Twilight Auction and left unscathed. After this incident, Jiang Qin's reputation has spread throughout the Dark City. No one dares to have any thoughts about him anymore. Although 50 high-grade spirit stones are a lot, one must consider if they have the fate to obtain them. Oh, Dong Boss, are you drowning your sorrows in alcohol? A charming voice suddenly sounded in the bar, and a strange purple flame appeared out of thin air on the ground, condensing into a humanoid figure. Then, a woman in a red robe, with a charming and enchanting appearance, appeared in front of Dong Mia. Fire refining? We don't welcome your fire refining group here. Dong Mia frowned upon seeing the woman. Dong Boss, no need to refuse so quickly, right? I haven't said anything yet. Fire refining smirked. Are you really willing to let your night demon people be killed without seeking revenge? Dong Mia narrowed his eyes slightly, remained silent, and quietly drank while watching fire refining. Seeing that the conversation could continue, fire refining smiled charmingly and continued. Now Jiang Qin's reputation is soaring, making your night demon and the Twilight Auction hesitant to act. But we, the fire refining group, are not afraid of them. As long as Dong Boss nods, we can cooperate with you at any time. Not only Jiang Qin, but even the Radiant Society can help you eliminate them together. After a moment of silence, Dong Mia spoke. What are your conditions? Our requirements are not high, we only need the lives of Jiang Qin and a man named Wang Yan from the Radiant Society. Of course, if you want to use Jiang Qin's head for a reward, we can provide it to you as well. Fire Refining smiled faintly. Are you Fire Refining Group really so kind? Dong Mia still had some doubts. Although he didn't know much about the Fire Refining Group, He knew their methods were ruthless, just like his night demon group, ruthless and unscrupulous. This is cooperation. Those two people are the biggest reward for us. I believe Dong boss, you can understand. I will come to you in 3 days. Fire Refining smiled faintly and disappeared in a purple flame once again. Radiant Society. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate Zhang Chen's safe return. In a small tavern, Zhang Yi sat at the head, raising a wooden cup and loudly calling out, "Cheers!" Everyone raised their cups and drank in one gulp. "Tonight, all expenses are on me," Zhang Yi declared passionately. Roar! After a strange cry from the crowd, everyone became excited. "Zhang Chen, this tavern is our property of the Radiant Society, so feel free to eat and drink as much as you want tonight." Wang Yan looked at Zhang Chen, who was still somewhat reserved, and warmly pulled him into the festive atmosphere. "Tonight's expenses are on the boss. Shouldn't we toast the boss?" Wang Yan stood up directly, stepped on the table, and shouted, "Yes, let's toast the boss." The crowd raised their glasses, and after a few rounds, many people were starting to feel a bit tipsy. The crowd cheered heartily. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen sat alone in a corner, quietly eating and drinking. Wang Yan sat down next to him and said, "Zhang Chen, you've been here at our Guangxi Club for so many days now. How do you feel about the atmosphere here?" "The atmosphere is very good," Zhang Chen replied earnestly. The Guangxi Club was indeed different from the others in the Dark Capital. There was no scheming or deceit here, only everyone striving for their livelihood. Each person here treated those around them as friends, helping each other. In Zhang Chen's eyes, the Guangxi Club was more like a big family than an organization. In this big family, everyone worked hard for themselves and for the collective, united in cooperation, facing common enemies together. This was the fundamental reason why the Guangxi Club could thrive in the Dark Capital. Wang Yan poked Zhang Chen's shoulder. "Hey, can I ask you quietly, would you consider joining our Guangxi Club?" Hearing this, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have that idea for now." He had come here to escape the pursuit of the Quiet Sea Academy. The Dark Capital was just a temporary refuge for him, and he would leave once things calmed down outside. So he had never thought about joining or developing his own power in the Dark Capital. "I see, no problem. Whenever you feel like it, you can join us anytime," Wang Yan said nonchalantly. After the feast ended, everyone returned to their own residences to rest. Zhang Chen had actually drunk quite a bit that night, feeling a bit dizzy, so he went back to rest early. The next morning, Zhang Yi unusually came to his room early and knocked on the door. "Brother Zhang Chen, are you up?" I'm up. Zhang Chen hurried to open the door. "President Zhang, what's the matter coming so early?" This was the first time Zhang Yi had come to find Zhang Chen alone. There is indeed something. I want Brother Zhang Chen to help out." "President Zhang, please go ahead." "Well, we recently ordered a batch of standard weapons, but they didn't come by water, so we can't transport them directly to our dock. We need to go outside the city to meet them. But recently, our manpower at the Guangxi Club is a bit short, so I want to trouble Brother Zhang Chen to go with our people to meet them." Zhang Yi smiled. Zhang Chen's reputation had completely changed now. In the entire Dark Capital, there were probably few who dared to lay a hand on him. With him around, naturally no one would dare to touch the weapons of the Guangxi Club. "I understand. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow, Wang Yan will go with you." The next morning, Wang Yan came to knock on Zhang Chen's door. "Zhang Chen, are you up?" I'm up. Is it so urgent?" Zhang Chen opened the door somewhat helplessly. Outside, Wang Yan had been waiting for a while. "It's getting late. Let's leave early so we can come back early," Wang Yan grinned. "Alright, let's go then." Zhang Chen had no choice but to follow. At the border gate of the Guangxi Club, many people were already prepared and waiting. 3 wooden carts were neatly parked, ready to depart at any moment. Here they are. Zhang Yi was personally waiting here, and when he saw Zhang Chen and Wang Yan approaching, he smiled gently. This task was actually quite ordinary, but because they were leaving the Dark Capital, he came to see them off personally. "I've already told Wang Yan the details of the mission, he will brief you on the way. Be safe on the road," Zhang Yi reminded. "Don't worry, boss, we got this." Wang Yan and the others couldn't wait for Zhang Yi to finish speaking. They pulled Zhang Chen onto the car and left the Guangxi Club, heading towards the outskirts of the Dark Capital. This time, when the car from the Guangxi Club passed through the streets of the Dark Capital, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, not many people dared to cause trouble for the Guangxi Club, especially with Zhang Chen in the car. Zhang Chen's reputation now was not inferior to Zhang Yi, Dong Nia, or even the Red Queen. A person who single-handedly killed so many people, intruded into the territory of the Twilight Auction House, and still came out unscathed. Such a record, few in the entire Dark Capital could achieve. Now, no one dares to have any ideas about Zhang Chen. After so many days, leaving the dark capital for the first time, breathing the fresh air outside, Jiang Chen's mood fluctuated. These days in the dark capital were not as peaceful as imagined. Indeed, except for the academy, all other chaotic places were survival of the fittest. One must constantly improve their own strength to survive. Want to live a peaceful life? Impossible. Not to mention, there are also demonic beasts outside watching closely. I wonder how Dad is doing now. Watching the scenery quickly passing by outside, Jiang Chen thought of Zhang Lei. If the Quiet Sea Academy couldn't catch him, they would definitely go to the Huaihai Academy to make trouble, even settle scores with Zhang Lei. But knowing Jiang Lei's character, Jiang Chen believed he would not yield, and might even completely turn against the Quiet Sea Academy. Everyone is a fifth-order esper, who hesitates is a grandson. It's the beast tide a year later. According to Shiyu's words, there will be an unprecedented beast tide a year later, which will affect the entire southeastern 2 districts. It will be a huge disaster. With a slight mistake, countless people may perish. From Shiyu's initial words, even Huaihai City might be destroyed under the impact of the beast tide, hence the need to promote the alliance of the southeastern 2 districts. Now, with his actions, the cooperation between the southeastern 2 districts is likely to be in jeopardy. A year. By then, I will also have to go back. Huaihai City has his family, his friends. Jiang Chen naturally cannot stand by and watch. With the remaining time, he must do everything possible to improve his cultivation, and then return openly and uprightly. After leaving the dark capital, the wooden cart continued on its way. Where are we going? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yan beside him. Zhang Yi didn't tell him anything about the details of this mission. He only knew that they were going to meet a convoy carrying weapons. Let me check. Wang Yan took out a map and carefully examined it. Our destination is the ruins of the Black City 50 miles away. We will be there soon. 50 miles, it would take just over an hour to get there. Simple. Okay. Nodding, Jiang Chen closed his eyes on the cart. Waking up so early in the morning, he was still a bit sleepy now. The wooden cart was not fast. The maximum speed could reach 60, but it couldn't maintain that speed all the time. They had to consider the rugged terrain and the possibility of demonic beast attacks along the way, especially the latter, to the point that Jiang Chen couldn't even fall asleep, being awakened from time to time by the commotion of demonic beast attacks. Fortunately, this time the Guangxi Club sent out some elites. Although there were only about a dozen people, each one was at the 3rd level, and could easily deal with the demonic beast attacks. In this way, stumbling along for nearly 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the ruins of the Black City, the ruins of a small city, destroyed at the beginning of the decline of the Holy Empire and the rise of the demonic beasts. We're here. Wang Yan and the others parked the wooden cart and first eliminated any possible dangers in the vicinity. Don't see anyone? Jiang Chen looked around and didn't see anyone else. The timing may not be so precise, let's wait a bit longer. Wang Yan checked the time, it was still early. There are still a few hours left until the time they agreed upon. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait. Just then, a cold voice came. Immediately, 2 groups of people rushed out from the forests on both sides and the ruins. One group exuded a fierce aura, dressed differently, full of killing intent. The other group emitted a hot breath, dressed in uniform fiery red clothes, with a flame mark on their foreheads. Night Demon, fire incinerators? Wang Yan's face darkened. How come it's you again, so persistent? Wang Yan, you're leading the team this time. I thought it was Zhang Yi leading. A bald man walked out from the crowd of the Night Demon. Dong Mie? Seeing the bald man, Wang Yan's face changed drastically. Is he Dong Mie? Yes, the leader of the Night Demon, a 4th-level junior esper, proficient in material manipulation and duplication. Wang Yan said in a low voice. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Duplication? That's a first. Dong Mie, what do you mean by this? Do you Night Demons really want to turn against our Dawn Society? Wang Yan asked coldly. Not to the extent of turning against you. Actually, my initial goal was just that head worth 50 high-grade spirit stones. But someone else is willing to pay for your head, and they are willing to pay generously. So I have no choice. Dong Mie spread his hands helplessly. Sly bastard, how did you know we would come here today? Could it be the Twilight Auction again? Wang Yan's expression was extremely unpleasant. Encountering Dong Mie here, along with nearly 30 people from the Night Demon and Fire Incinerators combined, while they had only about 10 people, how could they be a match? Where is the leader of the Fire Incinerators? Why hasn't he shown up yet? How long do we have to wait? Jiang Chen's attention was not on Dong Mie, but he spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a charming voice rang out. Indeed, a man who has the ability to evade our Fire Incinerators ambushes multiple times, truly sharp. Then, a seductive and beautiful woman dressed in a fiery red outfit with exposed chest, legs, and belly button walked over. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Huolian. Huolian smiled charmingly, every frown and smile could ignite the flame in every man's heart. I thought it was still Purple Scorpion. Seeing Huolian, Wang Yan made a sarcastic remark. Last time he was ambushed by the fire incinerators, it was a man with a feminine appearance. Now it was someone else. That guy Purple Scorpion failed his mission, so he naturally has to accept punishment. He will never have the chance to appear in front of you again. Huolian spoke in the gentlest tone, conveying a cruel fact. In the fire incinerators, failure in a mission only leads to one outcome, death. Your fate won't be any better than his. Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent as he calmly took a step forward. The actions of the fire incinerators so far have been too mysterious. Jiang Chen has not been able to uncover their true intentions. I admire your courage. I hope when it comes to doing business later, you can be as tough as you are with your words. Huolian paid no attention to Jiang Chen's words, even winked at him, sending a flirtatious signal. Ding! Triggered mission, break out of the encirclement, mission reward, 500 energy points, 1 lottery chance. Wang Yan, you lead them to break out. I'll take care of these two. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wang Yan nodded heavily in response to his words. Huolian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Planning to take on 2 by yourself? Impressive. Don't make a move yet, let me see the strength of a head worth 50 high-grade spirit stones. Dong Mia stopped Huolian, touched his bald head, a hint of battle intent in his eyes, grinned, revealing 2 rows of uneven large black teeth, phantom duplication. With a low shout, 3 shadows split from Dong Mia's body, turning into identical duplicates. Duplication Esper ability, special category. Be careful, Jiang Chen, his clone possesses 80% of the main body's power, very strong. Wang Yan quickly reminded. Dong Mia himself is only at the 4th level, with 80% power, which is almost equivalent to the 3rd level advanced. A clone with the power of a 3rd level advanced, indeed very strong. It's not over yet, deadly 13 needles. Dong Mia swung his big hand, shooting out 13 steel needles suspended in mid-air, under his control. Manipulation of objects. Attack! Following Dong Mia's command, 3 clones rushed forward, followed by the 13 steel needles, rapidly shooting from different directions under his control. Each steel needle is extremely deadly. Manipulation of objects allows control of various weapons, with intensity and size of the weapon being irrelevant, only the number of weapons being controlled matters. Dong Mia's ability to control 13 steel needles at once places him among the top in the manipulation of objects. Faced with multiple attacks, Jiang Chen slowly drew out a standard short knife, his Sharingan eye appearing, and charged forward. Clang! The first 2 steel needles that flew towards Jiang Chen were easily blocked, followed by a clone throwing a punch. Jiang Chen, using the terrifying insight of his Sharingan, identified all their weaknesses and dodged all attacks. Clang clang clang. While evading the close-range attacks of the 3 clones, Jiang Chen also deflected each of the 13 steel needles shot towards him. Although it seemed like he was heavily surrounded, in reality, he perfectly neutralized all attacks. How is this possible? Dong Mia was dumbfounded. Both his clone ability and object manipulation ability are very special powers, difficult to deal with if not understood by ordinary people. But why is Jiang Chen, just a 3rd-level junior, handling it so effortlessly? Boss Dong, it seems like your abilities are not very useful, Fireforge remarked playfully. Less talk. Dong Mia's face darkened as he increased the flow of spiritual energy. The 13 steel needles, after receiving a large amount of spiritual energy, spun rapidly in the air, making a sharp sound as they shot towards Jiang Chen once again. This time, the force of the steel needles had doubled. Jiang Chen deflected 1 steel needle with a slash, feeling a slight soreness in his hand. Increased strength? His gaze sharpened as he faced the incoming barrage of steel needles, having to block with his knife again. Clang! Jiang Chen had just blocked a few steel needles when his short knife was shaken out of his hand. A good opportunity. Dong Mia smirked, controlling the steel needles to attack again, while the 3 clones also advanced. Wood release, wood locking wall. Jiang Chen decisively clasped his hands together, curved and sturdy wooden walls emerged from the ground, forming a solid shield in front of him. Clang clang clang. The steel needles left deep marks on the wooden wall, creating cracks. Then, the 3 clones punched together, completely breaking the wooden wall. Inside, there were 4 Jiang Chens. 3 of them tackled one of Dong Mia's clones each, transforming into thick, giant trees, trapping Dong Mia's clones tightly, crazily absorbing their spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to break free. Clone ability? Seeing this scene, Dong Mia was astonished. The clone ability is extremely rare, and he thought he was the chosen one to awaken this ability. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen also has the clone ability, and his clone ability seems even stronger than Dong Mia's. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. While Dong Mia was surprised, Jiang Chen once again formed hand seals, and behind him, several trees shot out numerous sharp wooden spikes. Put! Dong Mia managed to dodge quickly, but his followers behind him were not so lucky. Someone was just hit by a wooden thorn, and then several huge wooden thorns quickly grew out of his body, piercing directly out of their bodies, which was very cruel. Who? At this moment, a purple flame burned all the wooden thorns to ashes. A charming figure appeared in front of Dong Mia. Boss Dong, you can't handle it, Fire Lian said with a hint of playfulness. Dong Mia's expression changed unpredictably, and he said in a deep voice, "You don't understand, I am being restrained." Tisk. Fire Lian couldn't help but laugh, looking at Jiang Chen, gently touching her fiery red lips with her jade fingers, her voice charming. "Upon closer inspection, you're quite handsome, very much to my liking. How about it? Would you consider making me happy, and I can give you a good time?" Jiang Chen frowned. Is the flame cult known for producing perverts? There isn't even a normal person among you. But rest assured, once I catch you, I'll make you feel good. With a sharp gaze, the kaleidoscope writing lily appeared, and Jiang Chen entered sage mode, greatly increasing his strength. Facing the flame cult, he always gave it his all. Especially this Fire Lian, who had reached the 4th intermediate level, was even stronger than Dong Mia. Go! Fire Lian gently blew out a purple flame, which turned into a raging wave of fire in front of her, rushing towards Jiang Chen with teeth and claws. The members of the flame cult all possessed powerful fire abilities, and it was unknown if they had other abilities. Jiang Chen was very familiar with their purple fire, stronger than ordinary flames, but slightly weaker than Amaterasu. Initially, he used Amaterasu to forcibly suppress the flame cult's purple fire and burn Fire Lian to death. However, now that he was more familiar with the flame cult, he didn't need Amaterasu anymore. Wood release, tree barrier. Jiang Chen quickly formed hand seals, summoning a heavily entwined shield in front of him to block the purple fire waves. Sizzle. The scorching fire waves burned the trees with a sizzling sound, and the shield quickly shrank. You think you can block my flames with this rotten wooden shield? Fire Lian sneered disdainfully, waving her jade hand. Wind rise. A deep blue gale rose from her hand, merging with the fire waves. With the wind's assistance, the fire instantly expanded 2 to 3 times, turning into a vast sea of fire that overwhelmed everything. The shield in front of Jiang Chen was like an ant in front of this sea of fire. Seeing this, Jiang Chen no longer held back, clasping his hands together and shouting, "Would release, tree realm birth." Boom! The calm ground instantly arched up. Countless thick trees burst out of the soil, growing wildly, intertwining with each other like ferocious dragons roaring out, effortlessly tearing open huge gaps in the fire waves. The majestic life force was like the sea, completely suppressing the sea of fire in front of it. Countless trees reached out towards Fire Lian, Dong Mia, and others. What kind of life force is this? Faced with the wildly growing trees, Fire Lian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Wind and fire unite. She decisively bit her tongue, using blood mist to summon a deep purple flame from within her body, combining it with her own wind element to form a giant flame tornado over 20 meters high, fiercely crashing into the forest. Dong Mia on the side also had to take action, once again controlling 13 steel needles, cutting through the trees that were spreading over like 13 sharp swords. The combined attack of 2 4th-tier ability users was very effective. Countless trees were crushed into splinters, then burned into ashes in the air. But the true horror of wood release lay not in its explosive power, but in its terrifying sustained combat capability. Almost half of the forest was destroyed. However, countless trees quickly grew out continuously, maintaining their offensive and surrounding the two of them. Even on the other side, the fire burners and other night demons were besieging Wang Yan and his companions. The battlefield was divided by overgrown trees. Those 3rd-tier ability users were not as lucky when facing wood release. Once entangled by wood release, the spiritual energy in their bodies was almost instantly drained. It's so difficult to deal with? Fire Forge and Dong Mia's expressions changed when they saw how difficult Jiang Chen's wood release was. Especially Fire Forge. The fire burners had learned more and more about Jiang Chen, knowing that his wood release was completely different from traditional auxiliary wood release, and very powerful. But Fire Forge never expected that his wood release would be so strong. Even her purple fire couldn't completely burn down this forest. Seeing the thick trees trapping Fire Forge and Dong Mia together, Jiang Chen formed hand seals again. Wood release, wood spike jutsu. Whoosh! Countless sharp spikes shot out from the trees, falling like a torrential rain. Be careful! Dong Mia and Fire Forge quickly responded. They had to deal with the spreading trees while also dealing with the wooden spikes falling from above. If hit by either, they would be done for. Therefore, they had to defend themselves in all aspects without any slack. Dong Mia controlled 13 steel needles in front of him to form an impenetrable shield, deflecting almost every wooden spike that came their way perfectly. But not all wooden spikes could be blocked, and occasionally, Dong Mia had to use his agility to dodge. Swish! Another wooden spike broke through the defense of the steel needles and shot towards him, and Dong Mia dodged as usual. However, this time, after dodging, he realized that it wasn't a wooden spike but a strange weapon with inscriptions, the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Swish! Jiang Chen's figure appeared behind Dong Mia in an instant, with a short knife in his hand leaving a drop of blood. Cough! Dong Mia widened his eyes, covering the wound on his neck with his hand, trying to say something, but only making a gurgling sound before falling down unwillingly. Fire Lotus beside him was shocked and quickly tried to breathe out flames to force Jiang Chen back. But as she raised her head, she met Jiang Chen's Ziri and Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Not good. According to the information the fire burners had collected, Jiang Chen's Mangekyo Sharingan had the ability to summon black flames and cast Genjutsu. Among them, the condition for activating Genjutsu was likely seeing the opponent's eyes. Fireforge had always held onto this information, so she dared not look at Jiang Chen's Sharingan. Now, upon seeing those eyes, she instinctively closed her eyes to prevent falling under his Genjutsu, but closing her eyes was even more fatal. Jiang Chen gave up using the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, instead grabbing Fireforge's slender neck with one hand, while the trees behind him quickly entwined her delicate body, crazily absorbing her spiritual energy. In no time, Fireforge felt almost 80 to 90% of her spiritual energy being drained, feeling weak all over and unable to struggle. You've lost. Jiang Chen let go of her hand. She couldn't escape anymore. The trees entwined around her body, highlighting her prominent chest in front and her buttocks behind. Judging from her figure, Fireforge was undoubtedly a curvaceous beauty. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chen would have appreciated her beauty. After all, everyone has a love for beauty, and admiring beautiful women helps with blood circulation. But now, he felt nothing for Fireforge. Alright, now tell me everything you know, or else, I can't guarantee your life. Do you remember the purple scorpion I mentioned to you before? Fireforge answered evasively, in our fire burners group, the consequence of a failed mission is only one. Anyway, whether I speak or not, I will die, so why should I tell you? Even if you don't speak, I have ways to make you talk. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste words. As he was about to use illusion to pry open Huolian's mouth, suddenly, a purple flame ignited from Huolian's body. She chose to self-immolate. You will never know the secrets of our fire incineration group, ha ha. Huolian laughed out loud, her delicate body gradually turning into ashes in the flames. Jiang Chen hadn't reacted yet, and he watched helplessly as Huolian turned into ashes in the flames. Damn, so ruthless to oneself? To self-immolate directly like this, Jiang Chen was also dumbfounded. He had underestimated the determination of the fire incineration group members, willing to die to protect the secrets of their organization. If Jiang Chen were the leader of the fire incineration group, he would also admire this kind of subordinate. Now that Huolian was dead, the line of the fire incineration group was broken again. Jiang Chen, you are truly amazing. Wang Yan couldn't help but praise, once again admiring Jiang Chen. Those were two level 4 ability users. He thought he already understood Jiang Chen enough, but he still couldn't see through him. Just based on this 1 against 2, Wang Yan dared to say that Jiang Chen's strength had already surpassed the top 2 in the Dark City. As for why he didn't say the first, it was because behind the Dark City, there was a genuine level 5 ability user. No big deal, let's see if your backup has arrived. We shouldn't stay here long, Jiang Chen said. Okay, should be no problem. Wang Yan immediately started shouting at the others, scanning the surroundings again to ensure there would be no more ambushes. Ding! Mission completed, break out of the encirclement, reward, 500 energy points, 1 lottery chance. Killing all the opponents was also a way to break out of the encirclement. This time for the lottery, let's see what good stuff we can get. Expectantly rubbing his hands, Jiang Chen asked Wang Yan and the others to clean up the battlefield while he prepared for the lottery. System, open the lottery system. A new round of lottery rewards had been refreshed. Would release, would dragon technique, would release, would human technique, immortal method, bright god gate, reaper death seal, spirit beast, 9 tails, spirit beast, 1 tail, spirit beast, slug, spirit beast, myriad snakes. Overall, the rewards were still good, but there were also quite a few mediocre items. For example, the reaper death seal. Although powerful, using it would also lead to one's own death. Jiang Chen didn't want that thing. Come on, let's do this. He decisively spun the wheel. Day. The pointer spun rapidly, slowing down. Following the usual practice, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and didn't dare to look until a golden light shone, indicating that the lottery had ended. He cautiously opened his eyes and looked at where the pointer had stopped. Spirit beast, 1 tail. Oh my god. Jiang Chen almost jumped up. He actually drew a 1 tail? This was truly exciting. Spirit Beast, One Tail, also known as Shua, proficient in wind release and magnetic release sealing techniques. Power level, level 5 advanced. Note, each Spirit Beast can only be summoned once a day, lasting 5 hours each time. Excellent. Level 5 advanced. To be honest, after knowing that he could summon a Spirit Beast, Jiang Chen had been wondering what level the Spirit Beast would be. If it was level 3 or 4, that would be disappointing. If it was level 6 or 7, it seemed unlikely. After all, Jiang Chen had not yet seen how strong the legendary level 6 or 7 ability users were. The strongest ability user he had seen so far was Lin Hai, the Dean of Jinghai Academy, a level 5 advanced. Now that Jiang Chen had a One Tail, also level 5 advanced, if he were to face Lin Hai again, he wouldn't be worried at all. Well done, this reward is very good. Jiang Chen was satisfied. Although he didn't draw the 9 tails, the One Tail was also very strong. The least number of tails doesn't mean the weakest power. Jiang Chen's mood improved, and he couldn't help but whistle as he was about to join Wang Yan and the others. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the earth, and the entire ruins exploded. Purple flames, like evil spirits, roared and danced, engulfing Wang Yan and others who were investigating inside the ruins. Almost none escaped, all buried in the sea of fire. Only Wang Yan, severely injured, was grabbed by a giant purple flame hand and flew into the forest at a very fast speed. Wang Yan! The sudden change shocked Jiang Chen, who hurried to catch up. But the speed of the giant hand was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chen couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. Along the way, many purple flames were left behind, burning everything. Incinerators? Jiang Chen's eyes darkened as he looked at the familiar flames. Wasn't fire refining already dead? How come there are still members of the incinerators? And their target is Wang Yan? In the blink of an eye, the originally intact team was reduced to just Jiang Chen. Incinerators! Who are you people? With a heavy heart, Jiang Chen decisively boarded a wooden cart and rushed back to the dark capital. Radiance Society. What did you say? Wang Yan was taken away by the incinerators? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yi was furious. This is outrageous. Wang Yan is the vice president of our Radiance Society. The incinerators are so audacious, I must root them out. Do you know where the incinerators are? Jiang Chen asked with a hint of anticipation. He didn't know the whereabouts of the incinerators in the dark capital. If Zhang Yi knew, he would immediately follow Zhang Yi to the incinerator's lair. But Zhang Yi was at a loss for words. The incinerators have always been mysterious, and I don't know where their base is. But I know where we can find information about them. Twilight Auction House? Jiang Chen immediately guessed Zhang Yi's idea. Exactly, the Twilight Auction House has a strong background. They should know the location of the incinerator's base. Zhang Yi nodded heavily. Jiang Chen, can I ask you to go to the Twilight Auction House again? If I go, the Red Queen may not give me face, but you are different. Last time you went, it was very effective. Okay, you guys wait for my news. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. He wanted to help the Radiance Society. Not for any reason, just to repay their hospitality for so many days. And he always felt that the people of the Radiance Society were very nice, upright, and willing to go to great lengths for their friends. People like this are very easy to get along with. Plus, now that Wang Yan has been taken away by the incinerators, Jiang Chen really wants to uncover the secrets of the incinerators. Leaving the Radiance Society, Jiang Chen headed straight to the Twilight Auction House. With the experience from last time, Jiang Chen went straight to the Red Queen's attic. Hey, you're not allowed to go up. Someone tried to stop Jiang Chen, but recognized him and backed off. Jiang Chen had taken action against them last time. This time, his anger seemed even greater than before. Who would dare to stop him? Jiang Chen arrived at the Red Queen's attic unimpeded. Red Queen. He was about to push open the door, but the door suddenly opened by itself. A strong gust of wind hit him, followed by a figure flying towards him. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt a hint of death. A dangerous aura rushed out of the attic, but Jiang Chen had been vigilant since entering the Twilight Auction House. He quickly dodged the attack. Boom! The person shattered the railing in front of the attic. Jiang Chen noticed the person's condition, wearing a dark golden armor covered with various scars, telling the story of time. This was an old man, with a weathered face, messy white hair covering his wrinkled face. The old man looked very old and hunched, like an elderly person in decline. But he exuded a powerful and profound aura, like a sleeping lion, with a strong presence that made Jiang Chen feel a hint of threat. Grandfather! At this moment, the Red Queen and her maids rushed out and grabbed the old man. Soon, they noticed Jiang Chen standing nearby. Why is it you again? What are you here for? The Red Queen raised her voice, trying to assert her dominance. I warn you, don't go too far. I tolerated you last time because I appreciated you. But I, the Red Queen, also have dignity. Jiang Chen gave her a disdainful look. I haven't said anything yet. Is this little girl too presumptuous? Is he here just to cause trouble? No matter what you want to say, I refuse. You are not welcome at the Twilight Auction now, so leave. The Red Queen issued a direct order to expel him. Where is the stronghold of the Burning Fire sect? Tell me, and I'll leave immediately, Jiang Chen asked without beating around the bush. Burning Fire sect? I don't know, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, the Red Queen snorted, clearly unwilling to talk to Jiang Chen. The old man they had grabbed suddenly became agitated again, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He shouted loudly, releasing a powerful aura that pushed back the Red Queen and Jiang Chen. 5th rank? At that moment, Jiang Chen finally felt the strength of this old man, so powerful. He hadn't noticed it before. In the dim capital, a 5th rank Esper. Could he be the true pillar behind the Twilight Auction, the grandfather of the Red Queen? Grandfather. But at this moment, the old man's condition was obviously not right, and the Red Queen and her maids looked worried. Quick, bring the blood of the giant elephant. The Red Queen grabbed the old man and ordered her maid to fetch something. Yes. The maid hurried back to the attic. But the old man clearly wasn't going to be held so easily. He continued to struggle. Grandfather, it's me, don't be afraid. The Red Queen dared not move, only hoping the old man would recognize her and come to his senses. Kill, kill, kill. But the old man kept muttering the same word, his cloudy eyes becoming unusually fierce. He pushed the Red Queen aside, pulled out a rusty large knife from his spatial ring, and fiercely attacked the Red Queen. Those who dare to violate the sacred empire, die. Wood release, tree bind eternal burial. At a critical moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but intervene, forming hand seals and summoning several huge vines to entwine the old man's body, restraining his movements while absorbing the spiritual energy from his body using wood release. Since the Red Queen hadn't revealed the location of the Burning Fire sect stronghold, Jiang Chen couldn't let her die like this. Your Majesty, the medicine is here. At this moment, the maid finally arrived with a small water bottle containing some liquid. Without a second thought, the Red Queen took the bottle, poured the blood of the giant elephant into the old man's mouth while he was temporarily restrained by Jiang Chen's wood release. As the bright red blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, the old man's aura miraculously began to calm down. His previously chaotic and violent eyes gradually dimmed, and finally, he closed his eyes slowly and fell into a deep sleep. The Red Queen quickly held him, and together with her maid, they carried the old man back to the attic. After doing all this, the Red Queen returned to Jiang Chen. Your grandfather doesn't seem to be in good condition, Jiang Chen remarked. It's none of your business, the Red Queen said coldly, looking at him. I told you, I won't tell you the location of the Burning Fire sect stronghold. Jiang Chen remained calm, smiled, and said, everything has a price. Tell me what you want, and maybe I can satisfy you. I don't need anything from you, the Red Queen refused bluntly. She had no intention of making a deal with Jiang Chen. In that case, I'll have to find them my own way. Jiang Chen didn't insist either. At that moment, a maid hurried over and whispered a few words in the Red Queen's ear, causing her expression to change slightly. Hey, stop right there. The Red Queen called out to Jiang Chen, who was about to leave. What's the matter? Jiang Chen looked at the little girl in front of him. It's not impossible to tell you. Right now, I need something, and if you can bring it back, I can tell you the location of the Flame Fire sect stronghold, the Red Queen said, placing her hands on her slender waist and puffing up her petite chest, as if to appear more confident. What? The blood of the Earth Dragon Elephant. Earth Dragon Elephant? Yes, the Earth Dragon Elephant is a superior species of the Earth Giant Elephant. If you can bring me back the essence blood of an Earth Dragon Elephant, I will tell you the location of the Flame Fire sect stronghold. As far as I know, the Earth Dragon Elephants that have appeared so far are all 5th-rank demonic beasts. Are you asking me to find a 5th-rank demonic beast, essentially sending me to my death? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. In the cultural knowledge class at Huaihai Academy, all recorded and encountered 5th-rank demonic beasts had been explained, including the Earth Dragon Elephant. That's my request. If you can't do it, then don't even think about knowing the location of the Flame Fire sect stronghold, the Red Queen said. The essence blood of the Earth Dragon Elephant, besides strengthening physical strength, has the greatest effect on calming the mind and repairing mental damage. You want the essence blood of the Earth Dragon Elephant because of your grandfather's mental damage, right? Jiang Chen said. Through their brief interaction just now, he had already noticed that the old man's state was not right, his mental will was somewhat confused. So what? In any case, my request has been made. If you can't do it, then it's your own incompetence, the Red Queen said, turning around with her maid and heading back. If you want to treat your grandfather's mental damage, why go through all this trouble? If I can directly help you heal your grandfather, can you also tell me the location of the Flame Fire sect? Jiang Chen's words made the Red Queen stop in her tracks. You can heal my grandfather? I can try. The Red Queen looked at Jiang Chen with a very skeptical attitude. She didn't really trust Jiang Chen, but the situation was urgent now, and her grandfather's condition was deteriorating. Fine, I'll give you a chance, but if you dare to act recklessly, I won't spare you, the Red Queen warned sternly. Ignoring her threat, Jiang Chen walked into the attic, saying, "Tell me in detail about your grandfather's condition. How was he injured?" The Red Queen quickly followed. My grandfather used to be a soldier of the Sacred Empire, a general, responsible for guarding a frontier pass. Later, the Sacred Royal City encountered a major incident, cutting off external communication. The Sacred Empire began to decline, and the demonic beasts began to counterattack. My grandfather was responsible for guarding this place, relying on his determination in countless battles with demonic beasts. He eventually fell into a kind of madness, his mind blurred. We have always used the blood of the Earth Giant Elephant to stabilize his will, but recently, even the blood of the Earth Giant Elephant is not effective enough. The blood of the Earth Giant Elephant can calm a person's chaotic mind, but in the case of the Red Queen's grandfather, the blood of the Earth Giant Elephant was clearly not having much effect. Jiang Chen saw the old man sitting in a chair. Although his condition was quite stable now, his body still trembled from time to time, his eyes wide open, and he kept muttering "kill, kill, kill" under his breath. It seemed that the trauma of that battle from years ago had left an indelible mark on his mind. The Red Queen and her maid watched Jiang Chen from the side, ready to intervene if he made any inappropriate moves. Jiang Chen squatted in front of the old man, looking into his murky, crazy, and murderous eyes, as if they transported him back to a turbulent era. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Jiang Chen directly used a powerful genjutsu on the old man. Despite being a 5th-tier esper, the old man was in a poor state and unable to resist Jiang Chen's genjutsu. You want to use genjutsu to heal my grandfather's mental trauma? It won't work, I've tried. The Red Queen saw through Jiang Chen's intentions. Genjutsu is also a mental ability and theoretically has some effect on mental trauma. However, the Red Queen herself is a genjutsu user and has tried to heal the old man's mental trauma with genjutsu, but all attempts failed. You can't do it. It just means your genjutsu is ineffective, Jiang Chen said calmly. You! The Red Queen was immediately angered. Then let's see how powerful your genjutsu is. Jiang Chen continued to use genjutsu on the old man, using the Sharingan's genjutsu to counter his mental trauma. The old man's reaction was intense, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if enduring great pain. Thud! Suddenly, his body straightened, unprecedented sharpness in his eyes, his whole body exuding a frenzied aura. The aura of a 5th-tier esper was fully released, causing Jiang Chen and the Red Queen to feel breathless. Very strong. Jiang Chen also quickly formed hand seals, preparing to act. This was his first direct experience of the pressure from a 5th-tier esper, and he felt the weight of it. Fortunately, the old man's pressure did not last long. As if a faucet had suddenly been turned off, the flow of water cut off abruptly. This was because the old man had retracted his aura. Shao Shi. The old man's eyes cleared, looking at the Red Queen, calling out softly, "Grandfather, are you okay?" Hearing the old man call her name again, the Red Queen's face lit up with joy. It had been a long time since he had called her by name. It seems that Grandpa is better now. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't very confident in himself. After all, using the Sharingan's genjutsu to save someone was a new and risky attempt. Fortunately, it was successful in the end. Young man, you saved me, didn't you? Thank you very much. The old man also recognized that Jiang Chen had saved him. You're welcome, we also had a deal with the Red Queen. Jiang Chen replied without much courtesy, then turned to the Red Queen. I've helped you heal your grandfather, now it's time for you to reveal the stronghold of the incinerators. A sly glint flashed in the Red Queen's eyes. You want me to talk? What if I don't? What can you do to me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. But before he could act, the old man slapped the Red Queen on the buttocks. How did I teach you since you were young? A person should keep their word. Grandfather. Being spanked in front of others made the Red Queen feel embarrassed. Hurry up. Whatever promise you made to this young man, just tell him honestly. The old man stared sternly at the Red Queen. I'm your granddaughter, why don't you help me instead of outsiders? The Red Queen pouted. But all she got was another stern look from the old man, his hand raised again. I'll talk, is it not enough? The Red Queen quickly covered her buttocks to avoid further punishment. Jiang Chen found it quite amusing. This mischievous Red Queen needed some adult discipline. The stronghold of the Burning Fire sect is not in the Dark Capital. If you want to find them, you can only go to a forest about 30 miles east of the dark capital. There is a cave there that serves as their base. Go find it yourself, the Red Queen said reluctantly. After obtaining the information he wanted, Jiang Chen turned and left. After finding out the whereabouts of the Burning Fire sect, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, did not tell Zhang Yi and the others, but decided to go alone. The strength displayed by the Burning Fire sect so far was too mysterious. Jiang Chen didn't know what they were after, but with their brutal methods, if he let the Radiant Society follow them, there would probably be more senseless sacrifices. Therefore, he set off alone. Soon, following the Red Queen's instructions, Jiang Chen arrived at a forest 30 miles east of the dark capital and found a cave. He could feel the presence of the Burning Fire sect in the air without having to search deliberately. Following the aura, Jiang Chen arrived at a small hill, where below it was a cave. Outside the cave entrance, a purple flame was burning fiercely, with a person hanging in the flames, already devoid of life. It was Wang Yan. Wang Yan! Jiang Chen hurried to release him. At this moment, a purple flame rose up and formed a humanoid figure, standing on the hill, blocking Jiang Chen's path. Who are you? Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yoli, the true leader of the Burning Fire sect, the inheritor of the sinful fire, and the master of the dark sins. You are the true leader of the Burning Fire sect? Jiang Chen frowned, looking at Yoli solemnly. He raised his guard and did not dare to take his eyes off Yoli. Upon careful perception, Jiang Chen realized that he could not sense Yoli's realm aura. Yoli felt like a ball of fire to him, full of heat, making it hard to see through. But one thing was clear: Yoli was very strong. Not necessarily in terms of realm strength, but in a pure, instinctual sense of strength. The invisible pressure was like an unclimbable mountain, evoking involuntary awe. Yes, nice to meet you. I have often heard them mention you, and I feel honored. Although Yoli was in the form of a flame figure, his voice was magnetic and rhythmic, sounding comfortable. Just based on this voice, it was hard to feel hostility towards him. Unfortunately, he was the leader of the Burning Fire sect. The Grand Leader of the Burning Fire sect personally came to capture me. I feel honored. If the big boss came out, Jiang Chen didn't believe it was for sightseeing. It was about time. The Burning Fire sect had failed so many times to capture him that if they didn't bring out a real heavyweight, more people in their organization would die. It was surprising that it was the leader of the Burning Fire sect who came directly, and Yoli was clearly not some small leader but the real big boss. We underestimated you before. We didn't expect you to escape our capture attempts time and time again. But I'm not here for you today, Yoli said with a light laugh. Then, he gently raised his palm, and a white shadow suddenly floated out of Wang Yan's body, who was hanging nearby. It was Wang Yan's soul. Would release, cutting technique. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen decisively acted, guiding with both hands, and countless wooden spikes shot out from the trees, blocking Yoli's path from all directions. Put. However, the wooden spikes shot at Yoli, just like shooting at real flames, pierced through directly, unable to harm Yoli at all. Jiang Chen could only watch helplessly as Yoli took away Wang Yan's soul. Are you not curious why I would have them chase after you? Yoli continued. Why? Jiang Chen asked, while quickly strategizing and activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. From the current situation, ordinary attacks were ineffective against Yoli, and the only effective method would probably be using Amaterasu. Using fire against fire was a method Jiang Chen had verified long ago. Our Burning Fire sect's ideology is to use the flames of sin to burn away all the sins of the world, returning the world to nothingness, then birthing a new world from that void, in order to achieve the complete purification of the current world. To achieve this, it is crucial to completely suppress the struggling sacred empire, let the crumbling sacred laws collapse, so that the flames of sin can descend upon this world. And you, the S-rank espers of the sacred empire, your souls can become the fuel for the flames of sin, essential for burning the world. That's why you must spare no effort to hunt down us S-rank espers. Jiang Chen finally understood. This also explained why he had never had any contact with the Burning Fire sect but was targeted by them. They were neither Jiang Chen's enemies, nor Jiang Lei's enemies, nor the enemies of Huaihai City. Their goal was solely to obtain Jiang Chen's soul. You, and the other S-rank esper from Huaihai City, are the only dual S-rank espers we have discovered so far. Your souls are the best fuel. Yoli's words were filled with unrestrained excitement. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He and Yan Yu were both dual S-rank espers. That was why the Burning Fire sect had gone to such great lengths to hunt them down. However, your scheme is doomed to fail. Amaterasu. As 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged madly, and a cluster of black flames erupted directly on Yoli. This time, Amaterasu's attack did not miss. Both flames, one black and one purple, intertwined and fought fiercely, neither willing to give in. Yoli's flames of sin were even more powerful than any purple flames Jiang Chen had encountered before, and for a moment, Amaterasu was almost extinguished in front of his flames. But in the end, Amaterasu, with its tenacious nature, slowly turned the tide, using Yoli's flames of sin as fuel, burning fiercely. "Oh, to be able to suppress my flames of sin, it seems your flames are quite impressive too." Yoli showed a look of surprise as he looked at the flames on his body. However, despite Amaterasu burning fiercely on him, he made no struggle. "No wonder those people before all fell to you. You still have this move. Well done, it seems I can't take you back this time. Looking forward to our next meeting," Yoli said elegantly, allowing the black flames of Amaterasu to completely engulf him, dissipating into smoke. But Jiang Chen's face did not relax at all. Obviously, Yoli had not died, this was just one of his clones. Now, Jiang Chen finally understood what the burning fire sect was, and why they were hunting him. Knowing this result, Jiang Chen's heart grew heavier. Flames of sin, the souls of S-rank espers. Most importantly, Yoli had already set his sights on Jiang Chen and Yen Yu. As the only two dual S-rank souls, Yen Yu's soul was no less than Jiang Chen's. Perhaps, the burning fire sect was also planning to obtain Yen Yu's soul. Jiang Chen was worried about Yen Yu, but he was far away in the dark capital, separated from Huaihai City, and he couldn't relay this message back. Jinghai City was still offering a reward for his capture, so he couldn't return to Huaihai City recklessly. It would not only bring trouble to himself but also to Huaihai City. But he would return sooner or later. From the perspective of the distant words, the fire burners still want to completely bring down the sacred empire and make the sacred law a thing of the past. Jiang Chen doesn't care about all this, he only cares about whether the fire burners will harm the people around him. Fire burners. I won't let your schemes succeed. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and stepped forward to lay down Wang Yan's body. Wang Yan was also an S-level esper, and his soul had long been targeted by the fire burners. This time, the joint operation of the fire burners and the night demons was ostensibly aimed at the Radiant Society, but in reality, the fire burners' target had always been Jiang Chen and Wang Yan. Now, Wang Yan's soul has been taken away by the distant, but his body still needs to be taken back. Even if he is dead, he must be brought back to his roots, not to wander in a foreign land. Radiant Society. When Jiang Chen brought back Wang Yan's body, the entire Radiant Society exploded. Who did this? How dare they kill our vice president? If we don't avenge this, where will we put the face of our Radiant Society? For a while, there were various opinions, and even some more excited individuals were about to rush out with weapons. In the end, Zhang Yi stopped them. Jiang Chen, do you know who did this? As the president of the Radiant Society, Zhang Yi had to be more calm, but his eyes still contained uncontrollable anger. Wang Yan was their vice president. Although he was a bit carefree usually, he was well loved by the members of the Radiant Society, and had a good relationship with everyone. Now, suddenly receiving such bad news, no one could accept it. It was done by the fire burners, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The fire burners' goal is to hunt down Esper with S-level potential, and Wang Yan is S-level, so they targeted him. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's fists clenched tightly. Fire burners. Wang Yan is indeed the only S-level Esper in our Radiant Society. As long as he grows normally, S-level Espers can go further than A-level, B-level. By doing this, the fire burners have directly cut off the future of our Radiant Society. They are not targeting the Radiant Society, but simply targeting S-level espers. Jiang Chen briefly explained, without saying too much. From today onwards, my Radiant Society and the fire burners are irreconcilable. Zhang Yi's voice was full of anger. Irreconcilable. Now the entire hatred of the Radiant Society fell on the fire burners. Even Zhang Yi began to search for the whereabouts of the fire burners on a large scale. Jiang Chen told the Red Queen about the fire burners base outside the Dark Capital that she had mentioned to him, but there was no one there anymore. With such a big move by the Radiant Society, it naturally caused some turmoil in the Dark Capital, with everyone speculating whether the Radiant Society was going to fight with the Night Demons. Then, people discovered that the leader of the Night Demons, Dong Mia, had already died. This surprised Zhang Yi when he found out, and he was even more shocked when he learned that it was Jiang Chen who did it. But Jiang Chen explained to them that at the beginning of that day, it was a joint effort between the fire burners and the Night Demons, which they resolved, and then the distant appeared and took away Wang Yan. And now, the distant is nowhere to be found. But the recent situation of the Radiant Society is still in a frenzy to find the whereabouts of the fire burners, and Jiang Chen did not advise them against it. Moreover, based on the current situation, he also had to prepare to leave the Dark Capital. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected guest arrived in the Dark Capital. On this day, the sky was dark, thick dark clouds appeared on the distant horizon, and faint thunder could be heard. It was about to rain, but there was no wind at all, the stifling air felt like a stone pressing on everyone's hearts. A storm is coming. And at this moment, someone finally noticed that something was wrong. Look, someone is coming. So many people. What's going on? The newcomers are not good. In the dark forest outside the city, there were densely packed figures, at least 50 people. Most of them were driving wooden carts, and many were riding on flying demonic beasts. They all shared a common feature, a badge on their chests. Jinghai Academy. And leading them was the executive department of Jinghai Academy. These are people from Jinghai Academy. Finally, someone recognized the badge on their chests, and the entire dark city erupted in commotion. Jinghai Academy, the most powerful academy in the southeast region, was hundreds of miles away from the dark city. And now, the large group from Jinghai Academy appeared in the dark city without warning. Their numbers were only a few dozen, not many considering the dark city already had tens of thousands of people. However, among these few dozen people, nearly half of them were wearing masks. The executive department of Jinghai Academy, the sharp edge of Jinghai City, the absolute representatives of combat power. In the dark city, there were also some who had escaped from Jinghai City, and some were even wanted by Jinghai Academy. Seeing the executive department of Jinghai Academy, they subconsciously thought they were there to capture them. Although the dark city was chaotic and brutal, it was all relative. Compared to the executive department of Jinghai Academy, they were far inferior. After all, the executive department was the real killing weapon. Jinghai Academy. Jiang Chen was naturally startled by the commotion outside the city, and as he arrived at the city gate among the crowd, he saw the people from Jinghai Academy outside. His gaze suddenly sharpened. They actually tracked me here. He had a hunch that Jinghai Academy was after him. The Dark City had existed for so many years and had never provoked Jinghai Academy before. It was unlikely that Jinghai Academy would cross hundreds of miles just to eliminate a Dark City. And the number of people who came, although all elites of Jinghai Academy, was not enough to wipe out the Dark City. The only explanation was that they were here for Jiang Chen. To capture him alone, Jinghai Academy sent people even from such a distance, showing how highly they regarded him. Faced with the heavy encirclement of Jinghai Academy, the people of the Dark City remained silent. No one dared to step forward. The Dark City was indeed formidable, with overall strength comparable to some legitimate small cities. But in reality, the people of the Dark City were scattered, and individually, none dared to face the executive department of Jinghai Academy. It wasn't until the people from Jinghai Academy stopped less than 100 meters from the Dark City that one of the executors standing on a flying demonic beast spoke from above. Jiang Chen, come out, we know you're here. The entire Dark City has been surrounded by our people, you can't escape. As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur arose from the crowd in the Dark City. They knew Jiang Chen. After all, not long ago, many people had tried to attack Jiang Chen due to the bounty offered by Jinghai Academy, only to be killed in retaliation. Since then, Jiang Chen's name had resounded throughout the Dark City. And now, the one who issued the bounty, Jinghai Academy, had come personally to capture him. They really came for me. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, Jiang Chen was still somewhat surprised to hear his name called out so explicitly. Jinghai Academy had really gone to great lengths for him. And Jiang Chen had quickly observed all the exits of the Dark City in a short time and found Jinghai Academy's people at each one. Altogether, there were probably over 100 people. Jinghai Academy really means business. Helplessly sighing, Jiang Chen had no choice but to show himself, appearing at the city gate in front of everyone. I didn't expect to be caught by the executive department of Jinghai Academy, who came all the way here to get me. I'm truly surprised and honored. Jiang Chen, you can't escape. When Jiang Chen appeared, all the executives of Jinghai Academy turned their gaze towards him. You humiliated our Jinghai Academy. Do you think you can get away with it by hiding here? Today, if you don't obediently come back with us, we will forcefully take you back. The leader of the executive department's squad said. Is it necessary? Just because I won a match against you in the academy competition? Is it worth pressuring me like this? Jiang Chen's words carried a hint of disdain. He had never seen such petty people before. For such a trivial matter, they even went to great lengths to track him down here. If Jinghai Academy put this determination into dealing with the monsters, they would have probably driven the monsters away by now. However, Jiang Chen noticed the lineup of Jinghai Academy, with the majority being third-tier ability users. There were also over a dozen fourth-tier ability users. Looking at this lineup, one would think they were going to face a fourth-level beast. Enough talk, surrender! With a command from the squad leader, along with 3 other fourth-tier ability users, they all charged towards Jiang Chen. There were still many people at the city gate, but upon seeing the people from Jinghai Academy taking action, they quickly retreated. As the saying goes, when the city gate is on fire, everyone suffers. They didn't want to get involved in this conflict. So decisive? The approaching executives were all fourth tier. Would release, Tree World Birth. Faced with a deadly siege, Jiang Chen also had no reservations and directly used his powerful move. Without it, he wouldn't be able to withstand the joint attacks of several fourth-tier ability users. Boom! Thick trees emerged from the ground, vines like angry dragons fiercely charging towards the ability users. Breath of the divine wind. Earth-style, dragon ascends to the sky. Inferno. The others also decisively unleashed various powerful abilities, clashing with Jiang Chen's would release. Boom! While would release was strong, facing 4 fourth-tier ability users, the power difference was too great for a single would release to turn the tide. Under the bombardment of several powerful abilities, countless wood chips flew, and the rampant wood release couldn't withstand so many abilities. Even Jiang Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly, not daring to engage in direct combat. You can't escape. The 4 moved quickly, swiftly surrounding Jiang Chen from 3 different directions, almost completely blocking all his escape routes. We'll start by cutting off your legs and see how you run. 2 of them decisively drew their short knives and ruthlessly aimed at Jiang Chen's legs. Put! Jiang Chen's legs were cut off, but there was no splatter of blood. The severed legs turned into 2 wooden stumps. Even Jiang Chen's body slowly transformed into wood. Clone? The 4 were surprised and immediately began searching around for Jiang Chen. In the vast crowd, it was difficult to find him at once. Spiritual vision, probe. At this moment, an executor wearing a black dragon mask suddenly pointed to his forehead, his eyes bursting with flames. Found him. Less than 20 seconds later, he pointed sharply towards the forest below. Jiang Chen was there. Perception type ability? Still trying to hide here. Jiang Chen's heart sank as he was exposed. It seemed he had underestimated these executors. As the executive department of Jinghai Academy, they had a wide range of methods, including combat, interception, tracking, counter-tracking, perception, and more. They were the top in the southeast region. Jiang Chen was still thinking about hiding here, waiting for them to not find him, and then seizing the opportunity to leave. Now it seems that unless he takes out these people today, it is impossible to leave. In that case, come on. Jiang Chen simultaneously entered Sage Mode and activated his Sharingan, fully prepared and ready to act at any moment. Resist to the end. The 4 men charged towards Jiang Chen again. Just then, a large sword suddenly fell from the sky, landing fiercely between the 2 sides, the intense sword energy even cutting a huge crack in the ground, forcing the Black Dragon 4 to retreat several steps. Who goes there? Handling affairs for the Quiet Sea Academy, do not interfere. The Black Dragon's voice immediately turned cold. Ka ka ka. The sound of metal friction rang out, and an old figure slowly walked towards them, appearing in front of everyone. Quiet Sea Academy. You've gained quite a bit of power over the years. The old man was dressed in dark golden armor, exuding a fierce killing intent, despite his age, still emanating the battle intent of a seasoned warrior. And this person was none other than the only 5th-tier Esper in the Dim City, the grandfather of the Red Queen. Old man? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by the old man's appearance. After all, the Quiet Sea Academy came for him, and he never expected anyone else to come to help. I am Li Tuo, commander of the 1st Legion of the Eastern Union Army of the Holy Empire, stationed here by order. The Dim City cannot tolerate any offense. The old man held a large sword, exuding a fierce aura, completely embodying the presence of a great general. You are Li Tuo? Black Dragon's voice carried a hint of surprise. Obviously, he knew of Li Tuo's reputation. However, General, you are confused. The Dim City is no longer the fortress it used to be, and it is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Holy Empire. Now we are only here to capture the renegade Jiang Chen. Please refrain from interfering, General. Black Dragon said. Brother Jiang Chen saved me, how can I stand by and do nothing? Li Tuo did not back down, shouldering his sword. If I'm not mistaken, you 4 should be the famous 4 executors of the Quiet Sea Academy: Black Dragon, Yellow Phoenix, White Tiger, and Dark Tortoise. I heard that you represent the highest combat power of the Quiet Sea Academy's executive department, and today I want to see it for myself. So, General, are you determined to intervene in this matter? Black Dragon's voice turned cold. Li Tuo was a 5th-tier intermediate Esper, extremely powerful. But even so, if he insisted on intervening, they would not back down. Moreover, the strength of the 4 executors was not weak, all being 4th-tier advanced. Indeed, Li Tuo replied decisively. This statement also marked the official start of the battle. Brother Jiang Chen, I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to your own abilities. Li Tuo turned back and whispered to Jiang Chen. Thank you, General. Jiang Chen deeply bowed with clasped hands. Then, he decisively ran towards another direction in the dim city. Li Tuo, on the other hand, wielded his sword and engaged in battle with the 4 executors. Li Tuo faced off against 4 opponents, wielding his large sword with a fierce wind, like a weapon that could cut through the heavens and earth at any moment. Each strike carried an unstoppable momentum, making Black Dragon and the others hesitant to confront him directly. However, as the 4 top executors of the Quiet Sea Academy, their strength was also well known, and facing Li Tuo, a 5th-tier intermediate esper, they were able to join forces and not fall into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen took advantage of Li Tuo's assistance in holding off the 4 executors to dash towards another direction in the dim city. The people from the Quiet Sea Academy had surrounded the entire dim city, but not everyone at each exit was as strong. The 4 main executors at the main gate are undoubtedly the strongest presence in this operation. As long as they can avoid them, Jiang Chen is confident he can break out. He's here, stop him. Just as Jiang Chen rushed out of the south gate of the dim city, he was spotted by the people waiting there. There are also a dozen or so execution teams here, including 4 intermediate level tier 4 ability users. Huaihai Academy has a total of over 40 tier 4 ability users, and based on the current situation, they estimate that over 10 have been sent out. It is truly astonishing that such a large force has been mobilized just to capture Jiang Chen. One of the intermediate level tier 4 ability users immediately rushed forward with several tier 3 ability users, while the others maintained a certain distance, keeping a close watch. With their numbers, they didn't need to all rush in at once. Instead, they needed to spread out their efforts to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. There are so many people here too, mad, let's do this. Currently, it is estimated that each of the 4 exits of the dim city is guarded by 4 tier 4 ability users, and the difficulty of the other 3 city gates is not expected to be too great. So running to the remaining 2 city gates would probably not be very effective, leaving only this one to contend with. Moreover, facing only 4 intermediate level tier 4 ability users, plus around 10 tier 3 ability users, he is very confident he can break out. Spiritual communication technique. Faced with the approaching group of people, Jiang Chen suddenly bit his finger, used his blood to quickly form hand seals, and finally clapped in front of him. Bang! With a huge white smoke rising, a huge brawn-yellow lynx appeared on the street, with a massive body, chubby, and covered with black marks, with a huge tail impatiently swaying behind it. A lynx guardian. Jiang Chen's current most powerful weapon. What is this? A monster? Is he a beast tamer? And the aura of this monster is too terrifying. Tier 5? For a moment, everyone was shocked by the aura of the lynx. This is the most powerful monster they have seen so far. How does this kid have so many tricks? The executors were dumbfounded. Intelligence reports show that Jiang Chen does indeed have the ability to summon monsters, but the only monster he has summoned so far is the Tier 4 Bloodbat King, which is already dead. They never expected that he would tame another monster in such a short time? And it's Tier 5? The lynx, have come out, come and meet your end. The lynx laughed loudly, clapped its round belly, wind escape, air bullets. Bang! The lynx spewed out wind balls made entirely of wind energy from its mouth, speeding towards the dozen or so executors. So fast! Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged at their fastest speed. However, they only dodged the frontal attack, and when the wind balls exploded on the ground, the scattered wind balls acted like bombs, directly hitting those who had already dodged the initial attack. Bang! The subsequent explosions caught almost everyone by surprise, and the Tier 3 ability users were more or less injured. Only the 4 Tier 4 ability users reacted quickly and managed to avoid serious injuries. But this was only the first wave. Just as they had dodged the first wave of attacks, a huge shadow suddenly descended on 2 of the Tier 4 ability users, a massive tail from the lynx. Earth style, sky cover. One of them quickly formed 2 hand seals, stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, rapidly raising huge walls to block the lynx's attack. But how could mere walls of earth withstand the lynx's tail? The sturdy wall of earth crumbled like tofu. However, this also gave the 2 of them a chance, successfully avoiding a fatal attack and escaping death. Not bad, come on, come on. One tail continued to laugh loudly, wind release, sand scattering bullets. It opened its mouth again and sprayed out a stream of sand-formed airflow, shooting out like bullets densely. Bang! 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 Many houses on both sides were affected and directly riddled with holes. The executors used all their tricks to once again resolve this crisis. By now, they were already panting and covered in wounds. What kind of monster is this? How come we've never seen it before? It's too strong. It's probably already at the level of a high-level 5th rank. That kid. No, where's Jiang Chen? Taking advantage of a breather, the 4 suddenly realized that Jiang Chen, who should have been standing on the head of the one tail, had disappeared at some point. "I'm here!" A cold voice rang out, and the crowd suddenly turned around to see Jiang Chen appearing behind them at some point. Would release, forest emergence. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he raised his hands, summoning a vast forest sea that danced like a group of dragons, surging towards the few people. "Humph, don't think your wood style is strong." The few people snorted. Divine wind fury. A huge tornado, towering about 20 to 30 meters high, rose from the ground and rushed towards the raging forest sea. But in the next moment, tailed beast ball. The one tail was not idling around. In the few seconds that the group was not paying attention, it had already condensed a pitch-black tailed beast ball and shot it towards them. What? The speed and power of the tailed beast ball completely caught them off guard. With Jiang Chen's would release on one side and the tailed beast ball on the other, neither side could stop it. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded in the crowd, creating a huge explosion that lifted a massive mushroom cloud, causing the southern gate of the dim city to be directly destroyed by the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Boom boom boom! The explosion echoed throughout the dim city, attracting the attention of countless people. What kind of monster is that? It actually has such terrifying power. So strong. No wonder that Jiang Chen dares to be enemies with the Silent Sea Academy. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen left one tail to hold back the rest of the Silent Sea Academy, and he took the opportunity to decisively leave the dim city. Outside the dim city, in the dense monster forest, a figure was running fast. Behind him, there were about a dozen people desperately chasing him. Damn, how many people did the Silent Sea Academy send? There are still so many people here? Jiang Chen just wanted to curse now. Running out of the dim city, he ran for more than 10 minutes in one breath, already far away from the dim city. And he left one tail to block the main force of the Silent Sea Academy in the dim city, plus Li Tuo's help. But still, about a dozen people caught up. The only thing worth celebrating should be that these dozen executors were mostly third rank, with only one low-level fourth rank esper. They had been chasing Jiang Chen since he left the dim city all the way. Jiang Chen had originally thought of getting rid of them, but he didn't expect them to be so persistent. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. He was tired of running. It's not like he couldn't beat them, so why run? Thinking this, Jiang Chen immediately stopped, turned around, and looked at the dozen or so people chasing him. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, among the group of people, several of them abruptly turned their guns and started attacking their own people. Even the low-level 4th rank esper did such an unusual thing, turning against their own people. What's going on? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He was prepared for battle, but they were fighting amongst themselves? No, this is charm. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed something was wrong. Those who had turned against each other were clearly in a strange state, with vacant eyes and a faint pink energy covering their bodies. Guessed right, it's indeed charm. A familiar voice, somewhat coquettish and proud, sounded as several figures appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It turned out to be the people from the Twilight Auction House. Leading them was the Red Queen. At this moment, she had already transformed into a half-beast state, with a pair of fluffy pink beast ears on her head, giving a nice touch. Coupled with the Red Queen's cute appearance, she looked like a little beast girl, making people want to pamper her if one could overlook her personality. It's you? Why are you helping me? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. The Red Queen specialized in beast transformation and illusion magic. Her charm skill could catch opponents off guard, even those of the same level. Those people had fallen under the Red Queen's charm, leading to self-destruction and ultimately ending their own lives. However, as a neutral force, the Twilight Auction House rarely got involved in such matters. You saved my grandfather, and now we've saved you. Consider the debt settled, the Red Queen said with a snort, raising her head. Even though she was only as tall as Jiang Chen's belly, she couldn't let her aura weaken. So, this means I saved myself. When you go back, give my regards to Grandpa, Jiang Chen said, not wanting to stay longer, as he didn't know when the pursuers from the Quiet Sea Academy might catch up. Wait, take this. It's from my grandfather. The Red Queen suddenly tossed something to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly caught it, a dark golden token with a tall city gate engraved on it. What's this? This is my grandfather's token, belonging to the Sacred Empire's sacred token. If you can find someone from the Sacred Empire, show them this token to receive help. Sacred token? Jiang Chen had never heard of this concept before, but since it was from Grandpa, he didn't mind holding on to it. Whether it was real or fake didn't matter much nowadays. Even the Sacred Empire was struggling to survive, so who would have the energy to help Jiang Chen? Besides, he didn't know where to find people from the Sacred Empire, probably only in the sacred capital. Thank Grandpa for me. Taking the token, Jiang Chen didn't linger and disappeared into the forest, leaving the Red Queen muttering somewhat gloomily, "Grandpa gave that thing away, didn't even give it to me. Who is really your granddaughter?" Completely evading the tracking of the Quiet Sea Academy, Jiang Chen still couldn't go back. It had only been a month since the Great Beast Tide crisis, which was still half a year away. His plan was to return when the crisis was imminent. It wasn't the right time yet. Moreover, the Quiet Sea Academy had gone so far as to send so many people to capture him even from a distance. If he returned to the Huaihai Academy now, the Quiet Sea Academy would surely march on Huaihai City directly. The Quiet Sea Academy was much stronger than the Huaihai Academy. Even if the Huaihai Academy wanted to protect Jiang Chen with all their might, they wouldn't be able to. This time, the Quiet Sea Academy had already sent out so many 4th-tier ability users. Next time, it might be 5th-tier ability users, or even possibly Lin Hai himself. In short, Jiang Chen's safest course of action now was to completely conceal his whereabouts and not let the people from the Quiet Sea Academy find him. Really, can't relax at all. With a helpless sigh, Jiang Chen disappeared into the jungle. Quiet Sea Academy. Bang! Furious, Lin Hai smashed the table in front of him into pieces. A bunch of useless people. So many of you went to catch one person, and he still managed to escape? The team leader below didn't even dare to lift his head, and hurriedly explained, "Dean, it's really that kid's methods that have caught us off guard. Moreover, there are people helping him in the Dark Capital. The opponent is a senior general of the Sacred Empire, at the 5th intermediate level. And, that Jiang Chen even tamed a 5th-grade high-level demon beast, catching us off guard. We are really no match. One at the 5th intermediate level, one at the 5th high level. It's really too difficult for them." Before they set off, they never thought this mission would be so terrifying. Excuse, how could he possibly have a 5th-grade high-level demon beast in such a short time? Lin Hai didn't believe it at all. "I say, old Lin, why are you so angry?" At this moment, a somewhat lazy voice came from outside, and only a middle-aged man with a few strands of hair on his head, wearing golden-rimmed glasses and a big belly, walked in. "Wang Daochuan?" Lin Hai narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing the newcomer. The visitor was Wang Daochuan, the dean of Huaihai Academy. Seeing this, the others quickly retreated tactfully, giving way to these two big shots. "It's been many years since I last came here. Luckily I still remember the way." Wang Daochuan casually pulled up a chair, sat down, picked up a fruit from the table, and started eating. "Are you here to plead for your student?" Lin Hai's tone was not very good, with a hint of coldness. Wang Daochuan glanced at him. "You guys caused such a big commotion, and still can't catch the person. Aren't you embarrassed?" "My son is still lying in bed. The physician said his spiritual core is completely destroyed. He can only be a cripple for the rest of his life. I must dismember that kid's body into 1,000 pieces to vent my anger. TSK, why bother? When will this cycle of revenge end? Even if you really help your son get revenge, you know Jiang Lei's temper, he won't let it go. It will only lead to more bloodshed." Wang Daochuan sighed. "Kill if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of Jiang Lei?" "Wang Daochuan, I'm telling you, if Huaihai Academy dares to shelter Jiang Chen, I will immediately sever all ties with you," Lin Hai threatened. He was completely enraged now. He didn't care about anything else in order to avenge his son. Whoever dared to come and plead for Jiang Chen at this time, he would have a problem with them. "Old Lin, it's pointless to say that." "I also think it's pointless, Wang Daochuan. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'll say it again, whoever helps Jiang Chen, will have a problem with me," Lin Hai said coldly. Wang Daochuan's face also lost its smile, and he said with a slight seriousness, "The Beast Tide crisis is imminent. Are you willing to risk the lives of tens of thousands of people in Jinghai City? Don't use such a lowly excuse to pressure me. The Beast Tide crisis, you better worry about yourselves. If you can't hand over Jiang Chen, Jinghai City won't cooperate with you. No, to be precise, I'm afraid no academy in the entire southeast region will cooperate with you. By then, Huaihai City will probably be the only city to face the Beast Tide alone. I wonder if you can hold on," Lin Hai said coldly. The Beast Tide crisis is not something Jinghai Academy should worry about, but Huaihai Academy. If other academies were to choose between the two sides, the result would be the same. No matter how Jinghai Academy's style of doing things is, they are still the #1 academy in the southeast region. In the face of the Beast Tide crisis, only by relying on Jinghai Academy can they possibly survive. As for Huaihai Academy, even if their reputation is better than Jinghai Academy's, in the current situation, a good reputation is useless, only strong power is useful. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Wang Daochuan stood up directly. Lin Hai snorted. There was nothing to discuss in the first place. The two men had no more words and the meeting ended there. Starfall Forest. This is a huge monster forest located on the border between the East District and the South District, known as a dangerous place. The monsters here are mostly starting from the 3rd rank, with the 4th rank being quite common, and even the 5th rank can be found. As the headquarters of the monsters, hardly anyone dares to come to such a place normally. But now, Starfall Forest has an unexpected guest, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has been wandering alone in Starfall Forest for a long time. Not because he got lost, but because there is nowhere else to go except for places like the Dark Capital where outlaws gather. No formal city would accept a stranger. And the bounty from the Silent Sea Academy has probably spread to every academy in every city by now, leaving Jiang Chen with nowhere to go. There are not many places like the Dark Capital in the entire southeast region, with only one infamous Dark Capital and one Dark Capital, the rest of which Jiang Chen has never heard of. So, during this time, he can only stay in Starfall Forest, wandering alone. Although there are many fierce monsters here, they are no match for Jiang Chen. The people from the Silent Sea Academy would never imagine he would be hiding here. Bang! A 4th-ranked junior Starfall wolf fell heavily to the ground, life fading away. Jiang Chen skillfully used a dagger to pry open its skull, took out the monster core inside, and let the system absorb it directly. Ding! 4th-ranked junior monster core, exchanged for 600 energy points. In addition to this Starfall wolf, there are already about a dozen monster corpses lying around, all killed by Jiang Chen. Looking up at the darkening sky, Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, took the Starfall wolf's body as tonight's dinner, then formed a hand seal with one hand, Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Jiang Chen's figure disappeared directly from the spot and reappeared in a cave. This is a cave hidden behind a waterfall, with no clue visible from the outside. In the past 2 months, Jiang Chen has been resting here. Quickly, he skinned, deboned, and chopped the Starfall wolf's body, then placed it on a well-built stone stove, added water, various naturally picked spices, and started stewing. With limited conditions, this is the best living condition Jiang Chen can achieve at the moment, somewhat decent and not resorting to extreme measures. While waiting for the meat to cook, Jiang Chen briefly checked his current combat readiness. Host, Jiang Chen, age, 18, realm, 3rd rank junior, spiritual energy, 1000, abilities, wood element, spirit eye element, wind element, water element, earth element, thunder element, fire element, talent level, S, bloodline limit, would release, Sharingan, possessing abilities, sage mode, Flying Thunder God technique, unmarked healing, would release, tree birth, would release, cutting technique, illusion technique, demonic illusion shackles. Expandable, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, Susanoo, energy balance, 8,000. After 2 months of hard work, Jiang Chen has accumulated a total of 8,000 energy points. Although not a lot, it is already quite wealthy. System, exchange for the basic ninjutsu grand gift pack for water release. Ding! Deducting 3,000 energy points, obtaining water release basic ninjutsu grand gift pack. Open the gift pack. Ding! Obtained water release, water bullet, water release, water formation wall, water release, water clone, water release, giant water bullet. With this water release, the basic 5 release ninjutsu are finally complete. In these 2 months, Jiang Chen has spent a lot of ninjutsu, exchanging for the basic ninjutsu of wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. It is unknown whether it is because his 5 attributes were obtained through incomplete monster core stones, causing the system to provide him with very basic ninjutsu for exchange, most of which are B-rank or C-rank basic ninjutsu. Some special ninjutsu he did not have the qualification to exchange. However, even the most basic ninjutsu, Jiang Chen also exchanged. In this way, his overall fighting style and combat methods can also be greatly improved. There are still 5,000 energy points left. Go all in! Jiang Chen decisively, directly, and without hesitation opened the lottery system. The lottery system, 5,000 energy points for 1 draw. Only cowards save energy points to directly exchange for full-price ninjutsu, real men draw lotteries. A new round of lottery has been refreshed. Spirit Beast Wanshi, Spirit Beast Sanwei, would release Wood Human Technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, Puppet Technique, Uchiha Fan, 50 bowls of ramen with random flavors, Uncle Yile's Cooking Secrets, Jiang Chen. Why does it seem like there are some strange things mixed in this time? However, a real man never retreats. Jiang Chen directly starts the lottery. Give me a draw. And at once, he dared to face the rotation of the lottery pointer, staring with wide eyes, until the golden light lit up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn Spirit Beast Sanwei. The golden legendary shine steadily stopped. Spirit Beast Sanwei, real name Ishifu, proficient in water release. Level, 5th rank advanced, it's actually Sanwei? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He already had a 1 tail, so of course, he wouldn't mind having 1 more. The strengths of the three-tail and one-tail beasts are quite different, even though both are 5th rank advanced. On land, the combat power of the one-tail is stronger than the three-tail. But in the water, the three-tail is definitely stronger than the one-tail. However, even with the difference, there won't be a significant gap overall. With 2 5th rank advanced demon beasts, Zhang Chun undoubtedly has another big card now. Even in the Starfall Forest, he now has enough capital to move around. Not bad. Satisfied with this lottery, the wolf meat stew on the stone stove has just been cooked, and Zhang Chun started to enjoy it with the stone bowl. The conditions in the wild are very harsh. Being able to eat this kind of food is already good, even though the taste is a bit bland. Zhang Chun is quite happy about it. If everything goes smoothly, he can stay here for a long time, keep hunting the demon beasts here, exchange their demon cores for energy points, until he has enough power to go back again. The Starfall Forest is the largest demon beast forest in the entire central area, almost a forbidden zone for humans. But that doesn't mean that no one dares to come. For example, on this day, a group of about 10 people arrived at the outskirts of the Starfall Forest. We are now officially entering the outskirts of the Starfall Forest, be careful. The leader was a middle-aged man, wearing dark golden armor, holding a silver spear, exuding a majestic aura. Behind him, the 10 or so people are all 3rd rank ability users, tightly gripping their weapons, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Any slight movement can make them panic. In the whole team, there is only one girl who looks about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a sky blue dress, with a beautiful face, a ethereal temperament, and bright eyes showing nervousness. She doesn't seem like someone who often deals with demon beasts. When she hears the faint roars of demon beasts around her, the girl will immediately look over like a startled rabbit, her reaction somewhat obvious. Xiaoye, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. A young man who looks very sunny and cheerful pats his chest and promises softly. Thank you, brother Luo Yang. Despite being nervous, the girl still smiles slightly, that sweet smile making the young man feel secretly pleased. Being able to provide enough sense of security to the girl in such a tense situation would also be of great help in winning her heart. The group continued to move forward. Their goal this time is to hunt and kill a demon beast called the Starfall Tiger and obtain their demon core. Roar! As they moved forward quickly, a sudden roar echoed around them. Giant shadows appeared all around, surrounding the group. Good news, they found the Starfall Tigers. Bad news, the Starfall Tigers surrounded them. Looking at the dozen or so Starfall Tigers around them, the faces of the group changed. They came to find the Starfall Tigers, only to be surrounded by them? Prepare for battle. The middle-aged man in the lead, with a slightly serious expression, tightly gripped the long spear in his hand, his gaze fixed firmly on the surrounding Starfall Tigers. Although their numbers were not few, fortunately, they were all only 3rd rank, still within their manageable range. But at that moment, a deep voice like that of a man came. Foolish humans, daring to trespass on the territory of my Starfall Tigers, truly impatient. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a giant brown-yellow Starfall Tiger with bulging muscles on all 4 limbs slowly approaching. And those words came from its mouth. A demon beast that can speak? Everyone was stunned. Demon beasts can indeed speak, but usually only after reaching the 5th rank, with only a few demon beasts able to speak at the 4th rank. The Starfall Tiger King in front of them was also at the 4th rank intermediate level, but being able to speak indicated that it was indeed extraordinary. 4th rank intermediate, Starfall Tiger King. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. The mood of the others also instantly became serious. They came to hunt the Starfall Tigers, but instead, they were surrounded by the Starfall Tiger group. Attention, maintain formation, prepare for battle. The middle-aged man shouted. Running was basically impossible now, so they could only fight with all their might. Hearing this, the others also immediately tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to strike. Despite the tension, they were already prepared for a fierce battle when they set out. Cornered resistance, roar. The Starfall Tiger King uttered a disdainful sound, then roared, and the 3rd-rank Starfall Tigers around them all pounced towards the crowd, the battle about to begin. Phoenix Fire. Breath of the Winds Sea. 2 relatively experienced individuals in the crowd immediately acted, summoning 2 huge energy walls of fire and wind, sweeping towards the surroundings. The middle-aged man in the lead then charged out with his long spear, heading straight for the Starfall Tiger King. Capture the leader first, as he was also at the 4th rank intermediate level. If he could directly take down the Starfall Tiger King, the Starfall Tiger group would naturally scatter. Oh, coming for me, are you? Admirable courage. The Starfall Tiger King also did not show weakness, immediately charging towards the middle-aged man. The 2 sides clashed. The Starfall Tiger group had great coordination, combined with this being the Demon Beast Forest, their home ground, giving them a certain advantage. After several rounds of attacks, many people were injured. Roar! A starfall tiger broke through the defense line and pounced towards the young girl in the middle. Sacred protection. The girl quickly released her ability, summoning a golden protective shield in front of her. Bang! Although the girl was only at the 3rd rank junior level, the released ability was of the holy type, not even shaking a 3rd rank intermediate starfall tiger. Xiaoya, I'll help you. The man named Luoyang, wielding 2 knives, rushed to Xiaoya's side and directly beheaded the starfall tiger. He quickly dug out a starfall tiger's demon core and shouted, "Got the demon core, retreat quickly." With that said, the crowd immediately chose to fight and retreat, trying to break out of the starfall tiger's encirclement. Seeing this, the starfall tiger king who was fighting the middle-aged man suddenly surged with a brown-yellow aura that drilled into the ground, trying to run. Earth moves, myriad changes. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a huge circular wall of soil rose up around, trapping everyone inside. Not good. The middle-aged man quickly wielded the long spear in his hand, lightning flashing. Thunder law thunder breaks 10,000 caddies. Thunder law thunder breaks 10,000 caddies. The middle-aged man suddenly plunged the long spear in his hand into the ground, and endless violent silver lightning poured into the earth along the long spear, transforming into huge and ferocious thunder beasts that pounced towards the image from different directions. Boom! With this move, the middle-aged man successfully smashed several holes in the tall soil wall. Quick, go! With an opening made, the middle-aged man hurriedly led the others to rush out through the holes. But in the next moment, "General, be careful!" Xiao Yu suddenly shouted loudly. The middle-aged man seemed to sense something, quickly reacted. Just as he turned around, the Starfall Tiger King had already arrived in front of him, its powerful claws fiercely striking the middle-aged man. Bang! Puff! Under this heavy blow, the middle-aged man was violently knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Don't think that just because you are a 4th-tier intermediate, you can act recklessly in front of me. We are not in the same league at all, the Starfall Tiger King disdainfully snorted, and you all. It looked at the others, then casually swiped its paw on the ground. Earth Law 1000 Transformations Prison. Countless earth spikes quickly rose up, rushing towards the remaining few people. Many tried to resist, but their abilities were no match for the Starfall Tiger King, and were directly crushed. Puff! The sharp earth spikes showed no mercy, piercing through several people's bodies. Xiao Yu, be careful! Luo Yang's reaction was quick. He quickly pushed Xiao Yu down, narrowly avoiding the fatal earth spike. I'll fight you. Seeing no way out, Luo Yang's twin blades ignited with blazing flames, and he resolutely charged towards the Starfall Tiger King. But the Starfall Tiger King didn't even bother to look at him, casually swiping its tail, sending a powerful gust of wind that sent Luo Yang flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, almost knocking him unconscious. Now only the girl Xiao Yu was left. She watched helplessly as her companions were quickly dealt with, feeling completely lost and terrified as the Starfall Tiger King approached. Xiao Yu tremblingly raised her palm, using her last bit of willpower to unleash a golden light from her palm, aiming it at the Starfall Tiger King. But as a mere 3rd-tier novice, even with the holy attribute, she couldn't harm the 4th-tier intermediate Starfall Tiger King. Humans with the holy attribute are truly rare. It is said that consuming a human with the holy attribute will greatly increase one's strength. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen, the Starfall Tiger King mocked in a human-like tone. Don't get close to the lady. The middle-aged man, already heavily injured, stood in front of Xiao Yu, blood still dripping from his hand gripping the long spear, dripping onto the ground. Don't worry, after killing you, I can still eat her, the Starfall Tiger King sneered. The rest of the Starfall Tigers surrounded them, blocking every possible escape route. The Starfall Tiger King extended its crimson tongue and licked its lips, slowly approaching. Suddenly, it sensed something, turned its head to look in another direction. Who's there? On the side, a young man appeared out of nowhere, looking calm. Seems like you're busy? Did I interrupt something? Jiang Chen casually scratched his head. You came and now you want to leave? Stay here. The Starfall Tiger King abruptly changed its target, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. Seeing it coming, Jiang Chen decisively activated his Sharingan, foreseeing its movements, swiftly dodging the attack, as the Starfall Tiger King, resorting to sneak attacks? Not cool. To be able to dodge this king's attack, you're quite skilled. The other party is just a 3rd-level beginner, yet was able to dodge my attack. The Starfall Tiger King was somewhat surprised. Suddenly, it saw Jiang Chen's crimson Sharingan eyes, and its heart trembled. No, you are that man? The Starfall Tiger King exclaimed in shock. Recently, there has been a legend circulating in the Starfall Forest. It is said that a human has appeared in the forest, with complex methods and unpredictable tactics. Despite being only a 3rd-level beginner, he often hunts down 4th-level monsters. Any monster targeted by him, whether 4th-level beginner or advanced, without exception, all met a tragic end at his hands. There was even a time when the three major monster tribes joined forces to attack that man, but all three fourth-level advanced monster kings were slain. That man even cut off the heads of the three monster kings and hung them in place, deterring countless monsters from approaching. The legend about that man is too numerous, and within just 2 months, he has made a notorious name for himself in the Starfall Forest. The Starfall Tiger King had once fought that man. It was patrolling outside when suddenly it was targeted. If it hadn't possessed superb escape skills, it would have been killed on the spot. It was night, and it didn't see the other party's face clearly, but those eyes, as if bloodstained in the darkness, had already been firmly etched into its memory. And those eyes were exactly the same as the eyes of the young man before it. The terror of that night surged in its heart, and the Starfall Tiger King couldn't help but shudder and take 2 steps back. "You are that man!" the Starfall Tiger King exclaimed in terror, then turned and ran suddenly, not caring about the presence of so many of its kind. "Wait, am I that scary?" Jiang Chen was a bit bewildered. He had just prepared for battle, so why did the other party run away? But looking at the Starfall Tiger King, Jiang Chen felt a bit familiar. He remembered one night when he went hunting and encountered a talking 4th-level intermediate monster. He was surprised and ended up chasing and beating it, but it managed to escape in the end. Was it similar to the Starfall Tiger King just now? Jiang Chen was just out for a stroll and heard the commotion of a fight here, so he came to take a look and happened to see a 4th-level monster. He had come for the Starfall Tiger King, but unexpectedly, it ran away without reason before he could even act. "My friend, thank you for saving us." At that moment, a middle-aged man next to him clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's appearance, they would have been wiped out. Jiang Chen glanced at them indifferently and said somewhat apathetically, "No need to thank me, I didn't do much." He didn't want to reveal his identity to too many people now, as it would only bring trouble if the people from the Jinghai Academy found out. "I am Kong Changxing, the city defense general of Tian City nearby. It seems like you are alone. If you can, you are welcome to visit our Tian City," the middle-aged man said. "Tian City?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had an impression of Tian City, one of the cities directly under the Holy Empire, as mentioned in the cultural geography books of Huaihai City. But he remembered that with the decline of the Holy Empire, Tian City had also declined. Yet, people still live there now? "I'm not interested, take care of yourselves." After a brief thought, Jiang Chen declined Kong Changxing's invitation and then disappeared into the forest alone. Why did he leave? Seeing Jiang Chen leave like that, Xiaoye was surprised. "General Kong, he saved us, we should thank him properly." "Miss, it's not that I don't want to thank him, but he left on his own. I guess he probably looked down on us," Kong Changxing said. Although he did not see Jiang Chen take action, the appearance of Jiang Chen alone was enough to scare the Starfall Tiger King into fleeing in panic. "This person's strength is definitely not simple. That person is the one who saved our Tian City," Xiaoye said softly. Kong Changxing turned back in surprise. He was well aware that although this young lady of his had little experience in the world and lacked combat experience, she possessed a very rare holy power. At the same time, she had a unique ability, prophecy. She could predict the course of major events, and so far, she had never been wrong. They had been able to survive until now, hanging on to the last breath to support the final hope of Tian City, all thanks to Xiaoye's prophecies. She had predicted that they would definitely obtain the demon core of the Starfall Tiger today, and indeed they did, but at a somewhat heavy cost that could not have been foreseen. And now, Xiaoye was saying that Jiang Chen could save Tian City, leaving Kong Changxing astonished. Tian City was now in great danger, struggling to survive. If they could not find someone to save them, they would likely be destroyed in the next wave of beasts. "But we can't go up there this time, we have to go back first," Kong Changxing said, taking the demon core of the Starfall Tiger, and leaving with Xiaoye and Luo Yang, who had only passed out and not yet died. Although the Starfall Tiger group had dispersed, given enough time, other demons would also come around, and by then, they wouldn't be able to escape. That Starfall Tiger King ran so fast, he disappeared in an instant. In the forest, Jiang Chen chased the Starfall Tiger King for quite a distance but couldn't catch up. It's a pity it got away. Helpless, Jiang Chen had to give up. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly felt several extremely powerful auras around him. "Human, you have crossed the line." A deep voice rang out like thunder, shaking the mountains and forests. Several huge figures appeared, surrounding him. There were a total of 5 demons, 4 of which were demon kings of the 5th rank. They were the overlords of the Starfall Forest. The 5th one was the Starfall Tiger King, who had just run away not long ago. Presumably, it had called these reinforcements. "What, do you want to fight?" Facing the 5 demon kings, Jiang Chen remained calm. Apart from the Starfall Tiger King, he had encountered the other 4 Demon Kings before. They were the 5th rank Intermediate Skywing Spider King, the 5th rank Intermediate Crimson Blood Ape King, the 5th rank Advanced Double-Headed Snow Snake King, and the 5th rank Advanced Thunderbolt Bull King. They were all overlords of the Starfall Forest. When Jiang Qin first arrived, he had caused quite a stir and had clashed with these 4 Demon Kings. Although he was defeated, he managed to escape. "Last time we let you escape, we underestimated you. We didn't expect you to be so audacious, killing so many of our brethren in just 2 months. The Starfall Forest no longer welcomes you," the Skywing Spider King said coldly. "Today, we will kill you." The Crimson Blood Ape King pounded his chest, full of power. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Afraid of you?" The Thunderbolt Bull King attacked directly, with electric light flashing on his body, and a thick bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth. "If you want to fight, then I'll retreat, Thunder God's technique." Jiang Chen quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and his figure disappeared in a flash of golden light. He wasn't stupid, he wasn't going to fight. The other party was 4 5th-rank Demon Kings, he couldn't even run away in time. The Thunderbolt Bull King's attack missed, but there was no great surprise, just a cold snort. "It's that spatial ability again, this human is really annoying. Spread the word, from today onwards, all the demons in the Starfall Forest will hunt down this person with all their might, either driving him out or tearing him to shreds," the double-headed Snow Snake King said solemnly. "Is it necessary to go to such lengths for a mere human?" asked the Blood Ape King. "It is necessary. Our time is running out, the great beast tide is approaching, and we must be prepared," said the twin-headed Heavenly Snow Serpent King. Upon hearing it mention the great beast tide, the other 3 Demon Kings nodded in agreement, unified in their decision. "To face the great beast tide, we must clear out the Starfall Forest. In a cave." What's wrong with these Demon Kings today, appearing together like this, causing trouble? Jiang Qin felt uneasy. Fortunately, he had set up the Thunder God's mark in the cave in advance. As long as he was in the Starfall Forest, no matter what opponent he encountered, as long as it was not related to spatial magic, he could immediately return once he sensed something was wrong. This was his confidence to swagger in the Starfall Forest. Unless it was related to spatial magic, even a 5th-order Demon King could not stop him. However, it would not be a good thing if they really came to blows. Jiang Qin did not want to be targeted by several 5th-order Demon Kings. During this time, he was able to act freely mainly because those Demon Kings did not bother with him. Although they were all demons, there were differences between demon races. Those Demon Kings did not pay much attention to demons from other races. This time, they probably acted because they realized that Jiang Chen's presence was not as simple as they thought. If they continued to ignore him, all the 3rd and 4th-order demons in the Starfall Forest would be wiped out by him as experience points. Roar! Outside the cave, a series of demon roars suddenly sounded, causing a commotion in the entire forest. "What's going on? Are they going to attack?" Jiang Chen became alert. At the same time, his several clones set up outside the cave reported back on the situation in the forest. Currently, all the demons in the Starfall Forest had suddenly started to riot, seemingly searching for something. Jiang Chen's water and earth clones were discovered by the demon horde and torn to pieces on the spot. A few wood clones resisted a bit, managed to run a little after being discovered, but the target of those demons was Jiang Chen, and they chased after him like mad, eventually killing the wood clones. "Damn, is it this intense? It seems like they are specifically targeting me. Did those Demon Kings get angry?" He had left a total of 10 clones outside, and they were all killed in less than 10 minutes. Currently, conservatively estimating, there were hundreds of demons outside searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. "Damn, it looks like I've caused big trouble this time. I can't stay in the Starfall Forest." Jiang Chen quickly made a decision, he must leave the Starfall Forest as soon as possible. The Starfall Forest was the stronghold of demons, and Jiang Chen had only planned to stay here for a while, gain some experience, and then leave. The current situation was because the Demon Kings in the Starfall Forest were dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's actions and wanted to drive him out. There was no other way, he had to run. If those Demon Kings went berserk, with his current strength, he could not single-handedly confront an entire demon forest, so it was best to leave first. After carefully waiting for the situation outside, Jiang Chen sent out several clones as a cover, then left the cave and headed away from the Starfall Forest. Roar! Jiang Chen's clones deliberately exposed themselves, attracting other demons, while his main body took the opportunity to move away from the Starfall Forest at the fastest speed. Along the way, he encountered some demons, but there were no major issues, as he easily dealt with them. Unless they were 4th-order minor Demon Kings, they could not stop Jiang Chen's progress. In this way, he rushed out all the way, and an hour later, finally left the Starfall Forest. Even outside, he could still hear the roars of demons in the Starfall Forest. I have to find another place to stay. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and continued walking along a main road. The Starfall Forest was already at the center of the Sacred Empire, and moving forward would mean leaving the boundaries of the East and South districts, officially entering the North District where the Sacred Royal City was located. During the peak of the Sacred Empire, the entire North District was under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Royal City. The roads here benefited from this, being wide and well connected. At least the road Jiang Chen was walking on was wider than the main roads in Huaihai City and Jinghai City. Along this main road, Jiang Chen walked for almost 2 hours, encountering a few small demon beasts' ambushes along the way. Finally, the outline of a city appeared ahead. The Jinghai Academy was still offering a reward for Jiang Chen, but even though the academy was powerful, it couldn't get all 5 major districts to help them in the bounty. Not to mention that the North District had little connection with the Southeast, so even if the bounty reached here, the people of the North District might not help them. Jiang Chen gambled on this and continued towards the city ahead. It was a grand and silent city, with a solemn atmosphere and several large flags on the city walls, a yellow flag with a half-circle emblem in the center. The flag of the Sacred Empire. Once, this flag adorned the walls of all cities in the Sacred Empire. But now, except for some cities directly under the command of the Sacred Royal City, few cities still flew this flag. Taiyan City. Jiang Chen saw 3 large red characters on a huge stone tablet in front of the city gate. It sounded familiar. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Chen still walked up. Who goes there? As soon as he arrived at the city gate, 2 people appeared on the city wall, shouting down at him. "Hello, I'm lost and looking for a place to rest," Jiang Chen said. "Lost? You look like a defector to me. We don't welcome defectors here, so leave," the people on the city wall said. It was not common for someone to show up claiming to be lost and be let in by any city under such circumstances. "I'm not a defector, I'm really just lost and mean no harm. Besides, I'm alone and not a threat," Jiang Chen explained. "Your explanations are useless. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude," the soldiers on the city wall said coldly. Even if he wasn't a defector, without orders from above, they wouldn't let a stranger into the city, even if they were from another city. This was the most basic rule. Jiang Chen knew this and couldn't find a good reason to convince them to let him in. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, the 2 soldiers in dark golden sacred armor on the city wall reminded him of something. He quickly took out a token from his spatial ring, raised it high, and said, "I have this, can I come in?" It was a dark golden token with an image of a tall city gate, a sacred token, given to him by Li Tuo in the Dark Capital, passed on by the Red Queen. She said that as long as he had this token and found someone from the Sacred Empire, he would receive help, whether it was true or not. This is a sacred token? The dark golden token shimmered in the sunlight, and the reflected light made the eyes of the 2 soldiers on the city wall widen. "Where did you get this token?" "Don't ask me where I got the token, I'm asking you, can I come in?" Jiang Chen held up the sacred token. From the reactions of the 2 men, it seemed that this sacred token indeed had an effect. "Since you have the sacred token, you are naturally welcome." Although there were some doubts, the soldiers on the city wall still opened the city gate. It actually worked. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He put away the sacred token and stepped into Taiyan City. After he entered, the city gate behind him slowly closed. Unexpectedly, Taiyan City was desolate. Just from the outside, Taiyan City was about the same size as Huaihai City, but the scene inside was very desolate. Upon entering the city, at the most important defense position of the city gate, there were only about 10 or so third-tier sacred soldiers. Looking around, on the streets, you could only occasionally see 1 or 2 people passing by. It was very desolate. "Sir, please forgive us for our rudeness earlier." The 2 soldiers on the city wall quickly came down and apologized to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pretended to wave his hands skillfully and said, "It's okay, you were just doing your duty. We will now take you to see our city lord." "All right." Jiang Chen just wanted to find a place to stay here, but the 2 soldiers insisted on taking him to see the lord of Taiyan City. Helpless, he had to follow along. Walking on the street, Jiang Chen found that although there were many houses here, there were very few signs of people living in them, almost 1 household out of 7 or 8. Very desolate. It's no wonder the whole Taiyan City looks so lifeless, because there are so few people. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the lord's mansion. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will go and fetch our city lord." A soldier quickly went in, and soon, a middle-aged man came out with him. After the 2 sides met, they were both surprised. "It's you? You are that Kong Changxing," the middle-aged man immediately said. "Oh, right, General Kong Changxing. Yes, The Lord of Tian City turned out to be the leader of the group of people that Jiang Chen saved in the Starfall Forest that day, Kong Changxing. He didn't expect to meet again like this. We meet again, Kong Changxing said with a smile. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Jiang Chen also did not expect to meet them. May I know how to address the young man? Kong Changxing seemed very happy about Jiang Chen's arrival, and there was a hint of a smile on his usually stern face. This surprised the soldiers beside him. Based on their understanding of Kong Changxing, their lord has always been a serious person, and this was the first time they saw him like this. Indeed, those who possess the sacred token are esteemed guests. Su Bai, Jiang Chen said. He still kept a cautious eye and did not reveal his true name. Young Master Su Bai, I heard them say that you possess the sacred token of our sacred empire. May I have a look? If it weren't for the soldier telling him that someone had a sacred token, Kong Changxing wouldn't have come out so quickly. Nor would he have discovered that the visitor was Jiang Chen. Of course, Jiang Chen took out the sacred token and waved it in front of Kong Changxing. Kong Changxing did not dare to take it. He carefully examined it for a while before saying, "Indeed, it is the sacred token." In the entire sacred empire, only 12 sacred tokens were issued, each given to one of the 12 guardian generals. But I don't think young Master Su is one of the guardian generals, so this sacred token. If I'm not a guardian general, does that mean I can't use it? Jiang Chen asked back, looking calm. He knew that Kong Changxing might be suspicious that his sacred token was obtained through improper means. In fact, it was given to him by Li Tuo. As for whether Li Tuo obtained it through improper means, Jiang Chen couldn't be sure. But according to Kong Changxing's words, the sacred token is only possessed by the 12 guardian generals of the sacred empire, and Li Tuo himself is a general of the sacred empire, so it should be genuine. Of course not, since you have the sacred token, it means you must be related to a certain national guardian general, so naturally you can use it. Kong Changxing explained quickly, I don't know how we in Tian City can help you. I am currently wandering alone for experience, just passing by here, so I came here to replenish some supplies. Jiang Chen said calmly. Of course, he couldn't say that he was wanted and had to come here for refuge. Welcome, welcome, whatever you need or need help with, just say it, and we in Tian City will definitely do our best to help. Kong Changxing was very generous, afraid that he might do something that Jiang Chen would not be satisfied with. Then thank you, Master Kong. Jiang Chen nodded and left the Lord's mansion. With Kong Changxing's approval, he could now move freely in Tian City. Before being caught up by people from the Jinghai Academy, or being discovered by Kong Changxing and his group and driven out, Jiang Chen could stay here for a while to observe the situation. The layout of Tian City is very neat, with houses on both sides of the street arranged almost the same. As a city directly under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Empire, this place used to be a military stronghold, and many things were done strictly according to military standards. But now that the Sacred Empire has declined, Tian City has also suffered a lot of decay, with sparse population, less than half of a normal city. And most of the people coming and going on the streets are soldiers of the Sacred Empire wearing dark golden armor. Occasionally, some people in ordinary clothes can be seen, but their walking posture and demeanor are clearly those of soldiers of the Sacred Empire. Only some women with children look a bit more like ordinary people. This is a militarized city. Jiang Chen silently observed the streets on both sides. From the facilities inside the city, this city used to be an absolute military stronghold. But now, some defense works are still there, but there are not many people. Such a city is probably not much better than Huaihai City. If the beast tide comes, probably no one in the entire city will be spared. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Jiang Chen. He is just a passerby, here to take a break. Although Tian City has a sparse population, occasionally people from other cities come to visit. So, Jiang Chen finally found a hotel where he could rest for a while. There were also few people in the hotel, and Jiang Chen should be the only guest at the moment. When he entered, the only 3 people in the hotel immediately looked at him. Do you have a room? Give me one. Jiang Chen casually threw a third-order demon core on the counter. Among humans, the common currency is spirit stones, and demon cores are a currency equivalent that can also be used. Okay. The boss took the demon core, quickly registered it, and had someone take Jiang Chen to a guest room upstairs. Ah! Jiang Chen fell directly onto the soft big bed, letting out a comfortable and contented sigh. He hadn't slept in a proper bed for over 2 months, and in the Starfall Forest before, he had been sleeping on the hard ground, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Indeed, a big bed is comfortable. That night, Jiang Chen slept well and comfortably. Early the next morning, out of habit developed in the Starfall Forest, he woke up early. He had originally planned to go out for breakfast, but when he went downstairs, he found that the inn on the first floor had breakfast for sale, so he decided to eat here. Although there were not many guests in the inn, there were still quite a few people coming for breakfast, with 2 to 3 people at each table, about 10 or so people in total. Jiang Chen sat alone at a table, ordered a few special breakfast items, and began to eat with relish. It must be said that breakfast flavors vary from place to place. Coupled with the discussions at the tables, it brought a bit of liveliness. But this lively atmosphere quickly disappeared. In its place was silence. Kong Changqing arrived, followed by a young girl. Master Su, are you having breakfast? Let me introduce you, this is Miss Su Yu, the daughter of Su Lianqing, one of the 12 great guardian generals of the Holy Empire in Taiyan City. Kong Changqing introduced, Miss, this is Master Su Bai. Jiang Chen looked up at the young girl, who was about 18 or 19 years old, similar in age to him, wearing a light blue dress that revealed her snow-white shoulders. Beautiful features, a standard oval face, soft and timid eyes, looking gentle and fragile, making it easy for one to feel affectionate and want to protect her. A pretty and delicate girl, that was Jiang Chen's first impression of her. Hello, Jiang Chen nodded politely, then continued to lower his head to drink his porridge. So you looked at Jiang Chen, gently pinching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks blushing, bright eyes shining. It seemed like there was a struggle in her heart as she looked at Jiang Chen, and after a while, she gathered the courage to say, hello, could you marry me? Ah, cough, cough. Jiang Chen, who was drinking porridge, almost choked when he heard Su Yu's words. What did you say? He looked up at Su Yu, his face full of shock. Jiang Chen carefully assessed her again. Her face was very beautiful, flawless, and belonged to the rare type of beauty. Her chest was neither too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was slender, probably just enough to be embraced by one arm. Her legs were straight and well-proportioned, with a pair of semi-transparent white socks on her feet, exuding charm. In conclusion, Su Yu was indeed a beauty, the type that was delicate and easy to fall for, and anyone would want to tease her a bit. Jiang Chen admitted that he was a bit lustful. The sage said, appetite for beauty is natural. Is it wrong for men to like beautiful women? No. He purely liked beautiful women from an appreciative perspective, with absolutely no other intentions. He was just lustful, not perverted. Yes, Jiang Chen admitted that he was very handsome. It was normal for Su Yu, who was experiencing her first love, to fall in love with him at first sight. But she was a girl. Couldn't girls be more reserved? Even he, when seeing a beautiful woman, wouldn't directly ask her to marry him. Su Yu asking to marry him right away was too fast, right? No, that's not right. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Could this be her seduction plan, to deceive him into bed and then take advantage of him? In just a few seconds, Jiang Chen's thoughts had already spun several times. He still couldn't understand what Su Yu meant by saying those words. And Kong Changqing, who was beside them, was also completely caught off guard by Su Yu's words. When he reacted, he quickly pulled Su Yu back. My lady, what nonsense are you talking about? Where would a girl directly propose marriage to someone? Even if no one wanted to marry her, there was no need to be so crazy, right? Moreover, Su Yu was not someone that no one wanted. There were people who liked her and pursued her, but she just didn't like those people. I'm not talking nonsense, Su Yu insisted on her words. Her cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes in the field. Obviously, she also knew how immodest her words just now were. But Su Yu didn't regret saying those words at all, saying, only this way, our Taiyan city can be saved, and the Holy Empire can be saved. Kong Changqing looked at her in astonishment. Although it was hard to accept, Su Yu's serious expression made him understand that she was serious, and he had full faith in Su Yu's words. I don't quite understand what you're talking about, Master Kong. If Miss Su Yu is uncomfortable, you should take her back first, Jiang Chen said. Suzy, please save our city of Taiyan, save the Holy Empire. Su Yu pleaded earnestly. Jiang Chen was even more confused. What was all this about? It sounded like gibberish to him. Finally, Kong Changqing understood. He waved for everyone in the tavern to leave, leaving only the 3 of them. Suzy, you may not understand, let me explain, Kong Changqing said. Misses of the Holy Lineage. The Holy Lineage is the most mysterious and powerful ability lineage, capable of manifesting many mysterious abilities. Our Miss has awakened an ability called prophecy. Prophecy? Yes, Miss can foresee events that will happen in the future, Kong Changqing said solemnly. Foresee the future? Jiang Chen was surprised. Such an ability existed? It's too bizarre. Su Yu added, my prophetic ability allows me to see the direction of future events. If the current situation continues, both Taiyan City and the Holy Empire will perish in the future. So, what does this have to do with me? Su Yu explained, because the future I foresee is not fixed, but deduced based on current circumstances. The future can be changed, as long as the key figure to change it is found. In my prophecy, you are the one who can change the future of our Taiyan City and the Holy Empire. Jiang Chen. So, what does this have to do with marrying me? Yes, miss, what is the connection between the two? Kong Changxing was also puzzled. Su Yu's first statement had startled him. With both of them questioning her, Su Yu blushed even more and said, "Because I predicted that you wouldn't help us. But my mother told me that if you want a man to obey, you have to marry him. That way you can bind him." Jiang Chen. What is all this nonsense? Is this girl really naive or pretending to be dumb? Prophecy, is that how it works? Miss Su, if you have fallen for me at first sight, you can just say it directly, no need to come up with such a pile of reasons to deceive me. I am not someone who doesn't understand how to respect a girl's dignity, but I really can't believe what you're saying. Jiang Chen didn't doubt the existence of the ability of prophecy, but what Su Yu said was highly unbelievable, saying that saving Taiyan City required marriage. Jiang Chen had never heard such a ridiculous reason before. It seems that Master Kong and Miss Su don't seem to welcome my arrival, so I'll leave. Jiang Chen didn't want to stay in such a strange place. He had no interest in it. Hey, Susie, please wait. Kong Changxing hurriedly stopped him and explained, Mrs. words may have been a bit offensive, but her intention was only to hope that you could save our city of Taiyan. Please, for the sake of us all being part of the Holy Empire, save us. Although I don't know what difficulties you are facing, I don't think I can help you, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen refused. He was just stopping by, not looking for trouble. With that, Jiang Chen ignored Kong Changxing and Su Yu, and left the tavern directly. On the street, the soldiers of Taiyan City were still coming and going, appearing calm, as if they hadn't encountered any difficulties. Jiang Chen didn't care about the difficulties they were facing. From the current situation, it seemed that Taiyan City probably couldn't stay any longer, so it was better to leave early. He walked towards the city gate, ready to leave. At this moment, a sharp alarm sounded from the city wall, whistling through the streets like a ghost. "Attention, beast tide!" shouted the soldiers on the wall. The entire Taiyan City was alarmed, and a large number of soldiers rushed to the high wall. Kong Changxing and Su Yu hurried over upon hearing the commotion. A beast tide at this time? Jiang Chen frowned and went to an observation point on the city wall to look outside, where a dense mass of monsters surged like a tide towards Taiyan City. Prepare to face the enemy. Kong Changxing immediately grasped the entire situation, and the soldiers on the wall were busy but not chaotic, quickly finding their positions. Every 2 meters on the city wall of Taiyan City, there was a recess where a fully charged cannon was placed, with a caliber exceeding 200 millimeters. First round, target 2 kilometers, prepare the third-order monster cores. Kong Changxing shouted calmly, and the soldiers on the wall prepared the monster cores and placed them in the energy slots of the cannons. Roar! The roar of the beast tide could be heard not far away, clearly visible. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the advancing speed of the beast tide. As soon as they entered the firing range of the charged cannons, Kong Changxing gave the command, "Fire!" Sizzle! The cannon's muzzle instantly condensed a pure energy projectile, almost draining the monster core in the energy slot in an instant. Boom! The cannon was fully charged in a second, and the projectile shot out of the large caliber barrel like a meteor in the night sky, drawing a long arc in the air and landing in the midst of the monster tide. Boom! Boom boom boom! The projectiles exploded among the monster horde, with tremendous power, the explosion's flames soaring into the sky, instantly sending countless monsters flying with the shockwave, blood and flesh flying. Continue with saturation bombardment, don't stop. Kong Changxing roared. Boom boom boom! On the city wall, the deafening roar of the cannons continued, the continuous artillery fire directly turning the land in front of Taiyan City into fireworks. Countless monsters were blasted to pieces. Jiang Chen looked in amazement at the firepower bombardment of Taiyan City. This level of defense works, even their city of Huaihai does not have it. Those fully charged cannons, although seemingly simple, each shot's power is comparable to a third-order advanced supernatural attack, a force not to be underestimated. With one shot, monsters below the fourth order either die or are injured. Even fourth-order monsters can't withstand many shots. Truly a city directly under the command of the Sacred Empire, these defense works are much more effective. Jiang Chen marveled repeatedly. Taiyan City indeed did not have many people, even the city lord Kong Changxing was only at the fourth-order primary level. He was curious at the time as to how Taiyan City managed to survive for so long in a chaotic world dominated by monsters without being destroyed. Now, he knew the answer. Under the intensive bombardment of the charged cannons, the beast tide was dealt a heavy blow, almost on the verge of collapse, always being stopped within about 2 kilometers of Taiyan City's defense line. Seeing that they could not advance on land, the beast tide quickly took corresponding measures. A large group of flying monsters flew from the forest, swarming towards Taiyan City. Anti-aircraft guns, prepare. Kong Changxing remained calm, clearly experienced. At his command, several people pushed out a huge cannon from a nearby bunker. Compared to the cannons on the city wall, the barrel of this cannon was rectangular and outrageously large in caliber. Kong Changxing personally operated it, stuffing 5 third-order advanced monster cores into the 5 slots on the energy slot. Then, he aimed at the flying monsters in the sky and decisively fired. Buzz, boom. The barrel emitted a dazzling light, as bright as the sun. After charging for 3 seconds, it fired with a resounding boom. The majestic energy turned into an energy line tens of meters long, sweeping horizontally towards the group of monsters. Z. The light was like a sharp blade cutting through the heavens and the earth. Any monster hit by it was instantly cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Z. Kong Changxing shot out 5 beams of light in a row, directly disintegrating the vanguard of the flying demon beasts. But these 5 shots also drained the energy of the 5 third-order advanced demon cores. Kong Changxing quickly replaced the new demon cores and continued the attack. With just 1 cannon, he defended the aerial front line. What kind of weapon is this? Much more useful than abilities. Jiang Chen widened his horizons once again. Abilities, weapons, none of them were as effective as these cannons. Back in Huaihai City, when they dealt with monsters, they only had some bows and crossbows as long-range weapons, which were far inferior to these cannons. Ding! Triggered mission, defend Taiyan City, mission reward, 5,000 energy points, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's ability version. Ding! Triggered mission, deal with the crisis of the Great Beast Tide, defend Huaihai City, mission reward, 5,000 energy points, Immortal Lawming Shinmen. Ding! Triggered mission, investigate the reasons for the decline of the Sacred Empire, open the Sacred Royal City, mission reward, 5,000 energy points, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Suddenly, a series of system sounds rang in Jiang Chen's mind, startling him. What is this? Is the system infected with a virus? How come it released 3 missions at once? This was the first time he encountered such a situation, where 3 missions were released in a row, which had never happened before. Defend Taiyan City, defend Huaihai City, open the Sacred Royal City. These 3 missions are not coherent? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Currently, the first task to be completed was to defend Taiyan City. But with the firepower of Taiyan City now, did it really need him to defend it, instead of protecting the monsters? Whether it was the aerial or ground units, so far, this wave of Beast Tide crisis had not been able to break through the defenses of Taiyan City. With this firepower in Taiyan City, did it still need him to protect it? Just as Jiang Chen thought that the task issued by the system was useless, a sudden purple light shot out from the forest behind the Beast Tide, almost instantly hitting the city wall of Taiyan City. Boom! This blow was too fast, catching everyone off guard. The city wall was directly blasted with a big hole, and several cannons were also damaged. Kong Changxing quickly looked in the direction where the laser came from, only to see a silver-white bull king surrounded by purple electric arcs all over its body, still brewing purple thunder in its mouth. It's the Thunder Swift Bull King. Activate the city defense barrier. Kong Changxing shouted. Soon, someone immediately found the barrier array on the city wall, opened the barrier, and a golden shield instantly covered the sky above Taiyan City. Shoo! Boom! The Thunder Swift Bull King from the rear of the Beast Tide once again spewed out a thick purple thunder from its mouth, fiercely hitting the barrier. Dang! The golden barrier vibrated violently, creating ripples. Thunder Swift Bull King? Jiang Chen looked closely and found that the Thunder Swift Bull King was one of the demon kings in the Starfall Forest, a 5th-order advanced Thunder Swift Bull King. Wow, could they really be chasing me all the way here? For a moment, Jiang Chen felt like they were coming after him, but he quickly dismissed this idea. Although he had caused quite a stir in the Starfall Forest, it shouldn't have prompted them to launch a Beast Tide to hunt him down, right? This is a great Beast Tide. It's about to begin. Suyu appeared next to Jiang Chen at some point, looking at the Beast Tide ahead, her pretty face pale, murmuring softly, "The Great Beast Tide. You also know about the Great Beast Tide?" Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this term from Suyu's mouth. The crisis of the Great Beast Tide was like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of the southeastern 2 districts. The alliance of the southeastern 2 districts' academies was formed initially to deal with the Great Beast Tide crisis 1 year later. But hasn't it only been over 4 months since then? How could the Great Beast Tide crisis start so soon? The Great Beast Tide is a great disaster that has swept through the entire Sacred Empire, don't you know? Suyu curiously asked, then continued, I predicted a long time ago that the Great Beast Tide crisis would reach our Taiyan City half a year later, but I didn't expect it to come 2 months early. Suyu looked serious. Despite their early preparations, facing the early arrival of the Great Beast Tide, they were still caught off guard. Most importantly, whether early or on time, Suyu couldn't see any hope for Taiyan City to withstand this tide. unless Jiang Chen was willing to help them. Master Su, I beg you, as long as you are willing to help us get through this, I can do anything for you. Jiang Chen, can you stop using yourself as a reward all the time? Although it's tempting, I'm not a pervert. Jiang Chen was speechless. Yes, Suyu was very beautiful, and her words were enough to make people lose control. But did she have to use this excuse every time? It seemed as if only a beauty scheme could persuade him. You said this is a great beast tide that affects the entire sacred empire. If we solve it here, will there be no more beast tides elsewhere? Jiang Chen asked. The predicted great beast tide crisis in Huaihai City was supposed to happen a year later, and it had only been over 4 months since then. If the beast tide had just started spreading to Taiyan City, it would take another month or two to reach Huaihai City. But overall, the great beast tide crisis had come about half a year early, and Huaihai City was unaware of this. Suyu shook her head. No, this beast tide is just a small part of the great beast tide crisis. By solving this group of monsters, our Taiyan City can survive this crisis, but it won't prevent other cities from facing the great beast tide crisis. Her words extinguished the hope that had risen in Jiang Chen's heart. Things were indeed not as simple as he had thought. But regardless, with the task at hand, he still had to protect Taiyan City. Didn't you predict that I wouldn't help you before? In the future I saw, you indeed wouldn't help us, and as a result, our Taiyan City was destroyed. Suyu lowered her head, feeling somewhat sad. She didn't know how to get Jiang Chen to help. What I want to say is, your prediction was wrong. Leaving Suyu puzzled with these words, Jiang Chen arrived at the high wall. At this moment, the thunderous Bull King's attacks were still ongoing, with lightning strikes hitting the barrier from a distance. The thunderous Bull King was a 5th-rank advanced demon king, powerful and formidable. The defensive barrier of Taiyan City relied on Kong Changxing and others as energy sources, combining the strength of over a dozen strong individuals to withstand the thunderous Bull King's attacks. Although they managed to block the thunderous Bull King's attacks, they lost the opportunity for a full-on assault against the beast tide. With a few of the charged cannons on the city wall missing, the beast tide found an opening and launched another assault. A group of 3rd-rank ironclad beetles, known for their defense, led the way with an iron wall shield defense at the forefront of the formation, stubbornly resisting the continuous attacks of the charged cannons, leading the monster group to rapidly approach Taiyan City. In the sky, the beast tide, lacking Kong Changxing's anti-aircraft line cannon, quickly closed in. Although someone took over the anti-aircraft guns later, there were signs of the air defense line being breached, and the beast tide was rapidly approaching Taiyan City. Master Kong, your defense line is about to be breached. Jiang Chen came to Kong Changxing's side with a smile. Su Gongzi? Kong Changxing was somewhat surprised. He thought Jiang Chen had already run away. The beast tide is about to reach the foot of the city wall. Do you have any other ways to deal with it? Jiang Chen asked. Kong Changxing looked at him in surprise. Does asking this question mean that Jiang Chen is going to help them? Did he accept Su Yu's offer? After thinking quickly for a moment, Kong Changxing suppressed some messy thoughts, and then said, there is no good way. When the enemy comes, we will meet them head-on. As long as we can still wield weapons, we will fight to the end. Protecting Taiyan City is our responsibility. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the Thunder Swift Bull King behind the beast tide. If I help you deal with the Thunder Swift Bull King, can you handle the beast tide? Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Kong Changxing's eyes. Indeed, he was willing to help. It should be possible. Currently, our main forces are used to maintain the barrier from being broken by the Thunder Swift Bull King. If Su Gongzi can help restrain the Thunder Swift Bull King, we can hold off the beast tide ourselves. Kong Changxing nodded heavily. After listening, Jiang Chen went straight to the top of the city wall, leaped up, and jumped directly outside Taiyan City. Many people were surprised to see him rushing down alone. Is he in such a hurry to die? In their view, even if Jiang Chen is skilled, rushing down alone is tantamount to suicide. At this time, Suyu also arrived at the city wall. Seeing Jiang Chen rushing down alone, her heart tightened involuntarily. He will be fine, he will be fine. Looking at the densely packed group of beasts ahead, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, entered the immortal mode, formed hand seals, and suddenly clasped his hands together, would release, tree world birth. Boom! Countless thick trees emerged from the ground, like dragons emerging from the sea, rapidly spreading towards the front, forcibly tearing open a gap in the beast tide, creating a path for Jiang Chen to the rear of the beast tide. Then, Jiang Chen quickly rushed towards the Thunder Swift Bull King. This is wood release? Seeing the shocking tree world birth technique, the people on the city wall were stunned. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly tore open a gap in the beast tide using his unique ability. And he used wood release? This is too unbelievable, right? Isn't wood release the most useless ability? Protect Subai. After a brief astonishment, seeing the monsters on both sides trying to cross the tree world berth and pounce on Jiang Chen, Kong Changqing decisively ordered the charged cannons on the city wall to cover Jiang Chen, blasting down all the monsters trying to approach Jiang Chen. The Thunder Swift Bull King finally noticed the human rapidly approaching it, and it was an old familiar friend. Human, don't be ungrateful. The Thunder Swift Bull King's mouth rolled with purple lightning, turning into a huge thunderbolt and fiercely spewing towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen slammed his palm on the ground. Uchiha Flame Formation. Uchiha Flame Formation. Jiang Chen slammed his palm on the ground. A fiery red square barrier suddenly rose up, but it wasn't around Jiang Chen, it was around the Thunder Swift Bull King. The fiery red barrier directly trapped the Thunder Swift Bull King inside, preventing the purple lightning it was about to spew out from coming out. By the time the barrier rose, the lightning from the Thunder Swift Bull King's mouth couldn't be contained and directly sprayed onto the barrier. Boom! In such a narrow space, the raging lightning ravaged endlessly, and even the Thunder Swift Bull King couldn't escape. A strong electric current instantly spread throughout its body. The first time being struck by its own electric current, the Thunder Swift Bull King let out a painful low growl, trembling all over. Then it immediately understood that it was the fault of the barrier around it, and the lightning strike it just delivered. Even a fourth-order advanced being might not be able to withstand it, yet this barrier actually held up? Surprised in its heart, the Thunder Swift Bull King knew it had to break through this barrier quickly, otherwise the advantage it had just helped the Beast Tide gain would be pushed back. With its long-range firepower suppressed, Kong Changqing and the others also freed up their hands, increasing all firepower to suppress the Beast Tide tightly. Sizzle! The Thunder Swift Bull King was once again covered in a layer of purple lightning, then fiercely collided with the barrier. Bang! With a loud noise, the physical strength of a fifth-order advanced monster was perfectly displayed at this moment, as it directly broke through the barrier. But the Thunder Swift Bull King also suffered a lot of impact. The scorching energy on the barrier burned its thick skin, leaving it charred. Jiang Chen knew that relying solely on a barrier could not possibly trap the Thunder Swift Bull King, but at least this way he gained time to get closer to it. As the Thunder Swift Bull King broke through the barrier, Jiang Chen had already approached it. Wood release, wood locking technique. Countless sharp trees whistled out, fiercely piercing the Thunder Swift Bull King. But the Thunder Swift Bull King's defense was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. All the wooden spikes hitting it were unable to break through its tough skin. Human, don't think that just because you've been rampant in the Starfall Forest for a while, you really think you're my match. The Thunder Swift Bull King uttered a disdainful voice, stomping its foot on the ground, a thick purple lightning bolt roaring out from the ground, fiercely striking towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, quickly retreating as the Thunder Swift Bull King's attack came. It seems I need to find you a more evenly matched opponent. After a brief exchange, realizing he couldn't break through the Thunder Swift Bull King's defense, Jiang Chen stopped trying. Spiritual technique. Bang! The smoke dispersed, a huge figure suddenly appeared beneath Jiang Chen. A one-tailed crane. This is a fifth-order monster? Looking at the tail, which was several times larger than himself, the Thunder Swift Bull King was surprised, especially since the opponent's aura was not weaker than its own at all. This old man is out again, ha ha ha. The one-tail let out a cheerful laugh. Go, take it down. Jiang Chen stood on the one-tail's head, directing it to charge up and fight the Thunder Swift Bull King. The two sides were not at the same level in terms of size, and the Thunder Swift Bull King cleverly chose not to engage in physical combat. Thunder Art, World Destruction. After quickly retreating to create distance, bright purple arcs of electricity suddenly lit up on the tips of its horns, rapidly crossing in the middle. Sizzle! Once the lightning condensed to a certain degree, it suddenly transformed into a spreading lightning, resembling huge lightning snakes roaring out. The one-tail also refused to be outdone. Wind release, great breakthrough. As its belly quickly swelled, a huge gust of wind burst out from its mouth, fiercely colliding with the purple lightning. Boom! The energy waves produced by the collision even directly blew away the monsters trying to approach and help from the surroundings. Jiang Chen stood on the one-tail's head, his Mangekyo Sharingan tightly watching the movements of the Thunder Swift Bull King, tears of blood suddenly flowing from his right eye. Amaterasu! Whoosh! A cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared. At the moment the Amaterasu flames appeared, the Thunder Swift Bull King had already sensed something, but still couldn't dodge in time. The pitch-black flames fell directly on it, scorching its skin with intense heat. What kind of flames are these? The Thunder Swift Bull King tried to use its spiritual energy to forcibly extinguish them, but was horrified to find that the more it used its spiritual energy to suppress Amaterasu, the more rampant the flames became. This is simply using its aura as fuel. Ah! Soon, the flames of Amaterasu had already wrapped around half of its body, a high temperature causing it to let out a faint scream. Whoo! Jiang Chen took a deep breath slowly, easing the pain in his eyes, quietly watching the Thundering Bull King. Under normal circumstances, even a 5th-rank demonic beast would only be able to endure a little longer after being hit by Amaterasu. Don't think you can defeat me like this. Enduring the burning pain, the Thundering Bull King suddenly emitted a purple light, dazzling to the point where Jiang Chen had to temporarily avoid it. A crack appeared on the Thundering Bull King's skin, and a small-sized Thundering Bull King wrapped in purple lightning emerged from the crack. It turned out to be a layer of defense for it. Amaterasu couldn't extinguish the outer layer of its skin, so in the short term, it could only think of one method: forcibly shedding this layer of skin. Although it would greatly reduce its defense, this was the only way to get rid of Amaterasu. Kid, you are the first human to push me to this extent. I will kill you. The Thundering Bull King roared in anger, the purple light on its body shining brightly, countless electric arcs flickering, transforming into the appearance of a thunder beast, exuding a vast and fierce aura as it charged out. And Yateli didn't back down either, quickly condensing a black-tailed beast ball in its mouth. Tailed beast ball. Boom! The two attacks collided once again, and a terrifying explosion instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Suyu and Kong Changxing on the city wall were also impacted by this aura. Boom! The tall city wall shook a few times in the airwave. Such strong power. Is this the battle of 5th-rank powerhouses? If it were me, I would have died dozens of times already. The crowd exclaimed. Suyu and Kong Changxing looked worriedly at the battle ahead. Before a winner was determined, they dared not relax for a moment. The exploding airwave gradually dissipated, and neither side could do anything to each other. Although the Thundering Bull King had been severely injured first, being a 5th-rank advanced beast, it was evenly matched with Yateli. Kid, what kind of spirit beast is this? Its power is almost as strong as mine. Yateli noticed the strength of the Thundering Bull King and asked. It doesn't matter what kind of spirit beast it is, just fight. Lend me your power, I will help you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Under the interference of the system, Yateli obeyed Jiang Chen's command without hesitation. So Yateli did not hesitate at all and transferred its power to Jiang Chen. The fiery red energy surged into his body. Without worrying about the lack of aura, Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Would release, Tree World Birth. Jiang Chen's would release was limited by his strength level and had never been in its strongest state. It was like a weakened version. Even with the blessing of Sage Mode, his aura had a limit, and within this limit, the power of his would release would also have a maximum value. And now, the energy given to him by Yateli had no restrictions. He could continuously use this energy. With the support of this energy, Jiang Chen's would release reached an unprecedented level of power. Would release, Tree World Birth. Boom! Thick and sturdy trees, like awakening dragons, emerged from the ground, winding and powerful, quickly rushing towards the Thundering Bull King. The overlapping trees, like a tsunami of waves, with a huge momentum, entwined towards the Thundering Bull King. The wood release can also possess such a powerful and vast ability? Seeing the incoming forest sea, the Thundering Bull King felt immense pressure and did not dare to be negligent. Thunderous might. All the purple lightning on its body gathered together, merging into a huge electric light and flew out. Boom! The huge purple lightning ball, carrying a violent power, tore numerous trees into countless fragments. Regardless of how strong its lightning was, Jiang Chen's would release continued to grow and spread, stubbornly consuming the lightning. With one tail acting as a power bank, plus Jiang Chen's Sage Mode, he was not afraid of a prolonged battle at all. As expected, the Thunder Swift Bull King's lightning ball, after less than a minute, finally dissipated due to energy depletion. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's would release continued unabated, with numerous sturdy and resilient trees breaking through to the Thunder Swift Bull King, tightly entwining its body. As soon as it was entangled by the wood release, the Thunder Swift Bull King felt the spiritual energy in its body crazily dissipating. You can absorb my spiritual energy? The Thunder Swift Bull King was astonished, trying to break free from the vines and trees on its body, but it was too late. The resilience of the wood release, coupled with its ability to absorb spiritual energy, prevented the Thunder Swift Bull King from breaking free immediately, and it had no chance to escape thereafter. Countless trees piled up, trapping it inside, greedily absorbing its spiritual energy. How could I be defeated by you? Amidst the heavy trees, the Thunder Swift Bull King let out a final weak struggle, and its last breath was completely extinguished in the forest. The Thunder Swift Bull King lost. But the beast tide was not over yet. The Thunder Swift Bull King was just a small leader responsible for initiating the battle. Once the beast tide started, even if the Thunder Swift Bull King died, it would not end. The only way to stop the beast tide was to destroy it itself. Shaha, deal with them. Jiang Chen stood on a tail, looking coldly at the beast tied in front of Tian City. Gaga, I love fighting the most. A tail laughed wildly, sweeping the ground with its huge tail, raising a large cloud of dust. Wind release, sand scattershot. Apart from the Thunder Swift Bull King, most of the remaining demonic beasts were at the 2nd or 3rd rank, with only a few at the 4th rank. But even at the 4th rank, they were no match for a tail, easily subdued by it. Coupled with the firepower coverage from Tian City, the beast tide was torn apart under the joint attack. Half an hour later, the beast tide was finally crushed and fled in disarray. On the battlefield, thousands of demonic beast corpses were left behind, the strong smell of blood, the blackened smoke, casting a hazy mist over the sky. The fight is over, I'm going back. A tail turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Jiang Chen stood alone outside the city wall. Kong Changqing and others opened the city gates, starting to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils, demonic cores. The biggest consumption for Tian City in this battle was the demonic cores. All the energy cannons on the city wall were powered by demonic cores, and without them, they could not be activated. So they could not afford to waste any demonic cores from the beast corpses on the battlefield. Otherwise, relying solely on their city's reserves would not last long. Master Su, we are really grateful to you this time. Kong Changqing and Su Yu quickly came to Jiang Chen. What surprised them the most in this battle was Jiang Chen's help, not only solving the most difficult Demon King, the Thunder Swift Bull King, but also disintegrating the beast-tide army. Although there were still casualties in Tian City, the number was already very small. Without Jiang Chen, they would have faced a catastrophe today, rather than just some simple casualties. Sometimes predicting the future is not necessarily accurate, believing half of it is enough. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yu, his words carrying a deep meaning. My predictions will not be wrong. Upon hearing him question her ability, Su Yu quickly explained. But she soon realized that her reaction seemed a bit excessive, and she lowered her head and whispered, in my prophecy, it is indeed only you who can save Tian City, isn't that correct? It's just that in the prophecy, Jiang Chen won't help. But in reality, Jiang Chen did help. Ha, as they say, man can conquer fate. Sometimes prophecies actually urge us to progress, Kong Changqing quickly said with a smile to ease the atmosphere. He didn't want these two people to argue at this time. Master Su, you have helped us a great deal this time. If you need any help in the future, just say the word. We in Tian City will absolutely go through fire and water without hesitation. Kong Changqing said. No need to go through fire and water, but I do want some reward from Master Kong, Jiang Chen said seriously. Oh, Master Su, just say what you want. As long as we can do it, we will do our best to fulfill your request, Kong Changqing assured, patting his chest. Jiang Chen helped them so much that any reward would not be too much, even if he wanted Su Yu. Kong Changqing couldn't accept it for now, but Su Yu would probably be very willing before she was sent away. Jiang Chen said seriously, I want half of the demon cores you cleaned out this time. He didn't care about anything else. Only the demon cores. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Kong Changqing was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting him to make such a request. But then, Kong Changqing nodded readily, no problem. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen needed so many demon cores for, the request was not unreasonable. Good. After getting Kong Changqing's approval, Jiang Chen returned to Tian City first and handed over the battlefield to the professionals. On the way back to the city, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chen's mind, ding. Mission completed, protect Tian City, reward, 5,000 energy points, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's version, ding. Congratulations, the host now has 2 different Kaleidoscope Sharingan, qualifying for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan exchange. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, quickly checking the detailed requirements. The host has qualified for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan exchange. Basic Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan can be fused with 1,000 energy points, retaining only 1 pair of Sharingan abilities. Advanced Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, each additional ability can be retained with 3,000 energy points. Note, once the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan is fused, other Sharingan abilities cannot be exchanged. Jiang Chen now possessed the Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, making him eligible to fuse the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. But the explanation from the system made him curious. Once the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was fused, he would not be able to exchange for other Sharingan abilities. If Jiang Chen was willing to spend a little more energy points, he could retain several Sharingan abilities. The choice was now before Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen's answer was simple: wait. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan can be fused at any time, but other Sharingan abilities cannot be exchanged at any time. Once the Sharingan is fused, he won't be able to have other abilities. This was something Jiang Chen couldn't accept. At the very least, he should be able to exchange for the abilities of Amaterasu and Susanoo, right? These two abilities are like cheating, and if used well, they are no worse than the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. So, Jiang Chen would rather wait a little longer to fuse the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan and wait until he exchanged for the abilities of Amaterasu and Susanoo. Subai? Subai. Jiang Chen was still immersed in his thoughts, and the calling in his ears grew louder, finally bringing him out of his reverie. Ha! He turned his head to look at Suyu walking beside him. Suyu followed after Jiang Chen left alone. Miss Su, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly just now. I said, thank you very much this time for saving our city of Taiyan. Suyu walked beside Jiang Chen, with light and graceful steps, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just right, making it very pleasant to listen to. She was wearing a sky blue dress today, elegant and poised. You're welcome. After all, if Taiyan City had fallen, I would have been affected too, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Although the real reason was not because of his great sense of righteousness, he was still willing to accept the gratitude. Unconsciously, the two had already returned to Jiang Chen's tavern. Subai, what I said before still counts. As they were about to part ways in front of the tavern, Suyu looked up at Jiang Chen, her hands intertwined, and said earnestly and blushing. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then understood that Suyu was talking about marriage. He quickly shook his head. Miss Su, you should go back and rest early. With that, he went upstairs first. In the Battle of Taiyan City, they achieved a great victory. It took nearly 2 days just to clean up the battlefield. There were thousands of demon beast corpses on the battlefield. However, many demon beast corpses were directly smashed by the charged cannons, and even the demon cores were destroyed in the bombardment. Only 1 out of 10 demon cores was preserved. This was already good enough to ensure the survival of Taiyan City. Although there were fewer demon cores, it was enough to sustain the energy of the charged cannons and the city's protective barrier. Kong Changxing did not forget his promise to Jiang Chen and sent half of the clean demon cores to him. Master Su, these are the demon cores we cleaned out during this beast tide, half of them. Kong Changxing placed a spatial ring in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't know why Jiang Chen needed so many demon cores. Demon cores did not directly enhance the abilities of ability users. At most, they were used for some equipment enhancement, strengthening attack power. Even for equipment enhancement, so many demon cores were unnecessary. Of course, despite his confusion, Kong Changxing did not ask Jiang Chen more questions and instead handed over all the demon cores as requested. Thank you, Master Kong. Jiang Chen calmly accepted the spatial ring. By the way, forgive me for being nosy, Master Su, where are you going next? Kong Changxing asked. Jiang Chen was not from Taiyan City, so he would definitely leave in the end. Are you sure that this beast tide attacking Taiyan City is part of a larger beast tide? Jiang Chen countered. This question directly related to his future plans. Based on the lady's prophecy and our preparations for so long, this beast tide is indeed part of a larger one, Kong Changxing affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen asked the question that had been on his mind, what exactly is the big beast tide? When the southeast and northeast regions were about to unite, Zhang Lei and Shi Yan repeatedly mentioned the crisis of the big beast tide. Up to now, as the crisis of the big beast tide finally began, Jiang Chen still hadn't figured out how it originated. Was it just a relatively large beast tide? Simply put, the big beast tide is a beast tide that sweeps across the entire sacred empire. This is a counterattack by demon beasts against our sacred empire, as they attempt to completely annihilate our sacred empire. The big beast tide started from the demon beast forest in the sacred capital, gradually mobilizing demon beasts across the empire to launch attacks on all cities. We are very far from the sacred capital. If the big beast tide really started from there, then by the time we are under attack, the sacred capital would have been attacked by the beast tide several months ago, Kong Changxing explained. Is this the great beast tide? Jiang Chen murmured softly. He finally understood what was going on. Huaihai City is in the southern district, while the Sacred King City is in the northern district, the two polar opposites. When Huaihai City learned that they would face the great beast tide a year later, the tide had already begun in the Sacred King City. It took only 4 to 5 months for the great beast tide to spread from the Sacred King City to Taiyan City. If it were to spread from Taiyan City to Huaihai City, it would take about the same time. I understand, next I should return to my own city, Jiang Chen said. Before the great beast tide arrives, he must go back to protect his loved ones. I understand. Next, we should leave Taiyan City. Jiang Chen was surprised. Where are you going? Isn't Taiyan City your city? Just survived the beast tide, and now they have to leave? We are going to support the Sacred King City. Kong Changxing said solemnly, we are soldiers of the Sacred Empire, and guarding the Sacred King City is our mission. Now that the monsters are rampant, The main reason is that our sacred empire has declined. To change this situation, we must open the sacred king city and restart the power of the sacred law. Su Gongzi, after your city is safe, can you support the sacred king city together? Kong Changqing suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, asking seriously. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed to refuse on the spot, so he said, if there is a chance, I will go. Good. I hope that one day we can meet again in the sacred king city. Kong Changqing laughed heartily. Then he left the tavern. Having just finished a great battle, there were still many things in Tian City that Kong Changqing needed to deal with. After he left, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out all the monster cores from the spatial ring and carefully count them. 30 pieces of second-grade primary monster cores, priced at 200 energy points each. 10 pieces of second-grade advanced monster cores, priced at 280 energy points each. 10 pieces of third-grade primary monster cores, priced at 300 energy points each. 10 pieces of third-grade intermediate monster cores, priced at 350 energy points each. 2 pieces of fourth-grade primary monster cores, priced at 600 energy points each. 1 piece of 5th grade advanced monster core, priced at 2000 energy points. In total, it was 18,500 energy points. Jiang Chen exchanged all the monster cores for energy points in one go. Looking at the suddenly increased balance, he found it hard to believe. This was simply a windfall. With nearly 20,000 energy points, he could exchange for many things. Jiang Chen quickly opened the system store and accessed the Sharingan store page. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui exchange requires 20,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan, a Menota Jakara exchange requires 20,000 energy points. Well, it seems like it's still not enough. Then he opened the Wood Release store page. Wood Release, Wood Human Technique, S rank, consumes 10,000 spiritual energy points, exchange requires 10,000 energy points. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, S rank, consumes 10,000 spiritual energy points, exchange requires 10,000 energy points, enough, but only enough to buy one. Why do I suddenly feel that over 10,000 energy points is not that rich? Jiang Chen fell silent. He had naively thought he could have a big clearance this time. As a result, he was blinded for a moment. It seems he still needs to be down to earth. No, buying directly is too costly. Let's see if there are any discounts in other stores. Jiang Chen was the first to open the mysterious shop. Wood Release, Flower Tree Birth, 10,000 energy points. Wood Release, Wood Human Technique, 10,000 energy points. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, 10,000 energy points. Wood Release, Ranking Technique, 10,000 energy points. Spiritual Technique, Fivefold Luo Shang Gate, 10,000 energy points. Spiritual Technique, Yamata no Orochi, 8,000 energy points. Sealing Technique, Corpse Ghost Seal, 10,000 energy points. Sealing Technique, Evil Seal Method, 3,000 energy points. Seeing the items in the shop, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If I can get a 1/10 discount on this, wouldn't I just take off directly? With hopeful anticipation, Jiang Chen began to draw this round of exclusive discounts at the mysterious shop. Day. 1/10, 1/10, 1/10. With Jiang Chen's earnest prayers, the discount suddenly stopped, and Golden Light shone half off. Is it only half off? Jiang Chen was somewhat disappointed. After all, what he wanted most was a 1/10 discount. But this half off seems acceptable too. Wood Release, Flower Tree Birth, 5,000 energy points. Wood Release, Wood Human Technique, 5,000 energy points. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, 5,000 energy points. Wood Release, Ranking Technique, 5,000 energy points. Spiritual Technique, Fivefold Luo Shang Gate, 5,000 energy points. Spiritual Technique, Yamata no Orochi, 4,000 energy points. Sealing Technique, Corpse Ghost Seal, 5,000 energy points. Sealing Technique, Evil Seal Method, 1,500 energy points. After the discount, he could buy many things. After a little thought, Jiang Chen quickly locked in the items he wanted to exchange, first exchanging the 3 major Wood Release techniques of Wood Human Technique, Wood Dragon Technique, and Ranking Technique. 15,000 energy points were gone just like that. The reason he didn't exchange Flower Tree Birth was that Flower Tree Birth and Tree Birth only had an additional poison attribute, which Jiang Chen didn't really need. On the other hand, the other 3 major Wood Release ninjutsu were worth exchanging. With 3,500 energy points left, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and exchanged the Evil Seal Method as well. The remaining money was not enough, so he left it temporarily. Perfect. Exchanging the 3 major Wood Release ninjutsu in one go, Jiang Chen felt like he was on a roll again. He couldn't help but feel elated. I earned so much in this round of Beast Tide, if there are a few more rounds, wouldn't I really make a fortune? A bold idea popped into Jiang Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it himself. Although he could quickly accumulate a large amount of energy points in the Beast Tide, one misstep could capsize the boat. He couldn't resolve the beast tide crisis every time like this time. Moreover, Kong Chengxing's explanation of the Great Beast Tide made Jiang Chen realize a very serious matter: if the sacred empire could not be revived and the monsters suppressed, then one day, all cities would be submerged in a frenzy of beast tides. Even Jiang Chen didn't have the confidence to deal with the monsters of the whole world alone. So, to protect himself and the cherished ones, the threat of monsters must be addressed at its root. Sacred King City. I will go there sooner or later. There was only one round of beast tide, and in the next 10 days, Taiyan City did not suffer another beast tide attack. But during this time, Taiyan City never stopped. The people of the entire city were busy preparing to go to the Sacred King City with Kong Changxing. They were originally soldiers appointed by the Sacred King City, carrying the mission of protecting the Sacred King City. And on a sunny day, Jiang Chen chose to leave Taiyan City. At the city gate, Kong Changxing and Suyu came to see him off. "Su Bai, you must work hard." Suyu was dressed in a polite and elegant white dress, like an elegant young lady. "Miss Su, aren't you able to predict the future? Why don't you predict what will happen to me after I go back?" Jiang Chen said with a hint of a smile. Suyu felt a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry, my predictions can only foresee my own future, not yours." "Ah, it's okay." Jiang Chen didn't mind, because he didn't really believe in such magical predictive abilities. But, Suyu quickly added, "I predict that in the future, we will meet again in the Sacred King City." She looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful face tinged with a faint blush, which was quite charming. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, looking forward to the day we meet again." Leaving Taiyan City, Jiang Chen hurried back towards Huaihai City. He borrowed a wooden cart from Kong Changxing, which made his journey much faster. However, he didn't have any demon cores on hand now, so he had to catch a few lucky demon beasts on the road and dig out their demon cores to provide power. Jiang Chen didn't stop along the way. He directly split into two wooden clones, taking turns driving, while he lay in the back enjoying the comfortable breeze. Because it was a major road, Jiang Chen saw many cities destroyed by the beast tide, a tall city walls smashed to pieces, city gates wide open, smoke billowing, corpses scattered, human and demon beast blood mixed together. There were even demon beasts still gnawing on the bodies. These once prosperous cities had now become ruins. Along the way, Jiang Chen saw 6 or 7 cities, with only one city that hadn't been destroyed by the beast tide, but it still looked very desolate. All the remaining cities had been turned into ruins in the beast tide. It was evident that this large beast tide had truly affected the entire sacred empire. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't stop at all along the way, rushing back to Huaihai City at full speed, without stopping at the cities he encountered, until he encountered the beast tide again. It was a city similar in size to Taiyan City, fiercely resisting. But on the outskirts of the city, there were densely packed demon beasts, surging like a tide. No matter how the city's ability users fought back, they couldn't stop the beast tide's attack. The 2 leading 5th-level junior demon beasts, with absolute strength, directly broke open 2 large holes in the city's high walls. Once the defense was breached, they couldn't stop the beast tide anymore. Countless demon beasts crazily poured in, and the entire city was engulfed in smoke at a visible speed. Countless people were torn to pieces by the demon beast's fangs. Jiang Chen didn't go to help, nor could he help. He could only watch helplessly as the city was engulfed in the frenzy of the beast tide and turned into ruins. "This is the great beast tide," Jiang Chen murmured softly, driving the wooden cart, successfully surpassing the beast tide. This area still belonged to the northern region, and it was also the progress of the great beast tide. The great beast tide didn't advance very quickly because every time they arrived at a place, they would mobilize the surrounding demon beasts to launch attacks on nearby cities. This back and forth consumed a lot of their time. After surpassing the beast tide, Jiang Chen continued on. Along the way, he didn't encounter a single person, only some demon beasts around him watching him closely and attempting to ambush him. Without exception, they were all easily dealt with by Jiang Chen, and their demon cores were left behind to fuel the wooden cart. In this way, even though Jiang Chen and his 2 clones took turns driving, it still took almost a week to cross the central region of the Sacred Empire from the northern edge. Jiang Chen didn't stop at any of the cities he encountered along the way, until a familiar city silhouette appeared in front of him, the dark capital. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen finally drove the wooden cart towards the dim capital. He had left behind many exciting memories in the dim capital. Before the arrival of the great beast tide, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to remind those who had helped him in the past. The dim capital. Once a city where 3 powers stood, it gradually split into 2 factions after the fall of the Night Demon. The Twilight Auction House remained neutral, while the Radiant Society absorbed all of the Night Demon's territory, greatly expanding its influence to almost rival the Twilight Auction House. However, the relationship between the two factions was quite delicate. They had all helped Jiang Chen before and could even be considered friends. With a certain relationship in place, the Radiant Society and the Twilight Auction House also grew closer, working together to maintain order in the dim capital. What was once a chaotic and dark city now seemed to have gained some order. The Radiant Society. President, we have completely cleared out all of the Night Demon's territories, nothing was left behind, reported Wang Bao, the current vice president of the Radiant Society, to Zhang Yi. Very well, next we will consolidate all the forces of the Radiant Society and send them out to find the whereabouts of the Burning Fire sect, Zhang Yi said coldly, completely devoid of his previous gentleness. The death of Wang Yan was a heavy blow to him and to the entire Radiant Society. Zhang Yi had long ago sworn to himself that he would find the Burning Fire sect and avenge Wang Yan. Yes. Wang Bao nodded heavily and left the room. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Yi was left in the hall, sitting silently in contemplation. Until a figure appeared silently at the door. President Zhang, it seems that your Radiant Society has been developing quite well recently. Zhang Yi turned around to see a man outside the door wearing a plain white mask without any patterns. He frowned. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself, I am Bai Shi, the man said. Bai Shi? Zhang Yi's frown deepened. He seemed to have heard that name somewhere, but couldn't recall it at the moment, so he asked, what do you want from me? I've come to settle an account with President Zhang, Bai Shi said with a light smile. His presence was light and elusive, like the wind. What account? 2 months ago, a man named Jiang Chen visited the dim capital, and your Radiant Society sheltered him for a while, right? Bai Shi's words made Zhang Yi's face change instantly. Are you from the Quiet Sea Academy? He finally remembered where he had heard the name Bai Shi before. Bai Shi, Deputy Minister of the Execution Department of the Quiet Sea Academy, one of the 7 great 5-tiered supernaturals. Crash! Remembering the other's identity, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly chilled, and electric lights flickered on his body. Thunder Law, Thunder Wolf. Purple lightning quickly condensed into a fierce thunder wolf, howling as it rushed towards Bai Shi. Bai Shi remained calm, casually waving his hand as a green flame floated up from his palm, instantly turning into a huge flame tornado that melted the thunder wolf and pressed towards Zhang Yi with astonishing heat. Thunder Law, 100 Thunders. Zhang Yi slammed both palms on the ground, countless electric arcs spread from his palms to the ground, instantly forming a huge purple thunder tornado that collided fiercely with the green flame tornado. Boom! Blocking this move consumed a lot of Zhang Yi's spiritual energy in an instant. Phew! He took a deep breath, about to look at Bai Shi. But suddenly, he found that Bai Shi's figure had disappeared. With such combat power at the junior 4th tier, you truly deserve to be the president of the Radiant Society. A calm voice came from behind, making Zhang Yi's heart tighten. Not good. Bang! With a casual palm strike, Bai Shi sent Zhang Yi flying heavily. Zhang Yi felt as if he had been hit hard by an elephant from behind, and his blood surged as he was sent flying. Cough! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Your mistake was helping Jiang Chen in the first place. By helping Jiang Chen, you have crossed us at Jinghai Academy. Do you think that Guangxi will have the qualifications to cross us at Jinghai Academy? Bai Shi walked step by step towards Zhang Yi. He remained calm and composed throughout. Zhang Yi was only at the 4th level, and was no match for Bai Shi. The two were not at the same level, and Bai Shi did not need to take him seriously. Despite being seriously injured, Zhang Yi sneered and taunted, I never thought that Jinghai Academy, which claims to be the strongest in the southeast, would be so ashamed and angry for not being able to catch one person. In my opinion, even if Jinghai Academy is powerful, it is just a group of incompetent clowns. Last time, the Jinghai Academy's executive department besieged the dim city to capture Jiang Chen, causing quite a stir. During that siege, Guangxi and the Twilight Auction House also helped a lot in secret, delaying some of the executors, allowing Jiang Chen to escape smoothly. At that time, because of the presence of Li Tuo, a 5th-level esper, the 4 major executors of Jinghai Academy did not dare to act rashly and had to leave with a loss. But as a result, the dim city held a grudge against Jinghai Academy. Everyone who had helped Jiang Chen was remembered. And now, it was the time for Jinghai Academy to retaliate against them. Blame yourself for being a good person and helping Jiang Chen. Bai Shi slowly raised his finger, and a cluster of green flames condensed into a beam of light at his fingertips. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped a rune mark he had secretly drawn with his own blood on the ground. Thunder Law Blood Thunder. Boom! A small thunderous sound came from the formation, and a huge blood-colored thunder burst out, swift and deadly like a serpent. Bai Shi did not expect that Zhang Yi would still be able to act, and with the close distance, he had no chance to dodge, and the blood-colored thunder struck him hard. Poof! Bai Shi grunted, staggering back several steps. I didn't expect you to hide such a powerful attack. You truly deserve to be the president of Guangxi. I underestimated you. But this is where it ends for you. This time, Bai Shi did not hesitate at all. With a hint of anger, he waved his hand, and a green fire dragon roared out fiercely, pouncing on Zhang Yi. Not good. The sneak attack just now was Zhang Yi's last resort, but it still couldn't defeat Bai Shi. Faced with Bai Shi's attack, he had no way to dodge. Just as he was preparing to accept his fate, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. Roar! A water dragon forcefully attacked from the side, biting the throat of the fire dragon, entwining with it, and both disappeared together. Who's there? Bai Shi turned to look and saw a young man at the door. Jiang Chen? Seeing the young man, Zhang Yi was stunned. The newcomer was indeed Jiang Chen. But why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to have left already? President Zhang, am I not too late? Jiang Chen smiled and walked in step by step. Jiang Chen, we were worried we couldn't find you, and here you are, coming to us on your own. It's like finding something without looking for it, effortless. Bai Shi immediately gave up on attacking Zhang Yi and focused his gaze on Jiang Chen. Looking for me? Who are you? Looking at the pure white mask, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Zhang Yi quickly explained, Jiang Chen, he is Bai Shi, from Jinghai Academy. Bai Shi? Jiang Chen was surprised by Zhang Yi's words. He knew Bai Shi, Jinghai College's deputy minister of the executive department, one of the 7 fifth-tier superhumans in Jinghai City. I never thought that for the sake of me alone, all the 5th-tier superhumans of Jinghai College would come. I feel honored. Jiang Chen smiled, with a hint of sarcasm. He really didn't expect Jinghai College to be so persistent. They even sent out all the 5th-tier superhumans. No need for nonsense, just come back with me obediently, so you can suffer less. Bai Shi originally came to settle the score with the Dark Capital, but unexpectedly encountered Jiang Chen. This was also a pleasant surprise. If they could capture Jiang Chen and bring him back, their principal would definitely be very happy. It's impossible to go back. If you want to catch me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen remained calm. You talk big. They all say you have remarkable strength and many skills. Today, I want to see for myself how capable you are. Bai Shi stomped his foot, and with a dull sound, he turned into a shadow and headed straight for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't dodge or evade, he stepped forward and his fist heavily collided with Bai Shi's fist. Boom! With the blessing of the immortal mode, even though Jiang Chen was only at the 3rd-tier junior level, this punch was evenly matched with Bai Shi, and both sides took a few steps back. 3 decades of fire. After stepping back, Bai Shi decisively summoned a green flame from his palm, turning it into a sea of fire rushing towards Jiang Chen. Water escape water formation wall. Jiang Chen quickly formed hand seals, then forcefully spewed out a large amount of water from his mouth, colliding with the green sea of fire. Hiss! A large amount of water vapor filled the hall, obscuring the vision of both sides. Bai Shi casually waved a gust of wind to dissipate all the water vapor. The commotion here alarmed the entire Guangxi society, and soon Wang Bao led a group of guards from the Guangxi society rushing in. Boss, what's going on? Who injured you? Zhang Yi raised his hand and pointed at Bai Shi. Wang Bao looked up, glaring at Bai Shi. Dare to injure our boss, I won't let you off. He was about to rush forward, but Jiang Chen stopped him with a hand and said, you are no match for him. Take Zhang Yi away. Bai Shi was a 5th-tier superhuman, and if Wang Bao and his men dared to attack, it would be suicide. Despite their anger, the members of the Guangxi society ultimately chose to obey Jiang Chen's words. Wang Bao and the others quickly took Zhang Yi away. In the vast palace, only Jiang Chen and Bai Shi were left. Do you think you are a match for me alone? Bai Shi asked calmly. That should be my question to you. Lin Hai actually sent you alone. I don't mind having one less 5th-tier superhuman from Jinghai College. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He didn't expect the people from Jinghai College to be so relentless, even sending 5th-tier superhumans to retaliate against those who helped him. If he hadn't arrived in time, Zhang Yi might have already died. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Chen couldn't let Bai Shi go. Since Jinghai College was so ruthless, he wouldn't blame himself for being unreasonable. Oh, you talk big. You truly are Jiang Lei's son, with courage. I just wonder if your strength matches your courage. Bai Shi sneered, suddenly clapping his hands, and the green flames floated up, quickly forming into a huge and ferocious firewolf, roaring as it pounced towards Jiang Chen. The flames were so hot that even the air was slightly distorted. Jiang Chen decisively formed hand seals, water escape water surge wave. Splash! A large amount of water rose out of nowhere, surrounding Jiang Chen and quickly rising to form a huge water tornado, then cascading towards the firewolf like a waterfall. Roar! The firewolf plunged into the water flow. Originally, water should be able to restrain fire, but the fire wolf summoned by Baishur unexpectedly turned out to be fierce, using its scorching temperature to evaporate a large amount of water into steam, and still roaring towards Jiang Chen. Water restraining fire. This restraint can be ignored in the face of a huge power gap. Baishur is a 5th level intermediate, while Jiang Chen, after experiencing so many battles, has only just reached the 3rd level intermediate. If it's just a comparison between the two of them, they are not even in the same league. Under this premise, Jiang Chen's water manipulation, no matter how powerful, cannot stop Baishur's fire abilities. They say you have many tricks up your sleeve, why don't you show me? Baishur snorted, flicked his fingers again, and a green flame shot out from his fingertips, quickly transforming into a wave of fire. The vast hall was instantly illuminated by the flames. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decisively turned and led Zhang Yi and a few others out of the hall. Bang! The fire was compressed in the narrow space and exploded. The Hall of the Light Society was directly turned into ruins. Baishur slowly walked out from the midst of it, the burning flames automatically avoiding him, all surrounding him, like a demon walking out of the flames of hell. If this is all you've got, just hiding, then you've disappointed me. Baishur shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. Then you'll just have to be disappointed, it's not my concern. Jiang Chen shrugged, but his gaze never wavered, always fixed on Baishur. 5th level intermediate, he is indeed not a match on his own. But that doesn't mean he has no way out. Just as he was about to summon a spirit, several figures quickly approached from the other side of the dim city. How can we miss out on all the excitement? The familiar voice belonged to the Red Queen of the Twilight Auction, and the Guardian of the Twilight Auction, Li Tuo. You brat, why are you back again? Li Tuo glared at Jiang Chen, clearly dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's return. Old General, I'll talk to you about this later. Let's deal with the trouble in front of us first. Jiang Chen's gaze never left Baishur. With the help of the Red Queen and Li Tuo, he didn't need to summon a spirit for the time being. It's the Quiet Sea Academy again, didn't we teach you a lesson last time? Looking at Baishur, Li Tuo was very disdainful. Last time, the executive department of the Quiet Sea Academy caused such a commotion in order to capture Jiang Chen, but it was all suppressed. And this time, they only sent one person? Do they look down on the Twilight City? I suppose you must be General Li Tuo, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Eastern Union Army. I have heard of your name. Baishur smiled slightly, with a hint of politeness in his tone. Since you know me, then just leave quietly. The Twilight City does not welcome people from your Quiet Sea Academy. Li Tuo didn't have much patience for him. The last action of the Quiet Sea Academy had already left him with no good impression of them. Moreover, it was clear that Baishur was here to cause trouble. There was no need to give him any good treatment. General Li Tuo, I hope you don't misunderstand. I came this time with the intention of holding the Twilight City accountable. I didn't expect to encounter Jiang Chen, so I might as well take care of everything at once. Baishur spoke in the most gentle and calm tone, but his words were arrogant. Do you really think you, alone, are a match for so many of us? The Red Queen was not convinced, with her hands on her hips. Baishur glanced at the charming little girl, but said nothing. Right now, he only had eyes for two people, Jiang Chen and Li Tuo. One is the person he wants to capture, and the other is a 5th level Esper. As for the others, he didn't even consider them. A group of 3rd level and 4th level Espers were beneath his notice. If you want to take Jiang Chen away, you'll have to get past me first. Li Tuo stood in front of Jiang Chen, and from his posture, it was clear that he was determined to protect Jiang Chen at all costs. Jiang Chen was deeply moved. He had saved Li Tuo at the beginning, but Li Tuo later helped him stop the executive department of Jinghai Academy, and had already repaid this favor. Now Li Tuo was still willing to help, which moved Jiang Chen deeply. In that case, I will dare to ask General Li for advice. A short knife slipped from Baishur's sleeve and was held in his hand, and he decisively rushed forward. Ha, then let me learn something. Li Tuo laughed loudly, a fine steel broadsword appeared in his hand from the spatial ring, and he swung it as he charged forward. Clang! Clang! The two sides clashed, causing a series of metal collisions and sparks flying. Both of them tacitly did not use any special abilities, completely engaging in close combat, with each clash carrying a deadly edge, making it thrilling. But as the battle continued, Li Tuo gradually began to falter. He was getting old, even though he was also a 5th level intermediate, he was still getting old. And Baishur was in his prime, with all his bodily functions at their peak, completely suppressing Li Tuo. Great wind and sand. In the end, Li Tuo was forced to use his special ability first. A deep blue light appeared on the broadsword, and as he fiercely swung it down, a sharp blade of air slashed out, heading straight for Baishur's face. Fire technique, fierce slash. Baishur refused to show weakness, and green flames ignited, as the short knife in his hand was slashed out, turning into a fiery blade of air. Bang! The two different attributes of the blade of air collided, instantly creating a violent explosion, creating a huge flaming tornado in the air, burning fiercely. Water technique, Phoenix flower art. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take action, forming hand seals and shooting several fireballs towards Bai Shi. Faced with the various fireballs, Bai Shi didn't even bother to dodge, casually swinging his short knife and cutting down each and every one. Shoo! Just as he cut down all the fireballs, a dozen or so shurikens came flying towards him from different directions. Boring. To Bai Shi, this kind of attack was like child's play, with no threat at all, and it was just showy. He swung his broadsword, only blocking the few shurikens that posed a threat, and didn't bother with the rest. But at that moment, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of one of the shurikens. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shi, grabbing one of the shurikens and stabbing it towards Bai Shi's heart. Put! Blood splattered. But it wasn't Bai Shi's heart that was stabbed, but he forcibly blocked the fatal stab with his palm. A 5th level special ability user, and he could even perceive Jiang Chen's flying thunder god technique? Such strange speed. I almost let you succeed. The intense pain in his palm made Bai Shi's voice carry a hint of anger. But I can still succeed now. Jiang Chen didn't panic because his attack had been exposed. His eyes had already transformed into kaleidoscope Sharingan, emitting an extreme power of the eye. Moon reading. But just as he was about to cast a genjutsu on Bai Shi, the latter decisively closed his eyes. Once the eye contact was lost, the genjutsu of the Sharingan would not work. During this time, Jinghai Academy had obviously gained some information about Jiang Chen's Sharingan abilities through actual combat. Among strong opponents, once the opponent had grasped the information, they would lose a few points before the fight even started. And Bai Shi had obviously understood that Jiang Chen's Sharingan genjutsu needed to be activated through eye contact. While avoiding Jiang Chen's Sharingan genjutsu by closing his eyes, Bai Shi decisively clapped his other hand, and green flames rose out of nowhere, quickly forming a huge fire tornado, seemingly about to engulf Jiang Chen. Water technique, water formation wall. Jiang Chen formed hand seals with one hand, spitting out a large amount of water from his mouth, forcibly pushing back Bai Shi and quickly retreating. I didn't expect that you not only developed so many abilities in the wood element but also developed the spirit eye element to this extent. You are truly talented. It would be great if you were a student at our Jinghai Academy, Bai Shi said. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, humph, I don't want to be a part of your Jinghai Academy. In that case, I'll have to make you, this young genius, fall, Bai Shi said. Bai Shi suddenly clasped his hands together and let out a low shout from his throat, fire magic, 1,000 transformations ignite. Hoo! Countless green flames quickly spread from his body, transforming into a massive and terrifying fire tornado. Every corner of the dark capital could clearly feel the terrifying high temperature of this enormous fire tornado. These green flames were far stronger than ordinary flames. Jiang Chen even felt that these flames could rival the purple fire of incineration. Such a strong fire ability, this is no ordinary fire ability. Even Li Tuo couldn't help but change his expression as he looked at the massive fire tornado. He was of the wind element, while Bai Shi was of the fire element. In a situation where fire countered wind, the wind element would be at a certain disadvantage. If the wind couldn't blow out the fire directly, it would only make the flames stronger and uncontrollable. Li Tuo was being restrained. As they watched the fire tornado, which seemed to reach the sky, bearing a breath of destruction, everyone's faces turned grim. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, with his Sharingan already transformed into the 6-pointed star pattern, slowly shed 2 tears of blood from his closed left eye, then suddenly opened it wide. Amaterasu. Who? A cluster of black flames immediately appeared on Bai Shi's fire tornado, voraciously devouring the green flames. However, the fire tornado was simply too massive. Before Amaterasu could completely consume it, the fire tornado was about to engulf them. I've heard that your flames can burn everything, even feed on flames. But I also want to know, will your flames devour mine first, or will mine devour all of you first? Bai Shi laughed coldly. He dared to come to the dark capital alone because he had seen that Li Tuo was of the wind element. Even though they were both at the intermediate 5th rank, Bai Shi believed he had a certain advantage. As for Jiang Chen's Amaterasu, Bai Shi was confident that his flames were definitely stronger. So he didn't need to hide at all. Jiang Chen didn't say anything in response, only the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye suddenly condensed, Inferno style, Susanoo. Who? Originally, only a small portion of Amaterasu was attached to the fire tornado, but under Jiang Chen's visual jutsu, it spread like it had been injected with steroids, rapidly devouring the fire tornado. Faced with Amaterasu's sudden and rapid spread, Bai Shi also became somewhat panicked. How is this possible? He quickly increased the output of his spiritual energy, attempting to defeat Jiang Chen and the others before Amaterasu completely devoured everything. But as he increased his spiritual energy output, Jiang Chen also increased the frenzied output of his visual power. Amaterasu spread at an extremely fast speed. When the fire tornado was less than 2 meters away from Jiang Chen and the others, the entire fire tornado was completely devoured by Amaterasu. At that moment, the control shifted, and the offensive and defensive positions were reversed. Die! Jiang Chen pinched his hand in the air, and the massive fire tornado collapsed inward in an instant. The pitch-black flames all fell on Bai Shi. No! This can't be! How could I possibly lose? Bai Shi roared in agony, struggling in the flames. But soon, he fell silent, his body rapidly shrinking in the burning flames. Such strong flames! This scene shocked Li Tuo, the Red Queen, and the others. Bai Shi's flames had already surprised them, but they hadn't expected Jiang Chen's flames to be even stronger. Could they even burn a 5th-rank ability user to death? Fortunately, it was his carelessness. Jiang Chen panted slightly. Bai Shi was too confident in his own flames, thinking he could be stronger than Amaterasu, so he didn't dodge. But even the flames of the incineration group are no match for Amaterasu, so how could his flames be? By the time Bai Shi realized something was wrong, it was too late. Amaterasu is not difficult to avoid, but choosing to confront Amaterasu head-on is just plain stupid. Bang! Suddenly, a tearing pain that reached his soul came from Jiang Chen's right eye. He tightly covered his right eye, the pain even making him kneel down. It was painful. Very painful. This kind of pain could even reach his soul. Jiang Chen had never experienced such pain even when using the Mangekyo Sharingan before. Ding! Please note, the Mangekyo Sharingan in the host's right eye has been used 5 times, and each use will permanently lose its light. 5 times already? Jiang Chen was surprised. He carefully thought about it. When facing the small leader of the incineration group, he used Amaterasu once. When he first met Wang Yan and fought against the purple scorpion, he used Amaterasu once. When facing the leader of the incineration group, Yoli, he used Amaterasu once. During the beast tide in Taiyan City, he used Amaterasu once against the Thundering Bull King. That's a total of 4 Amaterasu, and then there was the recent use of the Earth Grudge Sphere. Damn it! System, are you counting the abilities of different Mangekyo Sharingan as the same eye's usage? Jiang Chen exclaimed. Jiang Chen only realized he had been fooled. He originally thought that the usage limit for different Mangekyo Sharingan abilities was counted separately. That's why he used so many. He never expected that the usage limit was actually shared. He had been completely fooled. Hey, are you okay? Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly in so much pain, the Red Queen hurried over, her small face showing rare concern. This little girl, in her current state, with Jiang Chen half kneeling on the ground, they were just at eye level. I'm fine, won't die. Jiang Chen released his hand, and the pain in his eyes had eased a lot. He hadn't expected the shared usage limit of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His right eye now only had 1 usage limit left for the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he used Amaterasu or the Earth Grudge Sphere one more time, he would permanently lose his sight. However, there was one point where the system was still fair. The third power, Susanoo, residing in his eyes had its usage counted separately. When he was at the Quiet Sea Academy, Jiang Chen had used Susanoo once. If the usage of Susanoo was counted, then his right eye was already blind. This was still fair on the system's part. This Bai Shi is one of the 7 5th-level ability users at the Quiet Sea Academy. I bet he never thought he would fall into your hands, Li Tuo said with some emotion. Although he was also a 5th-level intermediate, he was already old, and being of the wind element, he was restrained by the fire element. If they really fought, Li Tuo didn't have much confidence in defeating Bai Shi. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to actually take down Bai Shi. This is a 5th-level ability user from the Quiet Sea Academy. You've killed him, and you've really made an enemy of the Quiet Sea Academy, the Red Queen said with a hint of mockery on her small face, as if she could already see Jiang Chen's future embarrassment. Unfortunately, she was too small, and Jiang Chen couldn't see the mocking expression on her face. He shrugged and said, just a 5th-level ability user, killed him. Anyway, I already had a grudge with the Quiet Sea Academy, so it doesn't matter if there's one more. What did you do to the Quiet Sea Academy? That they would go to such lengths to catch you, Li Tuo was also very curious. Generally, as the most powerful academy in the Southern District, the Quiet Sea Academy wouldn't make such a big fuss over trivial matters. Last time it was a large number of execution members, and this time it was one of the 7 5th-level ability users. I don't know, I thought Jiang Chen had stolen the wife of the Dean of Jinghai Academy. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. I didn't do much, just destroyed the spiritual core of the Dean's son at Jinghai Academy. The Red Queen. Li Tuo. Everyone. This is called not doing much? Once the spiritual core is destroyed, that person basically can say goodbye to cultivation. They can only be an ordinary person for the rest of their life. And it's the son of the dean of Jinghai Academy. No wonder Jinghai Academy is so crazy. What you did is indeed too much, Li Tuo sighed. You don't know, they were the ones who started it first. I had no choice but to defend myself. Jiang Chen was really more wrong than Doi. Everything was because Lin Yun repeatedly saw death in front of him. What could he do? He had no choice. And if at first he had only destroyed Lin Yun, perhaps there would still be a chance to salvage the situation. But later, the executive department of Jinghai Academy launched a large-scale attack, and now Jiang Chen has also killed by Shi. He and Jinghai Academy's enmity is completely irreconcilable. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid anyway. Even if Lin Hai comes to me in person, I won't be afraid of him. At this point, Jiang Chen was too lazy to think about these troublesome matters. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of death? The Red Queen asked with her hands on her hips. This little girl, clearly so small, but still trying to show off her strength, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. But her words did remind Jiang Chen of the important matter. I almost forgot. I happen to be passing by and have some important news to tell you. The crisis of the Great Beast Tide. Do you know about it? Great Beast Tide? Hearing this term, everyone couldn't help but frown. Of course we know, this is a beast tide that is about to sweep through the entire sacred empire. It should still be about half a year away from the crisis of the Great Beast Tide, Li Tuo said. The news of the Great Beast Tide had spread a long time ago, otherwise the southeastern and northeastern regions wouldn't have formed an alliance. Although the Twilight City did not belong to the sacred empire, because of Li Tuo, the situation was complicated, and some information was still known. There is no longer half a year. Looking at the others with a serious gaze, Jiang Chen said solemnly, the Great Beast Tide has already crossed the North District and is now passing through the Central District. At most, there is still a month before it reaches the Twilight City. What? Everyone was shocked. The Great Beast Tide is coming? How come they didn't know anything about it? Jiang Chen, how do you know? Li Tuo asked with a serious expression. Because I just experienced the crisis of the Great Beast Tide in the city of Tian in the North District and rushed back. I saw the Great Beast Tide crossing the Central District on the way back, Jiang Chen said. You've already been to the city of Tian? Li Tuo murmured softly, and the others were already quite frightened by Jiang Chen's words. They knew about the crisis of the Great Beast Tide, but they didn't know that it was coming half a year early. Don't panic, we are already prepared. We just need to act according to the plan. Li Tuo, an experienced old general, did not panic even in the face of such a sudden situation. What are you planning to do? Jiang Chen was somewhat uneasy. We have already planned how to deal with the Great Beast Tide. We will dig an underground shelter in the Twilight City, hide for 10 days or half a month, and wait for the crisis of the Great Beast Tide to pass, Li Tuo said. The Twilight City is different from other cities. The Twilight City does not have a unified concept, and various forces are trying to save themselves. Only the Twilight Auction and the Radiance Society have a small number of people, and there are many ways to avoid the Beast Tide. They can even leave the Twilight City directly. In other cities, because of the large number of people, they cannot dig underground shelters or abandon the city, so they can only choose to defend. From this perspective, the Twilight City is not very dangerous. Jiang Chen, what are you planning to do? Will you stay in the Dark Capital with us? Zhang Yi asked. No, I am from Huaihai City. My family and friends are there, I need to go back to help them. Jiang Chen's expression was firm, without any hesitation. His goal was clear, he must return to Huaihai Academy. Even if it means letting Jinghai Academy know, even if he is intercepted by Jinghai Academy, he will go back. Even if this may cause some trouble for Huaihai City, compared to the Great Beast Tide, Jinghai Academy is nothing. We all have people to protect, let's do our best. Zhang Yi did not try to stop him. Good luck, the Red Queen also bid him farewell. Jiang Chen, we will meet again after the Beast Tide, Li Tuo said. Alright,